Chapter 1. Resigning to return to the island. An unexpected encounter with a killer whale. The sun shone brilliantly, casting a shimmering light across the glistening surface of the sea, while the sky, a pristine azure, was filled with soaring seagulls. At Zhoushan Putuo Port in the East China Sea, Chen Nan held a selfie stick, his face adorned with a radiant smile as he greeted the viewers in his live stream. Hello, dear friends. I am currently at Zhoushan Port, where I await the arrival of the fishing vessel from my village. He was live streaming, yet his audience consisted of merely a sparse gathering of 40 to 50 individuals. Xiao Nanzi, aren't you supposed to be feeding Panpan and Xiaomituan today? Why are you at Zhoushan Port? Indeed, Xiao Nanzi, it's been several days since your last stream. Oh, Xiao Nanzi, your account has changed. It's no longer an employee account. Have you resigned? Chen Nan chuckled wryly, replying yes. I must inform everyone that I am no longer a zookeeper at the Beijing Tongzhou Zoo. If you wish to continue watching Panpan and Xiaomituan, please follow the official account of the Tongzhou Zoo. Truly, I just noticed that all the short videos related to Panpan and Xiaomituan on your Douyin account have been cleared. Resigned. Then what is there left to watch them off? We're leaving. The once lively stream of 40 to 50 viewers dwindled to a mere handful, consisting mostly of familiar IDs. A little glutinous rice. I just heard Xiao Nanzi mention returning to the village. Is your village on an island? Chen Nan recognized the name, recalling that this individual was a frequent visitor to the zoo, particularly fond of small animals. They had even exchanged contact details, making them something akin to friends. Indeed, my hometown is on a remote and underdeveloped island in the East China Sea. Thinking back to those years, I was indeed the sole hope of the entire village. The sole hope of the village. That joke has been aptly employed by Xiao Nanzi. I'm quite curious about what this remote and underdeveloped island of yours is like. Chen Nan glanced at the time and gazed toward the distant horizon of the port. Our island has no ferry service. I must wait for the village fishing boat to come and fetch me. However, given the distance, it may take a while. Just as he finished speaking, he spotted a weathered fishing boat, approximately 17 meters in length, approaching the azure sea. As the fishing vessel drew near, a slender young man with dark skin leapt onto the deck, waving enthusiastically at Chen Nan. Nanzi, over here. Shui, why are you the one coming to pick me up? Where's Uncle Jean? Uncle Jin's old leg ailment flared up, so he sent me to fetch you. As the fishing boat neared the dock, the dark-skinned youth nimbly leapt from the boat, landing firmly on the dock. Nanzi, you're finally back. It's been 3 years, 3 years. Upon hearing the news of your return, the uncles and aunts in the village were overjoyed. Good lad, you've grown so tall in these 3 years. Chen Nan clapped his hand on Ashu's shoulder with enthusiasm. However, Ashui felt no pain instead. He stood tall, chest out. I'm already 16 now. I can steer a boat on the S. I asked this young man, only 16? Driving such a large vessel to pick up brother Nan is somewhat absurd, isn't it? Chen Nan chuckled as he glanced at the barrage of comments in the live stream. What's so strange about it? On our island, teenagers must fish with boats. They are all valiant sons of the sea. Brother Nan, are you speaking to me? Shui, who was pulling on a rope, turned around, his weathered face filled with confusion. No, I'm currently live streaming, Chen Nan replied, directing the camera toward Shui. Come on, greet my friends. Live stream? Shui's face displayed bewilderment. Yet, under the direct gaze of the phone's camera, he awkwardly scratched his head and said, Hello. The young man seems quite carefree, yet unexpectedly shy. Some comments flowed in. This brother is quite amusing. Shui noticed the words flashing across the screen, pointing curiously. Brother Nan, there are words on this phone. Chen Nan patted Ashu's shoulder. All right, don't be overly astonished. Let's hurry back. It'll be dark by the time we reach the village. Oh, where did this wild man come from? Not even knowing about live streaming. Isn't it true? Brother Nan, does your hometown still lack internet access? Chen Nan chuckled awkwardly at the barrage. You needn't mock us. Our hometown just got internet a few months ago, and smartphones are still not widespread. All right, we are about to set sail, and shortly, I will take you all to experience the beauty of the open sea. The azure coastline greeted them with the salty breeze. The vast and boundless deep blue ocean, waves continuously rolling in as the medium-sized fishing boat sped toward the horizon, its velocity steadily increasing. Perhaps captivated by the grandeur of the ocean, The number of viewers in the live stream not only remained stable, but began to swell to around 40 or 50 online. Shui, at the helm, occasionally cast strange glances back at Chen Nan, yet he refrained from interrupting. I grew up on an island. Do you think I can't swim? Eaten by sharks? You must have watched too many movies. Chen Nan smiled as he addressed the audience in the live stream. Although my specialty is zoology, I also possess knowledge about marine life. Firstly, to many marine creatures, humans are no different from junk food unless they are starving ferocious predators. If it's a common species of shark, the likelihood of it being able to consume you after biting is quite slim. Moreover, due to the nature of the open sea, marine life tends to adhere more strictly to the food chain of larger fish eating smaller fish compared to life on land. Sharks don't eat humans. This is shocking. Is it true? Undoubtedly. Anyone with a modicum of understanding of marine biology knows that even the most ferocious great white shark does not actively attack humans. This is a response from a graduate specializing in marine biology. Then is the great white shark a myth? I still don't believe it. How about Brother Nan jumps into the sea and catches a shark for us to see? Then he'll believe it. The thoughts of the one above are quite extreme. Although the number of viewers in the live broadcast room remained over 40, the barrage of comments was exceedingly abundant. However, Chen Nan was largely indifferent to this. Once a zookeeper at the Beijing Zoo, he was encouraged to open a live streaming account to interact with adorable animals online, thereby attracting visitors to the zoo. Following his dismissal, streaming became more of a habit for him. Woo! The melodious sound of a flute resonated across the vast sea, akin to the vibrant and chaotic calls of seagulls. Brother Nan, look! There's a pod of orcas over there, came the exclamation from Shui. At once, Chen Nan turned his gaze towards the distance, simultaneously directing the camera to capture the sight and activating the zoom function. On the horizon, a group of 4 or 5 massive black and white figures danced upon the water surface, sending up sprays of water. Chapter 2. Animal Affinity, Hands Clutching Barnacles. Orcas. They are orcas. I cannot believe we can see orcas so close to shore. Wow. Brother Nan is truly impressive. These orcas are far more exhilarating than the animals at the zoo. Brother Nan, hurry over. I want to see what orcas look like up close. As the camera focused on the ocean, the live chat, which had only a few dozen viewers, erupted with excitement. Only Chen Nan, at that moment, furrowed his brow, appearing to listen intently to something. Brother Nan, we need to take a detour. The noise from the boat's engine will frighten them away, Shui advised. Wait, Chen Nan whispered, still holding his ear in a listening posture. The calls of the orcas, intermingled with sorrowful cries, were unmistakable to him. Upon hearing this, Chen Nan turned to Shui with a serious expression and said, steer the boat over there. All right then. This is the first time I've actually seen orcas in a live stream. There are only a handful of aquariums in the country capable of housing orcas, and they are notoriously hard to get tickets for. I never expected to witness them alive today. I can see them. 2 large orcas and 3 smaller ones. They are utterly adorable. Simultaneously, the number of viewers in the live room surged dramatically. Originally hovering around 40 to 50, it suddenly swelled to over 100, with comments flying across the screen. Clearly, they were all drawn in by the orcas featured in the stream. As the boat approached, 5 orcas of varying sizes emerged from the azure sea, presenting a captivating sight. Puff! 2 jets of water soared 8 meters high, forming vibrant rainbows under the brilliant slant of the sun. The enormous forms splashed against the surface, their bodies exceeding 7 or 8 meters in length. Whoa! Amidst the buzzing sounds, there were calls that only Chen Nan could decipher. Standing on the deck, he gazed at the orca family, now less than 100 meters away, his eyes reflecting an inscrutable emotion. That's the adult orca. Chen Nan's gaze locked onto one particularly large specimen, surpassing 7 meters in length, resembling a yacht sailing through the ocean. Although he could not comprehend the language of animals, perhaps due to having been raised on whale milk since childhood, he possessed a keen ability to analyze emotional nuances from their vocalizations. As Chen Nan drew closer, approximately 7 or 8 meters away, he finally beheld the agonized form of the orca, its back marred by a multitude of scars. However, what truly captured Chen Nan's attention were the enormous barnacles that clung to its pectoral fins and pelvic region. Chen Nan gasped, "Barnacles? This shouldn't be happening. What's wrong, Brother Nan?" Shui, at the helm, switched off the engine and joined him on the deck to observe. As they approached, a flurry of discussions erupted in the live stream. What a massive orca! Even without witnessing it firsthand, one can feel the weight of its presence. Look at all the scars on that orca and those spots. Those were barnacles, the nemesis of nearly all marine creatures. This orca might not survive for long. Nodding in response to the barrage of comments, Chen Nan affirmed, "Indeed, those spots are barnacles. Many are likely familiar with them. Once these parasitic creatures latch on, they cling tightly to the skin, inflicting severe pain and itching upon their host. Even the mighty whales can be driven mad by barnacles, while the long-lived sea turtles have been known to take their own lives under their torment, all due to these seemingly inconspicuous beings." Chen Nan explained, his expression shifting to one of unease. However, in truth, only the slower marine animals are susceptible to barnacle infestation. The orca can swim at speeds of up to 48 kilometers per hour, and being social creatures, they often have companions to assist in cleaning them off. If that's the case, then why is it still infested? Exactly, just look at the distressing scars on this orca to grasp the terror of barnacles. The audience in the live stream had surpassed 100, with comments obscuring half the screen of the phone. Chen Nan, disregarding the comments, was overwhelmed by the continuous sounds of anguished cries echoing around him, prompting him to take a daring action. "Shui, hold my phone for me, I'm going into the water." "Into the sea? Brother Nan, are you out of your mind?" Shui reacted quickly. These colossal creatures could easily take your life with a mere splash. "The old man warned us to steer clear of such species. You have a good heart. But you still want to dive in?" Without the luxury of time for explanation, Chen Nan shed his outerwear and passed his phone to Shui. With a swift dive, he leaped from the deck, plunging into the azure waters below. The live stream, witnessing this audacious act, fell momentarily silent. "What the?" Alpha Dog sent a little heart to the streamer. "Is it too late to call for help?" "Serve him right." As Chen Nan plunged into the sea, the live stream erupted with a chorus of 666, clearly taken aback by the host's audacity. "What the? Brother Nan, are you trying to get yourself killed?" Shui exclaimed, only to be splashed by the water kicked up by a nearby orca. Meanwhile, Chen Nan surfaced, his head breaking through the waves as he paddled towards the group of orcas not far away. Wow. The call of the orca resembles that of a dolphin, yet it carries a more profound resonance, particularly at close proximity where its vocalizations nearly drown out the sound of the waves. "Do not be afraid. I shall assist you with these barnacles shortly," Chen Nan gently reassured as the enormous figure of the orca, with its deep, dark eyes, fixed its gaze upon him. Upon closer inspection, the orca's eyes are, in fact, quite small, situated between its mouth and the eye patches. Orcas are formidable marine creatures, and their eye patches serve as deceptive false eyes, designed to divert predators' attention and protect their true eyes. This phenomenon has become a product of natural selection. Those orcas lacking prominent eye patches often succumb to blindness during attacks, rendering them incapable of hunting. Undoubtedly, both the orca's massive pectoral fins and its streamlined physique attest to its evolutionary design as a creature of predation. Wow. However, in the presence of Chen Nan, the orca refrained from aggression. Instead, its immense body submerged into the depths, revealing only the upper portion of its pectoral fins, while its dark, small eyes remained fixed on Chen Nan. Splish splash. As a child raised on an island, Chen Nan's swimming skills were second nature, and soon he found himself alongside the Barnaclelidon orca, his own body marred with scars. "Do not fear. I am here to assist you," he said, gesturing towards the barnacles on the orca's skin. Chen Nan spoke softly, fully aware that the orca could not comprehend his words. Yet, renowned zoologists in his homeland share a consensus. All intelligent creatures perceive certain emotions of other species through vocal communication. Especially for marine beings like orcas, who may have never encountered humans, there remains uncertainty regarding whether humans are prey, foes, or allies. A gentle and soothing voice often proves to be an effective means of reassurance. Wow. Chapter 3. Riding the whale, sovereign of the ocean, the orca, though it may not fully comprehend its own intentions, instinctively drew closer to Chen Nan. As he placed his hand upon the orca's skin, he was met not with the anticipated softness, but rather with a firm surface coated in a viscous liquid. Smooth to the touch, which suggested that even a firm grip would prove futile. His palm glided gently over the barnacles, which had firmly rooted themselves on the orca's pectoral fin for several years, making their removal nearly impossible without tools. Understanding the situation, Chen Nan reached out and patted the massive head of the blue whale, saying, "Wait for me to fetch some tools." With a loud splash, the orca submerged its colossal head beneath the waves. Just as Chen Nan was left in perplexity, he suddenly felt an irresistible force beneath him, propelling him out of the water. Ah, goodness! It felt as if he were on a roller coaster. Soon, Chen Nan realized that the creature launching him above the surface was, in fact, the very orca he had just encountered. He found himself seated upon the back of the orca, which was as formidable as a locomotive as it swam towards the fishing boat. A shui. The audience in the live stream, perhaps due to the advanced technology of the broadcasting software, witnessed the remarkable scene of Chen Nan riding the orca in real time. In an instant, countless viewers were drawn into the stream. The barrage of comments momentarily halted, giving way to expressions of astonishment. "I've seen riding horses, cows, and pigs, but never an orca. What aquarium is this? I must see it for myself. What aquarium? Can't you see the host is out at sea?" Gasps of amazement overshadowed the live feed, as the adult orca, comparable in size to a small car, bore the weight of a human effortlessly. Chen Nan, though initially astonished, quickly regained his composure and called out to a shui. "A shui, bring me a bottle of coal, tar cleaner, and a knife." A shui responded promptly, scurrying to the deck to rummage through the supplies for what Chen Nan needed. The coal tar cleaner, specifically designed to combat heavy grime on the deck, was toxic. Its active ingredients, phenol and naphthalene, could penetrate whale skin without dissolving in water, making it effective for barnacle removal. Moreover, the orca's thick skin meant that as long as it did not ingest the substance, it would not suffer from poisoning. Chen Nan took the dark coal tar and applied it to the barnacles clinging to the orca. The orca, with its small, dark eyes, observed the process, displaying an unexpected intelligence. In fact, marine conservation organizations employ specialists to assist whales and sea turtles in barnacle removal, though such endeavors are fraught with danger. Dear viewers, he cautioned, if you lack sufficient experience, please do not attempt to emulate me. His voice, resonating clearly, sparked a flurry of comments in the live stream. "No way, host. Rest assured, even with 1,000 times my courage, I could never do something like this. What audacious words. Does anyone truly believe someone would dare to approach a wild animal to assist in barnacle removal?" In the midst of the exhilarating atmosphere, the extraordinary interaction between Chen Nan and the orca unfolded. He had no time to immerse himself in the barrage of comments flooding the live stream. As he meticulously applied coal tar cleaner to the few barnacles deeply rooted on the orca's skin before proceeding to the next phase of his task. The coal tar had already seeped into the barnacles, and he anticipated that the next step would allow him to pry them off with relative ease using a small knife. Chen Nan executed his movements with utmost caution and gentleness, acutely aware that while handling the barnacles, it was imperative not to inflict pain on the creature, particularly since wild animals often react with hostility when they sense discomfort. With a sharp snap, a decayed barnacle detached from the orca, prompting a joyful vocalization from the majestic creature. The pain that had previously accompanied its cries dissipated entirely, a transformation even perceptible to the live audience. This barnacle had likely been a parasite on the orca for 3 to 4 years, tormenting it with incessant pain and itching, a veritable ordeal. The remaining orcas encircled Chen Nan, emitting cheerful calls and witnessing the progress. He himself breathed a sigh of relief, his face breaking into a smile. Orcas are rarely, if ever, afflicted by barnacles. As one can observe from their typical locations on the body, he remarked, the barnacles have evolved to become more sophisticated over time. This orca is in excellent health, with parasites only on the foreflippers, while the harder-to-reach areas remain unaffected. The extensive scars on its body are most likely the result of itching and pain from rubbing against rocks. As the live stream continued, comments flowed in, "What a captivating cameraman. Why not zoom in a little closer? This is a mobile live stream, yet the clarity is astonishing. No audio equipment? No wonder the streamer has only a few thousand fans. Chen Nan is hard at work. New viewers, please hit the follow button soon. I'll have him showcase his unique skills. Upvote for a performance of riding an orca in the sea. The first fan sale event for streamers has commenced, although Chen Nan's live streaming account boasted only a little over 1,000 followers. The number of viewers in the live stream had surged past 1,000. Longtime fans were generating excitement, and the count was steadily rising. Yet the primary draw remained the orca's captivating performance as it shed its barnacles. Before long, several barnacles had been successfully removed, and Chen Nan exhaled in relief. Fortunately, it was an orca. Had it been a humpback whale, I might have been utterly exhausted and still unable to finish. Adult humpback whales often carry hundreds of pounds of barnacles, enough to nearly engulf them. All right, it's done. From now on, be cautious. If you get ensnared by barnacles again, there may be no one to assist you. With the barnacles released, the orca's vocalizations became noticeably more jubilant. The enormous creature splashed about exuberantly in front of Chen Nan, sending waves of water cascading over him. Caught off guard, Chen Nan was abruptly swept beneath the waves. Yet, he soon felt an irresistible force beneath his feet, lifting him effortlessly. Hey, where are you taking me? Put me down. Chen Nan found himself riding on the back of an orca, galloping across the ocean's surface, while a large orca accompanied by 3 smaller ones frolicked playfully in the water behind him. Nan, come down quickly. You're going too far? A Shui exclaimed from the deck of the boat. Wow, the streamer is incredible. This is the ocean's elite funeral procession, riding an impressive orca jet ski, with a pod of orcas providing escort. One explosive start. Little Nangu will be able to traverse the East China Sea with ease from now on. The first human to dominate the ocean alongside whales. Chapter 4. The 1,000-pound bluefin tuna. A gift from the orca, Chen Nan felt an overwhelming urge to leap off. For if this orca were to whisk him away into the desolate waters, how would he ever return to the vessel? Fortunately, the orca had no intention of abducting him. After swimming for a while, it began to turn back. Leading the way, the orca paused beside the fishing boat, seemingly aware that this was the destination of the human who had aided it. Chen Nan dared not linger. He swiftly dismounted the orca and made a beeline for the fishing boat, as if fearing that any delay would result in being pulled back. Nangu the towel. Although the weather was not cold, being soaked in seawater for too long necessitated rapid drying, lest he fall prey to rheumatism. Phew, I'm finally back. Chen Nan expressed his gratitude to Ah Shui, then gestured towards the orca still lingering at the surface, saying, You should leave now too. I must return. The orca emitted a mournful call before diving beneath the waves, disappearing from sight. Chen Nan then retrieved his phone. That was rather perilous. I was wondering if this group of orcas might take me to the Pacific. Wait, why are there suddenly so many people in the live stream? Chen Nan, taken aback, widened his eyes at the upper right corner of the screen, where the viewer count had surpassed 3,000. Even during his time caring for adorable creatures at the zoo, the peak online audience had only reached around 100. Remarkably, the wave of engagement had just soared to over 10,000 if this were to be converted into cash. It would amount to more than 1,000 yuan in earnings. As new viewers entered the stream, they began to followed, eager to see what the host's hometown is like. Are there still orcas? If I can still see orcas, I will definitely follow. Do you think the ocean is an aquarium where you can see whatever you wish? The comments flooded the live stream. Yet, it must be said that Chen Nan's call for followers was effective. Before long, the follower count rose to over 2,000 and continued to grow steadily. Nangu, let us set off again. All right. Chen Nan adjusted the camera and wiped the droplets from his skin with the towel. However, before Ah Shui could start the engine, another melodious call from the orca echoed in the air. Chen Nan instinctively turned to look. In the distance, a black and white figure surged through the water at incredible speed, heading directly towards them. Ah Shui, wait. It seems to be the orca from earlier. Oh, in no time, the orca approached the fishing boat, leaping out of the water with tremendous force, soaring several meters high, and with a powerful flick of its head, a massive shadow plummeted towards the deck of the boat. Bang! The enormous figure landed heavily on the deck, creating a dent in the metal surface. Chen Nan and the audience in the live stream finally discerned what the colossal shadow was. It was a fish approximately 2 meters in length, fusiform and stout, with a nearly circular cross-section. Its most striking feature was the deep blue hue of its back extending to the tail fin. "Nango, what a gigantic blue-fin tuna!" exclaimed Ah Shui, the fisherman, in astonishment. Bang, bang, bang. The bluefin tuna, having been removed from the ocean, did not perish immediately. Instead, it thrashed vigorously upon the deck. "Hurry, catch it before it escapes." Chen Nan and Ah Shui dashed forward, grasping the hefty bluefin tuna tightly, yet even their combined strength could not completely subdue the fish. Nonetheless, the tuna bore several wounds, and, as a species that thrives on rapid swimming for oxygen, it soon lost its vitality after a few desperate flops on land. "Wow, Brother Nan, this is unbelievable. The largest bluefin tuna our village has ever caught weighed only around 300 pounds. And this one is larger than that by half." Ah Shui exclaimed, visibly agitated. "Indeed, it is a bluefin tuna. It must weigh at least 100 pounds. 100 pounds? Are you referring to its tail? Years ago, someone in Zhoushan caught a bluefin tuna weighing 700 pounds, which was eventually auctioned for 100,000 yuan. That tuna was only 55 meters long, and this one appears to exceed 2 meters. How could it possibly weigh only 100 pounds? With the proliferation of the internet, many have gained knowledge of marine life. Most people, at the very least, are familiar with the Ferrari of the ocean, the bluefin tuna. Suddenly, the distant calls of orcas echoed from the sea, their sounds imbued with a melancholic farewell, signaling a genuine departure. Chen Nan gazed at the bluefin tuna before him, filled with astonishment. "Ah Shui, quickly bring the crane over." The medium-sized fishing vessel was well equipped, and Ah Shui adeptly maneuvered the crane to hoist the now motionless tuna. 1,000. Thud. Ah Shui gasped in disbelief. 1,059 pounds. "Brother Nan, you've struck it rich. This tuna is worth at least 100,000. Not only was Ah Shui astonished, but even Chen Nan himself felt bewildered. Despite growing up on an island, he had never encountered a tuna of such magnitude. 100,000 just for this fish? It must be a scam. The bluefin tuna is a delicacy from the deep sea. A fish of this size is rarely seen, let alone caught. Only 100,000? I remember reading in the news that in the neighboring country of Japan, bluefin tuna of this size can fetch over 20 million at auction. Upon noticing the barrage of comments in the live stream, Chen Nan chuckled. In truth, this phenomenon is deeply intertwined with the cultural practices of Japan, where nearly everyone is accustomed to the taste of raw fish, unlike in our homeland. Moreover, the primary reason lies in the origin. Previous annual auctions featured premium bluefin tuna sourced from Aomorizoma, which, due to ocean currents, possesses a superior flavor. In contrast, the tuna caught domestically often undergoes segmenting before processing. Chen Nan smiled and remarked, "Thus, the price of 100,000 is nearly the ceiling for bluefin tuna." Of course, there is still one thing Chen Nan had not mentioned. The so-called tuna auction is rife with theatricality. After all, while it is indeed rare, it is hardly a priceless treasure in a market devoid of value. Soon enough, Chen Nan and Ah Shui began the process of bleeding and freezing the deceased bluefin tuna. The bluefin tuna, often referred to as the blue diamond of fish, earns this title due to its exceptionally high fat content. This very richness in fat compels fishermen to prioritize its processing and freezing to preserve the integrity of its flesh. However, this task is indeed laborious. Chen Nan panted heavily, while Ah Shui, who was a few years his junior, grinned and remarked, "Nangu, it seems you've not fished in quite some time. Your stamina has waned." With that, he offered to take over the task. As they worked on the processed bluefin tuna, Chen Nan suddenly chuckled. It's no wonder that pods of orcas frequent this area. The oceanic currents likely bring an abundance of tuna into these waters. The orcas, in turn, migrate in pursuit of their prey. Ah Shui, with his impeccable skills, swiftly and expertly handled the hefty bluefin tuna, completing the task in no time. He then started the engine and steered the fishing boat toward the open sea. Chapter 5. The isolated island and the diligent guardian of the sea. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sea shimmered with a golden hue, reminiscent of aged fine wine. A gentle breeze caressed the water's surface, creating a mesmerizing dance of light. Seagulls soared beneath the golden twilight, making their way home. Across the vast expanse of the ocean, a solitary fishing boat swayed with the waves. "Hey, Nan, are you lost? It's already evening here, and you haven't returned home yet?" A sparse barrage of comments flickered across the live stream. Although the online audience had dwindled from several thousand to merely 500 or 600, they remained, sharing the breathtaking seascape with Chen Nan. "I mentioned that my hometown is on a remote island, but you still don't believe me." Chen Nan chuckled wryly, shaking his head. He glanced at his surroundings, acknowledging the delay caused by sorting the bluefin tuna, but they should be nearing their destination soon. Ashri, accustomed to Chen Nan's soliloquies with his phone, remarked, "We've arrived at our fishing grounds. In about half an hour, we should reach Windmill Island." As if to affirm Ashue's words, an island shadow suddenly emerged on the empty horizon, though the setting sun obscured it from clear view. As time passed and the fishing boat drew closer, the massive island began to eclipse the evening sun, revealing itself in all its grandeur. Under the vast expanse of sky, the island exuded an air of natural vitality, with towering trees obscuring the sun, evoking a sense of boundless wilderness. The waves crashed against the nearby rocks, creating a rhythmic welcome for their return. As the fishing boat approached the shore, figures began to materialize at the dock. Among them was a robust man in his 40s, his hair peppered with gray, a testament to years of hard labor. "Ashue, why are you so late in bringing them back?" shouted the gray-haired man from a distance, directing his reprimand toward the helm of the boat. "Hey, Dad, you wouldn't believe what happened on the way back. Nan is incredible." "Incredible, you say? You have no idea how worried we've been. Hurry up and get over here." Embarrassed, Chen Nan addressed the viewers in the live stream. "It's getting late, so we'll wrap up the stream here. Tomorrow, I'll show you all our island and my family zoo." "Wait, did I hear that right? Nan has a zoo at home? Is it true? An animal zoo on such a remote island? May I ask, is the zoo legitimate?" "Huh, it's not a proper zoo. My dad simply enjoys rescuing stray and injured animals, and over time, it became the only zoo in the village." "All right, see you all tomorrow." It wasn't Chen Nan's intention to end the stream. After a long day of broadcasting, his phone's backup battery had been completely drained. "Wow, how did you manage to catch such a large bluefin tuna?" Ashue's father was the first to step onto the fishing boat, and upon seeing the enormous frozen tuna in the icebox, he was left utterly astonished. "Dad, I must tell you, this is quite a remarkable tale," Ashue exclaimed with great enthusiasm, recounting to his father how Chen Nan had removed barnacles from an orca, and how that orca had subsequently shown its gratitude. The fervor of his storytelling made it seem as if he had personally accomplished a monumental feat. "Chen Nan, that's an orca you're dealing with. Dare you to pry off barnacles? That's a life-threatening endeavor." Chen Nan, reflecting on the incident, conceded humorously, "Ha, Uncle Mo, you speak the truth. I won't dare to attempt it again. Let us not dwell on that. It's been 3 years since you last returned, and you've grown taller and more composed." Uncle Mo, Ashue's father, and also Chen Nan's elder, noted as their families shared a close bond. "Come, let us head back to the village. The villagers have been eagerly preparing a welcome feast for your return, and they are already seated, waiting for you." "I mentioned on the phone that there's no need to trouble everyone," Chen Nan replied modestly. "Trouble? Nonsense. We are all family here. Ashue, our small fishing village is not like the outside world. If we didn't support one another, we would have surely become a well-known, impoverished island within hundreds of miles of sea," Uncle Mo insisted. Let us go," he called to Chen Nan, while simultaneously admonishing Ashue, "Why are you just standing there? Don't you know to help carry Chen Nan's luggage?" No need. I'm quite strong," Chen Nan replied, though he certainly could manage such minor tasks on his own. However, Ashue eagerly seized the luggage from Chen Nan's hands, exclaiming, "Dad told me that Brother Nan is the only intellectual in the entire village. In the future, we will rely on you to lead the whole village to prosperity. So I'll just follow you around carrying bags." Chen Nan smiled awkwardly. While he was indeed the only university student in the village, he was merely a second-tier bachelor's degree holder. If that qualified as an intellectual, one could find 10 on every street. The village was in close proximity to the dock, and Uncle Imo soon drove them back to the village in his tractor. The village, named Windmill Village, had originally borne a different name. Over 20 years ago, the municipal government of Donghai City established numerous wind power facilities on the island. And as more people began to refer to it as Windmill Island, the village took on the name Windmill Village as well. Stone houses dotted the landscape, alongside many old boat-shaped dwellings that resembled overturned vessels. Their arch designs were well suited to withstand typhoons, while their elevated structures offered protection against moisture, miasma, and rain. The thatched roofs were also effective in preventing dampness and providing insulation. However, as the villagers' living standards gradually improved, the more durable stone houses became increasingly favored. Here they come. Chen Nan is back. Grandpa, Grandma, it's been years since we last met. I hope you're still spry. Uncle, hey Dad. Here's some gifts I brought you from the inland city. Wonderful, wonderful. As he made his way through the village, Chen Nan respectfully greeted his elders. The meal prepared was anything but simple. The table was laden with an abundance of fish and meat, all of which represented the day as catch by the fishermen. According to local customs, it was traditional for villagers returning from afar to be honored with such a welcome feast. As night descended, the flames of the bonfire flickered to life, symbolizing a fresh and promising future. Subsequently, many departed for their homes, while Ashue assisted Chen Nan with his luggage, arriving at the entrance of a somewhat secluded courtyard. Upon pushing open the wooden gate, the courtyard, which one might have anticipated to be overgrown with weeds, revealed itself to be impeccably maintained, with not a single weed in sight, and the ground clearly having been meticulously tended to. Hearing of Nan Ji's return, my father had asked me days in advance to come and lend a hand in tidying up. If there is anything else you require at home, do let me know, and I shall bring it from my house. Chen Nan felt a deep sense of gratitude. Thank you all. Ashue grinned, saying, oh, we are all family. There is no need for such formalities. It's good that you're back. Your family members can be quite the handful, so you might want to keep them in check. Chapter 6. So, is this the zoo you mentioned, just a few dogs? Well, it is apparent at this point. Chen Nan hails from a single-parent household. His mother faced complications during childbirth, and his father, succumbing to exhaustion, passed away during his university years. Thus, he found himself alone in the world. This solitude is what compelled him to remain in Beijing after graduation, seeking to forge his own path. Over the years, he encountered numerous experiences, only to realize that his hometown ultimately served as his sanctuary. As Chen Nan surveyed his home, the various antiquated items seemed to echo time itself, conjuring vivid memories of his childhood, as if they were yesterday. Ashui did not linger long and departed for home. In the vast expanse of the house, only Chen Nan remained. Flowers may bloom anew, but youth never returns. He stepped into the light, thriving towards the sun. After a night of warmth, he drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, as the sun's first rays pierced through the mist enveloping the island, the warm sunlight bathed the entire isle, reviving all life. The air, fresh as after a rain, invigorated the spirit. Another splendid day commenced. Chen Nan awoke from his dreams, quickly washed up, and consumed the bread he had brought back the previous day to quell his hunger. With a creak, he entered the storeroom, filled with various tools. He selected a steel fork and made his way toward the coastline, simultaneously activating his live stream. Within a minute of starting the stream, nearly 100 viewers flooded into the room. Xiao Nangu has finally begun to broadcast. Hurry, take us on a tour of your zoo. I've been eagerly anticipating a glimpse of the not-so-serious zoo Xiao Nangu mentioned. Is it the zoo that is not quite serious, or the people? Observing the number of viewers, Chen Nan was somewhat surprised. Good morning, everyone. I'm currently heading to the seaside, and I'd like to share our village's scenery with you. As the camera panned, an uproar erupted in the live stream. The village, with its towering mountains shrouded in endless mist, presented a surreal vision as the dawn light pierced through the fog, evoking a sense of ethereal beauty. The distant azure coastline sparkled under the sun's rays, creating a breathtaking spectacle. As sunlight cascaded down to the earth, Chen Nan, with a hoe slung over his shoulder, swiftly descended the steps to the nearby shore, where a structure loomed over the water. Built from stone, this house could withstand the relentless assault of the sea for many years. In coastal regions, such stone constructions are prevalent. They not only resist tidal forces, but also endure typhoons and saltwater erosion. This particular house, standing firm for over a decade, remained as robust as ever. The entrance to the stone house had a fence, but was not locked, allowing it to be easily pushed open. Woof, woof, as Chen Nan pushed open the grand door. A cacophony of barks erupted from within. 3 large figures materialized before him. Among them, one stood shoulder to shoulder with Chen Nan, its sleek black fur and fierce countenance revealing it to be an adult Tibetan Mastiff. The other 2 dogs, local rural breeds, one black and the other white, resembled a pair of yin and yang guardians squatting at the doorstep. More importantly, these 3 dogs were not restrained. However, Chen Nan felt no fear. Instead, he opened his arms and exclaimed joyfully, "Black Panther!" Woof, woof, woof. He sensed that the dog's barks, initially cautious, grew increasingly sonorous, interspersed with hints of grievance. Before he could react, an overwhelming force knocked him to the ground. Slurp! Slobbery tongues were eagerly washing his face. Grr! Woof, woof! As the growls deepened, Chen Nan, who had been resisting, could only manage a wry smile. All right, Black Panther, get off me quickly, or I'll be crushed before I've even settled back in. Grr! Of course, Black Panther couldn't comprehend his words, especially with 2 local dogs desperately trying to squeeze in for affection. It was even less inclined to let go. Wow, what a massive dog! But aren't Tibetan Mastiffs meant to thrive in high-altitude plains? That big mouth is something else. It looks like it could bite off the host's entire head. Perhaps due to a surge in viewers from the previous day, the audience in the live stream had surpassed 300 in just a few minutes. For a host with only a few thousand dedicated fans, such a conversion rate was indeed extraordinary. Black Panther, sit. Chen Nan, feeling compelled, shouted firmly. The large black dog, which had been sprawled over him, seemed to respond to an invisible switch, abruptly getting off and sitting on the ground. The black and white guardians followed suit, instinctively sitting down, afraid to act out of line. Spit, spit. At this moment, Chen Nan rose, wiping his face with his sleeve, disdainfully remarking, "Look at you, acting like you've seen your beloved wife. Could you be any more ridiculous?" This scene did not go unnoticed by the viewers, who erupted in exclamations. What a well-behaved dog. ISNT had said that Tibetan Mastiffs are extremely dangerous. After 3 years apart, the host is still so loved. Looking at Black Panther's aggrieved little eyes, it's inexplicably amusing, huh? Chen Nan, observing the barrage of comments, felt a sense of helplessness. Everyone knows that Tibetan Mastiffs are fierce, but in reality, they are among the most loyal breeds, originating from the foothills of the Himalayas. Tibetan Mastiffs are regarded by local residents as guardians. They typically recognize only one master throughout their lives, and once they have chosen their master, they will never betray them. Really? I've heard many owners of Tibetan Mastiffs have been bitten, and some were even killed by their own dogs. That's right. A few years ago, my neighbor had a Tibetan Mastiff, and I heard they lost a hand to it. Comments flooded the screen with a plethora of opinions. Chen Nan shook his head with a smile. A few years ago, Tibetan Mastiffs were all the rage, and many were treated as mere commodities in the market. Do you really think those who traded them are the true masters they recognize? In Chen Nan's gentle gaze, he tenderly caressed the lush head of the Black Panther. This magnificent creature, the first being I laid eyes upon awakening, would never pose a threat to me. Beside him were the 2 playful dogs, the black and white terriers. The little black and white pups, panting with their tongues lolling out, emitted cheerful sounds of delight. After a brief moment of soothing, Chen Nan stepped inside the house. This modest dwelling, encompassing merely around 60 square meters, faced the sea without any walls, designed instead as a rudimentary dock. Did the host not promise to show us your zoo? Just these 3 dogs. So, your version of zoo consists solely of these few pups. Although the Tibetan Mastiff had also left a profound impression on the audience, it was evident that their expectations extended beyond these animals. Chapter 7, The Conch, the Dolphin, and the Waltz of the Ocean. Chen Nan chuckled, scratching his head, and remarked, "To be honest, I'm uncertain if I can still find them. As our animals roam freely and Haven T returned home for years. I'm not even sure if they left. He decided to inspect the kayak to see if it was still functional. Despite being dusty, the aging vessel showed no signs of leakage upon inflation. Chen Nan transported the kayak into the sea and secured his equipment with a phone holder. With a smile, he said, "It's been 3 years. I wonder if this method will work, but it's worth a try." Paddling the kayak, Chen Nan journeyed from the stone pier to the nearby waters. He retrieved a conch from his bag, placing its end to his lips and inhaling deeply. The sound resonated, amplified by the air within the shell, echoing across the vast ocean like a ship's horn, fading into the distance. Is this truly the sound of the conch? It can indeed produce such a call. As a child raised by the sea, one cannot forget this sound. However, blowing a conch requires skill, and among those I know, few can produce such a resounding tone. I wonder, does anyone else find it curious why the host has ventured into the sea to blow the conch? Perhaps Chen Nan intends to summon the sea god with the conch's call. Ha. The conch emitted a series of notes before the sound gradually diminished, yet echoes continued to ripple across the surface of the sea. After a moment, Chen Nan shrugged in disappointment. It seems that the creatures that once inhabited this area have departed. What many may not know is that this body of water once. Suddenly, the sound of crashing waves interrupted his thoughts, and turning around left him astounded. On the distant horizon, countless fish leaped joyfully at the surface. And through the water, large schools of fish could be seen swirling together, creating a colossal natural fishery. Goodness, look at all the fish. So many. Have they truly been summoned by the conch? The audience in the live stream witnessed this spectacle, and comments flooded the screen, nearly obscuring half of it. Chen Nan, unable to contain his excitement, stood up, scanning the waters as if searching for something. At last, the familiar sound, though not yet visible, pierced through the water with a magical resonance that filled the air. In the distance, several large gray fish leapt from the water, soaring high like crescent moons. Jiao jiao. Yao yao. I'm here, over here. On the kayak, Chen Nan jubilantly waved towards the marine creatures. The high-pitched calls echoed across the surface, growing more intense, merging into a sound reminiscent of electricity, causing a thrill in the eardrums. Likewise, the audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. Is that a dolphin? Host, please don't tell me. You have dolphins in your unconventional zoo? In the depths of the ocean, the dolphins frolicked. A spectacle of unparalleled frivolity. Chen Nan, brimming with excitement, grasped a conch shell and, lifting his head, began to blow into it with fervor. The sound, akin to a foghorn, resonated through the air, harmonizing with the dolphins' chirps. The salty sea breeze wafted around them, while fish danced upon the surging waves. The conch, the foghorn, and the dolphins' calls seemed to conjure a grand waltz of the sea in this vast expanse. The dolphins, swift and graceful, soon approached within mere meters of the kayak. A minimum of 6 in number. They did not halt as they drew near. Instead, they continued their playful dives. With splashes and leaps, they soared 2 to 3 meters into the air, showcasing the raw power of marine life in a breathtaking display. As the sky deepened into a brilliant blue and the morning sun cast its golden rays, the sunlight refracted off the splashes of seawater, resembling blooming sea lotuses. Amidst this symphony of the oceanic waltz, a deep and ancient roar emerged from the depths, a cacophony that echoed with the growls of beasts, the mooing of cattle, the grunts of swine, and the neighs of horses, urgent and multifaceted, imbued with a sense of mystical dance. The dolphins, with intellect rivaling that of humans, emitted calls rich in emotion. Chen Nan perceived fear, warmth, estrangement, and a hint of trepidation. In truth, Chen Nan needed no prompting from the dolphin spirits. He could discern the source of the sounds. The waters quaked at that moment, revealing schools of fish darting through the ocean, their movements betraying a certain panic. Another indescribable roar reverberated, vast and profound, penetrating even the depths of the sea. The conch and the dolphins continued their melodic symphony. The comments erupted. What a spectacular opening! With so many talented individuals in the world, only the streamer stands out. My scalp tingles. This sound seems to draw me into the depths of the ocean, ethereal and boundless, evoking a sense of sorrow. Look, streamer, there appears to be a large fish not far from you. In the distance, a water spout erupted, revealing a vast black back that appeared to breach the surface like an island. The massive creature loomed like a floating isle. Streamer, don't tell me this blue whale also belongs to your zoo. To witness such a stunning sight upon entering. A blue whale. I am in awe. The camera focused on the whale, its size dwarfing the surrounding ocean, resulting in a breathtaking scene that sent shivers down the spine, a thrill that enveloped the viewers. The powerful back-end engine of the live streaming software captured the scene at that moment. And anyone who happened to enter the live room found themselves trembling with excitement as they clicked in. The viewer count surged instantaneously to several thousand. But at this moment, did Chen Nan have the luxury to attend to this? Pan. I have returned. Chen Nan set down the conch and leapt from the kayak, waving frantically at the blue whale floating on the surface of the sea. In his exuberance, he resembled a child, unable to contain his eagerness as he plunged into the icy waters. Yet, no matter how frigid the sea, it could not overshadow the fervor of his heart. Jiao, take me over there. The blue whale was colossal, but in truth, it was far from the shore. And the water level here was utterly inadequate to support such an enormous creature. Squeak. Chapter 8. The blue whale, Pan, a call from the deep sea. Jiao is the largest among the dolphins, measuring nearly 4 meters in length. However, being a dolphin and not an orca, it is naturally impossible for Chen Nan to ride it. Yet, the clever dolphin nudges him with its snout, its powerful tail fin showcasing an impressive burst of strength. In an instant, Chen Nan is propelled across the surface of the ocean like a flying acrobat, rapidly nearing the distant blue whale. Amidst the distractions of the live stream, Chen Nan, with Jiao as assistance, soon approaches Pan, the blue whale, and with a mighty leap, he rises from the water, landing upon the whale's back. The texture is smooth and firm, as always. Wow, Pan, I can't believe you're still at Windmill Island. I searched for you 3 years ago and couldn't find you. I thought you had left. Chen Nan gently pats the smooth back of the blue whale, tears welling up in his eyes. No one knows the depth of his bond with Pan. It has been at least 6 years since they last met. Yet their connection transcends the boundaries of species. When Chen Nan was a child, his mother experienced complications during childbirth, and the desolate island lacked any form of infant formula. Fortunately, his father had once rescued a blue whale and later took him, still in swaddling clothes, to be nourished with whale milk. Thus, this blue whale before him could be considered half a mother to Chen Nan. The deep, resonant calls of the whale convey a profound intensity of emotion. Although blue whales possess advanced brain structures, their bodies lack a complex system for expression. However, Chen Nan and Pan have grown up together, relying not on verbal communication, but rather on instinctive understanding. A simple splash of water conveys all that needs to be known. Pan, I have returned. I will not leave you again. Time may alter many things, but it also has the capacity to deepen emotions. Chen Nan and Pan nestle against each other, and he even inspects her body to ensure she is free from parasites and barnacles. Thankfully, perhaps due to her lifelong habits of cleanliness, Pan is devoid of any parasites. However, their time together is not lengthy. Chen Nan soon perceives the hunger emanating from Pan. Adult blue whales exceed 25 meters in length, and their immense size necessitates a substantial food intake, consuming between 4,000 and 8,000 kilograms daily, an endeavor that consumes a significant portion of their time in hunting. Go on, just a glance is enough. In the future, I will seek you out in the deep sea. It seems that Pan comprehends Chen Nan's words. As a fissure opens along her back, and she begins to breathe heavily, preparing for the impending dive into the depths. Then he beheld its colossal mouth, akin to an abyss, exhaling towards the ocean's surface. From its jaws emerged a plethora of enormous fish, including tuna, manta rays, squid, and octopuses. Among these were both live fish and freshly deceased specimens. These offerings were gifts from Pan to Chen Nan, a recurring ritual. Each time Pan delivered sustenance, it emitted a peculiar inquiry, as if puzzled by the fact that this child never seemed to grow. Alas, I fear I may never attain such a size as yours. Amused, Chen Nan playfully patted its broad back, feeling the sea gradually engulf his legs. Lacking tools, he could not transport such a bounty of marine life, and could only embrace a larger tuna. The remaining fish were beckoned to the dolphins, Jiao Jiao and Yao Yao, to share in the feast. Drenched in water, he returned to the kayak, a smile illuminating his face. In my youth, the ocean's creatures were far more abundant than they are now. There was even a remarkably adorable nutria, flocks of seagulls, and a myriad of marine life. Yet, with the passage of time, their whereabouts remain a mystery. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the live stream. Goodness, what an impressive turnout. Chen Nan recalled that when he departed, the online viewers numbered only in the hundreds. Yet now, the count in the upper right corner had surged to over 7,000. So, love will indeed fade away, right? Foolish streamer, return my blue whale. I am unfollowing. Where did you get the fish? Oh, it was a blue whale that gifted it to you. But where's the blue whale? I don't care. If you don't show me the blue whale today, I'll report you. The barrage of comments was rife with complaints. Chen Nan, feeling a bit sheepish, scratched his head. Well, I apologize for my earlier excitement. I momentarily forgot to shift the camera. However, to be fair, the makeshift device I use for streaming lacks waterproof capabilities. Yet, the audience remained unconvinced, deliberating on reporting the streamer. Chen Nan scratched his head again. I promise, next time, when I'm properly equipped, I will ensure you all have a splendid view. Furthermore, you may not be aware, but Pan is, in a way, akin to a mother to me. Could it be that the streamer transformed from a blue whale into a human? Isn't it said that after the founding of the nation, monsters were prohibited from becoming sentient? Chen Nan chuckled. It's not as outrageous as you all suggest. My father told me that my mother passed away during childbirth, and due to the island's isolation, there was no formula. Thus, my father sought Pon's milk for me, so it indeed qualifies as my half-mother. Goodness, is there anything more shocking than this? Can whale milk even be consumed? Not only can it be consumed, but it's also beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. In other countries, whale milk is sold. But not only is it costly, but it's also inaccessible to anyone who isn't a regular customer. Many in the live stream's comment section showed a keen interest in this topic, yet Chen Nan was reluctant to elaborate further. Instead, she smiled and continued, as for today, to make amends for you all, I have arranged for Jiao Jiao and the others to showcase a remarkable talent. Here's your chance. Speak with your abilities. Otherwise, my little fingers might unfollow you without mercy. One last opportunity. If I'm not satisfied, I may have to report the streamer. This generation of fans is indeed quite demanding, quick to unfollow or report. Even Chen Nan felt a moment of speechlessness. Everyone knows that dolphins are incredibly intelligent creatures, capable of producing two distinct frequencies of sound. One is a high-frequency sound exceeding 200 to 300 kilohertz, an ultrasonic wave that is inaudible to humans, used to detect the presence of prey or obstacles in the water. The radar systems we humans use were actually developed based on the dolphin's ultrasonic calls. The other is a low-frequency sound that can be heard by humans underwater, utilized for communication among companions, forming the language of dolphins. This sound is filled with enchanting beauty, as if it reaches deep into the soul. Chen Nan raised his hands, resembling a maestro of the sea. As his forearms moved, the sounds of the dolphins echoed, sharp and penetrating. Even a modest recording capabilities of a subpar phone could perfectly capture them at such close proximity. The calls of "yee, squeak, squeak" resonated, rising and falling in rhythm with Chen Nan's expressive arm movements, singing out loud. Meanwhile, in the office of the streaming software's backend, a professionally dressed woman approached the director with a tablet in hand, saying, "Director, this is a streamer I've been following closely. Previously, they streamed animal husbandry, but after resigning, they returned to their hometown island to broadcast, showcasing exceptional talent. I believe we should sign them as a key development prospect. Goodness, they're riding orcas and even attaching barnacles to them. This is not merely talent. It's astonishing. Wait, dolphins, blue whales." The middle-aged man, referred to as the director, gasped in surprise, his eyes sparkling with excitement, Sign them. We must sign them. Based on the skills they've displayed so far, they are destined to become a top outdoor streamer in the future. The woman, equally exhilarated, asked, then, Director, what type of contract should we offer them? Upon hearing this, the director fell in a deep thought and, after a moment, replied, in recent years, the streaming industry has become highly competitive. If we don't provide some advantages, even our large platform won't be able to retain talent. Below an A-level contract, you could decide how to proceed. The woman's eyes sparkled with determination as she nodded emphatically. Understood. Thank you for your trust, Director. Chapter 9. The Wealthy Blue She, the Mercenary Purchasing Dry Bonito. Creak, creak, creak. As the final notes of the song faded away, the vast and boundless sea succumbed to a tranquil silence. Even the gentle whispers of the wind waned, as if reluctant to disturb this exquisite scene. Is this the song of dolphins? Although I cannot comprehend their message, I can sense a certain joy. A special skill from the host. Look, a superhero has rewarded the host with a private jet. The gentleness you seek has rewarded the host with 99 lollipops. In an instant, the screen was flooded with rewards, and Chen Nan naturally expressed his gratitude, realizing that since his resignation, this had become his sole source of income. He thanked the audience for their gifts and for their fondness for marine life. Wow! Just at that moment, a pink fortress swept across the live stream. Princess Blue, she has rewarded the host with a carnival ticket. Wow! This is a big spender. I senti it. Chen Nan, you should bow down and show your respect. Blue She, isn't this the wealthy GM? It seems Chen Nan has officially entered the radar of GM management. Indeed, in just 2 days, the viewers soared from single digits to 4 digits. How could that not attract GM's attention? The barrage of comments fluttered through the live stream, and Chen Nan was momentarily taken aback. Thank you, Princess Blue She, for the carnival ticket. Princess Blue She, this is not a gift for you, but rather money for the dolphins' food. Don't let me find out you skimped on it. Otherwise, you shall not escape my wrath. Chen Nan scratched his head and smiled. All right, tomorrow I shall head to town to purchase fish food, ensuring they are all fat and healthy. Having said that, he lifted his gaze to the increasingly scorching sun. Time is running short. It is nearly noon, and if I do not return soon, I shall be scorched. In the future, I will take everyone on a tour of the marine zoo. With that, Chen Nan paddled his kayak back towards the stone house. At the simple dock of the stone house, the Black Panther and the 2 small ones waited eagerly, their eyes fixed on Chen Nan. Brother Nan, are you here? Just as he was about to land, a hearty voice called out from outside the stone house. It was a Shui, holding an iron basin filled with remnants of bones, shrimp, crabs, and leftover rice. I figured you might be here, since the Black Panther didn't come out. Woof, woof, woof. Upon seeing a Shui, the Black Panther and the 3 dogs barked even more joyfully. A Shui poured the scraps from the basin into 3 feeding bowls for them. Over the years, thanks to your care, the Black Panther and the others would have surely starved without you. At this point, Chen Nan felt a twinge of guilt. After graduating, he had not returned to the village, solely focused on making a name for himself elsewhere, unaware that so many awaited his return. Not at all. Besides, the Black Panther is quite formidable. Over the years, wild monkeys have frequently caused trouble in the village, stealing things. It was the Black Panther, along with the little black and white ones, who chased them away, prompting the village chief to personally urge me to take good care of them. Ashue chuckled with a simple smile and said, By the way, Nan, you must come to my house later. My mother insisted that I bring you home for dinner. All right, I have long cherished Annie's culinary skills. Ashue's residence was located in the village, and due to the presence of a medium-sized fishing vessel, the family was relatively affluent. Their home was constructed from marble, covering an area exceeding 300 square meters. Nan has arrived. Come in and take a seat. Ashue beckoned. His mother, a woman in her 40s with the plumpness typical of rural women, greeted Chen Nan with a beaming face as he entered the house. Hello, Andy. Is Xiaoyu not home? Ashue had an older sister, 2 years younger than Chen Nan, who had left for work long ago. Xiaoyu worked in town and mentioned she had been quite busy lately, returning home only once every 2 to 3 months. Is that so? Chen Nan mused, suddenly raising his phone. By the way, Andy, I'm currently live streaming. I hope that's all right. What is live streaming? It's akin to a video call, but with many viewers able to watch. Annie displayed astonishment. How many is a lot? Well, there are currently over 8,700 people. Auntie's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my goodness, you mean to say there are over 8,000 people watching you? That's about the gist of it, but if it makes you uncomfortable, I can turn off the stream. Oh no, since they're all friends of Nannan. It's perfectly fine. Besides, in this remote island, there's nothing inappropriate to see. I'll go prepare dinner. After saying this, she glanced outside and, with a hint of concern, told Ashue, you should gather the sun-dried bonito outside. I'll go with you, he replied. In the backyard, there were numerous drying racks adorned with long, grayish strips of fish. Everyone, take a look. This is the bonito dried fish produced on Windmill Island, a local specialty. Is this dried fish? It looks moldy. Can it be eaten? I haven't read much. Don't deceive me, streamer. Indeed, this dried fish looks quite different from ordinary dried fish. It doesn't even resemble fish at all. Many such queries fill the live chat. Chen Nan remained unperturbed, picking up a piece and inspecting it under the camera. While many might not recognize dried bonito, those familiar with Japanese cuisine would certainly know about katsuobushi. It is an essential ingredient in nearly all Japanese dishes. As he spoke, Chen Nan struck the dried bonito against a stone on the ground. With a dull thud, the bonito collided with the stone, producing a resonant sound. Dried bonito is not only delicious, but also holds the Guinness World Record for being the hardest ingredient. Here, we typically use it to make soup or grate it as a substitute for MSG. There are also specialized buyers who come to the village to purchase it. Nearly every household smokes a substantial amount. Having grown accustomed to Chen Nan speaking to the camera, Ashue interjected, Nan, don't even mention those buyers. You have no idea how disgusting they can be. Chen Nan turned his head, puzzled. What do you mean? Ashue, with a hint of indignation, remarked, these merchants who purchase dried bonito have consistently driven down the price. From initial 50 yuan per pound, it has now plummeted to just over 30. If we could sell it ourselves, we would rather let it go to waste than hand it over to them. What? Chen Nan exclaimed in astonishment. Even at the highest price, it only amounts to 50 yuan? Ashue shrugged. 50 yuan was somewhat acceptable, considering that once these bonito are caught, no one shows interest in them. But now, after all this hassle, they're only willing to buy at around 30 yuan per pound. With the time spent on this, we would be better off making more trips out to sea for fishing. The earnings would exceed this measly amount. Chen Nan furrowed his brow, and upon hearing Ashue's words, a tremendous uproar erupted within the live stream. Chapter 10, Collaboration Achieved, High Price Acquisition. How outrageous! These unscrupulous merchants are purchasing fermented bonito flakes at over 30 per pound, while my store's cost price exceeds 170. As a proprietor of a Japanese cuisine establishment for a decade, I can assert that the market price for this type of fermented and sun-dried bonito never falls below 150 per pound, and acquiring it at such a price without personal connections is virtually impossible. Is this truly just dried fish? Can it be that expensive? How could it not be? Just the other day, the sushi restaurant charged me extra for the bonito flakes, and I'm still nursing the wounds from that encounter. Observing the barrage of comments in the live stream, Chen Nan furrowed his brow. The quality of bonito flakes available on the market varies greatly, making it challenging for me to comment. However, the bonito flakes produced on Windmill Island require at least 6 months of fermentation to become a finished product. As he held the bonito flakes, Chen Nan began to explain. First, the bonito we catch must undergo a chilling process, be steamed, and have its bones meticulously removed by hand before being transformed into this dried segment. It then requires fermentation with blueberry mold, after which it is sun-dried for a month. The dried segment in my hand is a product that has undergone a single fermentation and sun-drying process. Yet, such fermentation and sun-drying must occur at least twice more to fully lock in the protein and achieve optimal quality. Given the complexity of this process, do you still consider $15 per pound exorbitant? At that moment, a striking comment illuminated the live stream. Its prominence stemmed from the golden frame around it, indicating the commenter was a guardian from another stream, one who paid $200,000 annually. The Shang restaurant. Can the host find a shaver to prepare some bonito flakes for us to see? Certainly. replied a Shui, retrieving a shaver. Though Shui was puzzled, he complied with the request. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a dedicated shaver for bonito flakes. As the shaver met the resilient bonito, a sharp, piercing sound resonated, and delicate shavings of flakes burst forth. Each slice bore unique wood grain patterns. Without prior knowledge, one would never suspect these were made from fish. These grain patterns are the distinctive lines formed by the protein in the fish, which a seasoned artisan can discern to assess the quality of the bonito flakes. The Shang restaurant has rewarded the host with X1 Carnival. The Shang restaurant, a small token of appreciation. If the bonito flakes from the host's hometown are of such quality, we will take as many as you have, at the price of 210 yuan per pound for the Honkatsu segment. Honkatsu segment? What is that? Chen Nan, suppressing his excitement at the golden comments flashing across the screen, began to elucidate. The Honkatsu segment is a term used in Japanese cuisine to describe the quality of bonito flakes. Due to the intricate production process, it is categorized into several stages. Typically, the bonito flakes produced after steaming are referred to as dried segments, while those that undergo sun-drying are called raw segments. If they are fermented with blue mold once, they are termed katsu, and if fermented twice or more, they are classified as honkatsu. After Chen Nan finished speaking, he smiled and said, "However, the dried skipjack tuna from our windmill village is not that complicated, as it requires at least 2 rounds of mold drying, thus belonging to the Benku Festival. I just checked online, and the minimum price for the Benku Festival is 300 yuan per pound. I just heard from Brother Ashui that the buyers in the village are only offering 30 yuan per pound. This is outrageous." The minister's restaurant. If the host could assist in establishing contact, we would promptly make a deposit and arrange personnel for procurement. Chen Nan's eyes brightened as he turned to Ashui and said, "Ashui, a friend in the live stream is interested in purchasing your dried skipjack tuna. I wonder if you would be willing to sell it to him?" Ashui scratched his head and tentatively inquired, "How much is he offering? Not that I am mercenary, but—" "Brother Nan, these goods, this young man lacks experience and even stumbles over negotiations. No wonder he gets taken advantage of by unscrupulous merchants. 210 yuan per pound. 210? Ashui's eyes widened. "Brother Nan, aren't you slaughtering the pig?" Upon uttering this, Ashui became cautious, knowing that Brother Nan was broadcasting live, as if afraid of being overheard. "The most we sell for is 51 per pound, and you're offering him 210. If this gets out, we'll be branded as merchants of Windmill Island." Though Ashui spoke softly, it was impossible to escape the live stream's audio. He began to understand the plight of these hard-working people. Even when at a loss, they would not harm others. These are truly diligent and wise individuals. In the past, I always perceived rural folk as miserly, yet this is their livelihood. Every piece a testament to their laborious sweat. Chen Nan smiled, yet a hint of bitterness lingered. "Rest assured, we have not exploited anyone. We have always been the ones exploited." "Damn it, Mom," Ashui shouted as he rushed into the kitchen. As lunchtime approached, Uncle Mo returned from outside and handed Chen Nan a bank card. "That bluefin tuna sold for 120,000. The money is in the card. Now that you're back, don't spend it recklessly. Save it for when you marry." Chen Nan nodded with a smile. "I understand. Thank you, Uncle Mo." Uncle Mo waved his hand dismissively. "What are you thanking me for? We're all family. By the way, about the bride, why is dinner not ready? What are you busy with?" In the backyard, Auntie peeked her head out joyfully. "You don't know yet. Chen Nan sold hundreds of pounds of our dried skipjack tuna for 210 yuan per pound. I must hurry to prepare these fish." 210. Uncle Mo's eyes widened, before turning to Chen Nan with a glare. "Selling it at such a high price. Are you slaughtering pigs?" Fortunately, at that moment, he had already ended the broadcast. Otherwise, the live stream would surely have erupted in laughter once more. After Chen Nan explained to Uncle Mo, he finally revealed his excitement. "Really, how much do you need? If it's door to door, that quantity is quite staggering. By the sea, the villagers of Windmill Village, numbering around 100 households, are predominantly fishermen. Each day, they set out to sea, and even on the leanest days, they manage to bring home 100 pounds of dried bonito. Upon reflection, it is estimated that there could be at least 10,000 pounds of this delicacy available. It would be prudent to inform them in advance. Chen Nan considered this, and then took out his phone to log into the back end of the live streaming software. Having collaborated previously, he had exchanged contact information with the other party before the broadcast ended, thus enabling easy communication. When he conveyed the quantity of goods, the Chung restaurant responded almost instantaneously. Brother, don't mention just 10,000 pounds. We would gladly take 100,000. Whatever you have, the more the better. And we can sign a contract at any time. Chen Nan did not reply immediately. Instead, he turned to a search engine and entered the name of the Chung restaurant. Wow, how impressive. Chapter 11 Nan, came the cries of the mischievous boy. The De Chung restaurant, by its very name, might easily be mistaken for an ordinary Japanese eatery, although that is indeed one aspect of its operations. However, it boasts over 600 direct branches nationwide. Even more astonishingly, they are responsible for the supply of raw materials, with culinary warehouses exceeding 10,000 square meters in major first-tier cities across the country. Undoubtedly, this is a testament to the formidable strength of its proprietor. Chen Nan refrained from further inquiries and turned to Uncle Mo, saying, as long as the quality is assured, we will take as much as you have, purchasing at the price you specified. Bang! Uncle Mo excitedly slapped the table, exclaiming, really? It's true. Chen Nan, equally exhilarated, replied, yes, I would also appreciate it if you could tally the available dried bonito fish for me. I will report the numbers. I'll go gather everyone right now. Uncle Mo exclaimed, rising to leave. Hey, Oncle Montauk. With over 100 households in the village, there's no need to visit each one. Just make a call, Chen Nan suggested. Ah, indeed, heh. Perhaps it was the good news brought by Chen Nan that prompted Uncle Mo to treat everyone to an extravagant lunch, even producing his treasured old wine, insisting that Chen Nan have a glass. Speaking of drinking, while Chen Nan would not claim to be a heavy drinker, he could easily handle a pound of ordinary white liquor. In fact, the island's residents rarely had any alcohol at all. Given the high humidity, it was manageable under normal circumstances, but during the autumn and winter months, venturing out to fish without a few drinks would be quite taxing on the body. Initially, Chen Nan thought that the task of counting would be arduous, but to his surprise, by the afternoon, Uncle Mo returned with news. The village had over 8,000 pounds of finished dry bonito fish. In truth, had many of the fish not yet completed drying, the quantity would have been even greater. When Chen Nan relayed this information to the Chung restaurant, they promptly agreed to sign the electronic contract and transfer the advance payment directly to his account. Nannan, your friend is remarkably straightforward. They haven't even seen the goods, yet they promptly send the advance payment. Uncle Mo exclaimed, astonished. Chen Nan smiled and replied, Uncle Mo, we live in a society governed by law now. Once a contract is signed, the matter is settled. If we fail to deliver, or if the goods do not meet their standards, they would certainly refuse. Moreover, the world values rarity. If they did not provide in advance, we would have no reason to hold the goods for them. Oh, I see. I lack education and do not understand such things. As long as they are willing to accept, we will certainly hold onto the goods for them. Also, I need you to tally the numbers and distribute the advance payments to each household. They have agreed to come to Windmill Island the day after tomorrow to collect the goods. Oh, understood. With a light-hearted gait, Uncle Mo departed. Fishermen often faced a month of bad luck, subsisting on little more than the wind. With nearly no byproducts on Windmill Island, the year-round catch consisted solely of fish, and the sale of dried fish could provide some much-needed supplementary income. Thanks to Chen Nan, the dried bonito fish would bring each household several tens of thousands of dollars in revenue. Who could possibly be unhappy? Just as Uncle Mo had not long left the house, a sudden cacophony erupted from the sky. Hearing the familiar sound, Chen Nan instinctively raised his head to gaze skyward. In the dusky evening sky, a magnificent sea bird with an expansive wingspan, reminiscent of a mythical rock, soared gracefully through the air. The magnificent frigate bird, Chen Nan murmured to himself, suddenly struck by a thought. Caw-caw. At that moment, the soaring frigate bird emitted a piercing call and swooped down towards him. Hey, wait. Chen Nan panicked, waving his arms at the sky. However, the colossal figure disregarded his plea and continued its descent. As it drew near, he could discern its enormous wings, which spanned over 2 meters. Fortunately, Just before landing, the great bird flapped its wings and slowed its speed dramatically. Yet even so, its landing stirred up a great cloud of dust, causing the nearby weeds to tremble as if they might be uprooted. Given such force, it was no wonder Chen Nan chose to evade. Were it to land directly upon him, it would surely result in a fracture. Caw-caw. Once the giant bird touched down, it folded its wings, appearing less formidable than anticipated, yet the cacophony of its coos grew increasingly dense. You rascal, after all these years, you still behave so wildly. Chen Nan laughed as he approached, playfully tapping the bird's head. Wait, I must show my friends in the live stream. He took out his phone and opened the live streaming platform. By 6 o'clock in the evening, many had finished work, marking a peak in traffic on the streaming platform. At that moment, Chen Nan's followers had surged past 50,000, and within moments of starting the stream, hundreds have flocked in. Brother, Nen has finally gone live. Take me to see Jiao Jiao, I want to see the dolphins. Go out to find blue whales, I want to see the blue whales. Chen Nan's audience was genuinely engaged. Although he had just over 50,000 followers, within a mere few moments of broadcasting, 500 viewers had joined, clamoring to see dolphins and blue whales. Haha. While Jiao Jiao and the others are quite fond of me, they're still part of the ocean, and I cannot disturb them too much. However, an old friend has visited my home today. Would you like to see? The host is quite the teaser. I must see what this little treasure is. If you have the ability, bring out a national treasure. We want to witness it. Brother Nan is increasingly suspicious of teasing us. Everyone, don't give him an inch, or who knows what he might become in the future. The barrage of comments was plentiful, and Chen Nan chuckled, choosing not to prolong the suspense. Instead, he directed the camera towards the frigate bird, which had just regained its composure. Now, little rascal, greet my friends in the live stream. The frigate bird graciously complied, squawking enthusiastically. It even raised its feathery neck, producing a series of cooing sounds. As it called out, the large red feathers around its neck began to swell, quickly inflating into a vibrant crimson pouch, exuding a strikingly vivid hue. Oh my goodness! What is this peculiar sight? Why is it sticking out its tongue? What kind of gaze is that? Surely, that cannot be a tongue. To me, it resembles a tumor. Host, your friend is rather extraordinary. You must urgently take him to the hospital and never abandon treatment. Everyone leave. What kind of gaze do you all possess? This is a man-o-war bird. National First Protection. As the camera focused on the mischievous rascal, the viewers in the live stream immediately began to discuss, but it was evident that the majority failed to recognize him. Only a select few identified him as a national first protection animal, the man-o-war bird. Chapter 12. The Thieving Bird Tradition, Migratory Bird Research Institute. It appears that some have indeed recognized this little rascal. Indeed, this extraordinary avian specimen is the magnificent frigate bird, a creature classified as a first-class protected species within our nation and listed among the endangered in the Global Red Data Book. As for the vibrant red pouch you see, it is neither a tongue nor a tumor. It is a sac that the frigate bird displays when it encounters something it adores. Chen Nan prodded the exposed red pouch of the mischievous creature, causing it to deflate like a punctured balloon. The frigate bird is steeped in many tales. For instance, the prominent red pouch is a hallmark of its attraction to certain stimuli. Typically, during the spring, they display their vivid pouches while languidly reclining on the shore, awaiting the selection of a female frigate bird. The term selection is rather amusing. Could it be akin to a grand courtship event? I see. This frigate bird must be enamored with little Nan, hoping for him to take it home. Isn't it little Nan who should be choosing a mate to bring home? Grr. The little rascal squawked at Chen Nan, and soon one could see its neck swell as it opened its beak. With a pop, a sardine, roughly the size of 2 fingers, was expelled from its elongated beak, landing on the ground. The sardine still exhibited a degree of vitality, evidently not yet deceased. Showcasing its freshness, Chen Nan grimaced at the corner of his mouth. Well, you enjoy it yourself. That's quite revolting. Chen Nan's demeanor naturally provoked the ire of the livestream audience. How could the host disdain such an adorable national treasure's offering? Is it the frigate bird that lacks the means to wield a knife? Or has little Nan become too haughty? Observing these comments, Chen Nan's brow furrowed with annoyance. Hey, you all don't understand, so please refrain from jumping to conclusions. Who knows how many hands this morsel has passed through before reaching this rascal's beak? Just because they are called frigate birds doesn't mean they are virtuous. These creatures are notorious bandits of the sea, which is precisely why I have dubbed it Little Thief. Bandits? Little Thief. Could it be that there's something concealed within? Haha, I can comprehend why little Nan is hesitant to partake. I wouldn't dare either. Noting the fervor of the live stream viewers, Chen Nan reached out to stroke the fluffy feathers of Little Thief. As you can see, the feathers of the frigate bird are plush and smooth. Unlike other seabirds, their plumage lacks an oily coating, rendering them doomed should they fall into the sea. Typically, they sustain themselves by catching fish, shrimp, and jellyfish in shallow waters. Moreover, their most common tactic is to intercept and pilfer the catches of other seabirds, earning them the moniker bandit bird. Chen Nan shrugged. So you see, this sardine, by the time it reaches the frigate bird's beak, who knows how many hands it has passed through? How could I dare to eat it? What an enlightening experience. If that is the case, why aren't they called pirate birds instead of frigate birds? In response, Chen Nan chuckled. That brings us to their behavioral traits. The frigate bird, with its expansive wingspan, is an exceptional flyer, capable of soaring over the ocean for an entire month, and it boasts the highest speed among seafaring birds, akin to that of a warship. Initially referred to as the guardian bird, it gradually gained renown and came to be known as the frigate bird. Little did Chen Nan know, the frigate bird is not only the fastest avian creature over the seas, but can also plunge at a breathtaking speed of 418 kilometers per hour, fearlessly enduring winds of up to level 12. The viewers, flooded with comments, expressed their astonishment. Is it really that impressive? Does the host not even know this? After a brief search on an encyclopedia, they were indeed taken aback to discover that this formidable creature surpasses even high-speed trains and can soar to altitudes exceeding 1,000 meters. Countless comments streamed across the screen, and Chen Nan, fully aware of the excitement, chuckled and remarked, "The reason I stated that the frigate bird is the fastest over the ocean is simply because that is what I have personally witnessed. However, the speed of 418 kilometers per hour and the ability to withstand a level 12 gale, while documented, lacks corroborative evidence in the extensive research I have conducted." He shrugged, expressing his exasperation. There isn't even supporting data, let alone empirical measurements. Moreover, the frigate bird's physique does not possess the aerodynamic elegance of a peregrine falcon, from which the B-2 bomber was inspired. If the frigate bird truly possessed such capabilities, it would be remiss not to imitate it. Nevertheless, he acknowledged, this is not the crux of our discussion. At the very least, with its broad wingspan, the frigate bird is more than equipped to traverse the skies above the ocean, embodying the essence of a rogue. The mischievous creature appeared to interpret Chen Nan's words as flattery, bobbing its long beak and producing a rhythmic tapping sound. With a twinkle of amusement in his eyes, Chen Nan reached out to gently stroke the frigate bird's head, saying, "You little rascal, it has been quite some time. I never imagined you would still recognize me." The viewers chimed in, "So adorable, utterly heart-melting. Why, Chen Nan, your other pets have such lovely names. Yet this charming bird has such a mundane one." Chen Nan responded with a chuckle. "That is because this rascal was incredibly mischievous in its youth. During a tempestuous storm, my father rescued it from the sea and brought it home. It was quite terrifying at the time. Who would have thought that later on? It would seize the nests of sparrows in my courtyard and make itself at home. Whenever it felt hungry, it would sneak into the house to steal food. And any fish drying outside was at serious risk of disappearing into its belly. I used to loathe it as a child, hence the name Little Rascal. However, as it grew older, it became increasingly affectionate, even bringing back fish as offerings for me." Chen Nan scratched his head, reflecting at that time, "I had no idea it was pilfering food from other birds while relishing every bite. Stealing from others' mouths, how audacious. Chen Nan is truly blessed to have a bird that brings him food every day. Not everyone can enjoy such a privilege. This is not merely a rare delight, but a testament to resilience." Perhaps it was the allure of the frigate bird or the leisure time of the viewers, but in an instant, the live stream surged to thousands of participants. Even at the peak of the morning, the number of viewers remained remarkably high, which made Chen Nan, a relatively new streamer, feel a tinge of anxiety. However, upon reflection, he realized that streaming was merely a means to pass the time and did not impose any significant pressure on him. The Migratory Bird Research Institute, renowned for its contributions to scientific research within the country, has garnered numerous accolades on the international stage. In contrast to weather forecasts, migratory birds possess an extraordinary sensitivity to the fluctuations of Earth's oceanic currents and climatic changes. Indeed, through the observation of seabirds, one can even discern certain patterns of Earth's rotation and lunar tidal influences. At this moment, an excited voice resonated from the esteemed Migratory Bird Research Institute. "Professor, you must see what I have discovered." "No, Professor Zhang, you need to take a look at this." Chapter 13. Goodness. It is indeed the renowned Migratory Bird Research Institute's laboratory. Li Heng hastily passed his phone over. Professor Zhang glanced at the screen, only to find it was a live broadcast. He felt a surge of irritation. But as his gaze fell upon the vivid red air sac and the resplendent plumage of the bird, he was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "The red-bellied tropic bird. Is this in our country?" Li Heng, brimming with excitement, spoke rapidly. "Yes. According to the broadcaster's narration, it should be located on a remote island in the Dongsha Islands. This is our first sighting of the red-bellied tropic bird in the East China Sea. Moreover, even the confirmed white-bellied tropic bird in the East China Sea migrates to the Pacific and Indian Oceans during autumn. This discovery is nothing short of revolutionary in our understanding of the red-bellied tropic bird." Professor Zhang, fully aware of the significance of Li Heng's words, resolutely declared, "We must find a way to contact this broadcaster and request detailed information from them. If possible, we should negotiate for further environmental data on the red-bellied tropic bird." "Understood." Meanwhile, Chen Nan, having played for a while with the mischievous lad, rose as the sky darkened. It was getting late, and he had just brought home a dried skipjack tuna from his aunt's house, along with a few fresh sea fish. They would be having sashimi for dinner. At that moment, Chen Nan's phone vibrated with an incoming call from an unfamiliar number, but he promptly hung up. A smile danced in his eyes as he continued, "That little rascal loves my sashimi more than anything." Just as he was about to leave, a golden barrage of comments suddenly flooded the live stream. Migratory Bird Research Institute. "Hello, Brother Nan. We are from the esteemed Migratory Bird Research Institute's laboratory. We need your cooperation for a few simple tests on this rare red-bellied tropic bird." Goodness. It is indeed the renowned Migratory Bird Research Institute. Does anyone know what this is about? No idea, but I'm baffled. JPG. I don't know. Why are you so surprised? ISNT at what he himself said. The famous Migratory Bird Research Institute. I merely reiterated that. Such eye-catching comments were hard for Chen Nan to ignore, yet he merely chuckled and replied, "I'm sorry, but I need to go prepare dinner. And my friend is hungry too." He pointed to the adorably daft tropic bird, which seemed to understand, opening and closing its beak in response. However, the other party appeared relentless, and another golden comment traversed the live stream. Migratory Bird Research Institute. Brother Nan, rest assured, it won't take long. We only need your cooperation to complete a few metric tests and to ask you some questions. Our colleague will call you. Please answer. Beep. Chen Nan hung up the phone once more, then spoke with a neutral expression. "First and foremost, I have clearly stated that I need to cook. Furthermore, I don't believe I have any obligation to comply with your requests. And, might I add, is there an issue with your tone? You come in here directing others to work as if we are acquainted. Apologies. I do not acquiesce to your collaboration or suggestions." The barrage of comments in the live stream was filled with derision, and one cannot help but remark upon the innate rebellious spirit of this generation of netizens. Chen Nan merely smiled, not allowing the incident to weigh on his mind. When it comes to seafood delicacies, discerning epicures naturally gravitate towards the sumptuous flesh of deep-sea fish. Yet, in our island locale, few have an inclination for tuna or salmon. Instead, we prefer more commonplace varieties. As he spoke, he extracted a plump, vibrant red fish from a red plastic bag. It was a grouper elongated in shape, with a small head, blue eyes housing dark pupils, and its body adorned with delicate white speckles. The moment this grouper came into view, the live chat erupted in unison. "Eastern Star grouper. You call that ordinary? What are the conditions? A face basin-sized Eastern Star grouper, and you deem this commonplace?" Fortunately, The modern internet has rendered audiences rather discerning. Otherwise, they might have believed Chen Nan's whimsical claims. Goodness. Chen Nan scratched his head. Your reactions are rather exaggerated. While this Eastern Star grouper may be somewhat pricey, it hardly warrants such hyperbole. Exaggerated? Fresh at 480 per pound, scaled at 880, and you call this cheap? Pray tell, Nangu, what price do you sell your Eastern Star grouper for? A few astute netizens seemed to grasp the underlying context. Chen Nan, without reservation, disclosed that the grouper on the cutting board weighed approximately 3 to 4 pounds. It depends on the size. This type is roughly 30 yuan per pound. The whole fish around 100 yuan or so, and it's all farmed by local fishermen. The wild ones are protected by law. Although our house may have drafty walls, it's not as though we cannot afford a farmed fish costing a few dozen yuan. Aren't your reactions a tad over the top? The host lives my dream. I want freedom with Eastern Star grouper. To savor seafood freedom, one must first reside on an island. Ultimately, I direct my ire towards the unscrupulous merchants. Chen Nan found amusement in their banter. All right, if the opportunity arises, I'll venture to the town market. If you want, I can assist with your purchases. The eager little rascal could hardly wait. It was time for him to commence cooking. With that, he retrieved a multitude of ice cubes from the ice maker and, using a hammer, crushed them into ice shavings. Although the preparation of sashimi does not require flames, the treatment of ingredients demands greater scrutiny, as any fish from deep, mid, or shallow waters carries a substantial risk of harboring parasites. While cooking at high temperatures can effectively eliminate these parasites, the preparation of sashimi employs an alternative method, low-temperature freezing. The East Star grouper in my hands has undergone a chilling process, effectively obliterating approximately 70% of parasites. As he spoke, Chen Nan deftly sliced the fish and arranged the translucent pieces atop a bed of ice, a technique employed to enhance the raw fish's flavor by utilizing the cooling properties of ice. Subsequently, he retrieved an array of condiments. Beyond the freezing process, the choice of seasonings is of paramount importance. Mustard, garlic, and chili. These piquant ingredients possess remarkable antibacterial properties, ensuring the elimination of parasites in the raw fish. Of course, at this juncture, Chen Nan paused, lifting his gaze with a cheerful smile directed at the camera. This is not an absolute guarantee. If one cannot ensure the safety of the ingredients, it is advisable to refrain from consuming raw fish. Welcome to Brother Nan's knowledge class. Remember, it's best to indulge in raw fish during midday, as early mornings and late evenings are prone to complications. The thought of it makes my sashimi lose its allure. Fortunately, I can't afford seafood, let alone raw fish. As mealtime approached, the viewership in the live broadcast surged, surpassing 100,000 fans, a feat Chen Nan had once deemed unimaginable. Even the concurrent online audience swelled beyond 10,000. It is noteworthy that countless influencers with millions of followers often attract only a few hundred viewers during their live sessions. This illustrates the stark contrast between gaining followers in live streaming versus other domains. In just a few hours, the account's backend received dozens of invitations for contracts from various entertainment guilds. Yet, Chen Nan paid them no mind. The raw fish was now ready, and one could observe the East Star grouper's fillets shimmering under the icy moisture. We then dipped them into the meticulously prepared sauce. Slurp. The tender fish meat was effortlessly drawn into my mouth, and Chen Nan smacked his lips. An exquisite freshness. The tenderness combined with the stimulating taste of the sauce creates a delightful contrast akin to a sensation of ice and fire. Gulp. Chapter 14. A perilous race teetering on the brink of starvation, gluttony, and drowning, the mischievous little rascal clamored with an unmistakable urgency. Chen Nan picked up a piece of fish and remarked, "Look at your eagerness. Is this large fish not enough for the two of us?" With a loud gulp, the little rascal opened its wide mouth, quickly swallowing the fish slice, then immediately stretched its beak toward Chen Nan, resembling a fledgling demanding to be fed. The two brothers feasted heartily until they had devoured nearly half of the entire fish. However, most of it had found its way into the belly of the little rascal, leaving it with a distended abdomen, lying motionless on the ground. Brother Nan, take a look at the rascal. Is it about to burst? It's over. You might end up spending a lifetime in confinement, Brother Nan. Chen Nan poked the little rascal with his fingertip, which responded with dissatisfaction by pecking at his finger. You see, warblers are like this. During feeding, they would gorge themselves to the point of near bursting, and afterward, they seek a comfortable spot to doze off. As long as the food in their stomach remains undigested, they seldom venture out to hunt. Perhaps it was their inherent laziness that has led to the fact that the global population of red-bellied warblers has dwindled to fewer than 1,500 pairs. Is this creature truly so rare? Fewer than the number of giant pandas? What an eye-opener. It seems that laziness can indeed lead to the extinction of a species. Having satisfied his hunger, Chen Nan did not remain idle. Instead, he began to clean the entire house. Before long, the clock struck 10 in the evening. It's quite late. Everyone should get some rest and not stay up too late. Is it only 10, and you're already preparing to leave? Are today's streamers so lazy? Xiaonan, will you be feeding the fish tomorrow? What time will you start the stream? I'll be waiting right on time. I want to see the baby dolphins. Jiao Jiao, Yao Yao, Pan Chen Nan looked helplessly at the barrage of comments in the live stream, filled with requests for him not to end the broadcast. However, after a long day of activity, he felt rather fatigued. He decided that he wouldn't be feeding the fish tomorrow. In fact, Jiao Jiao and the others could hunt for themselves and did not require feeding. Glancing at the tide schedule, he noted that the tide would be at its lowest at 8 o'clock the following morning. Let us go tide pooling together, he announced before bidding farewell to his audience and signing off. Just as Chen Nan ended the stream, a phone call came in, seemingly timed perfectly. A call from the live stream platform? He hesitated for a moment before answering. Hello, Chen Nan, it's me, Meng Tian. Do you remember me? Chen Nan was taken aback, then laughed heartily. Meng, the campus belle? How could I forget? So, you've chosen to work for a live stream platform? Although they were classmates, they had only shared elective courses together. Not every elective had the same classmates, but he remembered her name primarily because she was a prominent figure at the school. During their time seeking quality job offers, numerous publicly listed companies and recruitment agencies would often crowd near the school entrance to recruit her. A legendary individual who embodied both talent and beauty. There is a matter of significance that I wish to discuss with you. I have been observing your live streams for a considerable period, and I hold your capabilities in high regard. Chen Nan candidly remarked, your words are rather commonplace. Aren't they? Ah, how amusing. I am indeed your admirer. I wonder if you still remember the name, Princess Lanchi? Chen Nan's heart raced. How could he possibly forget? She is the illustrious benefactor who first rewarded him during the Carnival of Gifting, and, more importantly, her golden ID is renowned across the streaming platform. Not only has she accumulated over 10 million in rewards, but it is also rumored that she has publicly disclosed her affiliation with the platform. To win the favor of Princess Lanchi is indeed a stroke of fortune. Chen Nan felt a mix of astonishment and a sense of inevitability. Meng Tian was also a figure of prominence at school, with a reportedly affluent background. At present, you have not signed with another entertainment company or joined a union, have you? I have a contract I would like you to consider. Might you be interested? Chen Nan had already suspected the purpose of her visit and felt no surprise. What level? Meng Tian continued swiftly. Level A is the highest signing tier achievable by an amateur, unless your popularity surges. S and S are practically out of reach. This is the best condition I can negotiate for you. There was a moment of silence on the other end, as Chen Nan himself was momentarily taken aback. After a few seconds, he finally inquired earnestly, for how many years is the contract? What is the required streaming duration? Is there a performance clause? And what is the signing fee? The contract spans 5 years, with a commitment of 3 hours of streaming each day, totaling 90 hours per month. The specific schedule can be arranged at your discretion. Our platform does not impose performance clauses. As for the signing fee, Meng Tian paused before adding with a smile, for quality amateur at level A, the maximum is 500,000 per year. However, given our relationship as classmates, I can negotiate it up to 1 million per year. Undeniably, upon hearing this figure, Chen Nan felt his heart flutter. However, Meng Tian continued after a brief pause. This is merely my personal suggestion. You could opt for an alternative approach. Oh, there's an option? Indeed, most individuals struggle to recognize their own worth, often overestimating themselves, believing that the platform is offering them a servitude contract or that they will surely achieve rapid fame. Typically, as agents, we have another signing method, a renegotiated contract, which requires no signing fee and thus entails no penalties for breach. During the contract period, you will similarly receive traffic support, and we offer substantial concessions on revenue sharing. Chen Nan raised an eyebrow. So you believe I belong to that category? Of course. Chen Nan, I have always had great faith in you, truly immense faith. You are remarkable. If you doubt my sincerity, I am willing to sign a performance clause with you. If, under the esteemed guidance of Princess Lanxi, you do not achieve 1 million followers within a month, I shall compensate you with 1 million. What do you think? Chen Nan fell into silence, pondering deeply, without a response for an extended period. Meng Tian did not hasten him, and about half a minute slipped by. All right, let us proceed, as you suggested. However, a betting agreement is unnecessary. After all, for me, live streaming is merely a pastime, and I have never harbored aspirations of becoming a prominent internet celebrity. With a playful chuckle, she concluded, so, is settled. I shall send you the electronic version of the contract for your signature. Feel free to contact me by phone if any issues arise. The two engaged in discussions regarding the signing details while awaiting the completion of the agreement. As the clock struck 11 in the evening, Chen Nan chose not to linger in nostalgic conversation, but rather retired to wash up and prepare for bed. Lying in bed, Chen Nan fell into deep contemplation. There was something quite troubling about Meng Tian. With such a splendid family background, why did she opt to confine herself within the economic sector of a live streaming platform? Especially considering her tone suggested a position of limited authority? Meng Tian's brilliance was well acknowledged by their classmates, even among peers, regardless of gender. Her exceptional qualities overshadowed them all. Remarkably, her affluent family boasted several luxury sports cars, providing ample support for her to effortlessly establish her own enterprise. Why then did she choose to join this live streaming platform? Chen Nan shook his head, pondering. Her choices are of no concern to me. After all, I have not signed a contract of servitude. At most, I am merely intertwining my fate more closely with the platform. With an early morning ahead to catch the tide, coupled with a day filled with activities, Chen Nan soon drifted into slumber. Chapter 15. The Seashore in the Early Morning. As the sun's gentle rays herald the dawn of a new day, Chen Nan's eyelids fluttered open, and he stretched, feeling a refreshing sense of clarity and lightness. Truly, the benefits of retiring early and rising with the sun are undeniable. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was only 6 o'clock. Yet the preparations for the day's beachcombing awaited him. After a brief wash, Chen Nan stepped outside. The courtyard, once the haven of a mischievous little thief, was devoid of its presence. Most likely, it had filled its belly the night before and retreated to its lair for a nap, and it would remain unseen until it had digested its feast. Grabbing a plastic bucket, Chen Nan ambled towards the beach, greeted by the brilliant morning sun, while simultaneously launching a live stream. Despite the early hour, the number of viewers steadily increased as several hundred fans trickled into his online space. Good morning, Brother Nan. I heard you were off to the beach this morning. I've been waiting eagerly. When it comes to beachcombing, mushroom gathering, tree bark stripping, and donkey hoof repair, beachcombing is undoubtedly number one in my heart. 1. The longing of an inland dweller. Noticing the lively engagement in the chat, Chen Nan smiled and greeted his fans. Good morning, friends. I'm currently on my way to the beach. As he spoke, he raised his hand to show the plastic bucket he was carrying. Inside, he had a small spade, a long crab claw, and a little plastic bottle filled with salt, tools commonly used by fishermen during their beachcombing adventures. The thought of beachcombing stirred a sense of excitement within Chen Nan. His fondest childhood memories were those spent alongside his father and fellow villagers at the seaside during bountiful harvests. His father would share a portion of the earnings from their catches, allowing him to indulge in treats. Unfortunately, after leaving for school and work, he had not experienced the joy of beachcombing for quite some time. As he reminisced about those joyful days, a soft smile graced his face. Upon reaching the beach, he was greeted by the sight of the receding tide, revealing an extensive expanse of mudflats. A glance out to the horizon revealed the water level had dropped significantly, approximately 30 centimeters below the average sea level, marking what is known as low tide. Surveying the seemingly endless flat sands, he noticed many early rising villagers already engaged in beachcombing, while a few seabirds circled overhead in search of food. The golden sunlight illuminated the beach, creating a shimmering spectacle. Indeed, the early bird catches the worm. The early fisherman enjoys fresh seafood. The early worker munches on bread in the subway sad. The truth hurts. Sob, Chen Nan chuckled in agreement, momentarily diverting his attention from the live stream, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he hurried toward the beach. The sprawling sands were etched with the patterns left by the tide, dotted with numerous footprints of seabirds. Upon closer inspection, he could discern several raised mounds and tiny holes. Approaching one of the mounds, he squatted down, his eyes lighting up at the sight. These raised formations in the sand were likely the cat's ice snails resting in their sandy beds. With one hand gripping the smartphone, and the other wielding a small iron spade to sift through the surface silt, a gentle thrust unearthed a slumbering, grayish-purple cat's eye snail. The succulent flesh of the mollusk clung tenaciously to the sand, and as Chen Nan lifted it, the snail's body began to contract sharply, releasing a multitude of water droplets with a sizzling sound. Oh, it's retracted back in? I had hoped to showcase it to my friends. Observing the tightly closed snail in his hand, Chen Nan chuckled helplessly, rinsing away the sand before casually tossing it into a bucket. His gaze shifted to a series of small holes nearby, and he explained, as the tide recedes, the beach is left dotted with numerous holes, likely the breathing holes of clams and other shellfish that have burrowed into the sand. The village elders can often discern the type of seafood just by looking at these holes. Although I've been beachcombing quite a bit, I still can't tell whether a hole belongs to a clam or a razor clam. Despite growing up by the sea, I too struggle to differentiate the holes, primarily because these holes appear remarkably similar. I don't concern myself with the specifics. I simply plunge my spade in. Whether it was the allure of beachcombing or the effect of signing an 11 contract with Meng Tiantian the night before within mere minutes. The number of viewers in the live stream surged to over 2,000 and continued to rise steadily. Having experienced such scenes before, Chen Nan no longer felt the earlier anxiety. He smiled at the enthusiastic barrage of comments. With that spade thrust, shellfish like razor clams are bound to meet their end. He had a habit of sprinkling salt first. If they didn't emerge after that, he would resort to the spade. Extracting a bottle of salt from the bucket, Chen Nan enthusiastically sprayed it into the holes. Before long, a fine jet of water erupted from one of the holes, followed by a fleshy, elongated object cautiously peeking out. Chen Nan's face lit up with excitement as he sprinkled more salt, and the creature slid out completely, revealing itself to be a plump razor clam. Holding the palm-sized clam in his hand for a moment, he exclaimed in wonder, "It's quite rare to find a razor clam this size. I must say, our luck today is exceptional." His gaze remained fixed on the myriad small holes dotting the beach, which were undoubtedly the hiding places of more razor clams. With a gleam of enthusiasm, Chen Nan began spraying salt into the cluster of small holes, and in no time, the clams emerged like whack-a-moles. This is exhilarating. Oh no, this triggers my trypophobia. Help! The multitude resembles blackheads, glaring at the live stream. Witnessing this scene, the comments in the live stream polarized. However, Chen Nan was too engrossed to pay attention to the comments. He deftly pulled one clam after another from the sand. Observing the wriggling bundle of clams in his hands, Chen Nan beamed with joy. What a treasure trove. It's like a beginner's gift pack. I've never experienced such fortune while beachcombing before. Tossing all the clams into the bucket, his excitement for beachcombing grew ever more fervent. Continuing along the beach, a considerable time passed without the discovery of any other marine treasures, prompting the fans to jest. The novice phase has ended. Chen Nan remained unfazed, responding with a gentle smile. For fishermen, the act of harvesting from the sea solely depends on whether the heavens are generous today. With enthusiasm, he ventured out, returning home with an empty plastic bucket, a sight familiar to the villagers who saw no reason for dismay. Cheerfully grasping his bucket, Chen Nan meticulously scanned the sandy terrain. Indeed, the treasures of the sea, once the tide receded, blended seamlessly with the mud and sand, making them nearly imperceptible without keen observation. As Chen Nan immersed himself in his search, A hearty laugh suddenly echoed nearby. "Is that you, Nan? Have you come to harvest the sea today?" Chen Nan looked up to see a plump woman in a hooded cloak approaching him. He quickly greeted her. "Aunt Li, you're up quite early. It's been a while since I last harvested. I saw on the tide chart that the tide receded this morning, so I thought I'd join the fun." Aunt Li approached, glancing into Chen Nan's bucket, and teasingly remarked, "It seems Nan truly hasn't harvested in ages. You've only managed to gather this little bit of clams." Chen Nan felt a twinge of embarrassment, stealing a glance into Aunt Li's bucket, which was brimming with exquisite catches: orchid crabs, octopuses, ribbonfish, and razor clams, each a fine prize. In stark contrast, his own bucket contained but a solitary cat's eye snail and a bundle of clams of uneven sizes indeed. Without comparison, there could be no disappointment. Amidst the laughter of the viewers in the live stream, Chen Nan's cheeks flushed with a hint of red. Observing his awkwardness, Aunt Li chuckled and patted his shoulder, offering reassurance. "Oh, Nan, don't fret. You've just returned. Take your time. It's still early. Head towards that rocky area to the west. There are plenty of treasures there." "All right. Thank you, Aunt Li." After exchanging pleasantries with Aunt Li, Chen Nan proceeded in the direction she indicated. Chapter 16. Mangroves and blue crabs. As the sun rose, Chen Nan leisurely ambled along the expansive beach, only managing to find a few scattered cat's eye shells. These were hidden beneath the mud and sand, while most of the marine treasures that had not yet settled or washed ashore had been snatched away by seabirds. However, despite the meager haul of marine life in his bucket, it was filled to the brim with an assortment of plastic bottles, glass jars, and tattered nets. Casting his gaze toward the horizon, he noticed more plastic debris littering the beach, prompting a frown from both him and his audience in the live stream. "It seems I found more trash than seafood," he remarked. "The current state of our oceans is truly dire." Silently collecting the refuse and depositing it into his bucket, Chen Nan sighed softly. Plastic is notoriously difficult to decompose, and its detrimental impact on the ocean is far more severe than we often comprehend. While we recognize forests as the lungs of our planet, the oceans serve as an even larger reservoir of oxygen, with over half of the oxygen we breathe produced by marine microalgae. The presence of plastic waste and other pollutants not only endangers marine life, but also threatens the rapid decline of these essential microalgae, posing a severe threat to both animal and human existence. The impact of plastic waste is significant. What then of the continuous discharge of nuclear wastewater into our oceans? A viewer pondered, "Humanity might be facing its end." Another commented, "Adorable creatures like baby dolphins would be among the first to suffer." Someone added, eliciting a heavy-hearted sigh from Chen Nan. The immense volume of marine debris generated by human activity has rendered the global oceanic ecosystem a tragic sight. Waste drifts with the currents, infiltrating even the most remote and untouched islands, now buried beneath a mountain of refuse. It circles back to the age-old conversation. Caring for the environment is tantamount to caring for ourselves. Picking up the last empty plastic bottle. Noticing the somber mood in the live stream, Chen Nan paused thoughtfully before breaking the silence with a light-hearted suggestion. "Simply collecting cats, eye shells, and clams lacks excitement. How about I take you all to gather some larger treasures?" The mention of larger treasures ignited enthusiasm among the 2,000 to 3,000 viewers in the chat. Larger treasures? Are we talking about sizable seafood? One queried. Perhaps. Another speculated. Wow, are we going to collect dolphins? Caught off guard by the unexpected comment, Chen Nan rolled his eyes in disbelief. "Do you really think dolphins are as plentiful as shells?" He retorted. "Besides, with their size, they'd be more likely to collect me." With a phone in one hand and a plastic bucket in the other, Chen Nan continued to engage with his audience as he made his way to a verdant thicket nestled along the coast. As the water receded, a thick layer of silt was revealed, interwoven with sprawling black roots, their colors starkly contrasting with the tree trunks, indicative of years of soaking in seawater. "Goodness, I never imagined that my hometown would boast such a vast expanse of mangroves," one viewer exclaimed. Mangroves, the green fortress of the ocean, the guardians of the ecosystem. In the mangroves, one might wonder what treasures await. Could it be that Nan intends to catch the grand blue crabs? Chen Nan, brimming with excitement, was rolling up his trousers and removing his shoes while he glanced at the lively comments and smiled. Indeed, it is the blue crabs I seek. In my youth, I often frolicked in the muddy heaps of the mangroves with Black Panther and the others, and with a stroke of luck, we would catch some. Just as his feet sank into the moist mud, a series of enthusiastic barks echoed from afar. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. The final bark was particularly fervent, imbued with urgency and a hint of irritation. Following the sound, he was met with the sight of Black Panther and the others racing towards him, tongues lolling in excitement, and in a frenzy, they pounced on Chen Nan, sending him sprawling into the mud. Slurp, slurp. Ugh, ugh. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was bombarded by the saliva of the three dogs. The viewers in the live stream erupted into laughter at the sight of Chen Nan being pinned down in the mud. Haha, such heavy affection from the dogs. As a fellow dog owner, I completely empathize with Nan's predicament. Chen Nan, on the verge of tears, quickly shouted, "Stupid dogs, get off." At his command, the three dogs, panting and giggling, obediently jumped off him. As he brushed the mixture of saliva and mud from his face, a sense of helplessness washed over him. However, witnessing the three dogs joyfully rolling in the mud, their bodies encrusted with a thick layer of muck, made his vision blur and his blood pressure rise. Woof, woof, woof. Just then, Black Panther, ever the playful one, called out to him with playful gestures. The audience, eager for amusement, chimed in to fuel the moment. Such an enthusiastic Black Panther. Surely Nan cannot refuse, right? A pet owner has rewarded the streamer with a plane. Ha ha, how delightful. This is a tip for the dogs. What are you waiting for, Nan? Go join them. Chen Nan's lips twitched. You all enjoy yourselves. He had matured and was no longer the mischievous child of yore. With a resigned shrug, he allowed them to revel in the mud while he ventured deeper into the mangroves with a plastic bucket, for he was determined to catch the grand blue crabs. Yet, upon seeing him leave, the three dogs shook off the mud and trotted after him eagerly. Casting a glance back at the indistinct figures of the trio, Chen Nan smiled faintly. Their playful mud rolling had become an unspoken understanding between them. After the tide receded, with a stroke of fortune, one might discover blue crabs directly on the surface of the mudflat. Otherwise, they would be hidden beneath the roots of trees or in the hollows of decayed stumps. Surveying his surroundings, Chen Nan carefully maneuvered through the mud, occasionally engaging with the more than 3,000 viewers. Oh, as he spoke, he noticed a large, decayed tree stump ahead, beneath which something seemed to shift slightly. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. The keen-eyed Black Panthers were the first to detect the target, dashing forward with excitement, wagging their tails, and barking incessantly at the stump. Wow, have we discovered a giant crab? Ha! Regardless of what it is. Confronted by the onslaught of panthers, it must be trembling in fear. Observing the panther's demeanor, one could surmise their intent. Chen Nan, visibly excited, hurriedly approached the tree stump with a plastic bucket in hand. The three dogs, unable to contain their anticipation, began to dig into the mud with their paws, quickly excavating a shallow circle around the base of the stump. However, it seemed that whatever they were after had burrowed beneath the stump, evading their relentless efforts to unearth it. Undeterred, the three dogs commenced pushing against the wooden post, yet remained steadfast and unmoving. What a waste! Step aside and let the elder brother take charge, Chen Nan declared with grandiosity, amidst the expectant and admiring gazes of the three dogs, as he exerted himself to overturn the massive stump. Gripping the stump with both hands, Chen Nan's face flushed with exertion. Yet, despite his utmost efforts, the stump remained utterly immovable. Oh no, I've overestimated my strength, Chen Nan thought inwardly, sensing that something was amiss. The viewers in the live stream. Three Dogs, Chapter 17. The enigmatic, giant crab glancing at the disdainful expressions of the Black Panthers beside him. Chen Nan felt a slight flush on his cheeks. He awkwardly wiped his nose and suggested, perhaps we should move this log together. A quick glance at the barrage of comments revealed a live stream audience of over 3,000, all filled with laughter and mockery. Chen Nan lamented internally. Who could have imagined that such a mere log would be so heavy? With the assistance of Sango, they finally managed to shift the stump, revealing the gigantic blue crab, now laid bare before the gathering crowd. Indeed, it's a colossal blue crab. Goodness, those pincers are exceedingly large. Yikes! If one of those pincers clamped down, it could sever a finger in an instant. It seems that all other crabs must bow to the might of this blue crab. Once its lair was disturbed, the blue crab appeared quite irate, raising its immense pincers in a display of ferocity, showcasing its formidable strength to the onlookers. Seeing its brazen demeanor invigorated Chen Nan, who rubbed his hands together, determined to reclaim his earlier dignity. He was confident in his ability to catch crabs. Having grown up by the sea, slowly positioning himself behind the blue crab, Chen Nan elaborated, as long as the crab raises its pincers in the water, it exposes a fatal weakness. At this moment, its rear is wide open. With a swift motion, Chen Nan accurately pressed down on the crab's back, akin to seizing its lifeline. The blue crab flailed its pincers a couple of times before falling still. He quickly retrieved a net from the bucket to secure the crab. Chuckling, "This is our prime opportunity to capture it." Impressive. I would take a detour upon seeing such a large crab, let alone attempt to catch it barehanded. The viewer from across the sea has rewarded the streamer with 99 lollipops. 666, well-deserved reward. After watching this, I feel I could do it too. Haha, little Nancy has some skills after all. With his pride restored, Chen Nan smiled broadly, feeling quite pleased. Ah, who are we going to catch next? Woof, woof, woof. As Chen Nan tossed the blue crab into the bucket, Sango barked excitedly. Amused, Chen Nan playfully pushed away the black panthers crowding beside him, saying with a soft smile, "Enough of the antics. Let us hurry and catch a few more blue crabs before the tide rises." Woof, woof, woof. Upon receiving the command, Sango darted off, sniffing around energetically ahead. Seeing the lively figures ahead and glancing down at the mud reaching his knees, Chen Nan shook his head helplessly, struggling to keep up with the bucket in hand. "Slow down. Can't you move a bit faster?" The black panthers have already vanished from sight. Some impatient viewers could no longer contain their eagerness and began to urge him on. Alas, Chen Nan sighed lightly. Traversing the freshly reseeded mangroves is quite challenging, for one can never anticipate what lies beneath the mud with each step. Mangroves? Isn't that where the giant blue crabs dwell? Surely they wouldn't hide so deep in the mud. How naive, my friend. Chen Nan shook his head and explained. As the only tree species capable of thriving in seawater, mangroves are among the most biologically diverse and productive marine systems. Countless varieties of birds, insects, mollusks, crabs, shrimp, and fish flourish here, leaving one to ponder what might lie beneath the thick layers of silt. A sudden chill ran down his spine. He shrugged, continuing forward with his bucket. Yet before he could catch his breath, the chat room suddenly erupted with excitement. Whoa! Did something just flash in the upper right corner of the screen? Help! I saw it too. It was swaying and made quite a commotion under the oppressive atmosphere. All viewers felt a shiver run down their spines. A once positive live stream had transformed into a scene reminiscent of a supernatural horror film. A line of black sweat beads formed across Chen Nan's forehead as he gazed ahead, only to be taken aback. A long impression in the silt confirmed that something had just slithered by. From its traces, it appeared to be some kind of serpent. Moreover, a rather sizable one. Chen Nan, now losing his composure, called out with a trembling voice, Black Panther, come protect me." Woof, woof, woof. The Black Panther, along with Xiao He and Xiao Bai, quickly arrived, emboldening Chen Nan to approach and examine the mark more closely. Following the trail, he ultimately lost track of it at a large hole. The sight of a hole wider than a bowl sent chills down everyone's spine. No way. Could this be the entrance to a giant python's lair? Well, there are indeed pythons in the mangroves. Goodness, the atmosphere is becoming increasingly eerie. Nevertheless, Chen Nan crouched down to scrutinize the slick residue on the smooth walls of the hole, his expression turning peculiar. Do serpents secrete mucus? Moreover, this was clearly a vertical hole. Considering its size and the nearby hard stones and dirt clumps, it resembled what villagers referred to as an earth dragon's den. Woof, woof, woof. Just as Chen Nan pondered this, Xiao He suddenly barked. Turning his head, he noticed there was another hole, comparable in size to a bowl. Right before him, the two holes were merely 2 meters apart. Chen Nan hurried over, discovering the same slick residue within the walls of this new hole. As expected, whispering to himself, Chen Nan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Amidst the viewer's puzzled expressions, he began to search around the vicinity of the entrance. As anticipated, he soon uncovered several more holes of similar size. Black Panther, Xiaohei, Xiaobai, each of you guard one entrance. With a look of exhilaration on his face, Chen Nan instructed the three dogs, then crouched down before the first hole he had discovered, preparing to reach inside as the audience watched in astonishment. However, by a twist of fate, he encountered a soil dragon that had just emerged for a stroll. As the bewildered earth dragon emerged from the depths of the cave, its expression one of utter confusion, Chen Nan found himself momentarily stunned, his hands still poised in an open gesture. The atmosphere thickened, each party locked in a gaze of mutual surprise. Yet, at that instant, the live broadcast was pierced by a sharp, explosive sound. Goodness, it's truly spicy strips. Extra spicy strips. Is that a python? A water snake? Ah, Xiaonan, don't do anything reckless. Woof woof. At this moment, the three dogs, alerted by the commotion, rushed over with haste. It was this raucous cry that jolted both Chen Nan and the earth dragon back to reality. In a heartbeat, the earth dragon swiftly retracted its body into the cave, eager to escape. However, Chen Nan was swifter. In a flash, he seized the dragon's head with a firm grip, yanking it forcefully from its hideaway. Chapter 18. Celestial Dragon Meet and Terrestrial Dragon Meet. The terrestrial dragon, ensnared firmly by Chen Nan, began to thrash wildly, exerting all its strength to escape. Its massive body struck the damp, muddy ground repeatedly, producing an incessant thudding sound. Although the entirety of this creature remained obscured, the gaping hole, reminiscent of a bull's diameter, revealed that it was indeed a behemoth. Its strength was formidable. As Chen Nan clutched its head with all his might, veins bulging, yet he could not extricate it. The creature's slimy, viscous body nearly slipped from his grasp. The three dogs, Black Panther and the others, were frantically circling nearby, alternately pawing at the hole and tugging at Chen Nan's clothing, striving collectively to drag the terrestrial dragon out, their fervor palpable. This commotion surpassed even Chen Nan's own efforts. Black Panther, come here. Chen Nan's face flushed, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The terrestrial dragon's might was overwhelming, and they remained locked in a stalemate, his arms gradually succumbing to fatigue. Although the creature, too, showed signs of exhaustion, it continued to resist fiercely. Struggling with one hand proved challenging, and after a brief impasse, Chen Nan felt himself weakening. He quickly called for Black Panther to fetch his phone, then sat down in the muddy water, pulling vigorously, inching the creature outward. The smaller dogs, Xiaohei and Xiaobai, seized the opportunity to bite onto the dragon's body as well. With the combined effort of one person and two dogs, the terrestrial dragon was finally dragged out. At that moment, Chen Nan finally beheld its true form. Goodness, no wonder it possesses such strength. This terrestrial dragon must be nearing sentience. After an initial moment of astonishment, exhilaration surged within him. Clutching the dragon, he swiftly retrieved his phone from Black Panther, exclaiming, "Brothers, take a look. We've struck gold." "What gold? I only know I was molested by a dog. Let me just vomit for a moment." The audience remained oblivious to the commotion, ensnared in a stupor as they watched the host wrestle with a spicy snack, only to be suddenly engulfed by a massive black dog's head. The tension was palpable, and the scene spun in chaos. On the screen, only the damp nose of Black Panther and the sound of its heavy panting were visible. Naturally, Chen Nan's thrilling moment went unnoticed, save for the three exuberant dogs bouncing with excitement. Yet, as the viewers regained their composure and caught sight of the colossal spicy snack in Chen Nan's hands, a sharp chorus of exclamations erupted. "What the heck? What is that? I was just a hair's breadth away from passing out. Brothers, this is a prize find. It is none other than the terrestrial dragon, famed for its celestial dragon meat and terrestrial dragon meat. A true treasure." Chen Nan enthusiastically showcased the massive terrestrial dragon, even positioning it for a close-up. "Terrestrial dragon? Is this the one that resembles an ocean eel but costs over 2,000 per pound? What? An ocean eel is only a few dozen bucks per pound. How can this be so exorbitant? I cannot ascertain the cost, but I am aware that this creature fetches 500 grams per pound in our locality. It is referred to as the earth dragon, an appellation that suggests its esteemed value. After a brief moment of astonishment, the audience in the live stream began to scrutinize this peculiar earth dragon. The creature, twisting its body and ceaselessly struggling, possesses a reddish-brown exterior, elongated and serpentine in form, though it bears a closer resemblance to the commonly seen sea eel than a snake. Most striking, however, is its body, rounded and smooth, akin to the size of a young girl's fist, with flesh that appears robust and plump. The exorbitant price of the earth dragon can be attributed to its rarity and the difficulty in capturing it. Chen Nan elucidated that many might find the earth dragon a rather unfamiliar entity. It is a rare and precious marine organism, scientifically known as chondorhynchus, typically inhabiting estuarine zones where fresh water meets the sea, feeding on small seafood such as shrimp, crabs, and shellfish. The shallow waters are often densely populated with mangroves, littered with treacherous roots and shells. While the marshes conceal hidden perils, outsiders unfamiliar with the terrain are prone to wander into the mire. And the earth dragon tends to burrow deep within the thick sludge, making it exceedingly difficult to capture. This contributes to its rarity and steep price. As Chen Nan imparted his knowledge, the audience began to grasp the situation. As the saying goes, rarity brings value, especially for such a seldom-seen delicacy. Indeed, there is reason behind its high cost. While the earth dragon is rare, I still believe this price is rather extravagant. No, not all, truly not. The discussion of its extravagant price leads us to its peculiar benefits. Chen Nan squinted slightly, gazing into the distance. Approaching midday, the sunlight filtered through the dense mangroves, casting an intense glare. The mud beneath his feet felt the encroaching tide, the seawater rising unawares to his calves. With the tide beginning to rise, we must hasten our return. The large earth dragon in his grasp had exhausted itself from struggling, now hanging limply as Chen Nan held its head. Occasionally, it would exhibit feeble twitches, as if attempting a final escape. After a prolonged examination, Chen Nan finally grinned and placed the earth dragon into a plastic bucket, setting off back with the bucket in tow, wading through the mud. Black Panther, we're heading back. The trio of Black Panther, Little Black, and Little White, who had been frolicking in the mud all morning, appeared somewhat weary, lying languidly in the mire. However, upon hearing Chen Nan's call, they perked up, shaking off the mud and excitedly following him, occasionally peering into the plastic bucket, tongues lolling in eagerness. Meanwhile, in the live stream, the audience was abuzz with curiosity. Hey, Brother Nan, did you forget something? Yes, what about the extraordinary benefits of the earth dragon that you haven't mentioned yet? Chen Nan, noticing their inquiries, secretly chuckled, wearing a mysterious expression. You'll find out soon enough. This afternoon, I shall prepare a grand dish for everyone. At that moment outside, a short video unexpectedly went viral across various platforms. In a brief video lasting less than a minute, it has garnered over 10 million views, received 1 million likes, and attracted more than 200,000 comments. The video opens with a vast expanse of azure sea. The surface of the water stretches endlessly, reflecting a profound blue hue under the sun, vast and boundless, exuding an aura of infinite mystery and allure. A gentle breeze caresses the scene, causing the shimmering surface of the sea to sparkle like countless diamonds, dazzling to behold. A few pristine seagulls glide gracefully through the air, softly calling to one another. This pristine and translucent image seems capable of cleansing the soul, enveloping one in tranquility and beauty, just as viewers are entranced. The serene surface of the sea suddenly erupts with tumultuous waves. The waves rise and fall, surging continuously, causing the seagulls in the air to scatter in a flurry. In the next instant, a figure suddenly emerges against the backdrop of the cerulean sea. Chapter 19. The most enchanting guardian of the island? A figure soared swiftly across the surface of the sea, stirring up waves in its wake. All observers, momentarily breathless, were ensnared in a state of astonishment. As the figure approached, they were astonished to discover that it was riding upon a striking black and white orca. The visual impact was overwhelming. Before the crowd could fully recover from their initial shock, a profound sense of awe washed over them once more. The audience erupted in excitement. Goodness, what a spectacular sight! The heavens have opened with a grand display. Unbelievable! Early this morning, I witnessed a figure flying over the ocean, and upon closer inspection, it was riding an orca. The orca, the sovereign of the deep, fiercer than the great white shark, renowned as the streetwise ruler of the ocean. Is it truly possible to ride such a creature? What is the difference between this and riding a giant panda down the street? I can't help but wonder, who is this individual? How on earth can they ride an orca and glide over the sea? Within mere seconds, the video was inundated with a cascade of comments. While many were captivated, some voiced their skepticism. Nonsense. Although orcas are generally friendly towards humans, who would dare to ride on its head? Clearly a fake. This must be AI generated. This is undoubtedly another ploy by a content creator to attract views. Yet, no answers were provided to quell their doubts, for the short video continued to play. The scene shifted, revealing a magnificent island emerging along the azure coastline. The island was lush with verdant foliage, exuding vitality and charm. It stood serenely amidst the expansive blue ocean, both tranquil and captivating. As the perspective drew nearer, its beauty became even more apparent. The beach was adorned with fine, soft sand, and the shimmering waves rhythmically caressed the shoreline, producing a gentle, soothing sound. At the water's edge stood a weathered gray-black stone house, bearing the marks of time and the relentless caress of the sea. Before the stone abode, a young man stood upon a kayak. He appeared to be in his mid-20s, slightly lean, with sun-kissed skin and refined features. His eyes, particularly striking, were clear and bright, radiating a sense of comfort and gentleness. Holding a conch shell, the young man gazed into the distance, softly playing a haunting melody that resonated through the air. The azure waters intertwined with the blue sky and white clouds, appearing even more crystalline and pure under the sun's embrace. Each frame of the scene could easily serve as a picturesque wallpaper. The harmonious visuals and enchanting sounds created a sensory feast that profoundly touched the hearts of those who beheld it. Having grown weary of the mundane city life, this video has rejuvenated my spirit. My mood has lifted. It feels as though I can sense the salty sea breeze against my face, refreshing and liberating, instantly dispelling the fatigue of work. Elegant, truly elegant. If it weren't for the need to earn a meager living, who wouldn't want to bask in the sea breeze, frolicking freely by the shore? As the barrage of video comments surged forth, the fast-paced rhythm of urban life and a myriad pressures stemming from workplace competition had long since left individuals weary and numb. This scene unfolded like a refreshing stream, gently cascading over the soul, sweeping away the deep-seated fatigue within. A young man continued to play, the ethereal and melodious sound of the conch shell gradually carried away by the breeze. At that moment, on the horizon of the sea, several jubilant figures suddenly emerged, leaping high above the water's surface like crescent moons. They danced freely, interchanging with one another, in harmony with the conch's melody. The once vibrant comments abruptly ceased, as everyone was rendered speechless by this sight. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. The conch's sound seemed imbued with magic. Suddenly, a colossal fishtail appeared on the distant waters, crashing down heavily upon the surface and sending up towering plumes of white spray. As the spray receded, a gray-blue mound gradually surfaced, erupting into a magnificent column of water that soared several meters high. The audience was astonished to behold that, under the refracted sunlight, the water column transformed into a resplendent rainbow. The scene cut off abruptly here. The brief minute-long video concluded, yet all remained ensnared in a state of astonishment. Orcas, dolphins, blue whales, these creatures, seldom glimpsed in the ocean, emerged one after another under the influence of the flutist. He resembled a spirit of the sea, his flute's enchanting notes evoking profound awe among the spectators. At that moment, no one dared to voice skepticism, For this short video had been released by the official account of the East China Sea. A comment pinned at the top directed viewers to Chen Nan's livestream ID, bestowing upon him the title of the most beautiful island guardian. As they emerged from their astonishment, the comment section erupted. The movie has come to life. I have truly seen the sea god. Is this person real? He resembles a spirit, a guardian of the ocean, protecting all within its depths. Brother San, this is undoubtedly my sea god brother in the flesh. I am Xiaowu, the dancer. Zhang Qian was an ordinary employee at a large corporation, leading a monotonous life from 8 in the morning to 6 in the evening. The daily grind was exhausting, compounded by the company's frequent mandatory overtime under various pretexts. Each night, she returned home, weary, and with her eyes shut, slipped back into the repetitive cycle of work. The relentless demands and competitive pressures had rendered her utterly fatigued. Despite being merely a year out of university, the spark of hope had dimmed in her eyes. It was only upon witnessing Chen Nan's video that a flicker of hope reignited within her. She replayed the video, her heart filled with an unprecedented sense of ethereality. What a wondrous existence and beauty it portrayed. Life could indeed be this marvelous, couldn't it? As Zhang Qian found solace, she felt an overwhelming yearning for that sea and that person. Just then, a new comment flashed across the screen. Xiaonan has started a live broadcast. Everyone hurry. Zhang Qian's heart skipped a beat. She fantasized about what kind of person he might be. To resonate with the ocean and intimately connect with its exquisite creatures must be a profoundly warm and healing experience. Almost unable to contain her eagerness, she clicked into Chen Nan's live stream, filled with anticipation. Suddenly, with a bang, as the screen magnified, Zhang Qian was splattered with a deluge of blood. She beheld the infinitely charming young man, wielding a sharp kitchen knife, as he swiftly severed the head of a live mudfish on the cutting board. Blood stained his arms, and his eyes sparkled with exhilaration, radiating a vibrant light. Goodness, the sea god. Could this be a monstrous intrusion of some sort? Blood erupted in an instant, splattering the cutting board and even the phone used for the live stream. Yet, this did not hinder the young man's swift movements. Soon enough, that succulent eel was completely eviscerated. Thus, Zhang Qian witnessed Chen Nan's moment of vivisection, the pinnacle of bloodletting. At that moment, a little girl's heart quietly shattered. Zhang Qian found herself utterly dumbfounded. The gruesome scene compelled her to scream involuntarily. What happened? It was lunchtime, and her startled exclamation quickly roused her colleagues, who gazed at her with puzzled expressions. It's nothing. Zhang Qian hastily shook her head, covering her mouth in embarrassment. However, glancing back at the screen, where the young man donned an apron and wore a theatrical smile while ruthlessly slaughtering the creature, she felt an inexplicable sense of emptiness. Chapter 20. What on earth did you bring back? Chen Nan, in a flurry of activity, grasped the headless soil dragon and dragged it to the basin to let it bleed out. He explained that the soil dragon is valuable not only for its rarity, but also for its high nutritional worth, as it can be considered a traditional Chinese medicinal ingredient. Folklore along the coastal regions claims that the soil dragon can strengthen bones and tendons, nourish the kidneys, and alleviate aches from injuries or fractures. Consuming a medicinal dish made from it or its medicinal wine is said to yield significant benefits. Moreover, it is rumored to possess aphrodisiac properties, though I cannot attest to that, having never partaken before. Nonetheless, as a precious medicinal ingredient, it certainly makes for a nourishing soup. During the bleeding process, Chen Nan took a moment to glance at the live stream, only to be taken aback. The number of viewers had skyrocketed to nearly 30,000, as if propelled by a rocket. Newcomers continued to flood in, and the viewer count was rapidly increasing. This was an unprecedented height in his streaming career, something he had never dared to imagine. Chen Nan paused, instinctively recalling his recent contract signing with Meng Tiantian, and a realization dawned upon him. As a back-end operator, Meng Tiantian was undoubtedly skilled at marketing and attracting an audience. He surmised that this surge was her handiwork. A smile crept onto his face as he silently expressed his gratitude. Meanwhile, the live stream was bustling with activity. Colorful comments flew across the screen. Nourish the kidneys? Boost libido. I need to get this for my boyfriend. He suddenly, I feel like soil dragon meat isn't that expensive after all. All right, you seem to disregard all its other benefits. Shied Big Mother Monkey. To verify its efficacy, I am more than willing to make this sacrifice alongside Brother Nan. I just walked in and tripped over all the sisters' pants. Wow, this isn't what I expected from a healing vibe. Isn't this atmosphere a bit peculiar? Chen Nan couldn't help but twitch his lips at the comments. Clearing his throat, he quickly shifted the topic. Although the elders say that the blood of the soil dragon is highly nourishing, as a burrowing creature, its blood contains numerous parasites. Given our lack of suitable utensils here, it would be best to forego the blood. As he spoke, he chopped the bled-out soil dragon into pieces, mixing it with other ingredients before placing them into a clay pot to brew the soup. What a waste! Don't you know that the soil dragon's blood is the essence? Here in our Guangdong region, it's the most sought-after tonic. A splash of yellow wine is the real deal. Drinking blood? You all are quite brave. Is there anything in the Guangdong region that you want to eat? People from Fujian adore those from Guangdong. Side-eye smirk. After handling the ingredients, Chen Nan glanced around the eerily quiet courtyard, puzzled. How strange that the trio of panthers who had returned with him had suddenly vanished. He wandered both inside and outside the house, but still could not find the three dogs. Shaking his head, he decided to disregard them. The Black Panthers had grown accustomed to a life of leisure on this island, wandering from house to house in search of food, rolling in the muddy ground, fishing, and occasionally venturing to the hills to collect bird eggs or catch wild rabbits and chickens. Carefree and untroubled, this was the essence of their daily existence. Surely, at this moment, they were off to frolic somewhere again. Woof, woof, woof. Just as Chen Nan was about to return indoors, he suddenly heard the calls of the three dogs from outside the yard. Turning around, he saw the lead Black Panther striding towards him with a proud gait. A sickly little dog clutched in its mouth, seemingly captured from somewhere unknown. Following closely were the two smaller dogs, each carrying a wild chicken of moderate size. Chen Nan couldn't help but chuckle and scold. In just this short while, you've gone off to play in the mountains again? But Black Panther, why on earth did you bring back Aunt Lee's puppy from the village? The village was not short of other households with dogs, including Aunt Lee's, whose female dog had recently given birth to puppies. Nevertheless, although the Black Panther was large, it was playful and had never harmed any small animals. So Chen Nan did not dwell on it too much. However, the viewers in the live stream appeared somewhat puzzled. Those in the mouths of the little black and white dogs seem to be wild chickens, right? Can dogs actually hunt? Chen Nan clarified. The Black Panther is a Tibetan Mastiff, which goes without saying. Meanwhile, the native dog, known scientifically as the Chinese rural dog, is inherently vigilant and is the finest hunting dog native to our land, distinct from domesticated pets. The pet dogs that people generally favor today are often bred from mixed genes. Although they exhibit docile temperaments and appealing appearances, they typically possess inferior physical constitutions and weak adaptability, requiring meticulous care from their owners. In contrast, native dogs boast exceptional survival abilities, robust physiques, and are not picky eaters, consuming whatever their owners do. They can even hunt small animals on their own, and should they fall ill, there is no cause for concern, as they will seek out herbal remedies themselves. Indeed, my native dog once got bitten by a snake and went to the mountains to find herbs to heal itself. Truly a testament to the resilience of the Chinese rural dog. Native dogs have accompanied humans for thousands of years. One must always trust the wisdom of our ancestors. The Black Panthers had already trotted over, eagerly presenting their catch to Chen Nan, their tails wagging with such enthusiasm that they resembled swirling propellers. It seemed they were saying, "Look what I've got, Chen Nan. Am I not impressive? Praise me, praise me. All right, you are the best." Chen Nan laughed and scolded, shooing away the paws that were crowding around him, retrieving the wild chickens from the mouths of the little black and white dogs, shaking his head in resignation. These two wild chickens were just right to prepare a nourishing soup with the native chicken, a delightful treat. As for the little brown dog, it would have to wait for the Black Panther to return it later. The Black Panther, gazing at Chen Nan, showed no intention of relinquishing its catch, instead barking excitedly at him. Woof, woof, woof. Chen Nan turned with an exasperated look at the barking Black Panther, saying, "You little rascal. Do you really expect me to stew your kind along with what you brought back?" The small brown dog, not particularly large, curled its tiny body and emitted a series of whimpers, its dust-covered fur visibly trembling. Chen Nan initially paid it no mind and turned to head towards the kitchen. Yet, in an instant, his figure froze in place. With a hint of hesitation, he cast a glance back, his gaze landing on the curled-up brown bundle on the ground. What on earth? After inspecting it from all angles, he found nothing particularly peculiar. Dismissing it, he continued his stride to the kitchen, though his nostrils inexplicably twitched. For reasons unknown, he sensed an unmistakable scent of a large carnivorous beast's urine permeating the air, a smell to which he, as a zookeeper, was particularly attuned. Just as Chen Nan was about to return to the kitchen to prepare chicken, he heard a sound akin to a playful whine mixed with a low growl of a large predator. Suddenly, Chen Nan whipped around, only to find that the previously curled-up brown fur ball had unfurled, its large, dark eyes locking onto his. Its black face, with the most striking feature being its bare nose, was now fully visible. With a soft thud, the two pheasants he held slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, his knees buckling beneath him. His once lively eyes gradually took on a look of despair as the camera captured the scene. "Oh my goodness, what have you done? Where in the world did you find this ancestor? What happened to the streamer?" "It's a hen. Wasn't he the streamer, just full of energy?" Tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream were left bewildered by Chen Nan's sudden shift in demeanor. However, Chen Nan had no time to ponder the live chat. He stumbled towards the little brown creature, his hand gently covering it. Wah wah. The small brown bundle reacted strongly, its prominent snout revealing sharp fangs as it lunged towards Chen Nan. Yet, in a swift motion, a massive paw descended upon the little brown creature, pinning it down without the slightest hint of mercy. Its previous ferocity utterly vanished. Let go, let go. Don't crush this ancestor." Chen Nan quickly pushed the imposing paw of the Black Panther away and scooped up the little brown bundle for inspection. Upon seeing that the little brown creature was unharmed, Chen Nan finally exhaled in relief, his expression shifting to one of anger as he glared at the Black Panther. "You have some nerve. You just brought this thing home without a care for your life. What is going on? Why are you scolding it? Streamer, please explain. What is the significance of this brown puppy? Could it be a descendant of the terrifying beasts dwelling in the old mountains? It looks quite clumsy, yet somehow familiar." At this moment, Chen Nan finally had the chance to glance at the barrage of comments in the live stream. Noticing the viewer's curiosity, with a bittersweet smile, he replied, "This isn't just a puppy. It's a brown bear." Chen Nan had been live streaming the entire time, so the audience had witnessed the little creature from the beginning. "Isn't this just a little mutt? How does Brother Nan know it's a brown bear?" In ancient times, Zhao Gao pointed to a deer and called it a horse. Today, we have Xiaonan who insists a dog is a bear. Indeed, is a small brown bear. Chen Nan, with a helpless smile, carefully cradled the bear in his arms as the camera zoomed in, stating that upon closer inspection, one would notice significant differences. This little brown bear appeared to be about the size of an ordinary 1 or 2-month-old puppy, its entire body adorned with soft gray fur, resembling a small dog. However, unlike a puppy, its head was considerably larger, and while a puppy's ears droop, this bear's ears stood thick and round atop its head, looking quite pettable, with its limbs also appearing sturdier. Upon closer examination, there were indeed numerous distinctions. At this moment, the audience was collectively astonished. "Oh my, it really is a brown bear. This is simply outrageous. I seriously doubt the host's authenticity. How could there possibly be a brown bear on an island?" In the face of the skepticism from tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream, Chen Nan calmly explained, "There is nothing peculiar about this. Chapter 21, a national treasure, and you dare call me foolish. The island upon which I find myself is vast. Its true dimensions remain unmeasured. Yet I am aware that besides my own village, several other settlements coexist on this land. Behind my home rises a mountain, towering over 1,000 meters, known as Bear Mountain. It earned this name from the tales of the elders, who claimed that bears roam its slopes. However, in all these years, I have yet to encounter one. Thus, when I laid eyes upon this little brown bear, I was astonished but not particularly surprised." The audience in the live stream finally grasped the situation. The little brown bear was remarkably well behaved, nestled in my arms without a hint of restlessness, its tiny paws resting on my hand, its dark eyes twinkling with an innocent curiosity. The little creature seemed utterly fascinated by its surroundings, gazing around with a bewildered expression, as if concocting a grand scheme of mischief in its small mind. Upon meeting my gaze, the little bear lifted its head, and in that moment, it began to whimper, its body writhing with unease. In an instant, it started to suckle on my fingers, revealing its hunger. Feeling the soft, moist touch of its tiny tongue, I chuckled softly. My background in zoology, coupled with my experience as a panda caretaker, allowed me to discern the bear's actions with ease. However, the pressing question loomed. Where could I possibly procure milk for this young cub? Such a diminutive creature still relies on its mother's nourishing milk. I glanced over at the black panther, who appeared equally perplexed, its round eyes fixed on me. It instinctively raised its paw to shield its chest, despite its male gender and lack of mammary glands. The sight evoked a sense of absurdity. It seemed to embody the role of a negligent father, solely responsible for procreation, yet devoid of nurturing instincts. With a mix of exasperation and amusement, I pondered the dilemma. I could not simply return the cub to the wild, uncertain of its circumstances, whether it had been abandoned by its mother or faced some other peril. To release it carelessly into the wilderness would be perilous for such a young creature, likely leading to its demise at the hands of other animals. As these thoughts swirled in my mind, the little brown bear began to cry out in desperation, its eyes squeezed shut, gnawing at my fingers in an attempt to find sustenance. Confused, it could not fathom why this source of nourishment provided no milk. Realizing the urgency of the situation, I hurriedly cradled the cub and retreated indoors. I recalled that I had some milk stored at home. While it may not have been the ideal choice, it would suffice to satiate the little one's hunger. I retrieved a bottle of milk from the refrigerator, warmed it slightly, and sanitized a baby bottle with boiling water. As I busied myself with these preparations, the little bear nestled closely against me, whimpering softly, its nose twitching in clear distress from hunger. It appeared both adorable and pitiful, evoking a wave of empathy from the audience in a live stream. This little brown bear is so well-behaved, just like a sweet little human. Feed it. Give a hearty meal. As the milk heated, a delightful aroma of dairy filled the air. The little creature perked up instantly, its tiny eyes blinking eagerly as it poked its head out, sniffing the source of the enticing scent with its moist nose. The fragrance seemed to emanate from Chen Nan, prompting the little one to hum softly while clutching his fingers and suckling away. How could this little brown bear appear so daft? Is it simple-minded? Little brown bear? Is that polite? Don't say it. You really shouldn't. My previous kitten was always quiet and seemed so innocent, but when we took it to the vet, we were told it was simple-minded. Chen Nan couldn't help but chuckle at the barrage of comments. What a peculiar comparison, given how small this brown bear was. Skillfully pouring the milk into a bottle, he looked down at the little bear, still nestled in his embrace, lost in the act of sucking on his fingers. With a gentle pinch at the back of its neck, the little creature stubbornly refused to budge. Once Chen Nan lifted it again, the bear smacked its lips and let out a contented burp. This was truly a case of longing for what it could not have. Chen Nan's expression darkened slightly. Holding the bottle awkwardly, he waved it in front of the bear's eyes. For a fleeting moment, the bear appeared bewildered, but then its eyes brightened. With a soft grunt, it reached for the bottle, biting the nipple with determination. After much effort, the little bear finally savored the real milk. Chen then let out a quiet sigh of relief. Taking advantage of the bear's drinking moment, he began to inspect the little creature closely. It was unclear what the bear had gone through, as its fur was matted with dirt and debris from dried leaves. The mud had hardened, clinging to its fur in a wrinkled mess. Fortunately, aside from being a bit dirty, the bear seemed healthy, showing no signs of injury and appearing to be well-developed. Judging by its age, it was likely just around 2 months old. This raised some questions. Typically, brown bears stay with their mothers for 2 to 3 years before becoming independent. Why had this one wandered off alone? However, what truly piqued Chen Nan's curiosity was how the Black Panther had managed to bring the little brown bear back. One must understand that brown bears possess a strong territorial instinct, and a nursing mother bear is particularly fierce. ready to fight to the death against any threat to her cub. Black Panther, from where did you bring this little one? Chen Nan asked, cradling the brown bear while glancing at the Black Panther dozing by the door. Yet the Black Panther seemed oblivious, interpreting Chen Nan's call in an entirely different light. Chen Nan, Black Panther, what? Is it time to eat? Did you make something delicious for lunch? Slurp, slurp. Suddenly, the Black Panther sprang to its feet, not forgetting to nudge awake the sleeping companions, Little Black and Little White, as it eagerly bounded towards the kitchen. Chen Nan could only shake his head in bemusement. The audience in the live stream burst into laughter. Ha! In ancient times, there was a citizen playing the lute for a cow. Today, we have Brother Chen Nan conversing with a dog. Black Panther, what are you doing? I'm just a chicken too. As for the little brown bear, it finds itself in a predicament. Perhaps Brother Chen Nan should consider raising it. Chen Nan, upon realizing the humor, also found it somewhat amusing. However, when it came to the suggestion of raising the little brown bear, he displayed a hint of melancholy. Let's not joke about that. This is a wild brown bear, a species under national secondary protection. I absolutely cannot, nor would I ever, take it upon myself to raise one. The most pressing matter at hand is to find its mother. Chapter 22. The ancestral bear delivered by the Black Panther, whom we must attend to with tears moreover. The rearing environment for the brown bear is exceedingly stringent. The conditions for artificial breeding are fraught with challenges, necessitating specialized equipment and expert personnel. Here, Chen Nan surveyed his surroundings with his mobile phone. The barren walls, the scant and pitiful furniture, and the nearly leaky roof painted a dismal picture, none of it conducive to the survival of a young brown bear. With a wry smile, Chen Nan remarked thus, "We must hasten to locate the bear's mother and return it to the wild." At that moment, the little brown bear had finished the milk from its bottle, its eyelids drooping sleepily, exuding an air of drowsiness, with remnants of milk clinging to the corners of its mouth. Chen Nan gently wiped its lips, saying, "Like a little baby, it sleeps soundly once fed. However, you cannot sleep just yet. We must first clean you up." The little bear was far too dirty. There was a risk of bacteria, and at merely 2 months old, it was in a particularly fragile state, prompting Chen Nan to act with utmost diligence. He prepared a basin of warm water, testing the temperature beforehand before cradling the little bear towards the wooden tub. As soon as the water touched its fur, the little bear jolted in fright, its fur standing on end, whimpering and burrowing into Chen Nan's embrace. Although brown bears are not averse to water, indeed, they can catch fish within it, this tiny creature was too young and had likely never been exposed to water, relying on its mother for grooming. Yet this task could hardly be entrusted to the Black Panther. The mere thought of it invoked a sense of exasperation in Chen Nan, utterly unreliable. He thus patiently coaxed the little bear into the water. After several attempts, the little brown bear gradually acclimated to the peculiar sensation of water. Initially resistant, it began to tentatively paddle its limbs, and before long, it was joyfully splashing in the basin, reveling in the newfound delight. The entire process unfolded in less than a minute, and the little creature seemed to have discovered a new world, tumbling playfully in the water, thoroughly exhilarated. However, this joyous escapade proved to be a trial for Chen Nan, who was drenched in water, his clothes soaked through. He could only stand by, silently shedding tears. What would he do? He had to care for this little ancestral being brought back by the Black Panther. If anything were to happen to this cherished creature, could one truly expect the Black Panther to endure confinement? Though it might relish a life of ample food and shelter. After washing the little brown bear, he placed it on the table and quickly fetched a clean towel to dry its body. The little bear could not withstand the chill. It was imperative to keep it warm and dry. Yet, the bear displayed an insatiable curiosity, pawing at the towel incessantly. Only after Chen Nan gently patted its bottom did the little one whimper and settle down. In response to fervent requests from his fans, Chen Nan had also taken to live streaming spontaneously these days. His phone was now perched on a nearby stand, capturing the unfolding moments before him. As Chen Nan deftly fed the little brown bear, bathed it, and dried its fur, the viewers in the live stream could not help but tease. The little bear seems quite fond of Brother Nan. With his current demeanor, he truly embodies the image of a devoted caregiver. He certainly appears quite professional. He must be quite skilled at child rearing. What you might not know is that Brother Nan previously specialized in raising giant pandas. A true champion of fatherhood. The live stream was instantly abuzz with revelations. Having attended to the little brown bear and changed into a fresh outfit, Chen Nan's stomach began to grumble with hunger after a busy day. The sun had started to tilt slightly. The trio of black panthers lounged beneath the eaves at the door, their tails lazily swaying as they dozed. Surely, they were hungry as well. At that moment, the sound of clattering pots emanated from the kitchen, accompanied by an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. Gurgle, gurgle. In an instant, for simultaneous growls echoed from the bellies of Chen Nan and the three dogs. Almost instantaneously, the Black Panther trio sprang to their feet, their glistening black eyes fixed intently on Chen Nan, drool slipping uncontrollably from the corners of their mouths. Gone was their previous drowsy demeanor. As the saying goes, one can never wake a person pretending to sleep, unless food is involved. Amused, Chen Nan waved his hand. Let us go. Today we shall feast. Upon lifting the pot lid, the kitchen was instantly enveloped in a rich and fragrant aroma. The exquisite freshness of the earth dragon mingled with the savory scent of chicken, intoxicating to the senses. After over an hour of simmering, the earth dragon and chicken had become tender and succulent, with the steaming broth bubbling enticingly. A layer of golden oil glistening atop. It was truly a feast for the senses. Chen Nan swallowed hard, not to mention the trio of black panthers beside him, eagerly clutching their bowls and drooling profusely. Even the little brown bear, who had been comfortably asleep in a chair, awoke to the enticing scent, sniffing the air curiously. Unhurriedly, Chen Nan first ladled a generous bowl for the three dogs, then glanced at the little brown bear, who was whimpering softly. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a small bowl and filled it with a pure broth devoid of meat. Given the little one's delicate constitution, a sip of earth dragon chicken soup would indeed be nourishing. Not rushing to feed it, he allowed the soup to cool, ensuring it wouldn't tea, scald before transferring it into a bottle and offering it to the little creature. The brown bear eagerly accepted, blissfully sipping from the bottle, making delightful slurping sounds that were utterly adorable. Once he had attended to his little companions, Chen Nan finally indulged in the delectable earth dragon chicken soup. The soup was rich and flavorful, leaving a lingering taste that was truly sublime. A few tender morsels of earth dragon chicken, followed by a sip of the exquisite broth, enveloped him in warmth. With a hearty belch, Chen Nan voraciously devoured the delectable dishes in his bowl, casting his gaze upon the sweltering sun outside, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. How I wish to own a phone that could capture the aroma of food in this lifetime. Is this some sort of eating broadcast? Just when I've had my fill, they show me more deliciousness. I see now. Next time I lack an appetite, I shall visit Brother Nan's live stream for some appetizing distraction. It was the afternoon, and as that short video gained traction, the live stream attracted over 20,000 viewers, with people entering and exiting, ultimately stabilizing at around 50 to 60,000 online participants. Such a number was indeed considerable. Just by glancing at the barrage of comments flooding the screen, one could discern the liveliness of the stream. Initially, Chen Nan felt a twinge of nervousness, but he soon found solace. For him, live streaming had evolved from a mere habit into a cherished pastime. Life on the island was undeniably monotonous compared to the city. Engaging with this vibrant community of friends, sharing snippets of his daily life, brought him immense joy. Moreover, through the live stream, he could assist in selling some of the village's catch. He felt truly content. Chapter 23. The Brown Bear Research Institute. The remnants of the Earth Dragon chicken in the pot ultimately found their way into the bellies of the three Black Panthers. After indulging in a hearty meal, the trio of dogs vanished without a trace, leaving Chen Nan to marvel at their remarkable stamina, which starkly contrasted with his own. Despite his morning exertions, he now felt the weight of exhaustion settle upon him under the warm embrace of the afternoon sun, causing his eyelids to droop. Meanwhile, the little brown bear curled up on the chair was already lost in a deep slumber, snuggled into a ball, with tiny bubbles emerging from its nose. Cradling an unfinished milk bottle in its arms. With a gentle smile, Chen Nan was poised to close the live stream and carry the bear back to his room for a brief rest. Just then, the little creature emitted a few distressed whimpers, prompting an immediate wave of concern to wash over Chen Nan as he rushed to assess its condition. He noticed the little brown bear lifting its hindquarters, one leg quivering as it attempted to rise. Drawing from his experience in animal care, Chen Nan reassured the concerned audience. No need to worry, this little one is simply in need of a bowel movement. He explained that such a young brown bear cub was incapable of relieving itself independently. In the wild, a mother bear would assist her cub by licking its hindquarters to facilitate the process. In the case of a hand-reared cub, a caretaker must use moist wipes for assistance. As he spoke, Chen Nan deftly wet a tissue, gently cleaning the cub, while simultaneously applying light pressure to its moving abdomen. Before long, a soft sound broke the air, and a small, brown lump emerged from the little bear, perfectly landing on Chen Nan's hand. Not a drop was missed. He caught it all. A unique fragrance wafted through the air, coincidentally directed toward the camera, leading to a chorus of reactions in the live stream. Wow, I can smell it through the screen. Isn't this supposed to be a food live stream? I just ordered takeout. Wow, bear poop. I want to eat it. Don't be like that. It's a joyous occasion that the cub can relieve itself. It's important to note that many little bears have perished due to inability to do so. We are fortunate that it is under the care of someone as experienced as Chen Nan. In the face of this situation, Chen Nan remained unfazed. As a caregiver, he had long since grown accustomed to such occurrences. His primary concern now was whether the little bear could successfully complete its bowel movement. Fortunately, the cub was quite healthy. After a few more determined efforts, it let out a satisfied whimper, finally drifting off to sleep contentedly. After placing the little one on the bed to rest and washing his hands of the mess, Chen Nan turned to the live stream with a contemplative tone. Now you all understand just how challenging it is to care for a little brown bear, right? I lack not only the proper equipment, but also the diagnostic tools. I can only rely on my experience to tend to its needs. However, if this continues long-term, the little bear is likely to face dire consequences. Only by finding a mother bear can we ensure that this cub grows up healthy and strong. As soon as these words were uttered, a palpable silence enveloped the live stream. Despite the statement made, how could one possibly locate the mother brown bear amidst the vast mountains? Even if they were to succeed in finding her, considering the ferocity of the brown bear, the safety of young Nan would undoubtedly be in jeopardy, just as Chen Nan and the viewers were at a loss. A conspicuously golden comment in the chat instantly captured everyone's attention. Brown Bear Research Institute. Hello, host. Our institute specializes in the care of brown bears, and we are eager to adopt this little brown bear. If you are amenable, we can offer you a generous reward. Brown Bear Research Institute. I checked their homepage, and they seem quite professional. Wow, looks like the bear cub has found a home. Cheers erupted in the live stream, as relief washed over the audience. However, they failed to notice the growing displeasure on Chen Nan's face. He furrowed his brow and said coldly, I apologize, but I have no obligation, nor will I hand over the little brown bear to you. If the host feels the reward is insufficient, we can negotiate the price. That was enough. The interlocutor, undeterred, attempted to speak again, but Chen Nan interrupted him sharply. I do not care what your intentions are. I will never entrust the little brown bear to you. Now, please leave my live stream. With that, Chen Nan located the user's ID and promptly blocked and ejected him from the room. For a brief moment, the atmosphere became tense. Chen Nan's unusual demeanor was unexpected for everyone. His evident disdain was unmasked. The audience was initially taken aback, confused, and eventually began to voice their criticisms. What's going on with Nan? Isn't it a good thing that professionals want to take in the little brown bear? Why refuse? This is absurd. The host's attitude is appalling. They wanted to adopt the bear with good intentions, and you respond like this. Perhaps Nan has his reasons. What reasons? It seems the host has ulterior motives regarding the little brown bear. They even offered you a reward. What more do you want? What kind of person is he? I'm unfollowing and blocking. In no time, the live stream was filled with accusations and insults, with only a few attempts to defend him being silenced. Recalling that heavy past, Chen Nan felt a surge of pain and anger. Yet, faced with the reproach of tens of thousands in the live stream, He had no choice but to steady himself and explain patiently. As you all know, I previously worked as a zookeeper, and the reason I left was that I could no longer bear the underhanded dealings of animal institutions. Do you truly believe these individuals are adopting brown bears out of kindness? They merely seek to extract research data from the little brown bear. As if recalling something, Chen Nan's tone grew heavy and trembled. In my time at the zoo, I participated in the rescue of a batch of animals sent by research institutes. Do you know what those animals were like? The emaciated creatures, frail and ailing, were marred by a multitude of tiny puncture wounds. Some were covered in an array of blisters, others had been blinded by poison, and still others were missing limbs. They could only cower in fear in the corners, curling themselves into tight balls, and at the slightest approach, they would emit heart-wrenching cries. In the presence of humans, they were enveloped in an innate terror and dread. I could scarcely fathom the horrors they endured within the confines of the laboratory. Despite our relentless efforts, we were unable to heal these pitiful beings, each one a patchwork of suffering, with the longest survivor scarcely lasting 3 months. The memories of those small animals, struggling in their final moments, flooded my mind, bringing forth a torrent of despair and tears, leaving Chen Nan feeling a suffocating heartache. How vibrant and delightful these creatures were. They could have thrived freely in the wilderness. Yet due to humanity's selfish desires, they were left to languish in dark, joyless cages, enduring daily torment. Ultimately, they succumbed to the relentless agony of their afflictions, passing away in suffering. Surely, their spirits were filled with resentment. Chapter 24. The appearance of the brown bear mother. The live stream fell into an unexpected silence, with only a few scattered comments appearing. The audience was taken aback to discover the dark underbelly lurking behind the so-called Animal Research Institute. Fellow university students studying zoology resonated deeply with the unfolding narrative. Chen Nan is absolutely right. Some unscrupulous research institutions go to great lengths for their data, engaging in unethical experiments and even clandestine transactions with poachers, setting their sights on rare animals. I have witnessed those animals used in research. Each one bears the scars of suffering, drenched in blood. If they were to hand over the little brown bear to them, it surely wouldn't survive more than half a month. Chen Nan's actions are commendable. I stand with you. To those who rush to criticize and berate, could you not take a moment to comprehend the situation before casting judgment? At least listen to Chen Nan's explanation. The unexpected solidarity from fellow professionals was a surprise for Chen Nan. Gratefully, he responded, "Thank you all. Since the little brown bear is in my care, I will ensure its safety and well-being, sparing it any harm. You have my word." Gazing at the peacefully sleeping little bear, as gentle as a baby, his eyes softened. His affection for these intelligent, delightful creatures was the very reason he had pursued a career in zoology. His passion stemmed from love. As for the earlier harsh critiques from the audience, Chen Nan remained unfazed, understanding that they had not experienced such realities. After all, ignorance is often innocent. Moreover, the audience's intentions were rooted in concern for the little bear, which he appreciated. As the truth of the matter became clear to the viewers, they were filled with regret and quickly offered their apologies. "I apologize, Chen Nan. I admit my earlier remarks were rather loud. I knew Chen Nan must have had his reasons. Why didn't you believe me?" Those who criticize the loudest should have some self-reflection. Chen Nan merely chuckled and shook his head, expressing his understanding. Yet, the viewers were still remorseful, and to his surprise, they began showering him with gifts. One person initiated it, and soon, a wave of generosity swept through the chat. The live stream was suddenly ablaze with a flurry of extravagant gifts, castles, carnivals, and dazzling dragon motifs danced across the screen, leaving Chen Nan momentarily speechless. Internally, he mused, these gifts must come at quite a cost. Are these viewers truly this generous? Nonetheless, this surge of gift-giving dispelled the earlier somber atmosphere, reigniting the vibrancy of the stream. Furthermore, Chen Nan's earlier sentiments struck a chord with many animal lovers in the chat. "Chen Nan, I have a suggestion. It would be wise not to venture into the mountains in search of the brown bear mother, as the endeavor is far too perilous, jeopardizing your safety. Mengshong Paradise. Our zoo happens to have some spare equipment available. which we can offer to support the little brown bear's healthy development. At the Happy Zoo, an offer for specialized formula for the little brown bear arrived, with a request for a detailed address for delivery. Meanwhile, the Lesan Zoo offered essential supplies for the bear's growth. In an unexpected turn of events, numerous zoos emerged to provide assistance for the little brown bear. Chen Nan, taken aback, felt a surge of warmth deep within. There are indeed many good people in this world. He quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you all for your kindness. However, at this moment, just then, outside the yard, the low whimpering of the Black Panther trio pierced the air, instilling a sense of fear and trepidation in Chen Nan. What was happening? Before he could react, a thunderous roar reverberated through the forest. The moment he heard that sound, a shiver ran down his spine, as if the blood in his veins had frozen. He stiffly turned around and stepped into the courtyard, only to be met by a colossal bear, approximately 3 meters tall, its imposing figure cloaked in brown fur, standing at the entrance. Its massive form rendered the Black Panther seemingly diminutive, and its long, sharp claws were a constant reminder of its ferocity. Even standing still, the overwhelming aura of power emanating from the bear was palpable. The bear twitched its nostrils, its fierce, crimson eyes fixated on Chen Nan. With a thunderous roar, it directed its fury at him, the sound echoing like thunder throughout the courtyard, causing tremors of fear. In that moment, Chen Nan felt a volcanic rage emanating from the bear. Cold sweat cascaded down his brow, and his calves felt weak. He never anticipated that while contemplating searching for the brown bear's mother, the mother bear would come looking for him instead. The one before him was most likely the very mother he sought. Yet, he was utterly unprepared for this encounter. The live stream was now in an uproar due to the bear's appearance. Oh my, it's an adult wild brown bear. Even tigers are no match for it. Good news, we found the bear's mother. Bad news, the bear mother is coming for Chen Nan. We're doomed. What should Chen Nan do now? Should we call the police? It's too late to call for help. We can only pray that the bear does not attack, or that the villagers notice the commotion and come to support. Otherwise, with the bear's speed, it could turn Chen Nan into a pulp in an instant. The audience collectively gasped, unable to contain their concern for Chen Nan. At this moment, he dared not make a single move, fearing that any sound might provoke the mother bear's wrath anew. He could only strive to remain calm, though his heart felt heavy. He should have anticipated this. A brown bear's sense of smell is more than 3 times that of a hunting dog, especially for a cub it has raised. How could it possibly fail to track its scent? Confronted with the furious brown bear mother, he could only devise a way to return indoors in search of defensive tools. Chen Nan moved with caution, tentatively retreating step by step. However, to his dismay, the bear emitted another deep growl. Its form began to pace restlessly, as if preparing to launch an attack at any moment. Feeling the dangerous aura of its roar sweeping toward him, Chen Nan froze in place, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He could not help but swallow hard. The Black Panther trio, witnessing the scene, rushed to Chen Nan's side. Aware of their disadvantage against the bear, they nonetheless positioned themselves protectively behind him, issuing warning growls toward the bear outside the yard. Woof, woof, woof. The Black Panther, being a Tibetan mastiff of considerable size, possessed formidable fighting prowess, especially with the added support of 2 hunting dog breeds. Under normal circumstances, the bear would likely refrain from provoking them. However, as the bear mother's dark nose twitched incessantly, her agitation intensified. Her sharp claws scraped the ground while low growls emanated from her throat. Chapter 25. Chen Nan's narrow escape at this very moment. The Black Panther trio let out a fierce growl and launched an immediate assault on the formidable mother brown bear outside the courtyard. They opted for a preemptive strike, seeking to drive this perilous creature away. The opposing bear, however, was undeterred. With a thunderous roar, it charged forward, shaking the ground with its massive form. In a mere instant, the relatively petite duo of black and white felines were sent sprawling, lying on the ground with pained whimpers of fear. At that moment, only the equally robust Tibetan Mastiff could engage the mother brown bear in a semblance of a struggle. Dust swirled in the air, accompanied by continuous roars. Yet, it was evident that the Black Panther was no match for its opponent. With a deafening roar, the mother brown bear sent the black panther hurtling through the air, crashing heavily against the courtyard wall. The earth-packed wall crumbled, leaving a gaping hole through which bloody wounds could be faintly discerned amidst the thick fur. Struggling to rise, the black panther found itself overwhelmed by pain and weakness, ultimately collapsing beneath the wall, emitting a feeble lament. The attack by the black panthers, followed by their swift defeat, transpired in a mere half-minute. At this juncture, Chen Nan, along with the thousands watching the live stream, wore expressions of sheer pallor. If even the Tibetan Mastiff could not contend with the mother brown bear, what hope did a mere human have? A palpable aura of death enveloped them, instilling a sense of dread from head to toe. The live stream erupted in shock, with viewers urging Chen Nan to flee. Yet, escape was futile, for the mother brown bear was charging directly at him. It was evident that she had targeted Chen Nan from the outset, drawn by the scent of her cub on him. Chen Nan's pupils dilated in terror as he beheld the colossal figure racing towards him, a wave of helplessness and despair swelling within him. Before the might of the brown bear, humanity appeared pitifully insignificant, utterly incapable of resistance. The live stream erupted into screams, with some frightened viewers even covering their eyes, unable to bear the bloody scene. The Black Panther trio, now on the ground, howled in agony as the mother brown bear prepared to strike. Just at that critical moment, however, a diminutive figure darted out from the building, bounding towards Chen Nan and positioning itself protectively in front of him. The small brown cub, no larger than a puppy, stood valiantly before Chen Nan, exuding an unexpected strength. Even the fearsome mother brown bear halted in her tracks, her menacing gaze softened with surprise and concern for the tiny creature before Chen Nan. At this point, the bear was merely 3 meters away, and Chen Nan could distinctly smell the unique, feral odor emanating from the mother brown bear. For a fleeting moment, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. Yet, the mother brown bear appeared resolute in her intent to confront Chen Nan. With a fierce snarl, she turned her attention back to him, raising her heavy arm to charge once more. In an instant, the little brown cub sprang into action, roaring defiantly at the mother brown bear. The sound was faint and delicate, akin to the whimpering of a puppy, possessing an innocent tone that seemed devoid of menace. Yet, it caused the mother bear to halt abruptly in her tracks. She tilted her round head, her fierce visage momentarily softened by a look of perplexity. Bark, 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 bark. At that moment, the trio of panthers struggled to rise again, unleashing a furious roar towards the mother bear. Quick, it seems to be from Lil Nancy's home. Everyone hurry. Shortly thereafter, an anxious voice rang out from outside the yard, accompanied by the hurried sound of footsteps. It was evident that the commotion had attracted the attention of the villagers. Soon, Uncle Imo burst through the entrance, followed by a throng of over a dozen individuals. Each person wielded implements for defense. Some held shovels, others brandished sticks, while a few wielded machetes. Upon sighting the enormous brown bear in the yard, a wave of trepidation swept over them. However, they did not retreat, nor did they dare act recklessly. After all, provoking the bear could lead to catastrophic consequences. They cautiously grasped their tools and inched closer to Chen Nan, with a dozen pairs of watchful eyes fixed upon them in front, and the panther trio barking incessantly behind. Even the fierce bear's furious gaze began to flicker with hints of fear. It scanned its surroundings restlessly. Subsequently, it seized the still, whimpering cub before it and dashed in a particular direction, crashing through the yard's fence, disappearing into the depths of the mountains. As it vanished, a collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers. Uncle Imo hastily approached Chen Nan, inspecting him from head to toe, and inquired with concern, "Is little Nancy unharmed? Are you injured?" Chen Nan exhaled shakily, forcing a smile as he replied, "I'm fine. It didn't hurt me, just the panther sustained some injuries." Despite his words, a wave of dread washed over him. Today, his life had danced perilously close to the brink of death. He could not shake the thought that in the next moment, he might have met his demise. The realization made his legs feel weak. Alas, he had not anticipated that the bare mountain behind him was indeed home to bears, which had ventured into his yard. Had they not heard the commotion and rushed over, who knows what calamity might have ensued. Uncle Mo patted his shoulder, his expression still tinged with lingering fear. Chen Nan could only manage a wry smile. The entire debacle had been instigated by the small brown bear that the panthers had brought back. It was only natural for the mother bear to seek out her cub. Who could blame her for being distressed? Uncle Mo surveyed the chaos in the yard and sighed. Ah, as long as you're safe, that is what matters. However, your yard wall has long been in disrepair. It is time to fortify it, lest that bear return again. I will arrange for someone to come and repair it tomorrow. Chen Nan glanced around. The yard wall had been constructed from earth long ago and was rather flimsy. As the mother bear departed, she inadvertently demolished a section of the courtyard wall, through which the wind now whistled, rendering the scene rather desolate. Without hesitation, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Uncle Mo." After all, there was no need for pleasantries among family. Uncle Mo waved his hand dismissively and promptly led a group away. Exhaling deeply as the courtyard fell into a serene silence, Chen Nan hurried to assess the injuries of the trio known as the Black Panther's Three Musketeers. The three dogs lay feebly on the ground, their heads drooping, and emitted pained whimpers at Chen Nan's gentle touch. A mixture of exasperation and compassion welled up within him. "This will teach you not to bring back random objects. Now you understand the pain, don't you?" The trio whimpered and turned their heads away, seemingly embarrassed, yet also filled with remorse for nearly causing Chen Nan distress. Nonetheless, it was an invaluable lesson learned. Fortunately, the injuries sustained by Black Panther, Little Black, and Little White were not grave. Aside from some superficial wounds, they appeared to be otherwise fine. Drawing upon his experience in providing aid, Chen Nan retrieved a medical kit from the storage and commenced the process of disinfecting, applying medication, and bandaging their wounds. Chapter 26. The Sale of Dried Bonito. After completing the tasks at hand, dusk approached. The three Black Panther swordsmen lay asleep beneath the eaves, their bodies wrapped in bandages. Particularly, the Black Panther, with its large ebony head swathed in bandages, resembled a pitiful yet amusing sight. This time, it had sustained the most severe injuries. Having finished everything, Chen Nan finally slumped into a chair, utterly exhausted. After a day filled with toil and narrowly escaping from the clutches of a bear, the experience had taken its toll. Throughout the afternoon, his nerves had been taut, and now he could finally allow himself to relax completely. Stealing a glance at the live stream, he noticed that there were still 50 to 60,000 viewers online, all of whom had remained. They had witnessed the day's perilous events and were now in a state of trepidation. That was terrifying. The moment the brown bear charged, I almost thought little Nan was going to meet a bloody end. Fortunately, the little brown bear came to the rescue just in time. It knew to protect little Nan. "I am in tears. Every creature has a spirit. It must have felt little Nan's love and care, which is why it protected him." Chen Nan managed a weary smile, his exhaustion evident in his voice. He had initially intended to take everyone to the back mountain to see the little brown bear, but now it seemed unnecessary. Despite the dangers faced, the little brown bear had finally returned to its mother, which brought a sense of relief. After exchanging a few casual words with the audience, Chen Nan concluded the live stream. The viewers, clearly still wanting more, noticed his fatigue and reluctantly bid him to rest well. Chen Nan nodded with a smile. After a simple meal and personal care, he retreated to his room and fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, Chen Nan awoke, stretching languidly. After a refreshing sleep, he felt invigorated. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden hue across the room. Another beautiful day awaited. Rising and stepping into the courtyard, he found the surroundings eerily quiet. The mischievous little rascal was absent, and the three Black Panther swordsmen had vanished early into the day. If it weren't for the collapsed wall to the east, one might think the frightful events of yesterday had never occurred. Chen Nan pressed his lips together, and after a quick wash and breakfast, he set off towards the dock. Today was the day he had arranged to acquire dry bonito from the Decheng restaurant. They had messaged him, indicating they were nearing arrival. During the journey, Chen Nan, as usual, initiated a live stream. "Good morning, little Nan. Good morning, everyone." In no time, dozens of viewers flooded into the stream. Chen Nan greeted them with a smile. The dock was not far from the village, merely a 10-minute walk. After turning past a few stone houses, A cacophony reached his ears. Looking ahead, he beheld a bustling scene at the dock, where a crowd of people gathered, their faces alight with anticipation and excitement. Among them were numerous wooden crates, nearly filling the entire dock. Uncle Mo and Ashue stood nearby, holding a list, seemingly counting the goods. Upon seeing Chen Nan approach, Ashue eagerly greeted him. "Brother Nan, you're here. I was busy collecting dried skipjack yesterday and had no idea such a significant event occurred at your place." "Goodness, a brown bear. I've never seen one in my life. Please tell me what it looks like and whether it's fierce." No sooner had Ashue finished speaking than he received a swift reprimand from his father. Uncle Mo, with irritation, remarked, "Little Nan just experienced a scare, and you bring this up? If you're so curious, why don't you go feed the brown bear on the mountain yourself?" Instantly, Ashue fell silent, standing obediently to the side. Such was the oppressive presence of father. Chen Nan chuckled. "It's all right, it's behind us now. I'm here to check on the inventory. Is everything accounted for?" "Yes, it's all here, just as we previously calculated, totaling 8,975 pounds. Uncle Mo's face was brimming with excitement. If sold at 210 yuan per pound, the entire village would reap substantial profits. It was indeed exhilarating. "All right." Chen Nan nodded with a smile, casually lifting the lids of several wooden crates to inspect. Each contained premium quality dried skipjack. None were subpar. This was the honesty of the island's fishermen. "Little Nan, is it true that the boss is really buying for 210 yuan a pound, and in such quantity? He can't be deceiving us, can he?" The villagers remained incredulous. After all, the current price was 6 to 7 times higher than the previous purchasing price for dried skipjack. "Rest assured, Uncle Lee, the buyers are already on their way," Chen Nan replied with a smile. Just then, a horn echoed across the sea. The crowd turned to see a medium-sized ship cutting through the waves, gradually making its way to the dock. Before long, the vessel docked, and several middle-aged men in work attire disembarked. The leading man, clad in a suit and carrying a briefcase, approached Chen Nan with a warm smile. "You must be Mr. Chen? I am Zhang Wei from Beijing restaurant, sent by the boss to coordinate with you." Zhang Wei cheerfully shook Chen Nan's hand and retrieved a business card from his briefcase. The addressal of Mr. Chen sent shivers down Chen Nan's spine. It was the first time in over 20 years he had been referred to in such a manner, leaving him feeling somewhat uneasy. However, he masked any discomfort, politely shook his hand, and replied with a faint smile, "No need for such formality, just call me by my name. The dried skipjack is here. Please inspect it first. We have 8,975 pounds. If everything is in order, we can proceed to weigh and load it." "Oh, no need for inspection. Just weigh and load it directly. Our boss has said that we can trust you, Mr. Chen." Zhang Wei waved his hand dismissively, speaking in a very generous manner. This unexpected trust from Beijing restaurant took Chen Nan by surprise. With a smile, he felt a surge of goodwill towards them. After a brief exchange, Zhang Wei wasted no time and instructed his subordinates to weigh and load all the skipjack tuna onto the ship. Chen Nan and Uncle Mo, along with Ashue and others, busied themselves assisting with the packing of goods. The faces of the crowd radiated joy and excitement, and the dock was filled with a festive atmosphere. Those watching the live stream felt a genuine happiness for the villagers. I was infected by the villagers' smiles early this morning. My mood has improved as well. The feeling of helping my fellow villagers escape poverty and achieve prosperity is truly wonderful. Well done, Brother Nan. Seeing these comments, Chen Nan couldn't help but smile. The live stream was meant for leisure, yet it brought about this unexpected joy. Windmill Island is the place that nurtured him, and his affection for it is unparalleled. Moreover, the uncles and aunts in the village have always shown him great care since childhood. If he could indeed help the villagers rise out of poverty, it would be quite a commendable achievement. Just as everyone was working together to load the skipjack tuna onto the cargo ship, a series of horn blasts echoed across the sea. Chapter 27. Uninvited guests. The endless expanse of the sea echoed with a series of foghorns. Everyone paused in their activities, turning their heads toward the water. Several vessels of varying sizes were gradually approaching the dock. They appeared not to be the village's fishing boats. Chen Nan, perplexed, inquired of Zhang Wei, "Mr. Zhang, Are these cargo ships sent by your company as well? That shouldn't be the case. The ship before us is more than sufficient to carry all this skipjack tuna. Zhang Wei replied, equally bewildered. Uncle Mo and the villagers exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring the confusion. Windmill Island, being remote, seldom saw visitors. Where'd all these ships come from? Shui squinted at the approaching vessels for a while, before speaking in a hushed tone, Dad, Brother Nan. Those are the ships of the unscrupulous merchants who previously bought the skipjack from us. What? Uncle Mo's expression darkened as he squinted to get a better look. As the ships drew nearer, it became clear. Indeed, they were the same vessels. They must have heard about our sale of skipjack. Shui exclaimed angrily. How audacious! Those merchants have exploited the villagers for so long, and now they dare to return? This is utterly shameless. What does it matter? With such a large bounty at stake, their conscience is of no concern to them, another voice chimed in. Just wait and see. Their arrival can only mean trouble, Chen Nan remarked. His live stream having attracted tens of thousands of viewers who now felt a surge of righteous indignation at the unexpected visitors. Brother Chen, what should we do? Zhang Wei looked at Chen Nan, hesitation evident in his voice. Don't worry, just have a remaining skipjack loaded onto the cargo ship. I will handle things here with the villagers, Chen Nan reassured him, stepping forward alongside Uncle Mo, their gazes fixed intently on the vessels approaching the dock. Nodding in understanding, Zhang Wei instructed his subordinates to continue packing the goods without delay. Stop! You cannot take the skipjack. A gruff voice boomed from the deck as the ship had yet to fully dock. The crowd turned to see a rotund man adorned with a large gold chain leaping down from the deck, his bulk causing the dock to tremble. Pull the pig out. The tremors are quite intense. It feels like an earthquake. As the onlookers beheld the man, laughter erupted in the live stream. Chen Nan raised an eyebrow. Following him, several others disembarked from the ship, totaling 8 or 9 individuals, all with unfriendly expressions that suggested they were not to be trifled with. Quite a crowd has come, one commented. Are these the buyers? That gold chain. And look at that beer belly. Yes, obviously a nouveau riche. Indeed, how can we not call them nouveau riche? When her wealth stems from exploiting the villagers. You might not call them buyers, but I would have thought this group was a gang of thugs and ruffians. Brother Nan, the leader, known as Big Black, is the proprietor of those unscrupulous buyers, relentlessly driving down the price of the skipjack tuna jerky. Shui approached Chen Nan, seething with indignation. Chen Nan nodded, his gaze fixed on the man named Big Black, his eyes betraying a hint of fury. You cannot take this skipjack jerky, Big Black bellowed, his voice booming as he addressed the crowd. However, Zhang Wei and his companions, undeterred by his commands, continued to transport the goods. Observing this, Big Black's countenance darkened, his jowls quivering with rage. His sycophants, ever obedient, rushed forward to obstruct Zhang Wei and the others. Yet, they were swiftly encircled by Uncle Mo and Uncle Li. We can sell this skipjack jerky to whomever we choose. Who are you to dictate otherwise? Haven't you exploited us enough already? Shui, youthful and impetuous, rushed forward, his voice laced with fury. Brother, such words are uncalled for. We have consistently procured skipjack jerky from the island in the past. According to tradition, we are entitled to purchase future supplies. Moreover, if we hadn't traveled such a distance, would your village, so remote, even be able to sell this skipjack jerky? It's absurd that instead of gratitude, you accuse us of exploitation. Do you think labor comes free? Do you think fuel costs nothing? Speak sensibly. To renege on your word and sell the skipjack jerky to others is a blatant breach of trust, an act of utter dishonesty. If this were to become public knowledge, your Windmill Island would be ridiculed and scorned by all. Big Black's loud voice was laced with a false smile, yet his words ignited the ire of everyone present. How shameless can one be? I've seen a lack of integrity, but this is beyond comprehension. This is nothing short of a blatant reversal of blame, a manipulation. Are you taking advantage of the fisherman's honesty and simplicity? Furious. I want to rush over and tear that grotesque face of his apart. The audience in the live stream seethed with anger, the screen rapidly filled with denunciations of the unscrupulous buyers. With over 40 to 50,000 viewers present, one could imagine that, had they been on site, a single spit from each would drown Big Black and his cohorts. You. Ah Shui's face flushed crimson with rage, but being too young and naive, he faltered, unable to articulate a rebuttal. Observing this, Chen Nan stepped forward, pulling him behind him, locking eyes with Big Black, and declared vehemently, "Your assertions are misguided, sir. The skipjack jerky in our possession, as long as no contract is signed, is ours to sell as we please, and this is of no concern to you. Furthermore, you exploit the fishermen's ignorance of the market by purchasing at a meager price, squeezing them further, only to sell at exorbitant markups. If this were to come to light, the one deserving ridicule and scorn would undoubtedly be you. Tell me, if this truth were revealed, would your business survive?" Chen Nan gazed at him, delivering a scathing retort. Dahay's expression gradually darkened. His face, adorned with a thick layer of flesh, exuded an air of menace. He narrowed his eyes at Chen Nan and smirked. "So, you are Chen Nan? I hear it was your idea to sell the dried skipjack tuna to others?" "Indeed, it was I. What of it?" Chen Nan met his gaze unwaveringly, devoid of any trace of fear. It was absurd. This was a society governed by law. He neither stole nor robbed. So why should he fear Dahay? Even though Windmill Island lay in a remote corner, he felt no trepidation. The many fishermen on the island were not to be underestimated. Should matters escalate, it was unlikely that Dahay and his associates would emerge unscathed. Dahay's murky eyes scrutinized Chen Nan for a lengthy moment, his teeth grinding ominously, his expression a tumult of uncertainty. Observing this, Ah Shui, Uncle Mo, and the others converged, their faces etched with fury as they glared at Dahay and his companions. The atmosphere was palpably charged, as if on the brink of eruption. Chapter 28. A fierce confrontation, boss. It's not as if dried skipjack tuna is exclusive to this island. They are numerous and formidable. Perhaps we should abandon this dried fish? A scrawny lackey, standing behind Dahay, timidly whispered into his ear. He was genuinely frightened. It was no jest. He had witnessed the bulging muscles of those men across from them. Muscles that were not the superficial result of protein shakes, but rather solid and formidable. If a fight broke out, they mere drunks and gluttons would not stand a chance. To put it bluntly, if a fist came flying from the opposite side, he would be on his knees, pleading for mercy. Though fishermen are honest and hardworking, they are also united, and if they were to be wronged, they could be fiercely unreasonable. He certainly did not wish to be rendered unconscious and cast into the sea as fish bait. The thought of this made the lackey tremble. "Brother, perhaps we should." Yet before he could finish his sentence, Dahay landed a hefty slap on his head. "Abandon it? Do you have any idea how much dried skipjack tuna is here? The profit it could bring us." After saying this, he turned to Chen Nan and the others, declaring, "There are rules on the road. The dried fish here is ours to claim. No one is permitted to take it away. Brothers, charge." With a grand gesture, Dahay signaled for a direct and forceful seizure. The eyes of Ah Shui and Uncle Mo widened in surprise, their faces contorted with rage, their joints cracking ominously. The lackey was on the verge of tears. The other lackeys exchanged glances, their eyes filled with trepidation, hesitating to advance. "What a bunch of cowards. I've raised you for nothing." Dahay's face, already dark, appeared even more so. These cowards had undeniably made him lose face and diminished his authority before the others. "Get moving. Do you wish to lose your livelihood?" Dahay kicked one of the lackeys and shouted angrily. At this, the lackeys ceased their hesitation, roaring as they charged forward, fists swinging. However, ouch! Within mere moments, all of them were sprawled on the ground, some cradling their heads, others clutching their legs, wailing incessantly. A few lay still, motionless, leaving one to wonder if they were feigning death or genuinely unconscious. Ugh, truly useless. And they dare to rob us of our dried fish. Ah Shui rubbed his fists, spitting disdainfully. He had been harboring a surge of frustration, feeling he hadn't had enough of a fight. Now, his hands itched for action. Glancing down at the frail man lying motionless on the ground, Ah Shui delivered another spiteful punch. Ouch! Why is it always me? A pained wail erupted from the ground, followed by an eerie silence. It appeared this time he was truly out cold. Umph! Ah Shui scoffed, a gleam of satisfaction illuminating his face. Finally, he felt a sense of relief. Dahay stood in stunned silence. gazing at the groaning crowd of his subordinates sprawled on the ground. Casting a glance at Uncle Mo and the others who were looking his way, he cursed under his breath and fled in haste. Curse it, a bunch of useless fools. I ought to toss you into the sea to feed the fish. Boss, boss, wait for us. The sycophants on the ground hastily scrambled onto the boat, not forgetting to drag along the two unconscious individuals. Thus, this farcical scene came to a dramatically comic end. The audience in the live stream relished the spectacle. Haha, I'm literally dying of laughter. These people must be here for comic relief. The villagers assert, we are honest, but that does not mean we are easy to bully. This is incredibly satisfying. I even saw Uncle Mo and Ashue sneak in a few extra punches, truly like father like son. As they watched Dahe and his cruise ship fade into the distance, the villagers spat in disdain. Umph. If those people come again, I will strike them once more. Let us see if they dare to return. Do they genuinely think we are easy prey? However, someone voiced a hint of concern. What if they bring a lot of people to retaliate against us? What are we afraid of? We have the numbers on our side. Are we to fear them? Exactly. Many did not even show up today. If the entire village mobilizes, we'll dismantle their ship and force them to swim back. The crowd erupted into laughter. Chen Nan couldn't help but smile. He was not worried about any retaliation from Dahe. The villagers were not to be trifled with. When the time came, armed with harpoons and shovels, the entire village would present an imposing force. Brother Chun, we have finished weighing the skipjack tuna jerky. It totals 8,975 pounds, not a pound less. At that moment, the skipjack tuna jerky was perfectly weighed. And Zhang Wei approached with a beaming smile. We have just transferred the final payment for the jerky into your account. Please check. Chen Nan glanced at his phone, just in time to see the bank notification, and smiled. All right, no problem. We won't delay you any longer. There are many subsequent matters to attend to. Brother Chun, we will meet again. Then I shall not keep you until we meet again. They exchanged a handshake. Watching as Zhang Wei's ship filled with skipjack tuna jerky gradually sailed away. At the dock, the villagers wore smiles on their faces. Chen Nan addressed them cheerfully. Uncles and aunts, I will head to the town shortly to withdraw cash. Later, I will be able to distribute the payment for the jerky to everyone. He then turned to Uncle Mo beside him. Uncle Mo, I will need your help to tally the amounts of jerky for each household. You're more familiar with this matter. Just a small task. Uncle Mo nodded with a smile, appearing quite pleased. The villagers' eyes sparkled in unison. The jerky represented a considerable sum, equivalent to several months or even half a year's income. Who wouldn't be happy about making money? As a result, the villagers couldn't help but express their gratitude to Chen Nan once more. He waved his hand with a smile and then set off towards the town with Ashue. The island indeed harbors a town, yet it lies a considerable distance from their village, rendering a mere walk insufficient. Consequently, each household is equipped with means of transportation. Chen Nan had only recently returned and had not yet made such preparations. Fortunately, Uncle Mo's family possessed an old motorcycle. Brother Nan, it has been many years since you last visited the town, hasn't it? Today, I shall show you around. Ashue exclaimed as he started up the vintage motorcycle and beckoned Chen Nan to join him. In the village, such enduring motorcycles were commonplace, renowned for their durability. Chen Nan mounted the bike, and the two gradually made their way to the town. The town had not changed much. It remained as Chen Nan remembered it. Navigating with familiarity, they first stopped by the bank to withdraw cash. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Nan decided to visit the seafood market, where he procured an array of lively small fish and shrimp, freshly caught by local fishermen. Chapter 29. Feeding ice cubes to dolphins in a simple excursion to the town. Chen Nan and Ashue spent over 2 hours going back and forth to procure a few items. Ashue, take this cash to Uncle Mo. I shall go check on Jiao Jiao and Yao Yao. Upon disembarking, Chen Nan handed the parcel in his hands to Ashue and proceeded toward the coastal stone house, carrying 2 plastic buckets. The buckets contained numerous small fish and shrimp, along with a few ice cubes. Arriving at the stone house, Chen Nan wiped the lens of his phone and initiated a live stream, having temporarily deactivated the stream during his trip to town for convenience. He now observed thousands of viewers flocking into the broadcast. Smiling, he remarked, Didn't the new fans incessantly clamor to see Jiao Jiao and Yao Yao? Today, the host shall introduce you to them. With Meng Tiantian's behind-the-scenes support, his follower count surged at an astonishing rate. Thus, every time he went live, a multitude would demand to see Jiao Jiao, Yao Yao, and Pan Pan. As a devoted host to his fans, how could he possibly deny their wishes? Hence, he made it a priority to come over. Of course, Chen Nan's primary intention was to check on these little creatures. Being away from home, he often worried about whether the young ones were well-fed and warm or scavenging for food. Ah, the trials of fatherhood. Wow, can we finally see those adorable, spirited dolphin babies? I want to see the orca and that great blue whale. Yes, we also want to see the flying people of the sea. Show us your talents. As soon as Jiao Jiao and Yao Yao were mentioned, the atmosphere in the live stream became exceptionally lively. Clearly, the fans' affection for the dolphins was fervent. However, the barrage of comments. Chen Nan felt a headache coming on. He forced a smile. Meeting Jiao Jiao and Yao Yao is easy, as they often linger in this area and will come over upon hearing the sound of the flute. However, as for the blue whale, Pan Pan, it typically resides at depths of 1 to 200 meters, and when foraging, it may dive to depths exceeding 500 or even 1,000 meters. It's usually either dining or en route to do so, making it a rare sight indeed. And as for the orca, well, that's a fantasy for another time. Woohoo! I don't care. I want to see them. Fans are good. The host is naughty. Chen Nan's lips twitched in exasperation. Are today's netizens so difficult to please? With a resigned shrug, he made his way to the pier and played the conch shell hanging around his neck. The notes echoed, a blend of long and short sounds, gradually carried away by the sea breeze. Both Chen Nan and the audience eagerly gazed at the endless horizon, awaiting a delightful surprise. With a sudden splash, the tranquil sea erupted with sounds of splashing water as several gray-blue figures leapt from the surface. Their distinct calls mingled with the sounds of the ocean, approaching the audience. Wow, the dolphin babies have appeared. Is that Jiao Jiao and Yao Yao? It's real. Little Nangu called them, and they came. How magical. At this moment, the new admirers drawn in by the short videos could not help but exclaim in unison. Even the longtime fans felt a surge of excitement upon reuniting. Jiao Jiao, Yao Yao, here. Chen Nan joyfully waved his arms. Ji. The figures, responding to Chen Nan's calls, became even more jubilant, their movements quickening in delight. In no time, they reached Chen Nan's side, dancing around him with unrestrained joy. Even the audience in the live stream could distinctly feel the exuberance radiating from them. Splash, plop. Despite being splattered with seawater, Chen Nan remained unfazed as he scooped up small fish and shrimp from a plastic bucket, casting them onto the ocean surface. Splash! A chorus of splashes followed as dolphins leaped out of the water, expertly capturing the fish and shrimp with precision. These little fish and shrimp are treats from Princess Lanchi for you, Chen Nan exclaimed, throwing the fish and shrimp into the sea and delighting in the sight of the dolphins feasting. Upon hearing this, Meng Tiantian, watching from her screen, couldn't help but giggle. She often lingered in Chen Nan's live stream, not only to monitor the data, but also because she genuinely enjoyed watching him. Being mentioned by name brought her a wave of joy, and she playfully tapped her fingers on the keyboard. Princess Lanchi, I can rest easy knowing that Xiao Nan hasn't been stingy with my dolphin babies. Princess Lanchi rewarded the host with 3 carnival tokens. Princess Lanchi, this is still for their food money, so remember to keep my dolphin babies plump and healthy. Is the wealthy princess nurturing dolphins from afar? How unfair. I want to do that too. Ocean's longing rewarded the host with an airplane. Listening to the wind rewarded the host with a castle. Remember, this is the food money from the dolphins' unseen parents. In an instant, a wave of generosity surged through the live stream as viewers began showering gifts, all intended for the dolphin sustenance. Chen Nan's eyebrows raised in surprise. One must admit, Meng Tiantian had a knack for rallying the crowd. Accepting the gifts graciously, Chen Nan refused to feign modesty. After all, upon returning to the village, this could be considered his sole source of income. Rest assured, dear viewers, I will ensure the dolphins are well fed and healthy. If you're worried about my dedication to their feeding, feel free to pop into the live stream for oversight, Chen Nan said with a smile, before tossing the remaining fish and shrimp into the ocean. After completing these tasks, he took a moment to glance at the live stream's backend data. Host, Chen Nan, followers, 975,000, gift donations, 160,000. My goodness. Is the data truly this staggering? Chen Nan couldn't help but feel a thrill of astonishment. In just a few days since returning to the island, his follower count approached 1 million, and the donations had already surpassed a remarkable sum. After the deductions from the live streaming platform's bonuses, the earnings amounted to over 90,000. It is worth noting that he previously worked as a zookeeper, earning less than 10,000 a month. And now, this is merely data from just a few days. Chen Nan couldn't help but marvel internally. Suddenly, he felt an exhilarating rush. He grinned widely, observing that the small fish and shrimp had nearly all been consumed by the dolphins. He scooped some ice cubes from the bucket. Jiao jiao yao yao, come here. Upon hearing the call, the dolphins swiftly gathered around, each opening their mouths as if anticipating something. Chen Nan chuckled softly, gently stroking the soft, slick heads of the little creatures. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the audience in the live stream, he began tossing the ice cubes one by one into the dolphins' mouths. With a squeak, they swallowed the ice cubes eagerly, joyfully shaking their bodies before opening their mouths once more towards Chen Nan. He diligently distributed all the ice cubes from the bucket. Each person had 6 dolphins, and this routine seemed both familiar and commonplace. After completing the task, Chen Nan glanced at the live stream, only to be taken aback by the barrage of skepticism on the screen. Chapter 30. Water, the essence of life, feeding ice to dolphins? What a curious act by Chen Nan. Goodness, streamer, don't feed everything to the baby dolphins. What if it harms their health? Ice is fresh water, right? Can dolphins actually consume that? Chen Nan scratched his head in bewilderment. Is it really that strange for dolphins to eat ice? But upon reflection, he realized that those from the mainland might not share the same experiences as children raised by the sea. It was entirely possible that some had never even visited the ocean and thus lacked understanding. With a smile, he explained, although dolphins are marine creatures, they are also mammals and require fresh water. Their primary sources of fresh water come from their food and their own salt-filtering organs, which can only maintain basic freshwater balance. Without external sources of fresh water, dolphins would lack vitality, struggle to swim, and could even drown in seawater. Upon hearing Chen Nan's explanation, viewers were taken aback. Are you joking? Marine creatures that rely on water drowning in it? That's the biggest cold joke I've ever heard. Isn't that akin to humans suffocating on land while breathing air? This is beyond absurd, truly outrageous. Chen Nan furrowed his brow, contemplating how to further elucidate the matter to his audience. Just then, a brilliant golden comment floated across the screen. It was from a verified official account on the streaming platform. Biologist He Ziyuan. The streamer's explanation is indeed correct. Marine life includes various mammals, such as dolphins, seals, sea lions, and whales. They not only require fresh water to maintain their bodily moisture balance, but also need to surface regularly to breathe air. Biologist He Ziyuan. If these marine mammals are unable to surface for air for prolonged periods, they risk asphyxiation due to a lack of oxygen, which could ultimately lead to drowning. This radiant golden comment was so striking that it was hard for anyone to overlook. Oh my! Even the official marine account has come forth to support the streamer. It seems Xiaonan's words hold weight. 666. Another useful piece of knowledge added. So marine creatures also need to drink fresh water. Suddenly, I realize how vital fresh water is. Humans and all flora and fauna depend on it. Otherwise, how could it be said that water is the source of life? Upon noticing the gilded ID, Chen Nan was momentarily taken aback. He cautiously inquired, "Are you Professor He from Kyoto University, specializing in marine biology?" At that moment, an elderly gentleman with white hair appeared astonished, tapping gently on his keyboard. "Yes. Do you know me, streamer?" Chen Nan's face lit up with surprise and admiration. "I am a student at Kyoto University and had the privilege of attending your lecture at the university. It was incredibly enlightening." "What? It's actually Professor He Ziyuan." He's a remarkable figure in the field of biology. Chen Nan has truly made it. Even such a prominent figure has come to the live stream. Watching Chen Nan stream alongside Professor, he suddenly makes me feel quite insignificant. To one's astonishment, the identity of the individual on the other end was revealed, causing an uproar in the live stream. Professor He Ziyuan from the biology department remarked, "So, the host is a student from Kyoto University. Truly an impressive young talent." Even Chen Nan, a seasoned gentleman, felt his cheeks flush at the compliment from someone he deeply admired. The professor, appearing amiable, had been drawn to the live stream by intriguing short videos sent by his students. After a moment's reflection, he typed a message. "Your broadcast is quite captivating. I shall frequent your sessions and share some knowledge about marine life. I hope you and everyone else won't find me bothersome." He continued, "Of course, should the opportunity arise, I must visit your enchanting little island." Chen Nan beamed with joy. "Professor He, your visit would be a great honor for us. How could we ever find it bothersome?" "Oh wow. So in the future, we will not only enjoy the beautiful scenery, but also acquire some knowledge. I'm definitely following. Consider me a fan." What a treasure of a live stream. After feeding the dolphins and watching them frolic away, the atmosphere in the live stream grew even more vibrant. Chen Nan clapped his hands and, with a mysterious smile, said, "This is just the beginning. The island's scenery is quite ordinary. If we speak of truly beautiful views, they lie beneath the sea. In that mystical and vast underwater realm, magnificent coral reefs thrive, each uniquely shaped and vividly colored, resembling a splendid, colorful dream garden, home to countless small fish. It is indeed another captivating world." As Chen Nan described it, the viewers felt as though they were transported there, lost in the beauty of their imaginations. "It sounds so enchanting. I can hardly believe how beautiful and dreamlike it must be in reality. Hey, Brother Nan, when will you take us to see it?" "Agreed, don't just tease us." Chen Nan laughed heartily. "Once I have the means, I will procure a set of waterproof equipment and ensure everyone experiences the underwater beauty, which is just as magnificent as any mountain or river." "Brother Nan, you are generous. I'm eagerly looking forward to it. My anticipation is at its peak. I've followed you. I hope you won't keep us waiting too long." Indeed, Chen Nan's words garnered him even more followers. By the end of the day, his fan count had surged by tens of thousands. Amidst the lively discussions, a golden message scrolled across the screen. "Princess Lanshi, don't worry. Brother Nan 1T, keep us waiting long." Chen Nan raised an eyebrow with a smile. "It seems Princess Lanshi has great faith in me." "Princess Lanshi, of course I have confidence. The diving equipment I purchased for your live stream is already on its way." Chen Nan nearly choked on his drink in surprise, thinking he must have misheard. Upon witnessing an entire screen adorned with an array of question marks, he became convinced that what he had heard was indeed true. He couldn't help but swallow hard, questioning, "Is this for real, sister? Are you actually serious?" The notion that a live stream diving apparatus would simply be given away was nothing short of astonishing. "Princess Lanshi, do you still doubt my prowess? Just wait. It will arrive by tomorrow at the latest. After all, you pique my interest." "Princess Lanshi, of course, should the underwater scenery fail to meet my expectations." Ahem. Chen Nan cleared his throat and quickly patted his chest, assuring, "Sister, rest assured, the underwater vistas will undoubtedly satisfy you. It will be nothing short of spectacular." Happiness had arrived rather unexpectedly. Yet, it was evident that this joy did not belong to the audience in the live stream. All Chen Nan could see were cries of distress echoing through the chat. "Goodness, as far as I know, a single set of diving equipment isn't cheap. If one desires high-definition gear, its value is even more exorbitant. Truly worthy of being a lavish princess. Her capabilities are indeed impressive. Wah, princess, take a look at me. I stand at 6 feet tall, 18, with an 8-pack. Get lost upstairs. The princess should notice me. I can sing, dance, rap, and even play basketball. Princess, don't you want to take me home to place in your fish tank? I'd be quite the eye-catcher. Someone upstairs, please take me along." Chapter 31. One is not enough, but three. After bustling about the coastal stone house for a while, the sun had already ascended to its zenith. It hung high in the sky, somewhat blinding, yet it illuminated the sea, rendering it increasingly clear and radiant. Chen Nan rummaged through the stone house, retrieving a sun hat, and leisurely strolled home while engaging in casual banter with the viewers in the live stream. He pondered the whereabouts of the Black Panther trio, who had been absent all morning. The village, at noon, bore an air of tranquility. Every household was preoccupied with preparing lunch, wisps of smoke rising from chimneys, while chickens and puppies dozed in clusters beneath the shade of trees. Bathed in the midday sun, the village appeared serene and relaxed. Woof! Gore! At this moment, even the Black Panther trio refrained from howling loudly, instead emitting low growls. Wait, the Black Panther trio? Low growls. In this peaceful setting, a sudden low growl from ahead pierced the tranquility, laden with alertness and a sense of menace. Chen Nan's heart skipped a beat, prompting him to quicken his pace homeward. Before long, he spotted the Black Panther trio. However, to Chen Nan's astonishment, they were not in the courtyard. Rather, they paced back and forth outside the courtyard wall, continuously growling a warning. This situation could only imply one thing. An unfamiliar presence lingered within the yard. Instantly alert, Chen Nan noted that even the viewers in the live stream sensed something amiss. Could it be that thieves have broken into Xiao Nan's house? Where would thieves come from in this village? We all know each other on this island. Could it be those unscrupulous buyers from above? Goodness, it's not impossible that they come for revenge. As this possibility dawned upon them, the tension in the air escalated. Chen Nan furrowed his brow and signaled the Black Panther trio to be quiet. He then cautiously approached the courtyard wall, casting a furtive glance inside. What the heck? Upon witnessing the unexpected guests in his yard, Chen Nan and the viewers in the live stream gasped in unison. What on earth had he seen? Instead of a thief, there lay 3 small brown bears, seemingly asleep, neatly sprawled across his yard. Recalling the peril of the previous day and the formidable presence of the bear mother, Chen Nan felt his legs tremble involuntarily. 1 was not enough, but 3. Was his life still worth living? A twitch of anxiety gripped the corners of his mouth. His gaze darted around nervously, fearing the presence of the bear mother nearby. Fortunately, a thorough search revealed no sign of her. But how on earth had these 3 little brown bears made their way into his yard and decided to take a nap? Chen Nan felt an overwhelming urge to weep without tears. Previously, Black Panther had trafficked a single cub, nearly provoking the wrath of its mother. And now, 3 of them. Was he not inviting his own demise? Subconsciously, he glanced at Black Panther, his eyes brimming with questions. Where did these little bears come from? Black Panther's eyes widened in confusion, reflecting his own bewilderment. A person and a dog exchanged glances, and then both rushed towards the trio of little brown bears. As they approached, the onlookers quickly discovered that the 3 cubs appeared almost identical, of similar size and perfectly aligned in a row, nestled on the ground in slumber. Their tiny bellies rose and fell rhythmically, and bubbles occasionally escaped from their little noses, an utterly charming sight. The viewers in the live stream were instantly enchanted. Oh my goodness, how adorable. Just like little puppies. Such good babies, all 3 of them. These 3 little ones are nearly indistinguishable. Which one was the little brown bear from yesterday? I can't tell them apart. The audience was collectively bemused. At that moment, Chen Nan was too preoccupied to focus on their reactions. He glanced at the cubs before investigating the vicinity. The courtyard wall had yet to be repaired. The damaged area was merely obstructed by some objects, and the gate was securely locked. He was curious about how the little bears had made their way into his yard. As the wall stood over a meter high, these cubs were only 2 or 3 months old, likely just learning to walk, and scaling a wall seemed implausible. Something was amiss. After a meticulous inspection of the surroundings, Chen Nan suddenly realized there was a small hole in the corner of the wall, now accompanied by a heap of freshly disturbed soil, indicating that the opening had widened. It appeared that these little brown bears had dug their way in. Clever little creatures. Chen Nan raised his eyes skyward in exasperation. What a day filled with peculiarities. Observing the small hole, the live stream audience quickly grasped the situation, bursting into laughter. Ha! I can already envision the scene of the 3 little ones digging furiously. Little brown bear, brothers, dig faster. There are delicious treats beyond this wall. Oh no! It seems our Chen Nan is now being besieged by these bear cubs. It is easier to invite a spirit than to send it away. Chen Nan could not possibly abandon the three little ones in the wilderness. He could only attend to their needs and hope that when their mother appeared, she would spare him and his home, considering his earnest efforts to care for her cubs. Chen Nan now understood that perhaps their mother lived in the mountains behind his home. Otherwise, the Black Panther would not have found the cub, and these little ones would not have had the means to sneak into his yard. They must have taken advantage of their mother's slumber to venture out. They were indeed lively little cubs, true bear children. Feeling a slight headache, Chen Nan looked at the trio of bears resting in his yard. After some contemplation, he retrieved a blanket and gathered some dry reeds, creating a simple nest for them in the shaded area beneath the eaves. Once he completed this task, he carefully cradled each little bear one by one. Despite his gentle handling, one cub stirred awake during the process. The little one yawned, its bleary eyes meeting Chen Nan's gaze. Those dark, glistening eyes reflected innocence and naivety, melting Chen Nan's heart instantly. How could a bear be so irresistibly adorable? In a soft and tender manner, the little brown bear yawned languidly in Chen Nan's embrace. However, this gentle whimper seemed to activate some unseen switch, awakening the other two little brown bears at that very moment. Whimper, 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 whimper. The little ones, having just risen from slumber, instinctively sought nourishment. Whether human infants or bear cubs, the yearning for milk is universal. If only their mother bear were present, she would undoubtedly rush to feed her little ones without delay. Alas, she was absent. The little brown bears, deprived of their timely sustenance, grew increasingly anxious, squinting their eyes and lifting their heads to wail even louder. Howl! Howl! The plaintive cries, reminiscent of puppy whimpers, seemed to resonate deeply, almost compelling the trio of black panthers to descend from their perch. With their noses twitching in an anxious sniff, they circled around the three little ones, their eyes filled with concern. The combined wails of the three cubs, intermingled with the low whimpers of the three dogs, created a cacophony that filled Chen Nan's courtyard with an unexpected vibrancy. Chapter 32. The Three Living Ancestors. Amidst the chaotic commotion of chickens and dogs in the yard, and the increasingly loud wails of the little brown bears nestled in his arms, Chen Nan experienced a fleeting moment of mental blankness, his eyelids involuntarily twitching. He had instructed the trio of black panthers to look after the three cubs, and now, in a hurried rush, he dashed back indoors to prepare milk bottles and other necessities. Managing one little brown bear was already quite a handful, and now he faced the challenge of three. It was utterly overwhelming. Chen Nan felt a silent tear roll down his cheek. As he busied himself, the whimpering outside gradually transformed into lamentations. It seemed that the little bears were protesting fervently. Mom, milk, food, hungry. Despite Chen Nan's professional demeanor, the heart-wrenching cries threw him into a frenzy. He first boiled water to warm the milk, then hastily retrieved the sterilized bottles from storage, cursing his inability to be in multiple places at once. Strangely, after a short while, the cries belonging to the three little ones ceased abruptly. After a moment of silence, the panther's terrified howls filled the air instead. Woof, woof, woof. The incredulity in their voices was palpable. Good heavens! What on earth was happening now? Chen Nan exclaimed, hurriedly clutching the milk bottle as he rushed outside, only to be greeted by the following scene. The three little brown bears, perhaps dazed or confused by hunger, could no longer distinguish their mother. Each had seized a dog, burrowing beneath its belly, sending the panther trio into a frenzied scramble, their faces reflecting sheer terror. The yard was a whirlwind of chaos, dust swirling about. The panthers leaped and bounded ahead, while the little bear cubs relentlessly pursued them. They fled, they chased, they floundered. Before long, the three full-grown dogs found themselves cornered by the three cubs, mere months old. The dogs huddled together, trembling as they faced the relentless advance of the little bears, their paws protectively shielding their vulnerable parts, quaking in fear. The scene was as dramatic as it was comical. Chen Nan found himself caught between laughter and tears, and the audience in the live stream, reveling in the unfolding chaos, was equally entertained. I can't stop laughing. Surely the little bears aren't mistaking the panthers. Ahem, that for a pacifier? Ha ha, what a hilarious spectacle. Given the enthusiasm of the little bears, The panthers must surely have some milk to spare. Does what they produce even qualify as milk? The atmosphere is becoming increasingly peculiar. Black panther, little black, little white, come here. Chen Nan called out to the panthers cowering in the corner of the yard, his voice brimming with amusement. Arwell. Upon hearing his call, the panthers' eyes instantly brightened. Like they had found a savior, they scurried past the little bears and dashed into the house. Moments later, 3 dog heads emerged from within, 2 black and 1 white, lined up in a row, quietly observing the commotion outside. As the bottle of milk flew away, the little brown bears could hardly contain their discontent. With a dissatisfied whimper, they scurried back towards the black panthers. Ack! The panthers, suddenly stricken with fear, let out a howl and hurried to hide inside their den. Before long, a furry black paw emerged from within, forcefully kicking the door shut. Bang! The door slammed tight, sending dust swirling and effectively barring the little brown bears from entry. Awoo! Choked by the dust, the coveted pacifier vanished from sight, prompting the little bears to wail in desperation. Their paws climbed and patted against the wooden door, protesting with indignation. Hee hee! Chen Nan chuckled lightly, pleased to witness the commotion. However, he knew he could not let the bear cubs go hungry any longer. He crouched down, waving the bottle of milk enticingly before their eyes. Huh! Several little brown bears turned their heads, their eager ears twitching as they murmured in confusion. Though they were unsure of what lay before them, they could faintly smell the aroma of milk. Awoo! At that moment, one of the little brown bears suddenly unleashed a thunderous roar. With bright, sparkling eyes, it swiftly climbed up Chen Nan's arm, waving its paws in eager anticipation of the bottle. Its movements were astonishingly adept. Goodness, this is undoubtedly the same little bear from yesterday. Ha! Just look at its skilled demeanor. Who else could it be? Little brown bear, milk. Dad, you must be my true father. Chen Nan smiled, recognizing the little bear. Without further ado, he handed the bottle to its eager embrace. The little creature let out a satisfied whimper and began to drink voraciously, clearly famished. However, while it indulged heartily, the other 2 little bears remained in a state of bewilderment. Sitting on the ground, they gazed up at Chen Nan with wide, vacant eyes, then glanced at their brother relishing the milk. Confused, they could not fathom. How could this colossal biped, devoid of any visible source, possess milk? Never mind. As long as there was milk to be had. Whimper, whimper. The remaining 2 little brown bears simultaneously erupted into cries. Without a second thought, they clutched at Chen Nan's clothing and began to clamber up his body. Hey, come down. The bottle is still inside, and I have no milk on me. Wait, what are you trying to bite? As he watched one bear aim for a protruding part of his body, Chen Nan felt as if struck by lightning, instantly losing his composure. Now he understood why the panthers had been so terrified. Who could withstand such an onslaught? Well, the tables had turned. It was now the panthers' turn to watch the spectacle unfold. Chen Nan glanced over, his expression filled with woe, and saw several canine heads peeking through the window, grinning with toothy smiles as they watched in amusement. Oh, my ancestors! Chen Nan sighed, swiftly grabbing the mischievous little brown bear while neglecting the one still clinging to his leg, and hurried inside to retrieve the bottle. With the arrival of milk, the little brown bears finally ceased their ruckus. One bear clutched a bottle, sitting in a row upon the table, slurping greedily, savoring the nourishing liquid. At last, tranquility enveloped the world. Chen Nan exhaled a deep sigh, taking this moment to scrutinize the trio of little ones before him. These cubs bear an uncanny resemblance to one another. I can hardly tell them apart. Brother Nan, are they all the offspring of the brown bear mother? Huh, triplets? I'd always thought brown bears typically give birth to just one cub at a time. Chen Nan glanced at the live stream and elucidated. Generally, a mother brown bear can give birth to 1 to 3 cubs in a single litter, with 1 to 2 being the more common occurrence. 3 is indeed an impressive feat for a brown bear mother. Recalling the robust brown bear mother scene in yesterday's stream, a shiver of awe coursed through the crowd. Indeed, that was quite remarkable. How could it not be? They had witnessed firsthand the sheer size and strength of that magnificent mother bear. Her mere presence sent tremors through the ground. Chapter 33. Bear 1, Bear 2, Bear 3. The viewers in the live stream were filled with curiosity. Chen Nan, were the little brown bears born at the same time? Can we discern which one is the eldest and which one is the second? Which of them is the first little brown bear we encountered? I genuinely cannot tell them apart. Brown bears are viviparous creatures, akin to how human mothers give birth to twins, one after another. In response to the inquisitive audience in the live stream, Chen Nan smiled and explained that the little brown bears previously seen at the zoo were born under the watchful eyes of the zookeepers, making it easy to distinguish the eldest among them. Of course, there exists another method, examining their physique and fur. Chen Nan picked up one of the little brown bears, grinning as he remarked, "Typically, the firstborn little brown bear is more robust and develops at a faster rate. If you look closely at their fur, you should notice some differences." He deftly adjusted the camera for a closer view. The little brown bear, grasped by its nape, looked up at Chen Nan with innocent eyes, letting out a discontented whine. Yet, this did not deter it from its feeding, as it once again buried its face into the bottle. There is indeed a discernible difference. In comparison, the little brown bear in Chen Nan's hands has noticeably thicker and longer fur. Its bones appear larger as well. Is this one the eldest? Chen Nan nodded with a smile. This is the eldest, and he also has a younger brother. Suddenly, a childhood memory of a certain animated show flashed in his mind, sparking his amusement. From now on, you shall be called Bear 1. Chen Nan grinned widely, addressing the little brown bear in his hands. The bear, puzzled, lifted its head. Are you serious, Chen Nan? Bear. Bear in the wild. Bear 1. Chen Nan, now thoroughly engrossed, excitedly called out again. The little brown bear tilted its head in confusion, unsure of what was happening, yet aware it was being summoned. Thus, clutching the bottle, the little creature howled towards the sky in Chen Nan's astonished gaze. "Awoo! Bear 1! Awoo! Ha ha!" Chen Nan laughed heartily, joyfully ruffling Bear 1's head, filled with a sense of accomplishment. However, at that moment, the live stream audience was left in silence. The viewers were momentarily taken aback, as if struck by an unexpected revelation. After a while, someone inquired, if I may ask, who is Bear 2? Is there also a Bear 3? Chen Nan gently set down Bear 1, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. It is quite evident that the smallest one among them is Bear 3, a little sister, and that is the one we encountered first. The remaining one is our Bear 2, who, like Bear 1, is also a younger brother. The audience collectively realized. So, the one we met earlier was the youngest sister. In that case, today was a daring escape led by the sister with her brothers? Ha ha ha, what a lively and mischievous little sister. However, upon recalling the name bestowed by Brother Chen Nan, the group found themselves at a loss for words. Yet, he seemed utterly exhilarated. Xiongya. Yip, yip, owo. Xiong-san. Owo. It's my turn. Xiongda glanced at his siblings, seemingly entertained by the situation, his bright eyes sparkling with anticipation as he looked at Chen Nan. Chen Nan shuklet, Xiongda. Owo. Ha ha ha. After ensuring the little brown bears were well fed and content, Chen Nan joined them in playful antics for a while before he began to prepare lunch. A large platter of steamed fish, a bowl of spicy stir-fried small pork, and a dish of fresh vegetables constituted an ordinary yet delightful meal. The fish was freshly caught from the sea, while the small pork was sourced from local villagers. Tender and fragrant, rich yet not greasy. The vegetables were freshly picked from the field. The fresh ingredients required little seasoning. Simple cooking rendered them remarkably delicious. Such homely fare is most soothing to the human spirit. Merely sitting down to dine evoked a profound sense of tranquility. The meal was quickly shared among Chen Nan and Brother Heibao, with several fish finding their way into the bellies of the little brown bears. Some perplexed viewers inquired, aren't the little brown bears at this stage only drinking milk? Can they eat fish? It is not solely milk that they consume. Leaning back in his chair, Chen Nan satisfiedly burped. While breast milk is indeed rich in nutrients, it is insufficient on its own. During this phase, the mother brown bear would take her cubs to the river to catch fish. Can bears really catch fish in the river? How astonishing. Naturally, brown bears are quite adept in water. Chen Nan smiled warmly. They can climb trees for honey and swim gracefully in the water. It is well known that bears love honey, but the salmon in the water is their true favorite, as it offers not only exquisite taste, but also abundant nutrients and energy. Almost every little brown bear grows up eating fish, so feeding Xiongda and the others is perfectly acceptable. Who would have thought that the seemingly massive and clumsy body of a brown bear could be so agile? What is this called? One should not judge a bear by its appearance. I now seriously suspect that Xiong-san is merely craving Brother Xiaonan's fish soup and milk. But don't the little brown bears have breast milk? Xiong-san, as a distinguished second-year bear, what's wrong with occasionally changing up the flavors? Though it was midday, the presence of the three little brown bears only increased the viewership in the live stream. Tens of thousands of viewers were online simultaneously, with the chat buzzing with activity. Even if the host remained silent, the audience could entertain themselves quite well. Chen Nan languidly reclined in a lounge chair, gazing towards the courtyard, a gentle smile gracing his lips. There, several plump baby bears were frolicking joyfully. The 2 to 3 month old brown bears were at their most lively stage, exhibiting boundless curiosity towards their surroundings, chasing butterflies one moment and digging in the dirt the next. They even managed to play with a stinky sock on the ground, sniffing it for quite some time, though he had no idea where that odorous sock had come from. Yet it seemed to possess an enchanting allure, attracting the bears to incessantly rub against it with curiosity. The moist tips of their noses inhaled deeply, and one bear, entranced, collapsed onto the ground, utterly motionless. What is going on? Someone is poisoning the country as protector. Stinky sock, witness my toxic gas attack. Little brown bear, wow. The scent of my mother. Twitching uncontrollably, shock. In broad daylight, a bear has engaged in such indescribable behavior regarding a stinky sock. Do not speak nonsense. Those are not my socks. But surely something the Black Panthers retrieved from some uncle or aunt's home. Faced with the condemnation of tens of thousands in the live stream, Chen Nan shrugged, wearing an expression of innocence. The Black Panther, dozing under the eaves, lifted its head in confusion. It seemed to hear someone whispering behind it. On a tranquil afternoon, Chen Nan and the 3 dogs lazily lounged beneath the eaves. In front of them, 3 lively little brown bears frolicked joyfully in the yard. This incredible scene appeared so harmonious and beautiful through the lens. Chapter 34. The wisdom of the brown bear, how delightful. It suddenly brings to mind the phrase, one is in a commotion, while the other is in laughter, which applies seamlessly to both humans and animals. Click. I've captured a screenshot. This shall serve as my new screensaver. Alas, the image is far too blurry. Couldn't you perhaps upgrade to a better phone? Chen Nan? Chen Nan gazed at the rolling comments on the screen, exclaiming helplessly, there's nothing I can do. The child has these limitations. The phone I use for streaming was purchased several years ago. Once I have sufficient funds, I shall invest in a better streaming setup. To be frank, he is somewhat impoverished. Although salaries in big cities are high, the cost of living is equally daunting. As the saying goes, in a large city, one earns and spends. Seldom can one bring wealth back home. The meager wages he earns barely suffice to cover rent. How much better it is back in his hometown, peaceful, leisurely, and carefree. If not for the necessity of earning a living, many would surely prefer to develop their lives in their place of origin. Chen Nan silently reflected on this. Amidst his musings, Chen Nan suddenly felt a weight at his pant leg, only to see Bear 3 climbing up. The little girl flashed a smile at Chen Nan before leaping into his embrace, burying her head against him and leaving only her fluffy brown backside visible. Among the trio of little brown bears, this particular sister bear was the most affectionate towards Chen Nan. What is she up to? Chen Nan chuckled as he patted her rear, directing his gaze towards the yard. There, only Bear 1 remained, looking around curiously, while Bear 2 was nowhere to be seen. With a look of surprise, Chen Nan scanned the yard, eventually spotting a raised backside in the corner of the wall. Why, that must be Bear 2. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. Indeed, children think that if they hide their faces, they become invisible. It appears that the brown bear mother has quite the journey ahead of her. The audience in the live stream was filled with curiosity. What are the little brown bear cubs up to? Doesn't it seem like they're playing hide and seek? Are you kidding me? Can little brown bears really play hide and seek? Are they that clever? Bears are inherently intelligent. Chen Nan blinked and explained. Do not be fooled by their seemingly simple demeanor. They possess a certain level of intelligence and learning capability. There have been numerous instances of bears imitating human behavior. Wow. Hearing you say that reminds me of a video I watched where bears waved like humans and even learned to walk like them. I've even seen bears break into human yards, knocking on doors to trick people into opening them. That is chilling when you think about it. It seems we often underestimate these seemingly docile and silly creatures. Suddenly, the thought of little brown bears playing hide and seek doesn't seem so far-fetched. While the audience engaged in lively discussion, Bear 2 had already been discovered. Perhaps it still believed it had hidden well for when Bear 1 found it. The expression on its face was one of utter bewilderment. Until it received a hefty poke from the nose of the elder bear, it finally reacted, throwing a tantrum on the ground that elicited laughter from the crowd. Before long, the third bear, hidden in Chen Nan's embrace, was also discovered. The two brothers, each following a pant leg, attempted to capture their sister, Bear 3. Whimpering in discontent, Bear 3 rose indignantly and proceeded to deliver a thorough thrashing to her brothers. Observing the playful chase of the three little bears in the yard, even Heibai Xiansha, who had been dozing under the eaves, could no longer remain still. The dogs, naturally energetic and playful, would not miss this opportunity for fun. They gazed eagerly at Chen Nan, their tails wagging furiously, awaiting his command. Chen Nan smiled and nodded. "Go play." Woof! Little Black and Little White excitedly responded and dashed off without delay. Soon, the game of hide and seek in the yard expanded its ranks. In an instant, Chen Nan's courtyard was filled with joyous commotion. Turning to the indifferent Black Panther beside him, Chen Nan inquired with a smile, "Black Panther, aren't you joining the fun?" To his surprise, the panther merely rolled its eyes, as if to say, would this fierce and imposing Tibetan mastiff engage in such childish games? What would become of my fearsome and majestic image? Chen Nan chuckled awkwardly, realizing he might have overstepped. In the afternoon courtyard, the clumsy yet adorable little bears and the clever little black and white dogs drew raucous laughter from the live stream audience. Yet, the three little bears were no match for the dynamic duo of Little Black and Little White. No matter how hard they tried, they could not catch the agile dogs before them. Unable to keep up in the chase or match them in strength, whenever the little bears paused, panting from exhaustion, Little Black and Little White would rush over, playfully nudging them from behind. This infuriated the trio. Observing the little bears being playfully teased, Chen Nan shook his head with a smile. Finally, after much futile effort to catch the elusive duo, the three little bears emitted a frustrated growl. They stood tall, their fur bristling with indignation, baring their teeth as they roared at Little Black and Little White. Though they were small, there lingered a hint of the ferocity of wild beasts within them. The Black Panther immediately sensed the tension. Woof! It swiftly rose, its fur standing on end, its forelimbs slightly bent. It assumed an offensive stance, emitting a series of deep, resonant growls. Simultaneously, Little Black and Little White ceased their frolicking, displaying a wary demeanor. The lively and cheerful atmosphere in the yard abruptly shifted. "Black Panther!" Chen Nan quickly intervened, rising with a sense of urgency. First, he stroked the panther's fur to calm it. Then he reprimanded Little Black and Little White. "You two, must you be so blatant in your teasing? Look at how you've riled up the little bears." The two dogs immediately lowered their heads, occasionally glancing at Chen Nan with innocent expressions. Turning back to the three little bears still growling at Little Black and Little White, Chen Nan found himself both amused and exasperated. Ding, ding, ding. Without further ado, he delivered a gentle tap to each of the three bears' heads. Chen Nan playfully scolded, "And you all, while it is all in good fun, how can we not handle a little playfulness?" The three bears immediately wilted, curling into a ball with their round, plump heads, their dark, damp noses twitching in distress, gazing up with utmost grievance. The audience in the motherly love-filled live stream could no longer bear to watch. How could little Nan be so harsh to such an adorable bear? "Little bear, don't cry. Come into mommy's embrace. Good bear, sweet bear, the humans are naughty and the dog is naughty too. Let's not play with them." Just then, a gentle breeze swept through, accompanied by the whimpering of the little brown bears. It seemed to carry with it an ominous aura. Chapter 35. The return of the mother grizzly, a gentle breeze swept through, and the Black Panther was the first to sense it. It appeared to have detected something, gazing intently towards the distant thicket 100 meters away. Simultaneously, Chen Nan felt a peculiar presence and turned his head to look. In the next instant, he locked eyes with a pair of deep, obsidian orbs. Chen Nan's blood ran cold in an instant. It was a fear that stemmed from his very core. The menacing aura belonged to the mother grizzly bear that had appeared the previous day. She stood there silently, observing everything that transpired in the yard from afar. A momentary silence enveloped the scene, leaving the live stream audience bewildered. Did my connection drop? Why is the screen suddenly frozen? It's eerily quiet around here. Chen Nan twitched his lips and silently shifted the camera. The next moment, oh my gosh, a grizzly bear. It's the mother grizzly from yesterday. She is back. The live stream erupted with excitement as viewers collectively emitted a sharp gasp of astonishment. As the camera panned, the audience beheld the mother grizzly bear, glaring intently at them. Panic ensued among the crowd. Even through the screen, they were drenched in cold sweat, silently mourning for Chen Nan for a few moments. This is bad. The mother grizzly must have seen what just happened. Is it really okay to thrash the cub in front of her? Brother Nan might not survive this one. ISNT had said that bears are like blind bats. Can she really see so clearly from this distance? While the mother grizzly hasn't approached yet, Brother Nan should make a run for it. The harrowing events of the previous day were still fresh in their minds. Though they jested, their primary concern was for Chen Nan's swift escape. To their surprise, however, Chen Nan made no move at all. He stood petrified in the wind for a moment, then swallowed hard, delivering a dry explanation. I know the mother grizzly must have seen me scold the cub, but the fact that she hasn't rushed over indicates she understands that the cubs are safe with me. She knows I would not harm them. As for what the netizens call blind bears, that refers to black bears. Grizzly bears differ from black bears. Their sense of smell and sight are extraordinarily acute, their vision rivaling that of binoculars. The audience finally grasped the situation. But what should he do now? The mother grizzly is still fixated on you. I'm genuinely afraid she might charge at any moment. Chen Nan observed the three little cubs, who had ceased their cries but clung to his pant leg with a sense of grievance. Internally, he thought, what else can I do? Clearly, the mother grizzly had awakened and upon not finding her cubs, followed their scent. Could it be that she was seeking him? With that thought, Chen Nan cautiously stole a glance at the mother grizzly. She remained motionless, merely watching them, her massive form partially cloaked in shadows, her gaze inscrutable. While she still emanated an air of danger, it was a stark improvement from their initial encounter with her fearsome, blood-red visage. With a deep sigh, Chen Nan forced a grim smile towards the mother bear. He then shifted his stiff body and, under the watchful gaze of the mother bear, awkwardly gathered the three little cubs and carried them out of the yard, securely closing the gate behind him. Fearing the gate might not be sturdy enough, he took the precaution of wedging a chair against it. Although this offered little reassurance to the mother bear, it nonetheless provided him with a semblance of comfort. Did it not? Having completed this task, Chen Nan nearly tumbled back inside with the panthers. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud and was locked tight. In the next moment, four heads cautiously peeked out from the window, silently observing the surroundings. Perhaps still intimidated by the mother bear's earlier display. Even the once fearless trio of panthers had turned unusually docile. The yard was suddenly desolate. The little cubs, still bewildered, had barely registered their new circumstances before they found themselves relocated. The bipedal creature was nowhere to be seen, nor was the large dog. Whimpering, the three little cubs expressed their confusion. They lingered momentarily at the gate, and then, under the apprehensive gaze of Chen Nan and the panthers, they pressed against the wooden barrier, attempting to wriggle back inside. Chen Nan felt a surge of despair. Ancestors, why return? Do you not value my life? Your mother is right there. Hurry back. Fortunately, the little cubs were too large to squeeze through the gate. Stuck for a while, the three cubs began to whimper in distress. Their cries made Chen Nan's heart race. He anxiously glanced towards the mother bear in the forest, hoping she would swiftly retrieve her cubs and leave him in peace. Alas, his hopes were dashed. The mother bear remained motionless, her deep, dark eyes observing silently, revealing nothing of her thoughts. As the little cubs grew increasingly agitated, Chen Nan, hidden within the house, silently wept. "Ancestors, I know you are anxious, but please, do not rush, for I am even more anxious." In that moment, one of the little cubs suddenly ceased its wailing. It climbed down from the barrier and scampered towards the opposite side of the yard. Chen Nan's heart sank. How could he have forgotten that spot? But it was too late. The third cub had already squeezed through the corner. Upon entering, it began to whimper, searching for Chen Nan's presence. With the lead of the third cub, the first and second cubs soon followed suit, eagerly squeezing through the corner as well. Seeing the three little cubs scouring the yard for him, Chen Nan swallowed hard. After a moment of hesitation, he staggered outside, scooping up the three cubs and sending them back out again. At that very instant, the mother bear in the distant forest finally reacted. With a low growl emanating from her throat, she fixed her dark, piercing gaze upon Chen Nan, her voice laden with warning and menace. Chen Nan trembled, paralyzed with fear, and dare not make a single move. The low growl finally captured the attention of the little brown bears. The three cubs joyfully whimpered in unison and rushed towards their mother. Mama Bear tenderly licked each of her offspring before swiftly vanishing into the thicket with them. As Chen Nan watched the family depart, his heart, which had been racing with trepidation, finally settled. He chuckled, remarking that animals possess a certain awareness. Perhaps the mother bear sensed he meant no harm to her young, which is why she did not attack. However, he cautioned others against emulating such behavior. For Mother Bear's protection of her cubs is extraordinarily formidable. This is something that most people would find hard to replicate. Indeed, we value our lives too much for that. I was terrified. I feared that the mother bear might become aggressive at any moment. They say the little cubs are quite fond of Brother Nan and refuse to leave. If they are well fed and entertained, I too would be reluctant to depart, dog emoji. The viewers in the live stream had previously held their breath for Chen Nan. But now that the danger had passed, the atmosphere in the stream became vivacious once more. Chapter 36. Hello, your takeout. Chen Nan cast a glance towards the direction where the family of brown bears had departed. It was indeed the Bear Mountain in the backyard, which was flanked by several larger, more verdant mountains. The family of brown bears resided within this mountainous expanse. Chen Nan regained his focus and, upon noticing the barrage of comments in the live broadcast, chuckled. Though the brown bear is a formidable and fearsome creature, it is not entirely unmanageable. As a remarkably clever human, I know precisely how to tame it. Oh, you just keep boasting. Who was it that nearly wet their pants just a moment ago? Oh dear, as soon as the brown bear mother leaves, our little Nan is back to his bravado. It seems he hasn't been smacked enough. Watch my summoning spell. The brown bear mother shall reappear. The brown bear mother still seems a tad small. I'll summon her father instead. In response to Chen Nan's empty bravado, the audience collectively rolled their eyes. After all, they had witnessed firsthand how timid Chen Nan had become in the presence of the brown bear mother. Yet, Chen Nan thumped his chest in assurance, exuding confidence. Just you wait. If the brown bear mother shows up again, I will certainly find a way to handle her. Oomph. Little Nan is all talk. His body is soft, but his words are hard. The crowd raised their middle fingers in jest. Afternoon had arrived. Upon hearing that the brown bear had reappeared, Uncle Mo hurriedly gathered people to fortify the yard. After a busy afternoon, the yard was transformed into a refreshing new look. The walls were constructed of stone mixed with cement, and even the wooden fence gate had been replaced with a sturdy iron door. At last, Chen Nan no longer had to worry about drafts seeping through the walls, nor about the bears digging their way in. As dusk approached, the sun gradually sank in the west. The orange-red sunset painted the sky with a tapestry of vibrant colors, casting a serene and beautiful glow over the village. Smoke spiraled gently from every household's chimney, merging with the evening glow, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. In such a relaxed and pleasant state, even the evening breeze felt tender. Uncle Mo, why don't you stay for dinner? No need. Your aunt and the others have already prepared the meal at home. Uncle Mo and his companions waved their hands casually, shouldering their hoes and shovels as they walked along the cobblestone path, their silhouettes elongated by the setting sun, eventually disappearing into the winding trails. Watching them depart, Chen Nan's expression softened with a smile as he prepared to close the yard door for dinner. "Brother, wait, wait." Just then, a panicked voice rang out. Chen Nan looked out in confusion and saw a man clad in a yellow work uniform, panting heavily as he rushed towards him, carrying an enormous yellow takeout box that was nearly as tall as himself. What? Is it really possible to order takeout on this remote island? Chen Nan was momentarily taken aback. The man practically tumbled over as he arrived, collapsing on the ground and gasping for breath. Breath, breath, breath. Observing the man on the ground, drenched in sweat and gasping for air, Chen Nan felt a twinge of concern that he might not catch his breath. Hastily, he poured a glass of water from indoors. Goodness, what incredible stamina this fellow possesses. Even if I sprinted, I couldn't keep up. Just then, a shuai dashed in from outside, hands resting on his knees, panting heavily, casting a curious glance at the man on the ground. Seeing the two breathless individuals at the gate, Chen Nan found the situation rather perplexing. He handed the water to the man, who accepted it while raising his hand, grinning through his gasps, still unable to articulate a coherent sentence. Chen Nan turned to a shuai and inquired, "A shuai? Who is this person? Do you know him?" A shuai gulped nervously. "Nan? Brother Nan. I don't know him either. I spotted him at the dock, where he was paddling a kayak alone from the sea, which startled me quite a bit. However, he introduced himself as Hai Yang, claiming he was here to deliver something for you, so I brought him along. This guy's truly something else," not stopping for a moment, sprinting as if his life depended on it. A shuai glanced at the man beside him as though he were a mythical creature. He paddled over in a kayak. Chen Nan's mouth fell open in disbelief. This is absurd, not to mention that their island is remote. How on earth did he make it here? Just considering that tiny kayak, it could easily be upended by a wave. And what if a great white shark decided to treat him as a snack midway? I must say, this man is something fierce. Yet the name Hai Yang does ring a bell. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was already in stitches. From the moment this man appeared, the chat room erupted with excitement. Isn't this the so-called delivery guy Hai Yang, known for delivering anywhere? What a remarkable individual. Whether scaling Mount Everest or diving into the sea, if you dare to place an order, he'll deliver it. I used to think it was all a stunt. But this brother is the real deal? Huh. Who would have thought I'd see this legend in Brother Nan's livestream? What a dream collaboration. As Chen Nan read the barrage of comments flooding the chat, he recalled that this individual was also a content creator, renowned for his prompt deliveries, and was, in fact, a blogger signed by Meng Tian. In a way, they could be considered colleagues. Gulping down the entire glass of water, Hai Yang finally caught his breath. Without skipping a beat, he stood up and unfastened a massive package he was carrying. Upon opening the zipper, he revealed a cardboard box over half a meter long. "Brother Nan," Hai Yang said cautiously, "this is the complete set of diving equipment ordered by Princess Lanchi. I have brought it for you." At that moment, Chen Nan and the audience in the live stream collectively gasped. Wasn't the order for diving equipment placed just this noon? He managed to deliver it in just one afternoon. 666. Truly impressive, Hai Yang. I can't believe Princess Lanchi is so timid, and the speed is astonishing. Can you believe someone would dare to question the prowess of the affluent princess? Upon receiving the somewhat heavy cardboard box, Chen Nan felt a bit bewildered. He observed Hai Yang surveying his surroundings, glancing left and right, his demeanor quite unnatural. Then, turning to Chen Nan, he whispered, "Brother Nan, this place is too perilous. There are brown bears wandering about. I'll take my leave now." With that, he grabbed his takeout bag and, without waiting for Chen Nan to persuade him otherwise, dashed towards the dock below the mountain, as if something were chasing him. What a peculiar individual. He rushed in and then hurriedly left. Shuai, watching Hai Yang's retreating figure, murmured in confusion. Suddenly recalling something, he exclaimed, "Oh no, how will he get back?" His little kayak was already leaking when he arrived. Shuai slapped his thigh and hurried to find Hai Yang, but was restrained by Chen Nan. "Don't worry about him. He'll find a way back. Didn't he come alone?" Chen Nan replied with a smile, yet he remained silent thereafter. Someone will surely come to fetch him. Individuals like him, short video creators, typically have a script to follow. Most of it is merely a performance, meant to entertain the audience. After all, It's hard to believe that someone would truly traverse the sea just to deliver a package. Most likely, Meng Tiantian had arranged for him to ride the wave of attention. However, it wouldn't be fair to say he was merely riding coattails, without the assistance of others. His own obscurity would likely have remained a mere compliment. The audience is simply here to enjoy the spectacle. Yet, as he was still live-streaming, it was not the time to elaborate on such thoughts. Chapter 37. This gift is quite extraordinary. Nangu, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave now. My father just called me back for dinner, Ashue remarked, observing that there was little left for his companion to attend to. Yes, you should head back. Chen Nan nodded, then turned his gaze towards the large cardboard box on the floor. After contemplating for a moment, he addressed the audience in the live stream. According to Haiyang, this is the live streaming equipment sent by Princess Lanqi. A heartfelt thanks to Princess Lanqi for this gift. However, I must temporarily close the mobile live stream now to test the new equipment. It's just for a while. We'll be waiting here in the stream. Xiao Nangu, you can log off for now. I'm starting to feel excited. I wonder what equipment Princess Lanqi has sent. It surely must be impressive. With a faint smile, Chen Nan closed the live stream. He fetched a pair of scissors from within the room and cautiously began to dismantle the cardboard box. What is this? In an instant, Chen Nan was taken aback by the astonishing array of equipment before him. Wasn't it merely a set of live streaming underwater gear? This was far too much. He gingerly unwrapped the contents. A Coin-style drone, crafted entirely from carbon fiber. Alongside it were a follow drone, underwater filming equipment, and even a handheld high-speed camera. As he toyed with the devices in hand, Chen Nan felt a surge of astonishment. The brands of these devices were all from DJI. Chen Nan had a slight familiarity with this brand, known for its professional drones that have garnered global acclaim for their exceptional performance, stable technology, and diverse product line. It is hailed as the aerial companion for travelers, offering a fresh perspective for exploring the world. Yet, these particular pieces of equipment, Chen Nan had not encountered them on the official website. However, there was no question of them being counterfeit. Although he was not an expert in this field, he could certainly discern the quality of the materials and the pixel clarity. How could he not understand? Without even mentioning anything else, the total value of this equipment must exceed 100,000 yuan. Chen Nan couldn't help but chuckle in resignation. While he had indeed signed a collaboration with Meng Tiantian, this was incredibly generous of her. To gift equipment worth over 100,000 yuan just like that. Truly, she was extravagantly generous. Gazing at the exquisite equipment before him, Chen Nan felt a stirring excitement within. His eyes lit up as he focused on the follow drone, activating it. It automatically connected to the network and included satellite communication features. Perhaps anticipating that he might not know how to use it, it had even thoughtfully installed the live streaming software he utilized. Chen Nan merely needed to log into his account to commence broadcasting. Buzzing softly, the follow drone gracefully ascended, hovering before Chen Nan. At the same moment, the live stream began anew. Oh wow, Xiaoninggu is so fast. Wait, the clarity is astonishing. In an instant, tens of thousands of viewers flooded into the live stream, all previously remaining in anticipation. Yet, upon witnessing the scene before them, they erupted in astonishment. This clarity is truly remarkable. I can even see the pores on Xiao Nanji's skin. The clarity of the image was astonishing. Having grown accustomed to the blurry visuals from the previous broadcasts, I found myself momentarily disoriented. The sharpness of this display was comparable to that of a cinematic masterpiece. Chen Nan glanced at the screen, feeling a surge of astonishment within. The image was indeed several degrees clearer than the prior mobile live streams, almost indistinguishable from what one would perceive with the naked eye. Under this high-definition display, astute viewers quickly discerned the brand of the equipment. Among them were those who were intimately familiar with the brand, and a collective gasp resonated through the chat. The Hao Hishan, wow. This is a customized DJI drone, and it's part of the fully intelligent outdoor series, with a price tag starting at a minimum of $1 million. This golden comment was visible to nearly everyone in the live stream. The chat was filled with shock. Coughing slightly, Chen Nan, feeling a bit sheepish, asked, "Is this thing really that expensive?" He had assumed it would cost no more than 100,000. The Hao Hishan, of course. Your setup likely employs the latest core technology, It must be worth at least 1 or 2 million. Chen Nan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. It appeared he had been rather naive. Following a cacophony of astonished exclamations, the viewers began to tease Chen Nan. Princess Lanxi must not only be wealthy. Her family surely has a mine, perhaps even a gold mine. Well, once again, my perception of the wealthy princesses has been thoroughly reshaped. Come on, Chen Nan. Stop struggling and just yield to our Princess Lanxi. Otherwise, you might have to sell yourself to repay this debt. How infuriating. Why isn't the princess interested in me? To the one above, first, you must learn to ride a killer whale. Then go and challenge the brown bear mother. As night fell, Chen Nan decided to initiate a live stream once more, quite unlike his usual routine. Chen Nan is actually broadcasting at night? The chat was flooded with thousands of viewers. Slightly bewildered. After all, Chen Nan typically retired early, rarely streaming in the evening. In the dim light of the night, his figure stood resolute in the courtyard. The silent night was punctuated only by the occasional chirping of insects and the distant sound of waves crashing at the foot of the mountain. He gazed up at the sky, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. I know you all are still awake, so I've specially decided to go live to show you something extraordinary. I knew staying up at night would yield something good. Chen Nan, stop dawdling and show us what this wonderful thing is. The audience was instantly invigorated. Chen Nan had brought them countless surprises in recent days, and now they were eager to discover what he deemed as something remarkable. Truth be told, I had longed to share this with you. However, as you know, the blurry visuals from my mobile broadcasts made it impossible. Chen Nan adjusted the equipment in his hands and continued. Now that Princess Lanxi has generously gifted me this top-tier apparatus, I certainly cannot let it go to waste. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen flickered and the dim light vanished. Beneath the pitch-dark night sky, they beheld a breathtaking expanse of stars. As I lifted my gaze, the entire night sky resembled a vast dome, adorned with an infinite array of resplendent stars, as if celestial beings had inadvertently spilled a trove of shimmering diamonds across the expansive heavens. Each star emitted a unique radiance, varying in brightness and hue, weaving together to create a surreal ocean of light. Beneath this celestial tapestry, the islands appeared shrouded in an enigmatic glow. The starlight, filtering through the delicate veil of clouds, cascaded down to the earth, casting silvery beams upon the villages, through the woodlands, along the beaches, and across the surface of the sea. In this serene and dreamlike ambience, a moment of hushed awe enveloped the viewers in the live stream. After a brief pause, a collective gasp arose. The Milky Way. Such beauty is only witnessed in the countryside during childhood. The stars here seem remarkably close, as if within reach. Oh, it's truly breathtaking. Every frame, every second could serve as a stunning screensaver. I suddenly feel a surge of emotion. In the city, when I look up, I can only see a dull haze. It has been ages since I last beheld a sky full of stars. This instantly transports me back to my childhood memories. Thanks to this new equipment, the beauty of the night sky was laid bare for all to admire. Following their astonishment, viewers eagerly took screenshots or initiated screen recordings, striving to capture this moment of splendor. Chapter 38. The oncoming crisis. Do you fancy this gift? A melodious voice echoed under the vast expanse of stars. Chen Nan blinked, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. I love it. It's beautiful. And more. Bring on more. As anticipated, the live stream was filled with an array of enthusiastic praises. The pressures of life have become overwhelmingly burdensome, leading many to seek solace in the beauty of nature. Chen Nan, too, resonated with this sentiment. Thus, he decided to host a tranquil live stream beneath the starry sky tonight. With a gentle smile, he reclined in a rocking chair in his yard. In the serene night, accompanied by the sounds of chirping insects and crashing waves, he shared in the appreciation of the breathtaking celestial panorama with his audience. Suddenly, the three Black Panthers, known as the Black Panther Trio, arose from their slumber under the eaves, yawning and gathering around him, as if guarding him like loyal sentinels. Observing these steadfast companions, Chen Nan's gaze softened as he affectionately caressed their fur. Originally residing in the seaside stone house, The panthers returned to live with him upon his arrival. At night, they nestled in the yard, guarding him and watching over the home. As he gazed at the shimmering stars, slowly tilting in the night sky, Chen Nan stifled a yawn. It was already late. After bidding farewell to his audience, he closed the live stream, preparing to retire for the night. In the dead of night, at Windmill Village's dock. Hurry up. Damn it. This Chen Nan has ruined our plans. We must teach him a lesson tonight. In the darkness, a group of burly men appeared at the dock, their mouths spewing curses. They secured their rowboat and stealthily made their way towards the village under the cover of night. Is it the house on the mountain? Someone whispered, lowering their voice. That's the one. I scouted it beforehand. Then hurry up, no time to waste. Came an impatient reply as they quickened their pace towards Chen Nan's yard. Approaching the secluded, shadowy estate, illuminated by starlight, the leader, a scarred man, grinned menacingly. This is it. That little brat wanted to know what hit him. Just then, the seemingly tranquil yard erupted with frenzied howling. Woof, woof, woof. The unfamiliar, menacing presence outside the yard was immediately detected by the Black Panther trio. They sprang into action, racing to the gate and barking ferociously at the shadows beyond. Their barks were filled with vigilance and threat. The echoes of their fierce barking resonated through the quiet night, causing every heart to race. The burly men broke into a cold sweat, one murmuring, "Damn it, I didn't expect this kid to have dogs, and 3 of them at that. What we do now? We can't wake that brat, and there are so many villagers around. Why are you scared? Didn't you bring the tools? Let us deal with those dogs first." Oh, one of the men curled his lip, retrieving a package from behind him, seemingly extracting something from within before tossing it into the courtyard. Thud! Woof! The panthers quickly dodged, their eyes drawn to the indistinct object in the yard. It was a large piece of bloodied pork. TSK, TSK, TSK. Go ahead and eat. This is a fine delicacy. The man flashed a grin at the panthers. Yet a subtle ferocity lurked in his gaze. Eat, eat. Fortunately, I came prepared. That pork is laced with a sufficient dose of poison. I assure you, one bite will render you utterly silent. The 2 dogs, the black and white duo, approached, their noses twitching eagerly at the tantalizing morsel. Beneath the starlight, a viscous, transparent liquid dripped from their mouths. The aroma of the food was overwhelmingly enticing, almost compelling the 2 dogs to lunge forward uncontrollably. However, the panther remained steadfast, rooted in place. Strangers seldom visited the village, and even when they did, they bore no ill intent. Faced with the apparent generosity of the unfamiliar man, the little black and white dogs exhibited little caution. Yet the panther was different. As a Tibetan mastiff, it possessed a strong territorial instinct, remaining perpetually vigilant towards strangers and unfamiliar entities, often resorting to aggression. Moreover, it sensed a palpable threat emanating from the group of men outside the courtyard. Under the starlit sky, the little white dog licked its tongue, ultimately unable to withstand the temptation of the delectable food and in the delighted gaze of the men outside. It prepared to bite down. However, in the next instant, it was struck aside by a massive black silhouette. Woof! The panther growled at the little white dog, then swiftly turned its gaze towards the little black one, eyes filled with fury. The little black and white dogs immediately shrank back, emitting low whines, and retreated silently behind their formidable protector. Having deterred the 2 dogs, the panther returned to the courtyard entrance, its gaze dark and fierce, fixated intently on the group of unfamiliar men. Its imposing figure, illuminated by the starlight, resembled a guardian deity, safeguarding the person within the house and everything in the courtyard. The outsiders were instantly struck with trepidation. "Yeah, what should we do? That is a Tibetan mastiff," someone exclaimed. "Should we just let it go this time? With these dogs here, we can't even enter the courtyard." Some began to waver, not to mention the commotion they had stirred, which might attract the attention of the villagers. The sight of the massive Tibetan mastiff was indeed formidable. If they charged forward, they might well be pulverized on the spot. The man known as Biao erupted in anger. "What do you mean, let it go? If we don't teach this brat a lesson today, we might as well forget about collecting dried fish from the village in the future. Do you have any idea how much this has cost us? You cowards! Didn't you all bring your weapons? Charge forward. No matter what, we must teach him a lesson today." With that, The leader of the men tightened his grip on a shotgun and was the first to charge ahead. The others, gritting their teeth, also seized their weapons and followed closely behind. Woof! Gazing ahead at the formidable figures approaching, the Black Panther immediately tensed its body. With its front paws slightly bent, it let out a low growl before leaping over the courtyard wall, charging fiercely towards its adversaries. As it soared high into the air, a colossal black silhouette hurtling towards him, an overwhelming aura of invincibility enveloped the scene. The leading figure, known as Biao Gu, gasped in astonishment. Gripped by the terror of impending death, he trembled as he squeezed the trigger of his shotgun. Bang! The deafening sound of the gunshot reverberated through the night sky. In the depths of the forest, a chorus of mournful cries erupted. Thud! The panther's body crashed heavily to the ground. Under the faint starlight, a gunshot wound was barely visible on its abdomen, blood gushing forth in torrents, gradually saturating the entirety of its midsection. Woof, woof, woof. The little black and white dogs in the courtyard immediately unleashed a heart-wrenching howl. Without a moment's hesitation, they ferociously charged towards the assailants in unison. Chapter 39, Midnight Terror. Yet they were outnumbered. The diminutive bodies of the two dogs stood no chance against the imposing men armed with weapons. Howl! In an instant, as the dogs charged forward, they were struck down by a club. Nevertheless, the little black and white dogs disregarded their pain and struggled to rise, fiercely lunging at the men once more. Fueled by rage, their ferocity was fully awakened. The incapacitated Black Panther also fought to rise again, joining its brethren in the battle. Woof, woof, woof. Bang! Under the night sky, the chilling cries of the men echoed, followed swiftly by the crack of a gunshot. The cacophony from the mountains startled the entire village awake. Thud! Who? What noise? Moments later, lights flickered on in every household, and the furious shouts of villagers at the foot of the mountain reverberated, roused by the thunderous commotion. Meanwhile, Chen Nan, who had been peacefully slumbering indoors, was jolted awake by the piercing sounds outside. The frantic barking of the panthers made his heart race. He sprang from his bed and rushed to the window, witnessing a scene that made his heart nearly explode. Outside in the yard, the trio of Black Panthers engaged ferociously with 4 burly men. The sight was utterly shocking. Both the armed assailants in black and the panthers were splattered with blood, which dripped and pooled on the ground. Yet, the panthers seemed unperturbed by pain, viciously tearing at the men's arms, ripping away flesh. The men howled in agony. With one hand gripping a shotgun, they aimed it directly at the Black Panthers, who stood just 3 or 4 meters away. Inside, as Chen Nan beheld the shotgun glimmering ominously under the starlight, a wave of anxiety washed over him. He was uncertain of the identity of these men, but the weapon in their possession was undoubtedly real. A single bullet could spell his doom this very night. His breath quickened, and in a moment of desperation, he seized a wooden stick and hurled it towards the assailants wielding the shotgun in the distance. Stop! Bang! Just as Chen Nan flung the object, the assailants fired at the Black Panther. The stick missed its target, but perhaps caused a distraction. The bullet whizzed past the panther's head without striking it. Witnessing this, Chen Nan let out a furious roar. Black Panther. Little black, little white. Come back. Yet, the panthers, seemingly blinded by their bloodlust, continued to engage with the adversaries. His call appeared to incite their aggression further. This was the first time they had disregarded his command. Anxious, Chen Nan burst from the house, shouting at the panthers, Black Panther, come back quickly. His voice was almost hysterical. Living in a mountain village, the panthers were unaware of the terrifying potential of humans armed with deadly weapons. A mere bullet could incapacitate even the mightiest of dogs in an instant. Howl! Finally, the panthers ceased their assault, casting a vicious glare at the 4 men before swiftly retreating back into the yard. At long last, you wretched tortoise have emerged. Today, I shall not refrain from breaking your legs. A few men on the ground struggled to rise, some clutching their hands, others their legs, their bloodshot eyes glaring at Chen Nan with gritted teeth. Leading the group, the fierce brother Biao was drenched in blood, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. Moments ago, he had been pinned to the ground by the Black Panther, who had mercilessly torn away chunks of flesh. The excruciating pain nearly rendered him faint, inciting a frenzy within him. He rubbed his shotgun, pointing it unwaveringly at Chen Nan, and without hesitation pulled the trigger. Click! Anger clouded his reason, causing him to forget that his shotgun was already devoid of ammunition. Damn it! You dare unleash your dogs upon me? Today, I shall take your life. Brother Biao cursed vehemently, disregarding the blood pouring from his other hand, as he hastily retrieved bullets from his waist to reload. Black Panther, Xiao Hei, Xiao Bai, come inside. Chen Nan shouted through gritted teeth, only to realize that his calves had begun to weaken. After all, he was merely a Na'vi young man. Having faced armed thugs without collapsing in fear and still daring to resist was a testament to his courage. Perhaps it stemmed from his earlier life-and-death encounter with a mother brown bear. The Black Panthers rushed into the room like a whirlwind, prompting the men outside to unleash a torrent of curses. Daring to hide? Let us see where you can escape. Chen Nan paid no heed to the raucous shouting of the thugs outside. He swiftly locked the door and windows, then hurriedly moved heavy objects to barricade the entrances. Panting heavily, the Black Panthers collapsed inside, their breaths labored. It was only then that Chen Nan noticed the wounds on Black Panther, Xiao Hei, and Xiao Bai, their bodies marred and bleeding. His eyes instantly welled with tears. Feeling the warmth of their blood, the three dogs weakly lifted their heads, still attempting to offer him comfort. Silly dogs, if you couldn't win, why not flee? Who told you to risk your lives? Chen Nan's voice trembled with emotion. However, it was evident that this was not the moment for overwhelming sentiment. Outside, a heavy knocking resounded. You little brat, come out. I will ensure your demise today. And as for your dogs, none shall escape. I shall feast upon them all. Chen Nan had no time to ponder further. He needed to staunch the bleeding from Black Panther's abdomen urgently. Delayed treatment could endanger Black Panther's life. Found it! Chen Nan exclaimed in a trembling voice, filled with excitement. Hastily, he removed the cap from a vial and liberally sprinkled the hemostatic powder on a Black Panther's wound. He witnessed the gaping, bloodied gash on the abdomen gradually becoming viscous, at least temporarily halting the flow of blood, before he could exhale a sigh of relief. A sudden creaking sound emanated from outside the door, straining under the pressure. Terrified, Chen Nan looked towards the source. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the door being battered grew increasingly violent. The deafening sound reverberated throughout the entire house, stirring up clouds of dust. Bang! In the next moment, the wooden door was forcefully breached, leaving a gaping hole. Chen Nan felt a pang of regret. Upon returning home, he had neglected to invest time in repairing the old residence. However, living in such a remote mountain village, he had never anticipated the arrival of such ruthless assailants. Gritting his teeth, Chen Nan hurriedly sprang to the window in the backyard. Straining to lift the window, he whispered urgently, Black Panther, Xiaohong, Xiaobai, quickly. Escape through here. The Black Panthers on the ground understood that this was not the time for a direct confrontation. They struggled to rise and swiftly leaped out of the window. Chen Nan was the last to vault out. Just as he escaped, a tremendous crash resounded behind him. The door was violently smashed open. 4 men brandishing weapons stormed into the house. Quick, head for the back mountain. Chen Nan shouted anxiously, without a moment's hesitation, as he too dashed towards the back mountain. Apart from the rear mountain, he had no other refuge. He could not lead these criminals into the village, for they were armed. These men were lunatics. No one could predict what they might do, and Chen Nan could not place the villagers in jeopardy. At this moment, he fervently hoped that he and the Panthers could utilize the cover of night and the terrain of the back mountain to elude these men. Damn it! They dared to run. Seeing the fleeing figures outside the window, the scarred man howled in fury. He rushed to the window, raised his shotgun, and without hesitation fired at the receding silhouettes. Bang! Bang! 2 more gunshots rang out. Fortunately, it was night, and the darkness obscured his aim, causing him to miss entirely. Damn it! The man cursed. However, his actions startled his companions behind him. One of them trembled and exclaimed, Biao, Brother Biao, what are you doing? Chapter 40. On the edge of life and death, the leader merely instructed us to teach that kid a lesson, but he never ordered us to kill. That would cost us our heads. Indeed, we never intended to take a life. Moreover, The commotion we stirred will soon attract the villagers, and we want to be able to escape then. We still have time to flee. The remaining two urgently agreed, as at the foot of the mountain. The sounds of unrest and shouts seemed to grow closer. Xiao Nanzi, the leader, Biao Gu, turned to look, and at the mountain's base, a sea of lights was visible, with a throng of heads rushing toward them. Biao Gu maintained his composure and hissed angrily. What are you afraid of? This remote island has no surveillance. No one will know what we've done. That kid is running to the back mountain for his own demise. When we finish him off, we can simply dispose of his body to the wolves, and no one will trace it back to us. The three behind him exchanged glances, clearly still shaken. Biao Gu's face twitched with irritation, and in a fit of rage, he kicked the nearest person, bellowing, "Stop dawdling and hurry up. If we don't cut off this brat-ass hands today, the boss will make sure we lose ours." The group was immediately struck by fear, recalling the boss's brutal methods for those who fail their tasks. With fierce expressions, they swiftly climbed through the window and dashed in the direction that Chen Nan had fled. The inky darkness of night enveloped them, and Chen Nan could barely discern his direction, relying solely on the minuscule light cast by the moon and the nearly forgotten memories swirling in his mind. The once melodious chirping of insect from the depths of the jungle had transformed into an unsettling cacophony, amplifying the tension in the air. With the wind howling past his ears as he ran, Chen Nan dared not pause for even a moment. Clearly, those pursuing him were intent on his demise. They would not relent until their objective was achieved. At this juncture, he harbored a vague intuition about the identities of his pursuers. In the dense forest, darkness surrounded him, punctuated only by the occasional eerie call of an unknown creature echoing in the stillness of the night, adding a layer of mystique to the atmosphere. The Black Panther trio closely trailed Chen Nan, panting heavily. After a previous scuffle, they were already exhausted. Suddenly, not far into their flight, the Black Panther collapsed, unable to endure any longer. "Black Panther!" Chen Nan exclaimed in alarm as he turned back. Xiao Bai and Xiao Hong halted immediately, gathering anxiously around the Black Panther. Their eyes filled with concern. "Black Panther, how are you?" Chen Nan asked, supporting the panther's body, his voice laced with urgency. Yet, upon touching it, he felt a warm, sticky liquid on his hands. Raising his hand, he was met with a shocking sight. It was drenched in fresh, crimson blood. "Black Panther!" Chen Nan cried out in terror. As Chen Nan beheld the gaping wound on the panther's abdomen, blood gushed forth uncontrollably. The hemostatic powder could only staunch superficial injuries. Yet this was clearly no mere surface wound. It was a gunshot wound. How could this have happened? "Panther, please do not frighten me." Chen Nan felt a surge of helplessness. The panther lay on the ground, gasping for air, each breath tearing at the wound and causing blood to flow profusely. Struck in the abdomen, the most vulnerable part of its body, its endurance thus far was solely due to its formidable willpower. But now it could no longer hold on. "Panther, please stay awake. Rise, we must leave." Chen Nan struggled to lift the panther's massive form from the ground. But even moving it slightly proved an arduous task, let alone carrying it away. Tears welled in his eyes, cascading down his cheeks. The little black and white creatures, unable to comprehend death, observed Chen Nan's actions and joined in, each tugging at the wounded panther to drag it away from this place. Suddenly, noises echoed from ahead. "We must go." Just then, the voices of men rang out from a distance, hastily pursuing them. Chen Nan's heart sank as he spotted dark-clad figures gradually advancing with flashlights. Faced with the impending specter of death, fear seized him. He even contemplated abandoning the panther and fleeing with the little black and white ones into the depths of the mountains, where these men might not find him, allowing him ample time to outmaneuver them. Yet, this thought flickered in his mind only for a fleeting moment. Though the panther was a dog, it was, in his heart, a brother that had accompanied him throughout his life. Moreover, had it not been for the panther's vigilance, he might have been shot down in his sleep by the approaching villains. Thus, Chen Nan was acutely aware of his current resolve. "Little black and white, let us strive together." Chen Nan cried out in desperation as he, along with the two dogs, gradually dragged the panther away. The panther attempted to struggle, But after a moment, it succumbed, collapsing weakly, emitting a feeble groan. It truly had no strength left, yet it still growled at the little black and white, seemingly urging them to take Chen Nan away. But the little black and white would not yield. They stubbornly nudged the panther with their heads, determined to assist their companion in leaving. With both their master and comrade present, the concept of abandonment had never existed in their bloodline. Only an unyielding guardianship remained. "Brother Biao, I see them. They are just ahead." At that moment, a beam of light from a flashlight illuminated their path. In the distance, several men were hot on their heels. Chen Nan gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of strength, yet he could barely drag the panther a few meters. Could it be that they were truly to perish here? As he lifted his gaze, despair filled his eyes. At that moment, the panther, fueled by an unknown surge of strength, forcefully pushed against Chen Nan's body, emitting a desperate whimper from its throat. It wished for Chen Nan to flee, to abandon it. The two dogs, Little Black and Little White, anxiously wagged their tails, tugging at the panther's limbs in an attempt to drag it away. But it was too late. The man pursuing them had already caught up. "Damn it, run. Let us see how you escape this time." Among the group, a slightly slender man was the first to spot Chen Nan and the others. Brandishing a shotgun, the burly man, known as Biao Ge, raised his weapon but did not rush to fire. Instead, he approached with a sinister grin. He spat contemptuously at the nearly lifeless panther. "Damn it, to withstand a shot from me for so long. You're truly unfortunate. Tonight, I shall roast you for a midnight snack." Facing the relentless advance of their foes, the still resilient Little Black and Little White charged forward, fiercely guarding Chen Nan and the panther. The two dogs bared their teeth, emitting low growls towards the adversaries. Those familiar with canines know that the truly dangerous dogs never bark. They only issue deadly growls. "Get lost. Die over there." Several men impatiently waved their clubs. Exhausted, Little Black and Little White were instantly sent flying, collapsing to the ground with pained whimpers. "Little Black, Little White," Chen Nan shouted in alarm and fury, then turned his icy gaze towards the man wielding the shotgun. "Do you even realize what you are doing? This is illegal." The leader, Biao Ge, leisurely approached Chen Nan, mockingly taunting, "You little brat, perhaps you should be more concerned about yourself." The boss initially suggested merely breaking your legs as a lesson, but now, with a fierce expression, the man raised his shotgun, his demeanor menacing. "Now, I believe that breaking your limbs one by one and dismembering you would not suffice to quell my rage." He touched the various wounds on his face and body. Although the blood had already congealed, he still felt a searing pain. And all of this was thanks to the Tibetan Mastiff lying on the ground. Yet, what he truly loathed was the wretched boy before him. If it weren't for Chen Nan, he wouldn't have ended up in such a pitiful state. With this thought, the veins on his forehead bulged. Raising the shotgun, the dark muzzle pointed ominously at Chen Nan, his finger poised on the trigger. His blood-red eyes, splattered with blood, reflected in Chen Nan's gaze, resembling the visage of death. "You little brat, die." Chapter 41. An unexpected savior confronted by the cold. Dark muzzle of the gun. Chen Nan clutched the Black Panther, his heart convulsing as an overwhelming sense of suffocation surged into the depths of his mind. Suddenly, amidst the pitch-black silence of the forest, a soft, childish roar pierced through the stillness. Everyone froze in astonishment. What was that sound? A wolf, perhaps? The bodies of the men tensed, their expressions turning wary. The gun aimed at Chen Nan gradually lowered as one of the men shouted, "Shine the flashlight." As the beam of light illuminated the surroundings, they all turned in the direction of the sound. In the distance lay a barren stretch of gravel, whereupon one small figure stood atop a stone. Initially squinting against the sudden brightness, the creature then scampered eagerly towards them. The joyous sound echoed. What on earth was that? A puppy? Surely, it was just a few farm animals' offspring that had startled him. Seeing the source of the noise, the men collectively sighed in relief, though not without a curse. They had genuinely thought they had encountered some wild beast. After all, in these desolate mountains, it was not uncommon to encounter tigers, wolves, or bears. If they truly did, they would be in serious trouble. As they beheld the familiar figure running towards them, Chen Nan's eyes widened in shock. It was Xiongda. How could it be here? Yet, there was no time for contemplation as he anxiously shouted, "Xiongda, run! It's dangerous here." If those men discovered the little brown bear, they would surely capture it and sell it. Chen Nan shuddered at the thought of the bear's fate. "Xiongda? What the hell is that? I'm still bald and strong." One of the men retorted mockingly. But Xiongda could not comprehend Chen Nan's warning. The little creature thought it was merely part of a game and joyfully howled in excitement, darting about even more exuberantly. Chen Nan, desperate to intervene, was immediately halted by the icy muzzle of the gun. "You little rascal, behave yourself." His fists clenched tightly. Chen Nan's body trembled with rage and anxiety. Meanwhile, the little brown bear was rushing towards him, its form now fully visible to the men. "Hey, that doesn't look like a puppy," one of them exclaimed. "Biaogo, this seems to be a brown bear." These men were not easily fooled, seasoned and well-informed. One quickly recognized the little bear, exclaiming in delight, "By heavens, it truly is." With a fierce glare, Biaogo grinned wickedly. "Ha, we've struck gold. We could sell this creature for at least 100,000 out there." He stowed away his hunting rifle, laughing as he approached, then seized the little brown bear by the scruff of its neck, lifting it effortlessly. Whoa! The bear, with its round, dazed eyes, stared blankly at the man, flailing its limbs in a futile struggle to escape. The sensation of being hoisted was decidedly uncomfortable. Moreover, the man before it emanated a menacing aura, starkly contrasting with that of its beloved bipedal companion. "Oh, what a specimen! This time we have truly struck gold." Brother Biao scrutinized the little brown bear, his eyes suddenly ablaze with avarice, glinting with greed. The other men wore similarly wicked grins. Yet, one among them suddenly voiced a question. "Brother Biao, wait, how did a bear cub end up here? What does it matter where it came from? Let us deal with this troublesome little creature first, so we can wrap things up and swiftly take this bear cub away. We cannot delay any longer." Brother Biao squinted towards the mountain base, where faint lights flickered, searching through the woods. Time was of the essence. Thus, a swift resolution was imperative. With this thought, Brother Biao tightened his grip on the little brown bear, brandishing his shotgun with a sinister grin as he approached Chen Nan. The bear let out a pained whimper as its neck was grasped tightly. It struggled valiantly, swiping its claws in desperation. After a fruitless effort, a loud call erupted from its throat. "Awoo!" The man, however, paid no heed to the bear's struggles, lifting the shotgun to press against Chen Nan's forehead, his gaze cold and ruthless. "It's over." Bang! Yet, the stillness of the night was shattered not by the cruel report of a gun. Just as the man prepared to pull the trigger, a sudden cacophony erupted from the distant jungle. It was the earth itself trembling. Crack! The sound of countless dry branches snapping echoed through the thicket, accompanied by the rustling of leaves. Brother Biao's hand trembled as he swiftly turned, aiming his shotgun towards the source of the noise. Panic etched across his face. "Who is there? What is it?" The other men, too, wore expressions of terror, gripping their weapons tightly. Rustle! The foliage in the jungle swayed ominously. In the next moment, amidst the dimness, they beheld a colossal shadow looming over 5 meters tall, exuding an oppressive aura of dread. The scent of impending death surged towards them. What is that?" The men screamed in horror. From that shadow, they sensed an irresistible force. A chill of mortality washed over them, flooding from head to toe. In their frenzy, one man directed a flashlight towards the looming figure. The very next second, they locked eyes with a pair of savage, blood-red orbs. "Awoo!" The beast roared ferociously. A tempest arose, shaking the mountains and forests. It was the mother bear. Chen Nan exclaimed in shock, and the tension within him eased for a fleeting moment. Almost before the men could react, the massive bear charged at them with unstoppable force. Thud! Boom! Boom! The earth quaked as if a bulldozer were clearing the way. Countless branches severed by the colossal beast. Its speed was astonishing, almost as if it had materialized before the crowd in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, a figure was sent hurtling through the air by the force of the encounter. The man let out a chilling scream, only to crash heavily into the thicket several meters away, leaving his fate uncertain. It was a grizzly bear, an adult grizzly bear. "Flee at once." Panic-stricken cries erupted from the men present. In an instant, several of them scattered in all directions, utterly indifferent to Chen Nan lying on the ground. Yet how could the mother bear let them escape so easily? Her fierce eyes locked onto a specific target. Her cub was still firmly held captive by that man. With a furious roar, the mother bear charged after him. Ah! In the darkness, the man's terrified screams echoed. Soon after, sparks ignited the night. Bang! The sound of gunfire shattered the air. Howl! The mother bear's enraged roars resonated through the night. In the next heartbeat, the armed man was violently swatted away by a powerful claw. Bang! His body crashed heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as he convulsed uncontrollably. Dust rose in a swirling cloud. Chapter 42. The crisis finally averted. A profound silence enveloped the once tumultuous mountain forest, punctuated only by the formidable growls of the mother brown bear. Little Black and Little White had positioned themselves protectively before Chen Nan, their eyes illuminated by the moonlight, fixated intently on the imposing bear. They would never forget that this colossal creature had nearly claimed their young masteress' life. The gunshot that had echoed moments before had likely inflicted injury upon her, as a faint metallic scent of blood lingered in the air. The mother bear gently lifted her fallen cub, cradling it close, refraining from further aggression. Instead, she stood her ground, her fierce gaze scanning the surroundings, releasing a low, threatening growl. In the aftermath of the chaos, two men lay sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain, while the remaining two had succumbed to terror, their bodies limp, exuding a pungent odor of fear. They were utterly paralyzed by fright. Regret consumed them. Why they eagerly accepted this task? Surely, a night spent at home, indulging in sleep and drink, would have been far more pleasant. Little did they know that what appeared to be a simple assignment would unfold into such turmoil, featuring ferocious dogs and a massive adult bear. At that moment, they wished for nothing more than to escape their dire predicament. The atmosphere grew tense, thick with the acrid scent of blood. Suddenly, a beam of flashlight pierced the darkness from afar. A commanding voice rang out. "They're over there." More lights followed, illuminating the shadows. From the depths of the forest, the sound of a throng surged forth. "Quickly, little Nan may be over there." "Ah, Nan, brother Nan." Upon hearing those familiar voices, Chen Nan felt a surge of emotion, calling out in response, "I'm over here." The villagers, upon hearing his voice, hurried toward him. Chen Nan turned toward the source of the light, where a multitude of figures emerged, some wielding flashlights, others brandishing sticks. Dozens of individuals rushed toward him. In no time, they reached the chaotic scene, immediately spotting the towering figure of the bear. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, followed by the unmistakable sound of gun chambers being loaded. Several hunting rifles were aimed at the mother bear. "That creature again!" exclaimed Uncle Mo and Ah Shui, their fury palpable. Chen Nan sprang to his feet, positioning himself in front of the bear, and shouted to the gathering crowd, "Uncles, don't shoot. The real villains are over there. If it weren't for this bear, I fear I would have already been killed by them." He pointed emphatically toward the men sprawled on the ground. "What?" The crowd gasped in disbelief, turning their heads to look. They then noticed two bloodied men lying lifelessly, while two others sat trembling on the ground, their weapons strewn beside them, their faces pale with fright, unable to move. Upon hearing Chen Nan's words, Uncle Mo felt a surge of both shock and anger. They had firearms, and it was they who had just fired in the village. Agon, restrain them and then call Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji was the village's resident police officer, the sole law enforcement presence in the area. Given the gravity of the situation, it was imperative to notify the authorities without delay. Immediately, 7 or 8 individuals behind him responded affirmatively and moved to advance. However, at that moment, an enraged roar erupted from behind Chen Nan. "Roar!" the mother bear bellowed, embodying an injured beast unaware of the distinction between friend and foe. It knew only that these humans had inflicted pain upon it and sought to take its offspring. Undoubtedly, this had triggered a profound assault on its rationality. Feeling the fierce wind and the palpable dangers swirling behind him, Chen Nan's blood ran cold, and he turned rigidly to look back. There, the mother bear unleashed a ferocious roar, its eyes fierce and terrifying, and its powerful claws scraped the ground, sending dust flying. Its exposed fangs glistened menacingly, and it bared its teeth at Chen Nan in a threatening display. The creature, poised to strike, seemed ready to launch an attack at any moment. The wounded animal had lost all semblance of reason, even if it held some peculiar sentiment towards Chen Nan. Such minor feelings were overwhelmed by the agony coursing through its body. Sensing the bear's agitation, the crowd's hearts sank. Fearing an imminent assault, a villager promptly raised a hunting rifle and fired into the sky as a warning. Bang! Wail! Sparks ignited, accompanied by the resounding noise in the air, further inciting the mother bear's frantic roars. Its fearsome visage now bore signs of terror and confusion. The cacophony was enough to instill dread in all creatures of the bear family, especially since it had just been shot. Gradually, the mother bear calmed, lowering itself to pick up its cub and sprinting toward the thicket, yet its movements were unsteady, limping as it appeared frantic and disheveled. With a rustling sound, the massive creature vanished into the underbrush, and the tense, oppressive atmosphere dissipated. In the darkness, the night was once again filled with the soft chirping of insects. Everyone present let out a sigh of relief. The villagers surged forward, encircling Chen Nan, their faces etched with concern and worry. Xiao Nan, are you hurt? Nan Yi, are you all right? The crisis had passed. Chen Nan collapsed to the ground, barely mustering the strength to reply, I'm fine. Yet his face was pale, devoid of color, clearly shaken by the ordeal. The events of the night had been perilous beyond measure, far more than an ordinary person could endure. Having lived in a cocoon of comfort and safety throughout his life, he was ill-prepared for such chaos. In the face of such turmoil, he was merely an inexperienced child. Uncle Mo and Ah Shui supported Chen Nan on either side, their expressions equally grim. Allowing the child to confront danger alone for so long has left him in a state of regret and trepidation. Uncle Mo, consumed by rage, bellowed at the crowd, Villagers, bind those scoundrels on the ground and give them a thorough beating. Let us vent our anger for Xiao Nanzi. Do not hold back. Then, call Xiao Ji to take charge of the situation. Let's proceed. Immediately, several men in the crowd responded, fists clenched in fury as they charged toward the fallen individuals. Before long, anguished cries pierced the night once more. Uncle Mo, along with the Black Panther and others, found themselves in dire straits. The Black Panther had been shot, and both Xiao He and Xiao Ba were gravely injured. Chen Nan rose and grasped Uncle Mo's arm, her voice trembling with urgency. Do not fret. When we arrived, others carried them down on a stretcher. The doctor should be en route. Uncle Mo reassured her, his heart aching as he observed her pale and weary countenance. You must not force yourself. Let a Shui carry you down the mountain. It is unwise to linger here at such a late hour. Yes, we must ascend. I need to see the Black Panther and the others, Chen Nan affirmed, nodding vigorously. She stood amidst the throng, and the group made their way down the mountain. As for being carried by a Shui, she would not consent. She was not so feeble as to be unable to walk. Chen Nan's urgency to descend stemmed primarily from her concern for the condition of the Black Panther and the others. Chapter 43. Healing the Black Panther, the group descended the mountain, and it was already the latter half of the night. The commotion stirred up this evening had nearly summoned the entire village. With the crisis now averted, the villagers either escorted the criminals to the village police station or returned home to catch up on lost sleep. Uncle Mo and Ah Shui comforted Chen Nan, accompanying him back to his residence. However, before they reached the courtyard, they spotted an elderly gentleman holding a medical kit outside, peering anxiously, clearly perturbed. Upon seeing Chen Nan and the others return, he hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "At last, you are back." The Tibetan Mastiff is extremely agitated now. It won't allow anyone near. As soon as someone approaches, it bares its teeth. Little Nan, you must soothe it quickly. Its condition appears quite fragile. Chen Nan's heart sank, and he dashed into the courtyard. There, he found the Black Panther, along with the little black and white ones, lying on a stretcher. The little black and white ones were unconscious, while the Black Panther had seemingly regained consciousness at some point. It lay on its side, fur bristled teeth bared, and emitted a low, warning growl from its throat, enhancing its already fearsome visage. At that moment, the Black Panther resembled a porcupine, making it difficult to approach. "Black Panther!" Chen Nan called out anxiously as he rushed forward. He quickly cradled it in his arms, gently reassuring, "Do not be afraid. I have returned." In an instant, the Black Panther's fur relaxed, and its tense body eased. With its head nestled in Chen Nan's embrace, it let out a whimper, filled with distress. In the presence of its young master, it finally allowed itself to fully relax. "The Black Panther will be all right. That gentleman outside is Uncle Zhang, who lives at the west end of the village. He has come to help you. Shall we let him take a look?" Chen Nan tenderly stroked the Black Panther's fur, offering comfort. The village lacked a veterinarian, and only Uncle Zhang operated a small clinic, tending to the villagers' ailments. Given the urgency of the situation, there was no time to seek a veterinarian in the town, so they had to rely on him for the Black Panther's care. The immediate priority was to extract the bullet lodged within the Black Panther's body. The Black Panther raised its eyes and obediently nodded. The ferocity dissipated, returning to its former endearing and obedient demeanor. Chen Nan let out a sigh of relief and gestured to Uncle Zhang, who hesitated at the threshold. Uncle Zhang promptly entered, medical kit in hand. He took a cursory glance at the Black Panther's injuries, his brow furrowing with concern. "This is quite severe. The Black Panther has been shot in the abdomen, and it appears to be with a hunting rifle." Chen Nan's brow also knitted in worry. Uncle Zhang nodded, swiftly retrieving an array of tools from his kit. Medical gloves, cotton, antiseptic anesthetic. "I will administer a local anesthetic first. Otherwise, removing the bullet will be very painful. However, given its size, I am uncertain if this amount of anesthetic will suffice." As he spoke, Uncle Zhang inserted the syringe into the Black Panther's body. The Black Panther shuddered, letting out a plaintive whimper. Even children cry when getting a shot. At that moment, the weakened Black Panther before Chen Nan seemed to transform into a child, albeit a rather robust one. The affectionate display from the fierce dog was overwhelming, and Chen Nan promptly stroked its fur to provide solace. "Be good, it won't hurt for long." Uncle Zhang, with great proficiency, took advantage of the anesthetic's lull to disinfect and bandage the other wounds on the panther. The anesthetic should have taken effect by now. As Uncle Zhang's fingers gently grazed the wound on its abdomen, the panther let out a pained roar, startling the elderly man and causing him to stumble to the ground. "Black Panther!" Chen Nan quickly scolded, helping Uncle Zhang to his feet and apologizing. "I'm truly sorry, Uncle Zhang. The panther is gravely injured and rather irritable." "No problem. It seems to obey your commands." Uncle Zhang waved his hand dismissively. Chen Nan felt a pang of embarrassment and discreetly tapped the panther's head. The creature lifted its eyelids, revealing a hint of white in its otherwise dark eyes, looking both innocent and aggrieved. Indeed, this amount of anesthetic was insufficient. Under Chen Nan's soothing words, the Black Panther, despite the pain, managed to extract a bullet from its body. Uncle Zhang sighed with relief. Fortunately, it wasn't a shotgun pellet. Otherwise, not even a deity could save it. Observing the bloodied bullet, Chen Nan clenched his teeth, his heart brimming with fury. Once this matter concludes, none of those responsible shall escape retribution. In the dim light of the courtyard, several individuals busied themselves alongside Uncle Zhang. Once the suturing and bandaging were complete, and after the panther consumed some medication, it finally succumbed to sleep, its heavy eyelids unable to resist any longer. Thankfully, no vital areas were affected. Now, it simply required a period of rest at home, avoiding unnecessary movement. Uncle Zhang wiped his brow. Retrieving the bullet was a meticulous task he and T performed in ages. After tending to the gunshot wound on the panther's abdomen, the treatment of Little Black and Little White appeared considerably easier. The two dogs, despite their terrifying injuries, were not in grave condition. Given their physical resilience, they would likely be frolicking again by tomorrow. Remember to mix their medication with food and administer it regularly. And as for the Tibetan Mastiff's wound, it must refrain from running around for a while. Proper recuperation is imperative. As Uncle Zhang prepared to leave with his medical kit, he didn't forget to remind Chen Nan. "All right, I understand, Uncle Zhang. You should head back soon. Thank you for your hard work today." It's a minor matter, just village kin. After bidding farewell to everyone, Chen Nan looked up at the sky. The darkness was gradually thinning, and at the horizon's edge, a faint glimmer of light began to emerge. It was almost dawn. Once all affairs were settled, an image of the mother brown bear departing flashed in Chen Nan's mind. The silhouette staggered, one front limb slightly bent, appearing quite unnatural. With that gunshot, perhaps it had also been struck. This thought quickened Chen Nan's breath. His eyes filled with concern. Perhaps he should venture up the mountain tomorrow. If it truly had been shot, it would require prompt attention. If the bullet remains unaddressed within the body, the surrounding flesh will swiftly succumb to decay. And should infection ensue, the life of the mother grizzly bear could be gravely endangered. This is not a fate that Chen Nan wishes to witness. Moreover, the cubs are still quite small and utterly reliant on their mother. The thought of those 3 little ones further solidified Chen Nan's resolve to ascend the mountain the following day. After casting a final glance at the black panthers to ensure their well-being, he returned to his room, nearly collapsing into slumber. The world at last fell silent. The following day, Chen Nan's sleep was far from tranquil. In his dreams, sparks flew and gunshots echoed, as the trio of black panthers and the mother grizzly bear fell one after another. He jolted awake several times. Each time he lay back down, in a state of drowsiness, he felt 3 solid objects pressing against his body, as if something were sniffing him with a persistent curiosity. Accompanying this sensation were heavy breaths and low whimpers resonating in his ears. Chapter 44. The ascent in search. Chen Nan struggled to open his eyes, first adjusting to the blinding light. In the next moment, 3 enormous canine heads suddenly appeared before him. Those dark, moist noses were only a mere dozen centimeters away, twitching inquisitively. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Nan, caught off guard, choked slightly and gently pushed the 3 dogs aside as he rose to his feet. However, in an instant, the trio leaned closer, their eyes filled with concern for him. With a sigh, Chen Nan remarked, "What is this all about so early in the morning?" He recalled the disturbances he felt in his dreams and glanced at the black panthers engaging in this peculiar behavior. Could they truly be worried he had succumbed to the chill? He was merely asleep, not deceased. Whimper, whimper. Upon seeing Chen Nan rise, the 3 dogs began to wag their tails vigorously, emitting joyful whines, almost akin to playful coaxing. It's all right, it's all right." Gently stroking the heads of his canine companions, Chen Nan offered them reassurance. He couldn't shake the feeling that after the life-threatening ordeal of the previous night, the dogs had grown even more attached to him. Stretching languidly, Chen Nan felt an overwhelming soreness throughout his body. Exiting into the courtyard, he was met with the high noon sun blazing above, warm and glaring. He had slept until midday, which explained the urgency of the Black Panther trio. They were even worried he might have grown cold. As Chen Nan stepped out, the panthers pranced eagerly after him, closely adhering to his side. Wherever Chen Nan went, they followed, resembling 3 little shadows. The dogs possessed physical prowess far surpassing that of humans. After a night of rest, the wounds of Xiao He and Xiao Bai had nearly healed, and they were lively and energetic. Although their vitality was not quite at its peak, their spirits were undeniably robust. Only the Black Panther remained somewhat lethargic. Its gunshot wound would take time to heal, requiring at least half a month of recuperation. Nonetheless, it persistently clung to Chen Nan, demanding to play, ignoring all objections. Chen Nan, exasperated, had no choice but to retrieve a dusty chain from the warehouse and fasten it around the Black Panther's neck. "Have you forgotten Uncle Zhang's advice? You must rest well and not run about." Faced with the Black Panther's astonished, injured gaze, Chen Nan pursed his lips and scolded gently. He felt helpless. The trio of Black Panthers was far too mischievous, accustomed to their wild ways, unable to cease their antics even for a moment. If he did not confine them, they would surely wander off again by afternoon. Reluctantly, he had to impose this restriction upon them. The courtyard was soon filled with the Black Panthers' heart-wrenching cries of discontent. After having lunch and feeding the 3 dogs, Chen Nan hastily started his live stream. In no time, over 10,000 viewers flooded into the chat. "Brother Xiaonan, you finally started the stream. We've been waiting forever. Darn it, today's stream is half an hour late. Brother Nan is slipping. Huh? What's that noise in the courtyard? Was Brother Nan searching for in the warehouse? With his head bowed, Chen Nan searched the warehouse for a while and finally found a reasonably sharp machete. Huff, huff. Gently brushing away the dust, Chen Nan addressed the audience in the live stream. Today, I will take you up the mountain. The viewers were puzzled, wondering, why is Brother Nan suddenly heading to the mountains? Some noticed his pallor and weariness, raising concerns. Has something happened? Since the broadcast began, he has appeared unusually tense. Observant netizens quickly sensed something amiss and began to inquire. Without reservation, Chen Nan recounted the events of the previous night. The atmosphere in the live stream was charged with astonishment. Although his tone remained calm, the underlying peril was unmistakable. When he mentioned the presence of a shotgun, the viewers erupted in outrage. This is simply shocking. Who would have imagined that such heinous acts could occur in this peaceful era? Who could be responsible? It must be those unscrupulous buyers from last night. They clearly aren't legitimate business people. This reeks of organized crime. It's unimaginable. If it weren't for the mother bear's timely arrival, Brother Nan might have lost his life. What a pity there was no live stream. Do you think Brother Nan was merely putting on a show? In such a dire situation, there was no time to broadcast. As the audience grasped the situation, their indignation intensified, reaching a level where even through the screen, one could sense their fury. Chen Nan, however, maintained a positive demeanor. Smiling as he said, "I'm fine, but please refrain from making baseless assumptions. The outcome of the situation is still uncertain, and no one can definitively say it was them. Moreover, Uncle Mo's people informed me that the assailants suffered severe injuries. One even lost a leg, and their leader is now paralyzed. Even if they recover, they will only find themselves in prison." Hearing this, the audience felt a measure of relief, finding solace in the swift retribution faced by the wrongdoers. Wonderful. A delightful day begins with this good news, Chen Nan remarked, busying himself in the warehouse. He slung a large machete across his back and picked up a medical kit, then said, "I had originally planned to take everyone to explore the underwater world today, but it seems we must temporarily set that aside. Our immediate priority is to check on the mother bear's condition." The viewers expressed their understanding, clearly concerned for the bear. Chen Nan chuckled. "Xiao Hei, Xiao Bai. Let us go. We shall ascend the mountain together." He gathered his gear and called for Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai to join him. Woof woof. Woo. The dynamic duo rushed over excitedly, though their responses were tinged with a plaintive whimper. As the drone camera shifted its focus, the audience noticed a black panther bound by chains in the yard, its dark eyes gazing sorrowfully at them. Upon seeing Chen Nan prepare to leave, it let out a desperate, plaintive howl. The viewers exchanged glances, bewildered. Goodness, what has the panther done to deserve being chained? Behold those mournful little eyes, akin to a betrayed wife. Chen Nan, with a sense of resignation, shrugged and explained, "It has been shot in the abdomen, and the doctor advised it to rest properly." As he spoke, he dared not meet the sorrowful gaze of the black leopard and hastily led the small black and white ones out the door. How? Upon exiting the hospital, the cries behind him grew increasingly fervent. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Chen Nan's forehead as he hurriedly called over the courtyard wall. "Black leopard, be a good boy at home. I shall return with treats for you." How? He ascended along the winding path. The forest was lush and verdant, its dense foliage shielding most of the glaring sunlight, allowing only a few rays to filter through, casting dappled shadows. Along the way, the gentle sound of flowing streams could be heard. The water was crystal clear, revealing the sand and stones beneath, along with playful little fish darting about. Unlike the eerie stillness of the night, the daytime forest brimmed with vitality, showcasing beauty and serenity in abundance. Chapter 45. The malevolent wolf lurks. Do brown bear mama and her family truly reside within this majestic mountain? The scenery is absolutely breathtaking. It resembles the great mountains of the island, hardly distinguishable from the mainland. Isn't it beautiful? Bear Ridge by day, Silent Hill by night. By the way, why does little Nan carry such a formidable machete? It must be for unforeseen crises. After all, the island is imbued with primal energy, and one can never be certain of encountering wild beasts. Are there giant pandas on the island? There is the Dragon King of the East Sea, Perhaps little Nan can capture one to prepare a soup for us all. Under the dense canopy of trees, Chen Nan and his companions, Xiao He and Xiao Bai, emerged onto the path, with a drone hovering closely behind him. Throughout their journey, the lively audience in the live stream began to indulge in their own excitement. Yet Chen Nan remained largely indifferent, his focus steadfastly on the surrounding environment. Soon, he came to a halt amidst a thicket. Unlike the other densely wooded areas, this particular spot was marred by devastation. A large expanse lay in disarray, strewn with broken branches and damaged bark. The exposed soil bore the marks of trampling, and in several places, vivid splatters of crimson blood punctuated the landscape, lending an eerie atmosphere to the woods. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, a stark reminder of the peril that had transpired here. In the bright light of day, the destruction was laid bare, serving as a testament to the dangers faced the night prior. Witnessing this scene, the audience in the live stream felt a chill run down their spines. Blood. So much blood. I'm feeling faint. Help. Even from behind the screen, one can sense the peril of last night. I was hesitant to believe it, clinging to a shred of doubt, yet it appears to be all too real. Chen Nan surveyed the grim surroundings, his brow furrowed in distress. Having narrowly escaped death multiple times, returning to the scene of such an ordeal required immense courage. Standing here now, the memories of the previous night were vivid. The mingling stench of blood and decay was nearly overwhelming, threatening to induce nausea. With a churn in his stomach, Chen Nan leaned against a tree, fighting back the urge to retch. His complexion turned ashen. Xiao He and Xiao Bai immediately rushed to his side, concern etched in their eyes. I'm fine. Chen Nan reassured them with a wave of his hand, taking several deep breaths to quell the rising wave of nausea. The audience in the live stream, witnessing his reaction, felt a tightening in their chests, concern washing over them. Is little Nan all right? Perhaps we should reconsider searching for brown bear mama. Injured beasts are particularly volatile, and this is far too dangerous. Little Nan, you should return. This is not a challenge for an ordinary person. Faced with the looming, unknown dangers ahead, nearly everyone urged Chen Nan to retreat. Gazing at the gruesome scene before him, his legs began to tremble slightly, and the thought of turning back crept into his mind. Yet, in his mind, the image of the limping figure of the mother bear surfaced involuntarily as she departed. Chen Nan gritted his teeth, his gaze resolute. I cannot abandon her. The mother bear is likely injured, having possibly been shot. She is in dire need of my assistance. Moreover, her injury is likely a consequence of my actions. If I were to neglect her plight, knowing that she could perish without my intervention, what difference would there be between me and a beast? Therefore, I must go no matter what. At the very least, I need to ascertain the severity of her wounds. Observing Chen Nan's pale complexion, yet unwavering and stubborn eyes, there was a moment of silence in the live stream. After a while, the audience erupted with excitement. Brother, Nan is truly commendable. I knew I didn't choose the wrong person, knowing well the dangers ahead, yet still choosing to bravely forge on. This is what a true man is. Ajiao has rewarded the streamer with a carnival. The Northern Wolf has also made a donation to the streamer. While rescuing the mother bear is paramount, Brother Nan must prioritize his own safety. If unforeseen dangers arise, remember to retreat first. Chen Nan nodded, calming his emotions and preparing himself, then turned to his loyal companions, the black and white duo. Little black, little white. If we encounter any insurmountable danger, do not recklessly charge forward. Your lives are of utmost importance. Do you understand? Woof. It was uncertain whether little black and little white comprehended him, but their bright eyes seemed to reflect an earnest effort to grasp the meaning behind their masteress words. Chen Nan gently patted their heads and proceeded toward the place where the mother bear had stood in his memory. There on the ground lay a large pool of fresh crimson blood, extending along the path the mother bear had taken, a continuous trail. Indeed, she was wounded, and grievously so. Chen Nan's heart sank as he followed the trail of blood. The mother bear's den must lie not far from here. The jungle was dense, and soon the bloodstains vanished from sight. Surrounding him were flat woods, lush with foliage, a sea of green as far as the eye could see, leaving no trace of the bear's den. Little black, little white. Chen Nan called to his companions behind him. Woof. Little Black and Little White immediately responded, their noses twitching at the last trace of blood before they bolted toward a particular direction. Chen Nan smiled and hurried to keep pace. This was precisely why he had brought Little Black and Little White up the mountain. A dog's sense of smell is approximately 200 times more acute than that of humans, exceedingly sensitive, and their olfactory memory can endure for a considerable time. This is why professions such as police dogs and guide dogs exist. Their heightened sense of smell allows them to shine in many situations. It mattered not that Chen Nan could not locate the mother bear's den. Little Black and Little White would guide him there. Woof woof. In the thick jungle, Little Black and Little White raced ahead, occasionally stopping to sniff the ground, looking back to ensure that Chen Nan was closely following. With a sigh, Chen Nan wiped the sweat from his brow, breathless and fatigued. He couldn't help but murmur, the den of the brown bear mother is rather well concealed. It's been nearly half an hour, and we still haven't arrived. Just as his words faded, a sudden howl of a wild beast echoed through the dense thicket ahead. The sound resembled that of a wolf's cry, and it was not singular. Chen Nan's body tensed immediately, a sense of vigilance surging within him. Indeed, other wild creatures still thrived in these lush mountains. Silently, he withdrew his formidable machete from his back and stealthily advanced with the duo clad in black and white. At that moment, several familiar whimpers reached his ears, filled with fear and helplessness. It was Berta and the others. Chen Nan's breath caught in his throat, and he promptly rushed forward, machete in hand. Chapter 46. Is he usually this brave? After navigating around several large trees, the scene ahead suddenly unfolded before everyone's eyes. A collective gasp erupted from the live stream audience. Well, what kind of beast is that? It looks somewhat like a wolf, but it's not quite that small. It resembles a dog. Look at its face. It bears a resemblance to a fox. So the question arises, what exactly is this creature? I'm curious. Does it eat humans? There are at least 4 of them. Before them appeared several animals seldom seen by the crowd. These creatures bore a wolf-like appearance, yet they were only half the size of a wolf, with slender limbs akin to those of a stray dog. They formed a semicircle, their gaze fixated intently on a large tree approximately 7 to 8 meters ahead. Beneath the robust roots of that tree, there lay a crescent-shaped hole about a meter long, shrouded in darkness, but from within came the faint whimpers of frightened cubs. This was the den constructed by the mother bear, and surrounding it were the cunning jackals. Chen Nan concealed himself behind the tree, lowering his voice. Jackals? Are they the jackals among the jackals, tigers, and leopards? Why are they targeting the mother bear? Given their size, they are clearly no match for her. Their intent was not to assault the mother bear. Rather, their prey was the bear cubs within the den. Chen Nan's expression darkened. Jackals are omnivorous, but their primary diet consists of smaller mammals and large ungulates. Perhaps they sensed the mother bear was injured and thus sought to prey upon her vulnerable young. The atmosphere in the live stream turned tense, and concern washed over the viewers. What should we do now, Xiao Nan? Can we help the mother bear? After a moment as contemplation, Chen Nan replied, Let us observe for a while. I am uncertain about the severity of the mother bear's injuries. If she is merely slightly wounded, then those jackals would be courting death by approaching her. Everyone nodded in agreement, anxiously awaiting the unfolding events. In the thicket ahead, the mood hung in the air for a moment before the jackals could no longer contain themselves. Awoo! The lead jackal let out a long howl to the heavens. The other jackals, as if responding to a command, began to advance cautiously. Awoo! From the den, the mother bear's furious growl erupted. The sound was imbued with rage and a sense of threat, yet it sounded so feeble. This powerless growl was unmistakable to anyone. Something was amiss. Indeed, Chen Nan felt a heavy weight sink in his chest, his expression darkening. If he could discern the mother bear's severe injuries, surely the keen-eared jackals could as well. Initially stunned by the growl, their pace quickened as they moved forward. This could not wait any longer. Xiao He, Xiao Bai, go! Chen Nan's face was alight with urgency as he called for his companions, then brandished his large machete and charged forward. Beasts, get away! All of you clear out. If you don't, I shall sever your heads and use them as balls to kick. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. Chen Nan led the charge, with the dynamic duo of black and white fiercely following suit, rushing forward in an instant. One man and two dogs erupted into a cacophony of barks and growls, brandishing a hefty cleaver and exposing their fearsome jaws as they pursued the four wolves. It was reminiscent of a madman, perhaps. The scene left the audience in the live stream in a state of stunned disbelief. Was that just little Nan? Those are wolves, beasts. Although they may not appear large, their attack power is formidable, right? Is he always as brave? Impressive. However, what astonished the onlookers was that the wolves seemed to harbor a palpable fear of Chen Nan and his canine companions. The moment one man and two dogs surged forward, the wolves emitted terrified howls, their voices cracking in panic. It was unclear whether it was due to fear or the menacing visage of one man and two dogs that spurred their fright. In an instant, the wolves scattered in a frenzy, fleeing in terror. They glanced back and saw the human, wielding a cleaver and barking ferociously in pursuit, causing their eyes to widen in shock. With a howl of indignation, they hastened their escape. Get lost. Stay far away. If you dare approach again, I shall turn you into minced meat for the Black Panther. Chen Nan cursed as he brandished the cleaver behind them. He ceased his breathless pursuit only when the four wolves had vanished from sight. Panting heavily, he leaned on his knees, feeling utterly exhausted. In recent days, he had become acutely aware of his physical limitations, realizing he could not compare to these wild beasts. In the sheltered environment of the city, he had taken little notice of such weaknesses, but returning to the island had laid them bare. He could neither outrun nor catch up to them. In fact, he felt his stamina paled in comparison to that of the village elders. This was dire. It seemed he would need to train diligently to enhance his physical fitness. With a deep exhale, Chen Nan muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Little Black and Little White had bounded to Chen Nan's side. Although they had driven off the wolves, their vigilance did not wane. With ears perked high, they surveyed their surroundings with keen alertness. At that moment, Chen Nan noticed the live stream flooded with question marks. Swallowing hard, he began to explain. Wolves are social creatures, inherently cunning and cautious. They do not initiate attacks lightly, and will retreat at the slightest disturbance. They are insidious and treacherous species. With Little Black and Little White by my side, and armed with this cleaver, I am unafraid of these wolves. Likewise, they recognize us as adversaries they cannot conquer. They will not engage in a battle they cannot win. The viewers in the live stream finally grasped the situation. These wolves truly are cunning and value their lives. In fact, it's not just wolves. Many creatures in the jungle adhere to this principle. Fight if you can win. Flee if you cannot. What is the deal with that flat-headed fellow upstairs? Little Nan. Will those wolves return to summon their companions to attack Mama Brown Bear later? Chen Nan cast a glance at the bear den, his expression tinged with concern. We must prioritize the rescue of the mother bear. Once she regains her strength and returns to her prime, no wolf, tiger, or leopard would dare to challenge her. As for these few lesser wolves, they would easily become a mere appetizer. Now, the pressing question arises. How shall we assist the mother bear? She has remained hidden within the tree hollow. Chen Nan turned his gaze toward the den behind him, his brow furrowing slightly. In that darkened hollow, a pair of faintly reddish eyes fixated upon him, locked in a silent exchange that seemed to convey an indescribable sentiment. Under the scrutiny of those eyes, Chen Nan felt a sudden flutter of apprehension, instinctively concealing his machete behind him. After a moment, a somewhat forced smile crept onto his lips. What a coincidence, we meet again. The afternoon forest was serene and picturesque, with only the distant murmur of flowing water breaking the tranquil silence. The other party continued to regard him intently. Chen Nan's smile nearly froze in place. Perhaps it was a mere illusion, but he fancied he heard the mother bear emit a low grunt before retreating deeper into the den. Chen Nan's smile gradually faded, anxiety bubbling within him. Suddenly, he noticed a series of thuds emanating from the den as three little heads poked out in succession. Chapter 47. What creatures can resist the temptation of delicacies? Xiongda, Xiong'er, Xiongsan. Upon witnessing the three rotund heads emerging from the cave entrance, Chen Nan could not contain his excitement and exclaimed, 3 pairs of eyes turned in unison, and upon spotting the familiar bipedal figure beneath the shade of a tree, the 3 young bears brightened with a mixture of innocence and trepidation. They emitted a pitiful whimper from their throats and then scrambled towards Chen Nan with an endearing urgency. The little creatures clung tightly to Chen Nan's legs, burying their heads and sobbing softly, exuding a sense of vulnerability and distress. "It's all right, my little ones. The bad guys have all been chased away." Looking down at the small beings clinging to him, Chen Nan quickly squatted down, gently soothing them with his hand, much like comforting a few children who had felt wronged. Chen Nan felt as if he had returned to his days as a caretaker at the zoo. Could it be that these little bears truly regarded him as a father figure? Their cries intensified, however, as they sensed the looming danger outside the cave. The menacing wolves, eager to devour them, instilled a deeper fear within the bear cubs. Clinging to Chen Nan, they refused to let go, seemingly yearning to express their fears and grievances. As Chen Nan observed the little ears atop their heads twitch and their noses quiver, bubbles began to form as they sniffled. "Please don't cry, my dear little ones," he whispered, glancing anxiously towards the cave. "If your mother thinks I made you cry, I might have to crawl back home today." His gaze shifted to the dark cavern, which exuded a foul odor. Within the inky depths, he could discern a pair of crimson, frenzied eyes fixated on him. It seemed that the mother bear had sensed Chen Nan's gaze as well. The black fur around her mouth revealed gleaming, white fangs, and a deep, guttural growl emanated from her throat. From her growl, Chen Nan could distinctly perceive a palpable sense of aggression and threat. He realized that if he dared to step closer, the mother bear would not hesitate to unleash her fury upon him. After all, she had been injured by humans the previous night and must harbor a profound wariness towards them. Even if this human had once shared a bond with her cubs, she could not fully trust him. As a university student specializing in animal sciences with experience as a caretaker, Chen Nan was acutely aware of this reality. However, he could not shake the sight of the bear mother, partially exposed from the cave, her body heaving with labored breaths, and a wave of guilt washed over him. The mother bear was clearly weak and suffering, and all of this was a result of his actions. Had he not brought the armed intruder to the back mountain, the mother bear would not have been injured, and the consequences of such wounds in the wild often lead only to death. Moreover, the mother bear had 3 cubs to nurture. Although she had yet to attack Chen Nan immediately, it was clear that she did not harbor any goodwill towards him. Should one inadvertently provoke it in any manner, the immediate consequence could be an all-out assault. Hence, Chen Nan, at this moment, dares not act recklessly. Observing the whimpering little brown bear cubs nestled in his arms, he magically produced several strips of dried fish from his backpack. "Be quiet, don't cry. Look what I have," he said with a gentle smile, enticing the cubs with the fish. No creature, regardless of its youth, can resist the allure of delectable food. Moreover, brown bears have a particular fondness for fish. Before long, the cubs ceased their wailing and gazed up at the strips of dried fish in Chen Nan's hand, their eyes brimming with yearning. The mischievous little bear, affectionately dubbed Bear 3, waved its tiny paw and began to reach out eagerly. Without hesitation, Chen Nan distributed a piece of fish to each cub. "Here, enjoy this, and no more fussing after you eat." The cubs settled on the ground, clutching their fish, and began to devour them with great anticipation. The crunching sound echoed as they bit into the dried fish, filling the air with a delightful scent. At merely 2 to 3 months old, the cubs were teething, and the slightly tough fish served as an excellent means to soothe their gums. In a short while, the fish in their paws had been consumed, leaving the 3 little ones smacking their lips, still eager for more. They simultaneously raised their heads to Chen Nan, their eyes sparkling as if pleading, "Father, may we have another?" Chen Nan, not one to withhold, retrieved more dried fish from his bag. Witnessing the cubs devour their meal with such fervor tugged at his heartstrings. They must have been truly famished. The mother bear's milk required sustenance, yet she was unable to hunt due to her injury, perhaps long devoid of nourishment. Even if she had milk, it would scarcely suffice to feed 3 cubs. Otherwise, how could the little bears be so brazenly seeking food in his vicinity? It seemed the cubs had been hungry for quite some time. Chen Nan glanced towards the cave, where, shrouded in shadows. The mother bear had extended her head, her dark, glistening eyes fixated intently on him, or more precisely, on the fish in his hand. Perhaps she had caught the enticing scent wafting through the air, for her nostrils twitched, and soon a viscous droplet of saliva trickled from the corner of her mouth. Chen Nan couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. The gluttonous mother bear, under the spell of culinary temptation, appeared adorably endearing with her large, round face. After a moment's contemplation, he selected a larger strip of dried fish from his bag and cautiously tossed it towards the cave. He dared not approach the mother bear, preferring to remain at a safe distance, for an injured wild animal can be unpredictable. With a graceful arc, the fish landed precisely before the mother bear. She, with an endearingly naive expression, bounded forward, her round face eagerly following the trajectory of the fish, and before it even touched the ground, she lunged forward to seize it, reminiscent of a puppy begging for food. To Chen Nan's surprise, the mother brown bear, clearly famished, did not immediately devour the dried fish before her. Instead, she lifted her head, her eyes gazing at Chen Nan with an inscrutable expression. Confronted by the mother's penetrating stare, Chen Nan did not flinch. Even though the animals in the zoo remained ever vigilant, it was imperative for him to demonstrate the utmost goodwill in the presence of a wild brown bear. Chuckling softly, Chen Nan inadvertently emitted a peculiar sound, akin to walking a dog, leaving the entire live stream audience utterly astounded. Wait, are you treating the mother brown bear like a pet? Goodness, where did this gesture come from? Be cautious, lest the formidable bear decides to give the host a surprise. Noticing the lively comments in the chat, Chen Nan couldn't help but smile. In truth, I am merely expressing goodwill towards the mother bear. After all, communication through sound is not exclusive to humans. A vast majority of Earth's species rely on vocalizations to convey their intentions. As if to affirm his words, the once wary mother brown bear gradually averted her gaze. Even her previous threatening growls dissipated. To Chen Nan's delight, the mother bear picked up the dried fish before her, awkwardly settling into her cave, crunching away at it. Frankly, that piece of fish, no longer than a palm, was insufficient to satisfy her. She consumed it in mere bites. Fortunately, Chen Nan had brought an ample supply of dried fish on this excursion. Without waiting for any signal from the mother bear, he wisely tossed several larger pieces of fish a bit farther from the cave. His intention was to lure her out, to ascertain the extent of her injuries. Remarkably, this tactic proved effective. The fullness in her belly seemed to ease her apprehension. With her nose sniffing the enticing morsels outside, the mother bear ambled out her den. However, her frame appeared even bulkier than the previous night. One of her hind legs dragged limply behind her, leaving a trail of crimson footprints with each step. Beneath the bright daylight, Chen Nan could clearly see a horrifying, gaping wound on her back leg. The injury was a grotesque sight, with blood oozing continuously, trickling down her fur and forming a slender crimson line on the ground. It was evident that she had been shot in the hind leg. Chen Nan's expression darkened considerably. The wound had bled throughout the night, with the bullet remaining embedded within her body, posing a significant risk of infection. Oh no, the mother bear's leg is still bleeding. How much pain must she have endured all night? Chapter 48. The plight of the mother grizzly. The viewers, who had been quietly observing the live broadcast, were now engulfed in a mix of anger and concern upon witnessing the distressed state of the mother grizzly. On the grassy expanse ahead, she plopped down, ravenously devouring the dried fish scattered on the ground. The crunching sound echoed as she barely chewed the morsels before hastily swallowing them, clearly famished. Observing her, Chen Nan pondered thoughtfully. Let me attempt to approach her. The mother grizzly appeared to have lowered her defenses. Perhaps she might permit him to come closer. Not too close, just enough to ascertain the severity of her injuries, which would grant him some peace of mind. With that in mind, Chen Nan straightened up, grasped his medical kit, and cautiously advanced. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The mother grizzly showed no signs of alarm, continuing her feast. Chen Nan's heart swelled with hope as he moved forward gradually. 4 steps, 6 steps. He was now merely 5 or 6 meters away from her. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through the area, The mother grizzly seemed to sense something amiss. Her ears perked up, and her nibbling came to a halt. The forest fell into an abrupt silence. Chen Nan felt his heart race. His body froze in place. One foot hovered in midair, leaving him torn between retreating and advancing. Even the audience in the live stream felt a collective tension for Chen Nan, uncertain of the mother grizzly's intentions. Gulp. Chen Nan could not suppress the urge to swallow, an inclination to retreat creeping in. Yet, upon seeing the blood still oozing from the grizzly's wounds, he gritted his teeth and mustered his courage to move closer. But in the next instant, the unexpected occurred. As Chen Nan edged nearer, the mother grizzly suddenly lifted her massive head. Her formidable black visage turned towards him, her crimson eyes ablaze with agitation. Roar! The mother grizzly, having keenly sensed Chen Nan's approach, emitted a low growl from her throat, her powerful legs subtly retreating. It was evident that it was not only Chen Nan who felt trepidation. The mother grizzly, having endured a harrowing night, had developed a new wariness towards humans. Before she could take further action, Chen Nan instinctively stepped back, retreating until he was several meters away at the edge of the cave. Only then did the mother grizzly cease her menacing stance, though she continued to regard him with a watchful gaze. Chen Nan could only offer a wry smile, realizing his efforts had been in vain. Wasn't the mother grizzly fine before? Why has she suddenly become so agitated? While it may be due to Chen Nan's proximity, her reaction seems excessively intense. Have you noticed, within the mother grizzly's roar, there appears to be an essence of fear and trepidation. It seems she is quite afraid of Chen Nan. Astute viewers discern the subtle nuances. Indeed, Chen Nan had sensed the underlying meaning in the mother grizzly's roar from the very beginning. Sigh. Chen Nan exhaled deeply, reflecting. The mother brown bear does not fear me. She is terrified of all humankind. Last night, she was injured by humans, yet bears, after all, cannot distinguish between good and evil, leading her to harbor fear towards all people. The viewers in the live stream, including Chen Nan, fell into a moment of contemplation. After a while, someone inquired with concern, "Xiao Nan, what should we do next? The mother brown bear's wounds are still bleeding. At this rate, she is bound to perish." At this moment, Chen Nan felt utterly lost. He lowered his head, his brow furrowed, his face etched with distress. In a way, the mother brown bear had indirectly saved him. Now, with her injured, he yearned to save her more than anyone. Yet on this remote island, there were no facilities to treat large wild animals. Not only on the island, but even nationwide, there were few places capable of treating such beasts. Moreover, the need to save the mother brown bear involved countless other complexities. Chen Nan truly felt helpless. Silence enveloped the live stream. The audience gazed at the forlorn and sorrowful Chen Nan, wishing to offer comfort, but their hesitant words were typed, then silently deleted. Moments passed in silence. Suddenly, amidst his thoughts, Chen Nan felt a tug at his pant leg. Looking down, he saw the baby brown bears scampering over, tugging at his trousers with bright, curious eyes. The little bears, still so young, were free from worries. Having eaten their fill, they came to play with Chen Nan, gazing into those innocent, bewildered eyes. Chen Nan felt a sharp pang in his heart. If these small cubs lost their mother. Just then, the ringtone of his phone echoed from his pocket, startling the baby bears. They turned their curious eyes towards the source of the sound. Gently patting three little heads, Chen Nan pulled out his phone. It was an unfamiliar number. Frowning slightly, he noted that only friends and family knew his number, and calls were rare. What could this be? Without further thought, Chen Nan answered the call. "Hello." A youthful voice resonated on the other end. "Hello, Xiao Nan. I am a student from the Migratory Bird Research Institute. I apologize, but I'm not in the mood to discuss this right now." As soon as the caller spoke, Chen Nan recalled a professor from the institute who had previously visited his live stream, and he immediately understood the caller's intent. Before the person could finish, Chen Nan coldly interjected, lacking the inclination to engage with this so-called Migratory Bird Research Institute. With that, he attempted to hang up. However, the caller hurriedly continued. "We can treat the mother brown bear. Xiao Nan, could you please allow me to explain a few things?" Taken aback, Chen Nan instinctively asked, "What did you say?" "We are able to assist in rescuing the mother brown bear." The voice on the other end spoke with unwavering certainty. Upon hearing this affirmation, hope was rekindled within Chen Nan, who joyfully replied, "Please continue." The young man's voice followed after a brief pause as he swallowed hard. "Brother Xiaonan, here's the situation. Our research institute has been closely monitoring your live stream due to the appearance of the white-bellied sea eagle in your broadcast. The location of this eagle's sighting holds significant implications for the natural world. Consequently, the institute instructed me to investigate, and I have just arrived at Windmill Island. Having reached the dock, upon witnessing your live stream and learning about the plight of the mother brown bear, I felt compelled to express that we are capable of providing assistance in her rescue." As if fearing that Chen Nan might hang up at any moment, the young man conveyed the purpose of his visit in one breath, without pausing for air. Chapter 49. An apology from Li Hang of the Research Institute. Chen Nan blinked, still somewhat incredulous, as he inquired, "You mean, you have already arrived at the dock on Windmill Island?" "Yes, Brother Xiaonan." The voice on the other end seemed to sense Chen Nan's skepticism and continued, "My friend is unaware of my whereabouts. Could you kindly mention the name of this place?" "Oh, just tell your friend it's the South Dock." Upon hearing the unmistakable local accent and familiar place names, Chen Nan felt reassured that he was not being deceived. However, this was not the primary concern on his mind. "Please hold on for a moment. I am descending the mountain now. I shall see you at the dock shortly. Be careful on your way, Brother Xiaonan." Chen Nan hastily ended the call. Although he was unsure why the other party had promised to assist him in rescuing the mother bear, it seemed to be his only lifeline. The previous conversation had been on speakerphone, allowing the audience in the live stream to overhear. Yet, some viewers remained skeptical. "Brother Xiaonan, can we trust that person? It seems too coincidental. I can't shake the feeling of a conspiracy. What if we end up losing the mother bear and the military bird as well? Woe is me." Glancing at the barrage of comments in the live stream, Chen Nan couldn't help but chuckle. "I say, have you all developed a persecution complex because of last night's events? Otherwise, once I descend, you will know whether he is a good or bad person, right?" "All right, fair enough." The viewers nodded in agreement. Chen Nan smirked slightly, feeling a bit more at ease. "Little ones, hurry back to your mother. I must head down." He gently patted the three little bears, urging them towards their mother. At the entrance of the cave, the mother bear sat contentedly, licking her lips, her belly round and full. The majority of the bag of dried fish Chen Nan had brought had found its way into her stomach. Chen Nan gazed at her for a moment before calling for Xiao He and Xiao Bai to descend. At the dock on Windmill Island, a young man was waiting in the distance. Chen Nan quickened his pace. Upon meeting, the bespectacled, well-mannered youth stepped forward first and sincerely apologized. "Hello, Brother Xiaonan. My name is Li Hang. You may call me Xiao Hang. I was the one who contacted you via phone, and I also recommended your live stream to my professor Zhang. My professor may have spoken rather harshly before. He is simply an old-fashioned man with no ill intentions. I sincerely apologize on his behalf." As he spoke, the young man bowed deeply to Chen Nan. Raising an eyebrow, Chen Nan asked, "You mentioned over the phone that you were a student at the Migratory Bird Research Institute?" "Indeed." Li Hang nodded, extending a business card. "We are affiliated with the National Academy of Sciences at the Migratory Bird Research Institute. I assure you, our intent in seeking your assistance is purely for legitimate research purposes. There are no ulterior motives." Upon hearing about the other party's background, Chen Nan felt a quiet surprise within him. Upon receiving the business card, Chen Nan discovered it belonged to the illustrious Migratory Bird Research Institute. Although he had not previously heard of this institute, he was not so naive as to be unaware of the esteemed reputation of the National Academy of Sciences, the nation's premier scientific research institution. With such a prestigious backing, there is little doubt they possess the capability to assist in the treatment of the mother brown bear. Our research focuses on the behavioral patterns, reproductive mechanisms, and migratory routes of avian species. The findings contribute significantly to the conservation of bird populations and play a vital role in maintaining the balance of entire ecosystems. Should you remain skeptical, feel free to contact the National Academy of Sciences to verify our credentials. Initially, Chen Nan had presumed this was yet another dubious research institute, but he was taken aback by the gravity of the situation. His impression of the organization transformed instantly. No need. It is well known across the vast lands of Huaxia the power of the Academy, Chen Nan replied, now eager to address the matter at hand. Regarding your earlier mention of assisting in the treatment of the mother brown bear, do not worry, Xiao Nan, Li Heng responded with a smile. On my way here, I already reached out to the Animal Rescue Center at the National Academy. They will dispatch personnel promptly. He paused momentarily before adding, moreover, the study of island-dwelling brown bears holds considerable research value. Suddenly, he realized he may have misspoken, his face flushing crimson as he hurried to clarify. I apologize, Xiao Nan. I meant normal research and the like. Li Heng, who frequently tuned into Chen Nan's live broadcasts, was well aware of Chen Nan's aversion to discussing animal research. It seemed he had inadvertently put his foot in his mouth. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he stole a glance at Chen Nan. Upon hearing his words, Chen Nan shook his head, stating, it's all right. As long as we do not disturb their natural way of life, research can indeed enhance our understanding of animal behavior. Thank you for your understanding. Xiao Nan. Li Heng beamed with a smile. The young man appeared to be in his mid-20s, with a fair complexion, though perhaps due to travel fatigue or seasickness. He did not seem particularly well. Chen Nan patted his shoulder and said, you must be tired from the journey. Let us head to my place for a rest, as it will soon be mealtime. With the news that the Animal Rescue Center would be coming, Chen Nan's spirits were lifted. Thank you for your hospitality, Xiao Nan. While assisting Li Heng with his luggage, a thought struck Chen Nan, prompting him to inquire, oh, by the way, I am currently live streaming. Is that convenient for you? Absolutely. It's perfectly fine. Perhaps my teacher might even see me. Li Heng exclaimed. Can I greet the audience in the live stream? Of course. Hello, friends in the live stream. My name is Xiao Heng, and I'm a student at the Migratory Bird Research Institute. Teacher, are you in the live stream? Look, your student is on television. Though Li Heng appears refined, he unexpectedly possesses a vibrant social charm that has amused everyone in the live stream. This fellow is quite intriguing, remarked one viewer. Haha, could it be that he's afflicted with social prowess? Another joked. I previously questioned how such a jester could have ulterior motives. Professor Zhang interjected, be quiet. For heaven's sake, when out and about, do not declare that you are my student. Brother Nan, I never anticipated that your island would be as beautiful as it appears in the videos. Is there a chance I could visit those little dolphins? Chen Nan inquired. Are the black panthers at home? I heard they too are injured and should be examined by the rescue center. As the sun began to set, Chen Nan felt enveloped by a continuous stream of chatter from Li Heng, who turned out to be not only socially adept, but also quite the talker. Upon returning to the courtyard and settling Li Heng comfortably, Chen Nan was preparing to cook for him when a sudden knock echoed at the door. Nan, are you at home? Came the voice of Uncle Mo. Chen Nan hurriedly opened the door. Outside stood Uncle Mo, accompanied by a man in a police uniform. Nan, this gentleman is the officer from the town, here to take a statement regarding last night's incident, Uncle Mo explained. Oh, certainly, I appreciate your help, Uncle Mo, Chen Nan replied, nodding as he welcomed them into the courtyard. As the village head, many matters required Uncle Mo's mediation. Chapter 50. Entering the mountains at midnight, once again ascending the mountain, Chen Nan responded to the police inquiries one by one. After completing the record, the officer mentioned a few additional points before departing. The identities of the assailants have been uncovered, classified as a case of vendetta. However, you need not worry. This matter has been placed under close scrutiny, and police presence has been arranged at all the docks. They would certainly not dare to target you again. Chen Nan raised an eyebrow. So those assailants are indeed the unscrupulous merchants who purchased dried skipjack tuna? The officer smiled without responding. Yet Chen Nan subtly perceived him nodding slightly. All right, Comrade Chen Nan, we appreciate your cooperation. Additionally, our director is aware of your efforts in promoting your hometown and boosting the local economy. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to contact us. Thank you for your hard work, officer, Chen Nan replied with a slight nod, seeing the group off. As soon as the officers departed, the live stream exploded with activity. What is going on? Vendetta? What did the host do in the past? Don't you all understand? These are the goons sent by those merchants. But the comrades haven't cracked the case yet, so they can't say it directly. How despicable! To use firearms in broad daylight. Who knows who is behind those people? We should report this to the host. Faced with the indignation of the live stream audience, Chen Nan remained relatively unfazed. He had already suspected their identities. Now that those criminals were destined to fall into the clutches of justice, it was indeed their due recompense. Good and evil eventually find their balance. He murmured to himself as he began to prepare dinner. At the dining table, a simple spread of 4 dishes and a soup was savored by Li Hang with great delight. This vegetable is so refreshing. It's even more aromatic than meat. Li Hang devoured the food voraciously, hardly touching the meat dishes, while he polished off several plates of greens. Chen Nan chuckled. These vegetables are grown by the uncles and aunts next door, completely organic and untainted. They indeed taste better than those sold outside. Oh, they're not just better. They're absolutely exquisite, Li Hang exclaimed, giving a thumbs up while continuing to indulge. His enthusiastic eating was enough to entice the viewers in the live stream. I see. So he has quite the foodie. How unfair. Why does Xiao Hang get to eat meals prepared by Brother Nan? We all want to eat too, boo-hoo. Gulping down a bowl of fish soup, Li Hang blinked and said, By the way, Brother Nan, I just received news from the Academy's rescue team. Due to urgency and the long journey, they won't be able to arrive at Windmill Village until the day after tomorrow at the earliest. The day after tomorrow. Chen Nan's expression turned contemplative. It seemed a bit late. Sensing Chen Nan's concern, Li Hang quickly offered an awkward explanation. Brown bears are classified as large predators, and there are very few specialized rescue teams for such beasts in the country. The expert rescue team affiliated with the Academy consists of only 3 or 4 members, and with travel delays. But don't worry, Brother Nan. My teacher just called me and assured me they will arrange everything as swiftly as possible. Chen Nan shook his head with a smile and said, It is already quite rare that you are willing to help. The day after tomorrow is just the day after tomorrow. For now, we can only inconvenience Mama Brown Bear. She will have to endure for another day or 2. Oh, by the way, what about that frigate bird? Isn't at home? I just strolled around the yard and didn't see it. Li Hang, not forgetting the matter at hand, immediately inquired further. That little rascal? It went out to forage a few days ago. Moreover, when it ventures out, it typically takes at least a week to return. Having grown up with the habits of that little rascal, Chen Nan was quite familiar with its ways. Ah. Li Hang was momentarily taken aback. After a pause, he stammered, Brother Nan, can I stay at your house for a few days? I promise to cover my share of the meals. Li Hang quickly patted his chest in assurance. He understood that given the backward conditions of Windmill Village, there were no hotels or inns to speak of. Chen Nan chuckled. There's no need for meal money. Just feel free to stay here. All of us on Windmill Island are warm and hospitable. You're welcome to stay as long as you like. Is there such a good thing? Brother Nan, I want to come too. Me too. I have longed to live on an island, and I am willing to pay for meals. Observing the lively discussions of the viewers in the live stream, Chen Nan couldn't help but smile wryly. Please don't all come rushing to stir things up. My little abode can only accommodate so much. However, in the future, I can renovate a few houses for all of you fans to enjoy vacation. Upon hearing Chen Nan's words, the live stream erupted in applause. After dinner, the two were chatting in the yard. However, Li Hang noticed that Chen Nan seemed somewhat distracted, his gaze repeatedly drifting toward the back mountain. Unable to restrain himself, Li Hang asked, Brother Nan, are you worried about Mama Brown Bear? Chen Nan nodded, then immediately stood up and said, Li Hang, I need to go up the mountain for a bit. You stay here and rest. Right now? Brother Nan, are you out of your mind? Upon hearing this, both Li Hang and the viewers in the live stream gasped in unison. The sky had already darkened, and aside from the treacherous terrain of the jungle at night, there was also the possibility of encountering wild beasts. Everyone hurried to dissuade him. Brother Nan, please be cautious. The jungle at night is far too dangerous. We already encounter a pack of coyotes during the day. Who knows what other beasts might appear? If you're worried, it will be better to go and check in the morning. Chen Nan shook his head precisely because the jungle is dangerous at night. Mama Brown Bear is too weak. And with 3 little brown bears by her side, they are easily susceptible to the covetous eyes of other beasts. The crowd fell silent. After a moment, Li Hang spoke up, Brother Nan, I'll go with you. Seemingly fearing that Chen Nan would refuse, Li Hang quickly added, with 2 of us, we can take better care of each other in the jungle. Chen Nan pondered for a moment and then nodded. All right then, just be sure to keep yourself safe. On this ascent, aside from a few tools, Chen Nan had deliberately packed an abundance of provisions, such as fresh beef to replenish protein and pork to supply fat, both favored fare of the brown bear, amounting to several dozen kilograms. After all, an adult brown bear requires a daily intake of 10 to 20 kilograms of sustenance, and the dried fish they had brought would undoubtedly prove insufficient by afternoon. The night jungle remained eerily tranquil. Chen Nan and Li Hang advanced with flashlights in hand, the only sounds accompanying them being the rustle of leaves and the soft chirping of insects. Li Hang, are you holding up? Chen Nan inquired with concern, glancing back at Li Hang, who was slightly out of breath. I'm fine, Brother Nan. I can manage, Li Hang reassured him. In the past, we ventured into the mountains at odd hours to study migratory birds. He wiped the sweat from his brow. The oppressive heat lingered even into the night, creating a stifling atmosphere. Silence enveloped them as they navigated the familiar terrain, now aware of the location of the brown bear mother's den. They soon arrived at the vicinity of her territory. Suddenly, Chen Nan halted, furrowing his brow as he addressed Li Hang. Li Hang, just ahead lies the brown bear mother's den. You should remain near this hillside. Li Hang nodded in agreement. Understood. Even without your warning, I wouldn't dare approach an injured beast. As a fellow biologist, Li Hang recognized that a wounded animal could easily become agitated by unfamiliar scents. The brown bear mother accepted Chen Nan because she had grown accustomed to his presence. However, Li Hang was acutely aware of the risks involved in encroaching upon her domain. Chapter 51. The orcs shall never be slaves. The two ventured forth, soon transforming into a solitary figure, Chen Nan. Of course, this did not account for the 30 to 40,000 viewers who remained in the live stream, having heard that Chen Nan was ascending the mountain. The crowd watched with a mixture of trepidation and fascination as Chen Nan navigated the darkened path, and even the barrage of comments dwindled, signifying the audience's intense focus. Phew! It seems that no beast will assail me tonight. Once again, Chen Nan found himself beneath the thicket from the afternoon, gazing into the profound darkness of the cave ahead, murmuring to himself. However, barely had he spoken when a low growl erupted from the depths ahead. Grr! The deep, resonant growl shattered the stillness of the night and surged towards Chen Nan. Yet, he felt little threat from it. Only a heightened sense of caution mingled with a hint of avarice. Recognizing the sentiment woven within the mother bear's roar, Chen Nan suddenly realized this creature had likely caught wind of not only his presence, but also the provisions he had brought with him. Amused by this revelation, he chuckled inwardly. Indeed, for animals, sustenance eclipses all else. It's me. Under the faint glow of the moonlight, Chen Nan gazed into the menacing eyes, cautiously speaking in a soothing tone. The brown bear, of course, could not comprehend human speech, yet it could sense the nuances in his voice. Who? In the pitch-black, silent forest, only the heavy breaths of the mother bear could be heard. Suddenly, familiar whimpers pierced the air. Phew, 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 phew. 3 little brown bear cubs tumbled out of the cave, scampering towards Chen Nan with enthusiasm. Their round, glimmering eyes shone brightly against the night. Bear 1, Bear 2, Bear 3. Chen Nan scooped the trio into his embrace, feeling as though a mere day apart had stretched into an eternity. Phew, phew, phew. The cubs were exceedingly affectionate and reliant on Chen Nan now, their soft, moist tongues incessantly licking his cheeks while they whimpered and cooed. Good babies. Look what Daddy brought for you to eat. Feeling the tickling sensation from their tongues, Chen Nan laughed heartily and gently set the 3 little ones down. He then retrieved 3 bottles from his pack, each filled to the brim with sheep's milk, an invaluable commodity on this desolate and barren island, suitable for all mammalian consumption. Phew, phew, phew. The cubs were instantly elated, grasping the bottles with their tiny paws and eagerly sucking away. Observing the trio seated on the ground, Chen Nan tenderly stroked their soft fur. Drink slowly, don't choke. These little ones were indeed easy to please, finding joy in food and play. But his thoughts turned to the much larger cub resting nearby, weighing several hundred kilograms. With a soft sigh, Chen Nan turned a glance. The mother bear leaned against the cave wall, gasping heavily and emitting pained growls that seemed particularly jarring in the quiet of the forest. She could not quell the agony coursing through her body and resorted to roaring as a means of relief. Yet, concerning the trust she placed in Chen Nan to care for her young, the mother bear appeared remarkably at ease. Ahem, over there, the magnificent creature, the great brown bear. Chen Nan cleared his throat softly, endeavoring to capture the attention of the mother bear. It proved effective. The mother bear turned her head, her large cranium filled with a hint of curiosity. Under the scrutiny of her gaze, Chen Nan involuntarily shivered, hastily retrieving a substantial piece of meat from his backpack. This was fresh pork he had skillfully obtained earlier in the afternoon, rich in protein, precisely what the mother bear required at this moment. Upon seeing the generous chunk of pork, the mother bear rose from the ground, her eyes widening in excitement. Although bears do not rely solely on sight, her keen sense of smell quickly detected the enticing aroma of meat in the air. Chen Nan chuckled lightly and tossed the meat toward her. Grr! Following their previous feeding in the afternoon, the mother bear seemed to harbor no suspicion towards the food Chen Nan offered. With a low growl, she lunged at the piece of meat, tearing into it with wild abandon. But there was more. Observing the mother bear relishing her meal, Chen Nan retrieved a jar of thick yellow liquid from his pack. Even though the jar was sealed, a sweet fragrance wafted through the air. Indeed, it was honey, the bear's favorite treat. This delightful nectar was a gift from Uncle Mo upon Chen Nan's return. Harvested from the wild mountains, Chen Nan had been reluctant to partake of it himself. Yet now he felt compelled to present it to the venerable mother bear. As he unscrewed the jar, an intense sweetness enveloped him. Chen Nan found the overpowering aroma almost overwhelming. However, the 4 bears, 1 large and 3 small, immediately perked up, forgetting their meal, their noses twitching in blissful anticipation of the sweet scent. The allure of honey holds an almost irresistible charm for bears. Whimper, whimper. The bear cubs on the ground quickly identified the source of the delectable aroma. They scurried over to Chen Nan, their bright eyes fixated on the honey in his hand, revealing an overwhelming desire. Chen Nan smiled. Well, you may have a little, but not too much. We must save some for your mother. He poured a small amount into the lid of the jar and set it down for the cubs to savor. The remaining honey was then drizzled over another piece of meat, which he retrieved from his pack. With the rest of the honey securely stowed away, Chen Nan gazed toward the cave where the mother bear's eyes were wide in astonishment, her ears perked high, drool uncontrollably pooling around her. At that moment, it seemed as if her world revolved solely around the glistening honey and the meat enveloped in it. The honey-coated meat was a feast worthy of frenzy. Chen Nan wore a mischievous grin. However, he refrained from tossing the honey-glazed meat immediately, instead holding it aloft, tantalizing the mother bear with the promise of a delectable treat. Observing Chen Nan's audacious antics, the viewers in the live stream grew restless. Little Nan seems a bit too carefree. Beware of the mother grizzly bear charging forth to turn your head into a pulp. Quite audacious to dare entice the majestic grizzly with culinary delights. Grizzly, the beast shall never be enslaved, roaring in fury, unless all my needs are met. Smirking, Chen Nan wore a cunning expression, as the saying goes. To win someone's heart, one must first tantalize their appetite. It is imperative for the mother grizzly to understand that her current sustenance relies on the magnificent humans. Yes, that is me. Let us witness how the host gradually tames this ferocious beast. Welcome to the rare footage of early humans taming wild beasts. Awoo! After waiting for an eternity before the cave, the mother grizzly finally let out an urgent roar directed at Chen Nan. Yet, that sound resonated with an air of inquiry. The mother grizzly's large visage was etched with confusion, as if pondering, why has this bipedal creature suddenly ceased to provide me with food? Give, give, give. Faced with the mother grizzly's slightly anxious calls, Chen Nan ceased his delay and obediently tossed out the honey-glazed meat chunks. Chapter 52. The rampaging bear mother and the marvelous soothing Chen Nan was acutely aware that if he continued to delay, the bear mother would indeed grow frantic. The playful taunts from the audience in the live stream did not faze him. He merely shrugged. Taming such a wild beast was not a task to be accomplished in haste. In a tranquil forest, the only sounds were those of the bears licking and gnawing at their food. After satisfying her hunger, the bear mother let out occasional roars, her pain seemingly alleviated somewhat. Yet, She remained vigilant, leaning against the cave entrance, occasionally emitting low growls that carried a threat, deterring Chen Nan and anything else from approaching. He had no intention of drawing near to her. This evening, aside from feeding the bear family, Chen Nan had another purpose. Under the night sky, he rummaged through his pack and retrieved an object resembling a surveillance camera, slowly making his way toward a nearby tree. The viewers in the live stream were filled with curiosity. What is Chen Nan up to? Looks like he's setting up surveillance. Glancing at the comments, Chen Nan explained, "This is an infrared camera. It will automatically begin recording if any animal approaches. Additionally, I can remotely emit sounds that can drive away wild beasts to some extent. The bear mother is at her weakest now, with 3 cubs to protect. The night brings forth dangers from other predators. Animals are particularly averse to high-frequency, shrill sounds, and this piercing alarm can deter most creatures." Ah, I see. Chen Nan is quite thoughtful. His attention to detail is impressive. The viewers began to appreciate Chen Nan even more. Once he had installed the infrared camera, he glanced at the well-fed cubs nestled in their mother's embrace, a faint smile gracing his lips. With his task complete, it was time to descend the mountain. Just as Chen Nan prepared to pack up, a sudden, piercing scream echoed from below. A snake! There's a snake! The chilling, terrified shriek reverberated through the forest. It was Li Hang's voice. Chen Nan's heart raced as he turned to look. He saw Li Hang, flashlight in hand, nearly tumbling as he rushed toward him. "Chen Nan, there's a snake." Hearing Li Hang's frantic voice made Chen Nan's body tremble, and he turned to see Li Hang stumbling toward him. "No, don't come over." But it was too late. The dark cave loomed like an unfathomable abyss, with a pair of crimson eyes revealing intense fury and growls emanating from within. The bear mother had evidently sensed Li Hang's presence long before Chen Nan did. As Li Hang drew nearer, the bear mother's broad nostrils flared, as if discerning the scent carried by the wind. Meanwhile, Li Hang continued to scream and run for his life. "A snake! Chen Nan, save me!" Chen Nan felt a chill coursing through his veins, realizing the gravity of the situation. As anticipated, the formidable figure of the mother brown bear, previously crouched in the cave, ravenously feasting on succulent beef, emerged with her massive, fearsome head stained with fresh meat and blood. Her nostrils quivered as she discerned that the scent emanating from Li Hang did not belong to the island. Rather, it bore a resemblance to the pungent aroma of gunpowder and carbon dioxide, akin to that of the assailants who had previously attacked her. While the bear may not harbor grudges, she was certainly not one to overlook her foes when they stood before her. A low growl from the mother brown bear gradually escalated into a roar, her powerful paws scraping against the ground, leaving deep imprints in the earth. Under the cloak of night, a palpable tension enveloped the forest. It was late, and the unexpected shouts and roars that erupted in the live stream startled the audience. Has Li Hang lost his mind? Doesn't he realize he is trespassing in the mother bear's territory? Can't he think for a moment? Brother Nan has finally managed to calm the bear, and now all that effort is in vain. Brother Nan, run. Witnessing how Chen Nan had painstakingly soothed the mother bear only to have Li Hang recklessly disrupt that delicate balance, the viewers erupted in frustration, pointing fingers at him. Yet, they understood that in the face of a frenzied beast, failing to escape meant only one path: death. Their hearts raced, urging Chen Nan to flee. However, he did not run. Instead, he remained remarkably composed, attuned to the complex emotions woven into the mother bear's roar: anger, fear, and heightened vigilance. The audience grew increasingly anxious. Brother Nan, what are you waiting for? A wild beast doesn't distinguish right from wrong. It will attack anything in its path. Your previous attempts to befriend it are now utterly futile. Immersed in the chaos around him and the clamor of the live stream, Chen Nan paid no heed. His gaze was fixed intently on the menacing figure of the mother bear at the cave's entrance. His heart raced, yet his mind was strikingly clear. The bear stood on the precipice of madness, trembling with agitation. Meanwhile, from the depths of the jungle, Li Hang dashed towards Chen Nan, heedless of danger. Youthful and evidently shaken by the serpent's presence, he called out, "Brother Nan." Whoa! His plea was abruptly silenced as he beheld the enormous shadow looming at the cave's mouth. Those blood-red, fierce eyes were fixed upon him, with sharp fangs bared, glimmering with a ghostly light. "Be brother Nan, save me." Li Hang's previously pale face turned ghostly white in an instant. In that moment, the mother bear let out a thunderous roar, deep and resonant, shaking the very forest. Almost immediately, she charged forward, her colossal frame shaking the ground beneath her. "Ah!" The audience screamed in unison. Li Hang, his eyes squeezed shut, awaited the grim Reaper's arrival. Yet in the next heartbeat, they witnessed a figure dart past. Chen Nan's figure surged forward without hesitation, staunchly positioning himself in front of Li Hang. In an instant, he grasped the remaining half-jar of honey, pouring its contents into his palm. The cloying sweetness wafted through the air, yet no one seemed to pay heed to this trivial detail. What on earth is Chen Nan doing? The audience in the live stream expressed a mixture of astonishment and confusion, but their questions went unanswered. Discarding the empty jar carelessly onto the ground, Chen Nan swayed his hand, allowing the honey's aroma to disperse more rapidly, while soothingly murmuring, "It's all right, it's all right. He means no harm." The mother bear advanced swiftly. However, Chen Nan completed his actions in mere seconds. As the formidable creature approached, he opened his arms wide, rendering himself utterly defenseless before its gaze. The viewers felt as though they were on the brink of madness. Through the screen, they could sense the looming presence of the massive beast, its sharp fangs seemingly poised to rend flesh in the next heartbeat. Everyone was taken aback by Chen Nan's audacity, cries of alarm erupting. "Chen Nan, what are you doing?" "Madness. Li Hang has lost his mind, and now Chen Nan has too. This world has gone insane. Does Chen Nan truly believe that food can placate a feral beast? A creature in rage will tear everything before it to shreds. 6 meters, 5 meters. It's over. The screen is trembling. The mother bear is about to charge. Ah, the mother bear's powerful, sharp claws are coming our way. Help! Chapter 53. Having encountered cats, but never bears. As they watched in horror, the mother brown bear charged directly towards Chen Nan and Li Hang. The viewers in the live stream nearly succumbed to despair, closing their eyes in dread, unwilling to witness the impending carnage. Yet, contrary to their expectations, the bear's paw did not descend upon them. With eyes tightly shut, the only sound that reached their ears was the heavy panting of the mother bear, its breath resonating as though it were mere inches away. Chen Nan and Li Hang, in close proximity, were engulfed by a pungent, metallic odor, a harbinger of bloodshed. Tentatively, they opened their eyes to behold the astonishing sight of the mother bear halting its advance. Her gaze was fixated intently on Chen Nan's palm, which oozed a viscous yellow liquid, dripping slowly to the ground. With a mournful growl that resembled a whimper, the mother bear extended her tongue to lick Chen Nan's hand. Each stroke of her soft, thick tongue drew in the sweet, sticky honey, which she eagerly swallowed, feeling a delightful, tingling sensation coursing through his palm. Chen Nan's face lit up with surprise. He cautiously extended his other hand to stroke the bear's back, and there was no reaction. Emboldened, Chen Nan gently caressed the bear's fur, murmuring soothing words. "Easy now." The mother bear emitted a comforting low growl, squatting down to savor the honey with fervor. If one were to overlook her formidable exterior, the mother bear at that moment resembled a kitten under the influence of catnip. Oh, but no, she was a rather large feline. The viewers in the live stream were left in awe. Ah, so Brother Nan intended to attract the mother bear's attention with honey. That move was perilously bold. What if it had backfired? But let us not forget, bears truly have an affinity for honey. It actually succeeded in diverting her attention. Haha, once again, my understanding of bears and their love for honey has been utterly transformed. Chen Nan's unexpected response left everyone in a state of relieved astonishment. Li Hang, standing nearby, was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that the ferocious, enraged mother bear would suddenly exhibit such gentleness and compliance. As their eyes met, Li Hang's expression grew increasingly nuanced. At that moment, Chen Nan turned and signaled to him. Understanding dawned upon Li Hang, and he responded with an okay gesture, retreating quietly. The initial fury of the mother bear had been provoked by his presence. Now that Chen Nan had managed to soothe her, it was prudent for him to distance himself as quickly as possible. Once Li Hang had retreated to a safe distance, Chen Nan sighed in relief and lowered his voice to explain to the others. Brown bears are omnivorous. Unless they are hungry, they will not actively attack any species. However, due to the mother bear's injury and her nursing state, she can be exceptionally irritable and dangerous at this time. Exactly. Brother Nan speaks of danger while simultaneously petting the bear with wild abandon. I seriously suspect Brother Nan has a misunderstanding of the term danger. Having witnessed individuals petting cats and tigers, it was the first time that Chen Nan encountered the act of caressing a brown bear. His explanation, rather than clarifying, incited a flurry of jesting remarks from the audience. With a gentle smile, Chen Nan elaborated that while brown bears can be perilous, members of the bear family possess a distinct characteristic. They are easily drawn to attention. By employing honey, which is the brown bear's favorite treat, coupled with ample trust, I can effectively soothe the mother bear, he articulated. As the audience absorbed Chen Nan's rationale, they began to comprehend the unexpected actions he had taken. Suddenly, I realized that immersing oneself in literature and acquiring knowledge can indeed save one's life at times. The honey in Chen Nan's possession was limited, and some had dripped onto the ground, soon licked clean by the mother bear. Yet, she appeared unsatisfied, licking her lips before burying her round head towards the ground in pursuit of the honey that had spilled. Oh no, the honey on the ground is covered in dust. It is inedible, Chen Nan observed, hastily intervening. With a low growl resonating from her throat, the mother bear seemed to be playfully admonishing Chen Nan. In response, he quickly retrieved a piece of honeycomb from his paper bag, fortunate for his thorough preparation for the expedition. The mother bear, her eyes fixated on the golden honeycomb, unceremoniously seized it with her hefty paws. Amused by the bear's eagerness, Chen Nan allowed her to sit on the ground, indulging in the honeycomb. It was then that he crouched down to examine the injuries on the mother bear. Previously, she had concealed herself in a cave, avoiding human proximity. Now was an opportune moment. On her hind leg, a dark, bloody gunshot wound was evident, the surrounding fur soaked in blood, congealed into a mass. However, to Chen Nan's astonishment, the wound was accompanied by a vibrant green liquid, preventing inflammation or infection. The crowd expressed their astonishment. What is that on the mother bear's wound? It resembles the juice of grass. Could it be an infection turning green? Chen Nan, intrigued, inhaled deeply, detecting not only the metallic scent of blood, but also a faint herbal aroma emanating from the green liquid. He speculated, the green substance is likely some form of herb, as many wild animals seek out herbs to heal their wounds. Is it possible that they are so intelligent? Not only do they know which herbs to seek, but they also understand how to crush them for their juices. Those who have raised local dogs know that they too will search for herbs in the mountains when injured. Nature is truly remarkable. Who would have thought that a brown bear could self-heal? Does this mean the mother bear can treat her own wounds? The audience was astounded. However, Chen Nan shook his head. It is futile. While the mother bear might be capable of self-healing for ordinary wounds, this is a gunshot wound, and there is a bullet lodged within. Surgical intervention is necessary. Now we can only await the arrival of the rescue team from the National Academy of Sciences. However, seeing that the wound on the mother bear has not become infected and the bleeding has ceased, Chen Nan feels a slight sense of relief. Observing the mother bear diligently licking the honeycomb before her, Chen Nan quietly steps back, tidies up his belongings, and prepares to depart. Midnight is fast approaching. He had intended to descend the mountain earlier, but this incident has caused a delay. Chen Nan tightens his backpack and strides forward to rejoin Li Hang. Suddenly, a soft whimpering sound arises behind him. Chen Nan halts and turns to look, only to find the smaller bear, Bear 3, trotting eagerly after him. Chen Nan waves and smiles. Little one, you should head back. I'm going home. Under the moonlight, Bear 3 gazes at Chen Nan with wide, sparkling eyes filled with confusion. Seeing the figure about to leave, the bear promptly scurries forward on its short legs to follow. Yet this time, the figure does not turn around. After a brief moment of following, Bear 3 looks back at its mother and siblings behind, ultimately deciding not to leave. On the descent, viewers in the live stream express their curiosity. Little Nan, did Bear 3 want to follow you just now? Why not simply take it home? Chen Nan gazes up at the moon overhead, his smile gentle. Creatures of nature will always belong to nature. Chapter 54. A glimpse into the underwater world after a night filled with excitement. Chen Nan and Li Hang descended the mountain, arriving home well past midnight. As Chen Nan prepared to freshen up, Li Hang hastily grasped his arm, his face tinged with a hint of pallor. Brother Xiaonan, do you think a grizzly bear might come down to raid our home at night? And given how secluded your house is, could there be snakes in the yard? Chen Nan, firmly held back by Li Hang, wore an expression of helplessness. Xiao Hang, this is the third time you've asked me tonight. Yet, he understood that Li Hang was genuinely frightened. Accustomed to the comforts of the bustling city, Li Hang was now in this wild, remote island, surrounded by venomous snakes and wild beasts, inevitably feeling anxious. Noticing the continued paleness of Li Hang's face, Chen Nan comforted him. If you're truly scared, you can sleep with me tonight. Li Hang's face instantly brightened with joy. Chen Nan sighed internally, thinking to himself, fortunately, the bed is spacious enough. 2 grown men can manage to squeeze in. After reassuring Li Hang, Chen Nan turned to the audience in the live stream. That concludes today's broadcast. Good night, everyone. However, the viewers were relentless. Can we chat a bit more? Aren't you supposed to freshen up? Why in the stream now? What is there that we, the premium members, cannot see? Indeed, Brother Xiaonan is being too distant. Brother Xiaonan, last time you mentioned taking us to explore the underwater world. Now that the equipment has arrived, when you plan to set sail? 1. I want to see the grand corals and clownfish. Upon seeing these comments, Chen Nan reflected for a moment. He felt a twinge of guilt for having delayed things due to the matter with the mother bear. Well, let's plan for tomorrow morning, he announced. Li Hang mentioned that the rescue team would not arrive until the day after, and since I am free tomorrow as well, I will take you all to explore the underwater world. Oh yeah, finally it's happening. I will be waiting eagerly for the live stream tomorrow. The chat erupted in cheers. Chen Nan chuckled. It seemed the audience was quite enthusiastic about the marine world. See you all tomorrow. Good night. Good night, Brother Xiaonan. The following morning, Chen Nan eagerly commenced the live stream. Within moments, the chat room was inundated with thousands of viewers, many of whom had likely been waiting in anticipation on Chen Nan's channel. Hooray, it's finally live. I've been waiting for a while. Good morning, Brother Xiaonan. Where's Brother Xiaonan? Yet, the live stream appeared devoid of color. Even the sound was absent. The viewers were momentarily perplexed. With a soft sound of a lens being cleaned, the next moment, a large smiling face filled the screen. Good morning, friends. As the camera gradually zoomed out, the audience beheld Chen Nan clad in a sleek black wetsuit, standing upon a soft, sandy beach. The form-fitting wetsuit accentuated every contour of his physique, fluid and dynamic. Behind him lay an endless expanse of azure sea. Under the sun's rays, the water shimmered, crystalline and gelatinous, gently rippling in the breeze, sparkling with delicate glimmers. The gentle waves caressed the shore, occasionally producing a melodious sound that captivated the hearts of everyone in the live stream. This picturesque scene left the audience entranced. How beautiful! How beautiful! Yet another stunning series. This stretch of sea is magnificent. The water is so blue and crystal clear. Brother Nin has never brought us here before. The weather is splendid. I can hardly wait to explore the underwater world. Did you not notice how splendid Brother Nan's physique is? Those long legs, and the faint outline of abs visible beneath the snug, wet suit. I am utterly mesmerized. By the way, why hasn't Brother Nin brought any oxygen tanks or gear? Is he planning to free dive today? The delightful weather and scenery seemingly elevated the spirits of everyone in the live stream. Chen Nan chuckled. Children raised by the sea tend to be excellent swimmers. Though I haven't dived for quite some time, during my childhood, no one in the village, not even the sailors, could match my diving experience. Speaking of diving, it primarily encompasses 3 types: snorkeling, scuba diving, and free diving. Snorkeling is a relatively simple method that employs a mask, snorkel, and fins, enabling divers to float on the surface and observe the underwater scenery. Scuba diving utilizes oxygen tanks and underwater breathing apparatus, allowing divers to remain submerged for extended periods. In contrast, free diving involves no external oxygen supply. Divers rely solely on their ability to control abdominal breathing for depth adjustments, which demands a high level of skill. Today, Chen Nan planned to engage in the most challenging form of diving, free diving. However, the audience was clearly skeptical of Chen Nan's bold claims. Brother Nan is boasting again. Children can't dive that well. Don't you know? Brother Nan is all soft except for that hard mouth. Chen Nan shrugged helplessly. He was not lying. Brother Nan. At that moment, Shui and Li Hang arrived, dragging a kayak behind them. The kayak was long and narrow, capable of accommodating 4 to 5 people. Chen Nan hurried over, and together they launched the kayak into the water. In a swift motion, all three leaped onto the kayak and began to paddle toward the sea. With a rhythmic splashing, the kayak gradually distanced itself from the shallow waters, entering the deeper sea. Here, the water became an even deeper blue, seemingly holding endless mysteries that beckoned exploration. Curious questions emerged from the audience. Why are Li Hang and Shui here today? Are they diving too? They aren't even wearing wetsuits. Shui appears to be an experienced diver, but I seriously doubt Li Hang can swim. After surveying his surroundings and confirming they had reached their destination, Chen Nan set down his paddle. Noticing the comments, he smiled and replied, Shui and Li Hang are here to assist me. Shui heard I was going diving and eagerly wanted to join. As for Li Hang, he was utterly terrified of the prospect of a grizzly bear descending upon his home, prompting him to cling to Chen Nan for solace. With no other recourse, Chen Nan acquiesced and brought him along. Haha, is Xiao Nan prepared for this venture? Then let us not dawdle any longer. Take us to explore the underwater world. Very well. In response to the eager urgings of the audience in the live stream, Chen Nan wasted no time. He entrusted the filming equipment to Li Hang and exchanged a knowing glance with Shui before they both leaped into the water. Splash! The two figures glided through the water like nimble fish. Once they acclimatized to their submerged surroundings, they simultaneously dove beneath the surface, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Above the ocean, only Li Hang remained in the kayak, exchanging bewildered looks with the audience in the live stream. Wait, Xiao Nan, have you forgotten something? Is this happening again? We were promised a journey to witness the underwater world. How could you leave us behind? Chapter 55. The resplendent underwater garden yet. No one came forth to elucidate the viewers' perplexities in the live stream. The ripples on the surface of the sea gradually spread out, ultimately merging with the vast ocean. On the boundless expanse of water, only a kayak gently swayed with the waves, occupied by Li Hang. Apart from the sounds of the wind and waves, an eerie silence enveloped the sea, almost allowing him to hear the beating of his own heart. Alone and unassisted, Li Hang felt a surge of fear, scanning his surroundings as he tremulously called out, Brother Nan, where are you? Please, don't scare me. However, the only response he received was the faint sound of the wind stirring the gentle waves. Li Hang's face turned ashen in an instant. Since his arrival on this island, he felt he had been in a constant state of alarm. Mom, I want to go home. As Li Hang wore a troubled expression, pondering why he hadn't learned to swim earlier, the tranquil surface of the sea suddenly erupted with 2 splashes. With a whoosh, he turned his head to see Chen Nan and Shui emerging from the water. Li Hang, with a woeful expression, exclaimed, Brother Nan, why did you both go under? You nearly scared me to death. With a relieved breath, Chen Nan shook off the seawater from his hair, then steadied himself against the kayak, his eyes wide with excitement. Shui and I took a peek beneath the waves. It's absolutely stunning. Really? Li Hang's eyes sparkled, his earlier trepidation dissipating in an instant. Is there a SpongeBob SquarePants down there? Judging by Brother Nan's expression, the underwater realm must be breathtaking. Oh, we must go see it. Brother Nan, take us down. I can't wait to witness the beauty beneath the waves. Chen Nan's words instantly piqued the interest of tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream. Faced with the eager anticipation of the audience, Chen Nan, not one to dilly-dally, promptly activated the underwater drone equipment, initiating the filming mode. With a smile, he announced, Dear viewers, brace yourselves, we are about to dive. Oh yeah, let us go. Chen Nan chuckled, took a deep breath at the surface, and then plunged into the water with the filming equipment. With a splash, as Chen Nan gradually descended into the depths, the cacophony above faded away, and the surrounding world began to quiet. The pressure of the water enveloped his body, so serene that he could almost hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Following Chen Nan's lead, the audience in front of their screens seemed to hold their breath, quietly savoring the moment. The underwater realm unfolded like a brand new world, awash in shades of azure, with crystal clear waters. Sunlight filtered through the surface, casting golden beams that illuminated the minute particles in the water, making them twinkle like distant stars. As they delved deeper, the light gradually softened. In this vast expanse of blue, after an indeterminate descent, they suddenly encountered a large area adorned with rocks of various shapes and sizes. Some stood tall and proud, while others undulated gracefully, quietly rising from the depths of the cerulean abyss. Chen Nan gradually approached the rocky formations, revealing a dazzling spectacle. Upon these rocks, vibrant corals swayed gently in the currents, resembling exquisitely crafted works of art. Some corals resemble enormous antlers, with their branches intricately elongated. Others take the form of vast mushrooms, smooth and rounded, while some display a fan-like elegance, gracefully unfurling. These corals exhibit vibrant hues of red, mysterious shades of purple, and dreamy tones of pink, blue, and green. Interwoven, they create a resplendent underwater garden. Chen Nan's body glides through this aquatic paradise like a nimble fish. Observers witness an array of fish darting amongst the coral reefs. Delicate tropical fish, adorned with a tapestry of vivid patterns, swim in schools resembling flowing rainbows. Butterfly fish, with their striped bodies, gracefully flutter their fin-like wings as if engaged in a delicate dance. There are also the lively clownfish, with their orange and white stripes, playfully navigating the crevices of the coral. Their round, inquisitive eyes reflect a blend of curiosity and intelligence, and upon noticing Chen Nan, they do not flee but instead sway playfully, inviting him closer. Chen Nan, aware of this, reveals a subtle smile behind his diving mask. Born on the island, the ocean feels as familiar to him as home. The warm waters envelop him, and the gentle sounds of the currents resonate in his ears, while faint, fresh emotions swirl around him. These are messages from the marine life, which he has sensed since childhood. Why do some struggle to hold their breath underwater for long, while others can free dive for over 20 minutes? Much of it can be attributed to fear. Fear releases adrenaline, expanding the chest while depleting oxygen in the bloodstream. The ocean serves as a comforting sanctuary for Chen Nan, where the consumption of air in his lungs nearly halts, allowing him to linger beneath the surface longer. Bloop! The clownfish releases a tiny bubble, playfully stirring Chen Nan's hair. Amused by the little creature, he retrieves some fish food from his pocket and tosses it into the sea. Instantly, the clownfish, as if detecting a scent like a cat, voraciously devours the tiny morsels. This triggers a chain reaction. Fish that had been hidden among the rocks suddenly surge towards Chen Nan. Colorful coral fish, oddly shaped boxfish, and various grouper emerge, greedily consuming the fish food, continuing even after it has been entirely devoured. Chen Nan, generous in spirit, retrieves another handful from his waist pocket. Whoosh! In an instant, the underwater currents stir vigorously, with larger fish, such as squid and rays, resembling underwater bats, drawn in to feast on the microorganisms brought forth by the smaller fish. Chen Nan, thrilled by the spectacle of fish flocking to him, scatters more fish food and swims further away. In a moment, the entire school of fish swells, vibrant and lively, as if the entire underwater realm has come to life in that very instant. Even the vast sea anemones beneath the ocean resemble blooming flowers, their tentacles extending outward like delicate petals, slender and gentle, swaying gracefully with the currents as if performing an elegant dance. The entire underwater world is a vibrant tapestry, serene yet teeming with life. Chen Nan dances with countless fish, immersing himself in this fantastical marine realm, inviting viewers to revel in its beauty. Underwater, Chen Nan cannot speak, and even the audience seems to hold their breath. The live stream falls into a prolonged silence, with everyone deeply enchanted by this underwater paradise, losing themselves in its allure. After a while, gasps of astonishment begin to emerge. Is this the legendary dance of mermaids? Chen Nan is truly a reincarnation of the sea god. What nonsense! You didn't see how he is scattering fish feed. Yet, I am utterly in awe of this mesmerizing scene. A true Monet's underwater garden. It's breathtaking. Oh, how I long to join Chen Nan in this magical world. Hey, is Chen Nan about to surface? Unaware of how much time had passed, the viewers finally saw Chen Nan in the footage, as if he were fixing something at the ocean floor, gradually ascending toward the surface. With a splashing sound, he burst forth from the water, gasping for the fresh air above. Xiao Nan, Nangu, a Shui and Li Hang on the kayak called out eagerly. Chen Nan caught his breath and swam over to the kayak, asking a Shui, "How did you come up so quickly?" A Shui replied with a pout, "Nangu, you've been down there for over 20 minutes. I can't stay underwater that long." At a Shui's reminder, everyone realized something was amiss. Wait, are you saying Xiao Nan managed to dive for more than 20 minutes without any equipment? This is absurd. Is this something a normal person can do? Li Hang, equally astonished, glanced at the clock in disbelief. 25 minutes. Xiao Nan, are you a monster? He looked at Chen Nan with a peculiar expression. In just a day or two, Chen Nan had already astonished him countless times. A Shui shrugged it off. That's quite normal. Nangu used to hold his breath for half an hour. Perhaps it's because he drank whale milk as a child. But then he mused, why doesn't my father give me some whale milk? Otherwise, I might also be able to dive freely like Nangu. Everyone gasped in shock at his words. Half an hour of holding one's breath? That's beyond human capability. For context, the current Guinness World Record for breath holding is only 24 minutes and 33 seconds. Yet, everyone witnessed Chen Nan's undeniable feat of diving for over 20 minutes without any assistance. Perhaps, as a Shui suggested, it is due to having been nurtured on whale milk since childhood that one possesses such extraordinary talent. Chapter 56. The Significance of Marine Ecology. On the kayak, Chen Nan took a moment to rest, finally calming himself. It is worth noting that free diving, aside from requiring breath holding, is an immensely physically demanding activity, ranking foremost among fat-burning exercises. After recuperating, Chen Nan retrieved the device from his bag and tinkered with it for a moment. The next instant, the live stream unexpectedly split into two halves. One displayed Chen Nan and his companions floating on the ocean surface, while the other showcased the vibrant coral reef beneath. How did Brother Nan suddenly acquire an underwater perspective? The viewers in the live stream were instantly filled with confusion. Chen Nan chuckled, "Did you not notice? I installed a camera down there before we left." The audience recalled the device he had set up earlier and burst into laughter. So, Brother Nan was aware that we couldn't get enough of the view? Chen Nan smiled. Given my limited time for diving, I thought it prudent to leave behind a camera for you all to enjoy watching little fish engage in their antics. That's brilliant. Brother Nan scores big points for this. Little fish fighting? Is Brother Nan serious? Raising an eyebrow, Chen Nan replied, "Of course. Do not be deceived by the coral reef's breathtaking facade. Beneath that splendid surface lies an abundance of peril." As if to validate Chen Nan's words, a tentacle suddenly emerged from beneath a coral, swiftly ensnaring a passing fish and devouring it whole. This occurrence transpired in an instant, and the coral returned to its tranquil state, beautiful yet treacherous. The viewers were left in astonishment. Wow, was that tentacle for an octopus? Where did it even come from? I didn't see it at all. With a knowing smile, Chen Nan elucidated, in truth, the ocean floor is not only beautiful, but also conceals numerous masters of camouflage. They can change color and even disguise themselves as other species, making them elusive and difficult to detect. I will take you all to explore these fascinating creatures in due time. As he spoke, Chen Nan picked up the device beside him and gazed at the underwater scenery, exclaiming, "However, I must say, the changes here are quite significant. Indeed, I remember it being stunning in my childhood." A Shui chimed in, leaning closer to observe the ocean depths, murmuring to himself. The audience couldn't help but inquire, "It's still beautiful now. Was it even more magnificent in the past?" I believe this is the most beautiful coral reef I have encountered in reality. When I previously went diving at the beach, the underwater view was a blur with sparse corals and pale colors that resembled malnourishment. Chen Nan shook his head, his gaze drifting to the surface of the sea as memories gradually resurfaced from the past. Once, This place was far more splendid than it is now. The water was as clear as crystal, without a hint of impurity. Diving into the depths felt akin to walking on land, where expansive coral formations grew in abundance, stretching endlessly, and the variety of fish was beyond enumeration. It was a truly vibrant little world, reminiscent of the Great Barrier Reef seen on television. After years of absence, he was taken aback to discover that the coral patches had dwindled to such a paltry amount. Ashue interjected, "Indeed. The schools of fish have diminished by half." The crowd gasped, visibly astonished. Is there truly any seawater devoid of impurities? Of course. Does anyone remember the clear streams from our childhood, where one could see the bottom without a trace of contaminants? Yes. We used to drink directly from those streams. Observing the nostalgic expressions on Chen Nan and Ashue's faces, one could surmise that this underwater realm was once breathtakingly beautiful. So, the current state is a result of pollution, correct? Noticing the fervent discussion among the viewers in the live stream, Chen Nan nodded solemnly and stated, "While our living conditions have improved, the state of our planet's environment has deteriorated. Oceanic debris, nuclear wastewater, industrial pollution, and the like, these contaminants are non-biodegradable and only spread across various marine regions. Therefore, dear children in the live stream, it is imperative that we cherish our environment. Although we may not be able to change others, we can strive to protect this beautiful planet to the best of our abilities." Chen Nan winked at the live stream audience, flashing a broad smile. Brother Chen Nan is right. While we cannot change others, we can change ourselves. Yes, we will certainly take good care of the environment. The audience echoed in agreement. Chen Nan smiled gently and continued, "In fact, there is another topic regarding oxygen that calls for our attention. Our lives are intertwined with oxygen, and the ocean provides 360 tons of oxygen annually, accounting for approximately 70% of the Earth's total oxygen supply. Marine plants generate twice the oxygen of forests over equal areas and possess the capability to absorb greenhouse gases and carbon dioxide at rates exceeding those of forests by threefold. With over 220,000 species of marine life, the ocean can supply 22% of the life protein for the global population of 7 billion. Hence, without the ocean's ecosystem, humanity would struggle to maintain its current way of life. Oh, I see now. I never realized how vital the ocean truly is. Hey, those of you distracted by the clownfish fighting, wake up. It's class time. Haha, Brother Chen Nan, look from the underwater perspective. There's a whole group of clownfish battling a paper bag. A paper bag? Chen Nan then noticed that the viewers had shifted their focus to the right side of the coral reef, and he felt a bit embarrassed. He wondered if anyone had truly absorbed his earlier discourse. Following the crowd's gaze, he found amusement in the sight. A red plastic bag had drifted into the coral reef, and a plump cluster of clownfish were swirling around it, occasionally darting forward to peck at the intruder, their round, lively eyes filled with curiosity. Their small mouths curled slightly upwards, exuding an endearing and playful demeanor. The delightful scene immediately captivated the audience in the live stream. Chen Nan smiled. Plastic bags are non-biodegradable. It's best to clean them up. Since we've come this far, let's explore the depths of the ocean together. At this early hour, Chen Nan had nearly completed his rest. After exchanging greetings with Li Hang and Ashue, he once again submerged into the depths of the ocean. The live broadcast room erupted in cheers. Ah, Brother Nan truly understands us. A friendly reminder for everyone in front of the screen, you need not hold your breath. Ha. The camera is so high definition, the immersion is overwhelming. I unknowingly held my breath along with it. Chen Nan, well acquainted with the surroundings, swiftly returned to the vibrant coral reef. Before the filming equipment, a playful group of clownfish frolicked with a plastic bag, thoroughly enjoying themselves. It seemed they had discovered an amusing game. Whenever the drifting plastic bag was about to be swept away by the current, they would collectively nudge it back to its original position, preventing its escape. It was reminiscent of playful puppies bouncing to keep a balloon from touching the ground, eagerly nudging it back into the air. Chapter 57. Have you ever seen a clownfish? The playful and endearing clownfish captured the hearts of everyone in the live stream. Their charming appearance made viewers contemplate bringing a few into their homes for amusement. Yet, the delightful little creatures soon became a bundle of mischief. Several curious clownfish ventured into a bag, coincidentally encountering a group of their companions outside, who persistently nudged the plastic. This resulted in a constricted space within the bag, trapping the mischievous fish. In a flurry, the trapped clownfish wriggled their plump bodies, desperately attempting to escape. However, the bag, twisted from the relentless impact, refused to yield. In a moment of urgency, Chen Nan swiftly approached, grasped the base of the bag, and gently tugged. Instantly, the confined clownfish regained their freedom. They shook their bodies, wide-eyed with curiosity, gazing at the colossal figure before them. Chen Nan crumpled the plastic bag and tucked it into his pocket, then swam deeper into the coral reef. To his surprise, the group of clownfish followed closely, gliding alongside him, their round eyes curiously examining the enormous being. The audience in the live stream found it amusing. Why do the clownfish seem like curious little children? They don't appear to fear humans at all. However, after swimming a short distance with Chen Nan, the playful clownfish seemed to lose interest and turn back. Oh no, they're leaving. I haven't seen enough yet. Clownfish have their established homes. They typically do not venture far from their residences, as the outside world can be perilous. Unable to converse underwater, Chen Nan enjoyed the live commentary from knowledgeable viewers, who eagerly answered the audience's inquiries. He relished the moment, swaying with the fish, flipping and twirling, fully immersing himself in this miniature world. Flounders, leafy seahorses, pygmy shrimp gobies, and trumpetfish. As he passed these creatures, some shyly retreated into their holes, while others curiously scrutinized him. A few simply perched upon Chen Nan, hitching a ride. He graciously allowed these lazy companions to join him, and soon a multitude of fish accompanied him in his aquatic journey, making him feel as if he had transformed into the largest fish of all. As he reveled in the company of these native inhabitants of the ocean floor, Chen Nan's attention was suddenly drawn to a peculiar creature ahead. On a bowl-shaped coral reef, a vividly colored medium-sized fish clutched an object in its mouth, vigorously attempting to smash it against the hard protrusion of the coral. Clang! A sound reminiscent of hard objects scraping against one another reverberated, causing a sudden gust of air to rise above the coral due to the collision. Only that white object remained unscathed as it rolled down to the coral reef. Not satisfied with a single attempt, the fish once again seized the object in its mouth, vigorously thrashing its head against the coral. This peculiar behavior captivated the audience in the live stream. As Chen Nan approached closer, everyone realized that the fish was clutching a clam. Upon getting a clearer view of the fish, laughter erupted among the viewers. This fish, indeed, had a rather comical appearance. Its body was unremarkable, gray on the back and white on the belly, resembling an ordinary medium-sized fish. However, this fish was distinguished by its prominent overbite. Perhaps you have seen fish with a mouth full of pristine white teeth, but have you ever encountered one with an overbite? It was even missing a few teeth. The most striking feature of this fish was undoubtedly its peculiar dentition. 6 or 7 long, sharp teeth resembled diminutive tusks, but they were haphazardly arranged, all crooked and misaligned. What could have been a rather handsome fish was transformed into a comedic spectacle because of its teeth. Such a uniquely formed fish. Ha ha! Isn't that a pig-toothed fish? It's nicknamed the overbite fish. Overbite fish? That nickname suits it perfectly. The audience couldn't help but chuckle and began teasing the fish without restraint. Yet, while one might criticize the appearance of the pig-toothed fish's teeth, they seemed to serve a purpose. The clam was entirely shut, leaving behind an impenetrable hard shell. The pig-toothed fish utilized its overbite to grip the clam's shell, repeatedly smashing it against the coral with relentless enthusiasm. With its amusing appearance and perplexing behavior, this fish was a true oddity. Curious viewers began to inquire, what on earth is this fish doing? Let me enlighten everyone. The pig-toothed fish primarily feeds on sea urchins, shellfish, and shrimp, with the succulent clam meat before us being their favorite. However, the clam shell is tightly closed and difficult to open. In such cases, the pig-toothed fish has devised a method to utilize the hard and sharp coral to smash the clam against the rocks, thus achieving its goal of breaking the shell. As a knowledgeable viewer shared this insight, astonishment spread across the audience. That's incredibly clever. ISNT, it said that fish have only a 7-second memory? Huh. Don't be deceived by the pig-toothed fish's overbite. It is indeed the only known fish that uses tools, making it one of the smartest fish species. This behavior of persistently striving and experimenting to obtain food showcases its ingenuity and resilience. This has completely reshaped my understanding of fish. Look, the clamshell has a crack, a keen-eyed viewer exclaimed, prompting everyone to look closer. After numerous attempts, the pig-toothed fish finally showed signs of success. The hard white clamshell exhibited fractures. The audience became increasingly excited, their eyes glued to the screen, silently cheering for the pig-toothed fish. Perhaps even the parrotfish itself is unaware of how many times it has struck, but it possesses a singular objective: to shatter the shell of the clam and relish the tender, exquisite flesh within. Once more, it clutched the clam shell and swam towards the coral reef, determination gleaming in its eyes. With a vigorous toss of its head, the clam was sent flying, crashing heavily against the protruding coral. Clang! The sound reverberated as the resilient clam shell shattered, fracturing into several pieces, revealing the succulent clam meat inside. In an instant, the parrotfish darted forward, consuming the clam flesh in one swift motion, blinking in satisfaction, its expression one of contentment. The live stream erupted with cheers, celebrating both the parrotfish's delectable feast and its unwavering perseverance. With a subtle smile, Chen Nan, underwater and equipped with camera gear, captured this rare moment, his eyes sparkling with delight. Chapter 58. A frightening encounter. The great white shark emerges, having savored the delights of the ocean. The triggerfish departed its natural kitchen in search of its next target. Encountering this enchanting scene, Chen Nan did not linger, but instead swayed his body, inviting the audience to join him in the next adventure. Wrapped tightly by the sea, he soon plunged into a slightly dimmed cluster of reefs. These towering rocks stood majestically, resembling lofty mountains that obscured much of the light, casting an air of mystery over the surroundings. Looking up, one could see numerous green seaweeds and kelps clinging to the rocks, gently swaying with the currents, adding a touch of vitality and color to the underwater landscape. Wow, there are so many kelps here. Brother Nan, hurry and gather some to take home for soup. Oh, so kelp actually grows on the seabed? I always thought it was found along the coast. Well, you're not entirely wrong. They usually attach themselves to the seabed or rocks. Chen Nan gently moved his body and arrived at the reef, where the temperature dropped a few degrees, giving him a refreshing chill. He quickly acclimatized to the coolness and navigated through the towering rocks, when suddenly, a solitary fish appeared before him. This fish was approximately 40 to 50 centimeters long, its flat body swaying as it seemed to search for something amidst the kelp. Chen Nan raised an eyebrow and proceeded to follow it with a gentle swish of his legs. The fish was deeply engrossed in its search, oblivious to the fact that it had acquired a shadow behind it. Before long, Chen Nan watched as the fish darted into a cluster of kelp, only to emerge moments later, clutching a dark, spiky object. It was none other than the familiar sea urchin. The sea urchin, evidently still alive, began to thrash and shake its spines in a desperate attempt to ward off any attackers. The spines were sharp enough that even humans would wear gloves while handling them to avoid injury. Yet, the fish showed no fear. Boldly opening its mouth to bite down on the sea urchin, clearly skilled, it positioned itself sideways and began to gnaw at the spines, snapping them with a crunch. The once sturdy spines of the sea urchin crumbled in the fish's mouth, reminiscent of the sound of crunching potato chips. The onlookers soon realized that the fish not only possessed alluring, thick lips, but also boasted 2 rows of teeth akin to those of a human. Furthermore, its teeth were remarkably sharp, capable of easily severing the sea urchin's spines. This fish was undoubtedly a seasoned sea urchin opener. In no time, the fish had bitten through all the spines, and the now unbalanced sea urchin turned upside down, exposing its most vulnerable mouth. The delicacy lay tantalizingly close, and just as the fish was about to charge forward for a feast, it suddenly sensed something amiss. It turned, locking eyes with Chen Nan, who was capturing this moment with his device. Both were momentarily stunned, caught in an unexpected gaze. Chen Nan blinked, suppressing a chuckle, feeling a touch of embarrassment. Admittedly, it was rather impolite to secretly observe the fish while it dined. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. Caught in the act of peeping. How amusing. What an audacious display. Our dear Nan is inviting us to observe openly. Fish, are you a pervert? By the way, does anyone know what kind of fish this is? It can actually open sea urchins. This is a triggerfish, also known as a bullet fish, which specializes in feasting on sea urchins. One can't help but develop skills like this. The triggerfish blinked its large eyes at Chen Nan and leisurely swam towards the open sea urchin. Just when everyone anticipated it would feast, the triggerfish suddenly picked up the sea urchin and slowly glided to Chen Nan's side. With a gentle opening of its mouth, the sea urchin began to sink, and it nudged the urchin towards Chen Nan. It appeared that the triggerfish wished to present the sea urchin to him. Faced with the triggerfish's gesture of goodwill, Chen Nan hesitated. Seeing him refrain from accepting, the fish became anxious, persistently pushing the sea urchin closer to him. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Nan reached out and accepted the opened sea urchin, leaving everyone astonished. Is the triggerfish this enthusiastic? To offer a sea urchin so readily? Oh my, how adorable. But why is Nan still hesitating? If a fish were to offer me food, I would be overjoyed for an entire day. Those above are quite naive. While triggerfish do eat sea urchins, they find it quite challenging to open them. Therefore, when they encounter humans, they present the urchin in hopes of leading humans to the clusters of sea urchins, where they can scavenge alongside. Oh, as someone shared this insight, the audience was collectively taken aback. So, the triggerfish is flattering Nan first, then intending to use him as a tool. Word has certainly spread underwater about humans being able to open sea urchins and dislodge barnacles. Indeed, the assertions made by the viewers in the live stream were not unfounded. Upon receiving the sea urchin, the triggerfish began to wiggle its body, circling around Chen Nan joyfully. Even the audience could perceive its excitement. The triggerfish affectionately nudged Chen Nan's body and then twisted away, swimming toward a certain direction. As it swam, it frequently looked back to ensure that the human was following. Chen Nan's lips curled into a smile as he playfully winked at the live stream, then followed the triggerfish. The direction the triggerfish led him to was deeper within the rocky formations, an area that appeared even more shadowy and profound, where numerous graceful kelps swayed with the currents. The triggerfish turned back to glance at Chen Nan, its body swaying incessantly, radiating exuberance. If it weren't for the fact that it's leading Nan to open sea urchins, I would think the triggerfish had discovered some marvelous treasure. Indeed, it resembles a guiding fish leading humans in pursuit of hidden treasures. As they observed the triggerfish's eager demeanor, the audience couldn't help but tease. Cold, very cold. Upon reaching this dim and profound area, as soon as Chen Nan's body came into contact with the water, he distinctly felt the temperature drop even further. Clearly, lingering here was unwise. His body could not endure it. With this thought in mind, he directed his gaze forward, his eyes widening in astonishment. What the heck? In the live broadcast room, a sudden gasp arose from everyone present. There, amidst the rocky outcrops, a multitude of black sea urchins clung tightly. They were densely packed, countless in number, resembling an invading army as they clung to the rocks, voraciously consuming the algae and kelp above. A school of puffer fish floated above, gazing down at the legion of sea urchins with a dazed expression. Faced with such a vast number of sea urchins, they felt a slight discomfort in their mouths. The food was simply insurmountable. Truly, it was beyond their capacity. Their mouths might very well become sore. So many, so large, so delectable sea urchins. Help! My fear of clusters is acting up. Goodness, why are there so many sea urchins here? Meanwhile, as Chen Nan was sharing sea urchins with the pufferfish beneath the waves, Shui could no longer hold his breath and surfaced. At that moment, Li Hang's figure was gently swaying in a kayak on the water's surface. Suddenly, Shui emerged from the water. Li Hang hudin in quit, Sui. When will Nan go come up? He has been underwater for quite a while. Ashui shook the water from his head and replied nonchalantly, "It should still be a while. Nan has been accustomed to being in the water since childhood." "Very well then." Li Hang's gaze turned to the sea, still somewhat anxious for Chen Nan's safety. Suddenly, the previously tranquil sea surface began to stir ominously. What is that?" Li Hang squinted, trying to discern what was happening. The calm surface of the sea revealed a swiftly moving black silhouette, which soon came into view. That is a shark." "A shark? Ashri, get up here." Li Hang's heart nearly leapt from his chest as he spotted a massive shadow emerging from the distance. The shadow, refracted by the light, was at least 5 meters long, with a dorsal fin exceeding 1 meter in diameter. That could only be the fearsome shark of the ocean. Ashue hastily scrambled onto the kayak, finally realizing what was approaching. A great white shark. What on earth was such a creature doing in these nearby waters? The enormous shadow loomed before them, resembling a small car gliding through the sea, and even while seated in the kayak, they felt utterly vulnerable. As it drew closer, the great white shark's half-submerged body surfaced, its dark eyes seemingly aware of the two men, revealing its sharp teeth glistening ominously in the sunlight. Fortunately, the great white shark did not attack them, but instead plunged into the depths, disappearing into the ocean. "Phew, I almost thought we were done for." Li Hang exhaled in relief. Yet, Ashue suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "That creature is heading towards Nannan." Li Hang's heart raced anew as he focused on the area into which the great white shark had descended. Wasn't that precisely the direction where Chen Nan had just submerged? Chapter 59. The man-eating shark, apex of the ocean's food chain beneath the sea. Chen Nan stood mesmerized before a vast expanse of sea urchin nests, his eyes wide with astonishment. Despite his frequent diving excursions, he had never encountered such a grand assembly of sea urchins. Each one appeared remarkably plump, akin to the size of an adult man's palm. As he surveyed his surroundings, enlightenment dawned upon him. Sea urchins thrive on a diet of algae, and the lush marine vegetation here undoubtedly nourished their considerable growth. Moreover, their reproductive prowess mirrored that of locusts on land. Algae serve as both habitat and sustenance for numerous marine creatures. An overabundance of sea urchins can wreak havoc on these algal beds, disrupting the delicate balance of the oceanic ecosystem. In fact, certain protected marine areas often mobilize teams to routinely clear away sea urchins, as they are regarded as pests within the ocean. With a gentle pop, a guiding pufferfish approached Chen Nan, releasing a small bubble while its round, expressive eyes darted between Chen Nan and the multitude of sea urchins, vigorously gesturing in an animated manner. Its demeanor suggested that it was on the brink of speech. "Pufferfish, human, hurry up and start harvesting the sea urchins. Pufferfish, if you collect my sea urchins, you shall become my assistant. Pufferfish, why are you still hesitating? Do you not wish to gather sea urchins for me? Are you contemplating an escape?" This generation of internet users knows how to seize a moment. Upon witnessing the pufferfish's antics, they playfully embrace their roles. Indeed, Chen Nan's immediate reaction upon seeing the sea urchin colony was a regret for not bringing along a bag, and his second thought was whether to make a hasty retreat. With such a plethora of sea urchins, while the pufferfish lamented its sore mouth, he too felt the strain in his hands. Nevertheless, having accepted the pufferfish's sea urchins, he felt compelled to fulfill his part of the bargain. Otherwise, word would surely spread through the ocean that a human had collected the pufferfish's carefully prepared sea urchins and fled without a backward glance, forever branding humanity as villains in the tales of the sea. Shaking off such troublesome thoughts, Chen Nan resolved not to be so shameless. Submerging himself, he retrieved a sturdy stone from the seabed, and without hesitation, he grasped a nearby sea urchin and brought it down with force. With a resounding splash, the sea urchin shattered, revealing the succulent innards within. In an instant, the pufferfish darted over like a rocket, eagerly gulping down the splattered delicacies. Chen Nan continued to crack open several more, only to attract a swarm of pufferfish swimming towards him. The exposed sea urchin delicacies were swiftly devoured by the gathering pufferfish, leaving behind only a few empty shells. In the next moment, countless pairs of round eyes fixated upon Chen Nan, their eyelids fluttering as if in anticipation, urging him to continue his harvest. Goodness, are you all the real rascals here? There is no need for such excessive assistance. Chen Nan's lips twitched, realizing that if he did not make his escape now, he might never have another chance. He swiftly propelled himself away, abandoning any thoughts of the delectable sea urchins. Amidst the rocks in the rear, a group of triggerfish gazed longingly at Chen Nan's departing figure. After leaving the shadowy reef, Chen Nan glanced at the time, estimating it was nearly time to surface. However, at that moment, he caught sight of several conspicuous comments in the live stream. Migration Research Institute, Li Hang Xiao Nan. Hurry back to shore. There's a shark in the water. Migration Research Institute, Li Hang Xiao Nan. Hurry back to shore. There's a shark in the water. Migration Research Institute, Li Hang Xiao Nan. Hurry back to shore. There's a shark in the water. The repetition of this message thrice underscored the sender's urgency and the gravity of the situation. These comments were sent by Li Hang, who, along with a Shui, had witnessed the shark descend into the depths, instantly recalling Chen Nan still submerged beneath the waves. In a state of panic, Li Hang could only resort to posting comments in the live stream in hopes of catching Chen Nan's attention. Shark? Where? I don't see it. No. Look behind Xiao Nan. It seems a large shadow has appeared. That is, there really is a shark. Holy cow. That looks like a great white shark. The live stream erupted into chaos, with the term shark flooding the comments. Chen Nan's heart raced as he realized the gravity of the situation and hastily propelled himself upwards. However, his peripheral vision had already caught a glimpse of the colossal creature. It was a great white shark, measuring over 5 meters in length, firmly within adulthood. Its deep, dark eyes were cold and piercing, and its serrated triangular teeth were arranged like a row of sharp daggers, sending chills down one's spine. It roamed the ocean's depths like a small car, exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Indeed, it was a great white shark. The great white shark, notoriously known as the man-eater, is one of the 3 most dangerous sharks to humans. Any cinematic portrayal of shark attacks invariably features the great white as its archetype. It reigns as the apex predator of the ocean, a true sovereign of the marine realm, and a merciless killer. In the water, Chen Nan appeared as fragile as an infant before the great white. Those in the live stream, along with Li Hang on the shore, found their breath suspended in a moment of disbelief. Moments later, they all exclaimed in unison, Migration Research Institute, Li Hang Xiao Nan, come back. While the great white hasn't noticed you yet, swim to shore quickly. It's too late. At this distance, the great white will surely detect Xiao Nan, and with its speed, it can reach him in an instant, leaving no chance to evade its lethal pursuit. The streamer is simply unfortunate. Encountering a great white on his first dive, he might as well give up the struggle. While some are anxious, others offered calm mockery. Few would believe that a human could escape the jaws of a great white shark. Indeed, as noted in the live stream, Chen Nan had now entered the predator's line of sight. A cold, sharp gaze swiftly honed in on the human figure floating ahead, propelling the massive body forward with intent. Under the live broadcast lens, the audience beheld a monstrous, menacing shadow drawing perilously closer to Chen Nan. On the shore, Li Hang and a Shui felt an instant chill run down their spines. A Shui, driven by desperation, attempted to leap into the water to save Chen Nan, but was swiftly restrained by Li Hang. Are you out of your mind? Do you really think you can save brother Nan by diving in? You would only be throwing your life away. Perhaps unbeknownst to him, Li Hang's complexion turned pale, his voice trembling with fear. His words suggested a grim premonition that blood would soon stain the depths of the sea. A Shui, held back by Li Hang, turned various shades of pale and green, yet ultimately gritted his teeth and leaned despondently against the inflatable boat, silently praying for Chen Nan's safety. As the great white shark made its entrance, schools of bullet fish scattered in terror, for under the pressure of the food chain, any species would instinctively abandon their meal. However, it was evident that the abruptly appearing great white shark had no interest in the minuscule fish. Its dark, round eyes remained fixated on Chen Nan. With a gentle flick of its tail, The massive creature cast a looming shadow as it descended toward Chen Nan. Holding his breath, Chen Nan felt a tremor of fear course through him, his eyes, obscured by the diving mask, momentarily filled with trepidation. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. He always managed to remain calm in the presence of animals, making swift and accurate judgments in critical moments. The underwater drone captured the scene from all angles, simultaneously broadcasting this perilous moment to the live stream. Nearly all viewers held their breath in unison. But in the next instant, they witnessed an astonishing sight. Chen Nan, rather than fleeing from the terrifying great white shark, propelled himself upward with both legs, as if daring to test whether the shark's teeth were sharper than his own resolve. Insane. He has lost his mind. The host is suicidal. Oh my God, Brother Nan, run, quickly. No, wait, I've covered my eyes. Countless viewers in the live stream bore witness to this moment, collectively mourning for Chen Nan. Chapter 60. Embrace death to find life, boldness brews courage. In truth, long before Chen Nan witnessed the great white shark's emergence, and before it chose not to attack him immediately, he was already taking a gamble. He wagered that this magnificent creature was not in a state of hunger. Sharks, by nature, are lethargic and classified as semi-warm-blooded mammals. A satiated shark prefers to wander leisurely and exhibits curiosity towards many novel stimuli. They do not indulge in gluttony, and typically, when encountering unfamiliar species, they seldom initiate an attack. As Chen Nan approached, the great white shark still displayed no aggressive behavior. It was only when he was less than half a meter away that he abruptly halted, his hands darting forward with astonishing swiftness. This dramatic moment unfolded before the cameras, leaving the audience breathless. Even timid girls shielded their eyes in fear. The great white shark looms so close, such an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Little Nan, has he truly given up the struggle? What a pity, such a rare find in an outdoor streamer. Beneath the imposing presence of the great white shark, all were silently mourning for Chen Nan, nearly resigned to the belief of his demise. In a towering office building in the city, a girl gasped in astonishment, drawing the attention of her colleagues. "What's wrong, Zhang Qian?" they inquired as they gathered around her. Zhang Qian merely covered her mouth, her trembling finger pointing at the mobile phone on her desk, her beautiful eyes brimming with fear and compassion. As her colleagues looked over, they beheld Zhang Qian's phone displaying the image of Chen Nan facing the great white shark in the depths of the ocean, eliciting a chorus of gasps. What the? Is that? A great white shark? And it's a live broadcast. Is this young man truly live streaming his own demise? I need to check out this stream. It's bound to make headlines tomorrow. Amidst the myriad of comments from her colleagues, Zhang Qian kept her mouth tightly covered, her eyes slightly reddened. Since the last viral short video featuring Chen Nan, she had been quietly following his journey. However, she never anticipated his audacity, confronting a man-eating great white shark and daring to approach it closely, even attempting to caress it. Was he courting death? With a heavy heart, Zhang Qian turned away from the phone, unable to continue watching. Yet, the onlookers around her erupted in further exclamations. Hey, why has the great white shark suddenly stopped moving? I can't believe this guy. The shark is actually letting him touch it? Zhang Qian looked up in astonishment, tilting her head to see that Chen Nan's bold actions had not provoked the shark's wrath. The great white shark merely swayed slightly, allowing Chen Nan to stroke its head, and the two maintained a bizarre stillness together. What on earth? Isn't this just a common trick employed by streamers to fabricate sensationalism? This shark must be fake. I suspect this individual isn't even in the ocean. It's all scripted, utterly pointless. Confronted by her colleagues' disparaging remarks, Zhang Qian immediately voiced her defense. What do you mean fake? What do you mean scripted? I have followed this streamer for quite a while. He is the real deal. If you possess the audacity, venture into the sea and draw close to the great white shark. I admire your courage, even if it is merely a scripted act. Who would have anticipated that the typically gentle and composed Zhang Qian would suddenly erupt in anger? The crowd flushed with embarrassment, bowing their heads in silence. What are you all clamoring about? Do you not have work to attend to? The boss is here. Confronted by the menacing presence of the great white shark mere inches away, Chen Nan's eyes brimmed with anxiety. Although he dared to place his hand upon the shark's head, he could not suppress the fear coursing through him. After all, the great white is indeed known to attack humans, while marine creatures generally adhere to the food chain, and humans do not feature on their menu. A lack of appetite for humans does not equate to a total aversion. The great white remains a ferocious inhabitant of the ocean. Gently, Chen Nan caressed the shark's snout, his touch rhythmic and tender again and again. He could sense the great white gradually relaxing before him. As he felt the slightly coarse texture beneath his fingertips, the tension in Chen Nan's eyes began to dissipate, transforming into astonishment and delight. The shark's skin was not as smooth as it appeared. It was adorned with minute, tooth-like scales, imparting a subtle texture. With Chen Nan's gentle strokes, the shark's dark pupils exhibited a slight transformation, and soon it began to roll its eyes back, even slowly exposing its belly. It was as if it had succumbed to a hypnotic state. A constricting sensation enveloped Chen Nan's chest as he felt the air in his lungs gradually depleting. His body could no longer endure the pressure. He needed to ascend to the surface for fresh air. Without delay, withdrawing his hands, he propelled himself forward, swimming closely alongside the drowsy great white towards the ocean's surface. At this moment, the shark had succumbed entirely to a trance, its pale belly upturned, allowing Chen Nan to conserve considerable energy as he lay atop it. This remarkable scene was vividly captured on camera, sending shockwaves through the live stream. The audience erupted in astonishment. Why has the great white suddenly become so serene? Perhaps Brother Nan truly is a spirit of the sea, casting a spell to hypnotize the shark. When Brother Nan caressed it, the shark appeared to revel in the sensation. Even if the great white enjoys being petted, does it need to be so relaxed as to roll its eyes back and doze off? Is it truly that pleasurable? Its belly is completely exposed. It can't be. Lifeless, can it? Confusion reigned among the spectators, who debated fervently in the live stream, yet no answer emerged. Just then, a golden message appeared at the top of the screen, as a professional stepped forward to clarify the viewers' uncertainties. Azure Oceanarium. Brother Nan must be employing a technique to hypnotize the shark, though I've only heard of it and never witnessed it myself, as few dare to approach a wild great white. Li Qixin. The host hypnotizes the shark by stroking its snout. As there are numerous nerve endings beneath the shark's nose, such caresses can overload its sensory system, inducing a state akin to hypnosis, rendering it lethargic and non-aggressive. Zhao Gaoyuan. In truth, not only great whites can be hypnotized, many animals possess their own unique hypnotic techniques. For instance, if one were to draw a straight line before a chicken and gently press its head to the ground, it would soon remain utterly still. Similarly, when it comes to hypnotizing a rabbit, merely flipping it over and caressing it for a few moments will induce a deep slumber. However, as Zhao Gaoyuan elaborates, these instances cannot be deemed true hypnosis. The phenomena that appear to be hypnosis are, in fact, instinctive responses exhibited by certain animals, known as tonic immobility or thanatosis, which serve as a defense mechanism. Presently, Chen Nan's live stream boasts an audience of 60 to 70,000, among whom are many learned individuals. The golden barrage of comments at the top of the screen illuminates as numerous professionals make their presence known, reigniting the fervor within the stream. In light of these experts' explanations, the viewers find themselves in a state of astonishment. Wow, when did so many distinguished figures appear in the live stream? It seems there are countless little tricks in life. I've gained new insights. To the person above, do you consider this merely a little trick? Who has the time to hypnotize a chicken or a duck? I wonder what was going through the mind of the person who first conceived these methods. Esteemed experts, how does one hypnotize a 1-year-old child? I seek your guidance. 1. Even a 22-year-old big baby could use some assistance. Chapter 61. Brother, do you wish to tread on a sewing machine? The morning sun penetrated the clouds, casting a mesmerizing azure hue upon the surface of the sea. On the kayak, Li Hang and Shui gazed intently into the depths below, both eagerly anticipating the moment. However, after a prolonged wait, the sea remained tranquil, and as noon approached, even the waves seemed to subside. Shui, feeling a twinge of anxiety, remarked, Brother Li Hang, Did you not say that Nangu had already surfaced? Why have we yet to see him? Patience, young brother, Shui. He shall appear shortly, Li Heng replied, casting glances between the live stream and the water below. Unlike Shui's palpable agitation, he maintained a semblance of calm. No sooner had he spoken than a colossal shadow began to ascend from the depths. With a splash, Chen Nan finally broke the surface, inhaling deeply and greedily drawing in the fresh air. Having held his breath to the brink of exhaustion, his body felt ensnared by an invisible pressure, accompanied by sharp pangs in his chest, as though a giant hand were constricting his lungs, leaving his mind in a state of fog. Gasping for breath, Chen Nan clung tightly to the great white shark, sprawled across it as he struggled to regain his composure. After what felt like an eternity, he opened his eyes to find Shui and Li Heng staring at him in a state of stunned disbelief from the kayak. "Could one of you lend me a hand? I'm utterly spent," he croaked. Li Heng, wide-eyed, fixated on the great white shark nestled in Chen Nan's embrace, felt paralyzed with fear. Upon hearing Chen Nan's plea, he instinctively reached out to assist, but promptly withdrew, overwhelmed by trepidation. After all, this was a genuine great white shark, a fearsome creature capable of severing a person in two with a single bite. The sight of it, so starkly present before him, rendered him momentarily speechless. Moreover, he could see the shark's beady eyes rolling in its head. Finally, it was Shui who snapped back to reality, swiftly maneuvering the kayak closer to help Chen Nan aboard, exclaiming, "Goodness, what a magnificent fish. We must take it back and prepare a stew while it's still fresh." He even reached for a net to catch the great white shark. Chen Nan, both amused and exasperated, quickly interjected, "What are you thinking? This is a protected species. If you eat it, you'll find yourself behind bars." "Oh, I see," Shui replied, reluctantly setting down the net, a look of regret crossing his face. Meanwhile, Li Heng swallowed hard, casting a glance at the great white shark drifting beside the kayak, and hastily suggested, "Nangu, let us return now. Our diving adventure is nearing its end. I feel rather uneasy with this shark lingering nearby. Indeed, it is time to head back. The sun is quite relentless at this hour." Shui concurred, squinting up at the sky. "Let us wait a moment longer. This great white has yet to fully succumb to slumber. I shall assist in lulling it," Chen Nan stated gravely, plunging back into the water. He gently caressed the shark's snout, repeating the soothing motions as before. The shark, still rolling its eyes, gradually grew dazed, ultimately turning onto its back. Beside them, Li Heng and Shui wore expressions of disbelief, having witnessed firsthand a reality that far surpassed the impact of what they had observed in the live broadcast. Gazing at the large, white belly floating on the water's surface, Chen Nan could not resist reaching out to touch it. Ah, it was soft and tender, quite pleasant to the touch. Noticing that the great white shark exhibited little reaction, Chen Nan finally felt a sense of relief and turned to climb back onto the kayak. "Let us hurry. This method cannot be sustained for long. I hope we have enough time to return to the shallows," he urged. Shui, looking eagerly, inquired, "Brother Nan, can we really not eat this big fish? It looks delicious. Do you want to eat fish every day, or would you prefer to tread the sewing machine daily?" Chen Nan retorted, "I would love to have fish to eat. Then let us hasten back to shore so Aunt can prepare a fish stew for you at noon." Taking advantage of the great white shark still in a hypnotic state, the three paddled their boards back to the shoreline, finally free from the looming threat of the shark. Once ashore, they collapsed onto the sand, panting heavily. Chen Nan exhaled deeply. Despite appearing relaxed moments ago, he alone understood the peril he had faced. Had he not remained composed, he might have met a grim fate. After a brief respite, Li Heng turned to Chen Nan and expressed his surprise. "I had no idea you were so knowledgeable about marine life, Brother Nan. You even know how to hypnotize sharks. Many marine biology students are unaware of this." "Indeed, it's fascinating. This is the first time I've learned that great white sharks can be hypnotized," chimed in the audience in the live stream. Chen Nan elaborated, "I once viewed a report from abroad where a shark expert documented this hypnotic technique, which he termed the relaxation method. Additionally, the great white shark's natural enemy, the orca, exploits a physiological characteristic of the shark when hunting, flipping it in a specific manner to induce a state of stupor, thereby facilitating easier predation. Li Hang nodded in astonishment. Then his expression shifted to one of embarrassment. Even knowing this method, not everyone can execute it. Aren't you afraid that when you reach out, the shark might bite your hand off? Chen Nan chuckled. Great white sharks possess a hyperopic vision system, rendering them nearsighted, especially in areas below 25 centimeters, which is a blind spot for them. I simply took advantage of this to outpace it. Tilting his head towards the sky, he smiled. Who could fathom the anxiety he felt as the great white shark approached? Fortunately, after over 20 years of singlehood, his reflexes were not to be underestimated. Seizing the moment before the shark could react, he quickly touched its nose. The key was to catch it off guard. I see. So if I encounter a shark in the future, as long as my reflexes are swift enough, I need not fear being devoured. Is this merely a matter of reflexes? Or are we hoping to never encounter a shark in our lifetime? Throughout the live stream, the discussion continued about Chen Nan's recent escape from the jaws of the great white shark. However, Chen Nan had shifted his focus away from such topics. After a morning of exertion, the three were weary. Swimming was indeed a significant drain on their energy. Brother Nan, why not join me and brotherly hang for lunch at my home? It has been quite some time since your last visit, and my parents often reminisce about you. A Shui invited as they journeyed back. I have prior commitments this afternoon, so I shall pass. Please convey to Uncle Mo and Annie that I will certainly visit when I am free, he replied. Oh, by the way, Shui, I would like to borrow your family's tricycle for a bit. I need to head to town to purchase a few items. Feel free to take it, came the response. As noon approached, the sun blazed brightly, casting its glaring rays. Yet, the village path did not harbor the stifling heat of the seaside. Rather, it exuded a refreshing coolness. The sole dirt road, leading from the village to the town, wound sinuously through dense foliage, shielding much of the sunlight. Only a few beams managed to filter through the gaps in the leaves, creating patches of golden light along the trail. Gazing through the trees, one could see the vibrant fields flanking the road, adorned with a myriad of wildflowers. A gentle breeze stirred, releasing their sweet fragrance. Brother Nan, your home is truly beautiful, tranquil and relaxing. Living here seems rather delightful, Li Hang remarked as he sat on the back of the motorcycle, taking in the scenic vistas on either side. This lad now seemed inseparable from Chen Nan, fearing that if Chen Nan were to depart, a bear might descend upon the homestead or a snake might emerge from the underbrush. It was perplexing how this timid fellow had managed to find his way into an institution dedicated to animal research. Chapter 62, Squeak. Your little cutie suddenly appears. Chen Nan rolled his eyes and remarked, you might find it fresh and relaxing for a day or two, but try staying in this remote and underdeveloped village for a month. Not to mention the employment landscape. Here you can't order takeout, visit internet cafes, socialize, enjoy a drink, or sing karaoke. There are virtually no entertainment options. Having experienced the splendor of a big city, few young people can endure the countryside. Indeed, in response to Chen Nan's lament, Li Hang chuckled awkwardly. It seemed to be a valid point. During their trip to the town, Chen Nan procured a considerable amount of fresh meat, both pork and beef, primarily for the feeding of Mama Brown Bear. Passing by the seafood market, he also gathered some small fish and shrimp along with ice. It was said they intended to use the ice to nurture the dolphins, and Li Hang exerted himself to assist throughout. After securing their supplies and grabbing a quick bite in town, the two hurried back. At the dock by the shore, upon seeing Chen Nan hauling the kayak, Li Hang eagerly approached, offering to help while grinning. Brother Nan, may I join you on the kayak? I want to see Jiao Jiao and Yao Yao up close. As a devoted fan of Chen Nan, he could not miss the opportunity to see the charming stars of the live stream. Chen Nan chuckled. If you want to go, then let us go together. There is no need to butter me up. Jiao Jiao and the others are quite friendly, even with the villagers. With that, the two loaded the fish, shrimp, and ice onto the kayak and vigorously paddled out to deeper waters. The conch shell sounded its familiar call, yet this time, the sea was calm, and the familiar figures did not appear. Chen Nan furrowed his brow and blew into the conch once more. The surface of the sea remained unresponsive, save for the gentle lapping of the waves. Brother Nan, do you think the dolphins might be out searching for food and not in this area? Li Hang in Guit, his initial excitement gradually giving way to disappointment. Why was it that every time he arrived, the baby dolphins seemed to be absent? unlike Li Hang's disappointment. A hint of worry flickered in Chen Nan's eyes. He recalled the great white shark that had been spotted near the waters earlier that morning. Noticing Chen Nan's change in demeanor, Li Hang asked, "Brother Nan, what's wrong?" "The great white shark from this morning." At Chen Nan's mention, Li Hang seemed to connect the dots, his expression turning pale. Curious, the audience in the live stream inquired, could it be that the absence of the baby dolphins is related to that great white shark? Seeing Chen Nan's troubled expression, Li Hang explained, "Great white sharks primarily prey on fish and pinnipeds. Creatures like sea lions, sea turtles, and seals are part of their diet. Furthermore, great white sharks occasionally consume dolphins, whale carcasses, and even other sharks." Hearing Li Hang's explanation, the audience's expressions turned grim. Could it be that my baby dolphins? "Oh no, what should we do? Dreaded shark. Bring back my Jiao Jiao and Yao Yao." Observing the live stream, it was evident that the audience was being misled. Chen Nan tugged at the corner of his mouth and sighed. It's not entirely certain. After all, Jiao Jiao and the others often forage in different waters. I can't summon them with absolute certainty. Perhaps they're simply out searching for food. Let me try playing the conch. However, recalling the great white shark that had appeared earlier that morning, a sense of worry crept into Chen Nan's heart. After a moment of waiting, he reluctantly set down the conch. Just as he was about to turn back, a sound suddenly echoed from the distant sea. Squeak, 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 splash. Chen Nan turned in surprise, and in the distance he saw several gray-blue figures leaping through the water, racing towards the dock. It was Jiao Jiao and Yao Yao. Li Hang, gazing into the distance, exclaimed joyfully, "Oh, how wonderful, my dolphin babies are still here." Chen Nan felt a wave of relief wash over him and quickly waved his arms, calling out, "Jiao Jiao Yao Yao, over here." In mere moments, the dolphins arrived at Chen Nan's side, 6 of them joyfully leaping and splashing around the kayak, sending countless droplets of water flying. "I thought you all weren't coming today," Chen Nan said, gently patting the dolphins on their heads. He then bent down to grab a handful of small fish, and the dolphins immediately opened their mouths in eager anticipation. Some dolphins even nodded their heads at Chen Nan. He chuckled and tossed the small fish into their mouths, then turned to Li Hang, saying, "What are you still standing there for? Don't you see these eager mouths?" Oh. Li Hang snapped back to reality, quickly grabbing a handful of small fish. Instantly, several dolphins surrounded him, shaking their heads and squeaking excitedly. Mimicking Chen Nan, he delightedly tossed the small fish into the dolphins' mouths. Watching the dolphins happily consume the food he had offered, his smile widened, nearly splitting his face in two. This spectacle had the live stream audience enthralled. How unfair. Why does Li Hang get to feed the dolphin babies, enjoy meals prepared by little Nan, and even share a bed with him? I refuse to accept this. Just then, Chen Nan caught a glimpse of the comments and felt a flush of embarrassment. "What do you mean share a bed? I'm not gay." "Oh." Little Nan seems flustered. Those who understand, understand. An explanation is merely a cover-up. A cover-up indicates there's truth to it. Chen Nan couldn't help but twitch his lips. He resigned himself to feeding the dolphins, knowing that this generation of netizens was impossible to please. Yet, just as Chen Nan and Li Hang were feeding the dolphins, one of the dolphins suddenly squeaked and splashed away alone. Is that Jiao Jiao? Why is it leaving? Jiao Jiao's unusual behavior piqued Chen Nan's curiosity. This group of dolphins always traveled in pairs, never straying alone. However, before Chen Nan could ponder further, Jiao Jiao quickly returned. Narrowing his eyes, he noticed that this time Jiao Jiao seemed to be carrying something in its mouth. With a soft chirp, Jiao Jiao swiftly approached Chen Nan, opening her mouth and dropping something onto the kayak. What could this be? Li Hang, still holding fish and shrimp, hurriedly drew closer in astonishment. The petite creature, adorned with dense, soft, and waterproof dark brown fur, had a rounded head, though there was a peculiar patch of fur missing from it, revealing small, delicate ears. It was a drowsy sea otter. Bye. Upon seeing its likeness, Chen Nan exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, Brother Nan, do you recognize this sea otter?" Li Hang in quit gudio sili. Chen Nan crouched down, excitedly caressing the otter's fur, joyfully stating, "Though many years have passed, I can still identify Bei Bei by the patch of fur missing from its head. It was injured when it was young, swept into the rocks by the waves. My father rescued it and raised it in the shallows. However, this little one seems to have either bumped its head or become a bit foolish, often disappearing from sight while floating on the sea. Chapter 63. The Grandmaster of Leisure. The sea otter truly deserves its title as the Grandmaster of Leisure. Once well fed, it simply closes its eyes and drifts off to repose upon the ocean's surface. And then, upon reopening its eyes, it finds itself 1,000 kilometers away in the vast Pacific. How delightful! This charming creature is ranked 5th among the world's cutest animals. Who would have thought that the rather unconventional zoo run by Chen Nan would house such an adorable being? If this is merely the 5th on the list, one can only imagine what the preceding contenders might be. So irresistibly cute, one could almost wish to embrace it entirely. But let us refrain, as our dear Bei Bei is already a little bald treasure. No one can resist the allure of such endearing creatures. The outwardly charming sea otter instantly captured the hearts of the live stream audience. Speaking of which, it has been several years since Chen Nan last laid eyes on Bei Bei the sea otter. In the past, Bei Bei was small and frail, having lost its way from its mother and suffered an injury, leaving a significant patch of fur missing from its head, resulting in an early baldness. Chen Nan's father tenderly nurtured it in a shallow lagoon, bringing small fish and shrimp daily, with Chen Nan accompanying him. Each feeding time, Bei Bei would insist on dividing the fish and shrimp equally, one for Chen Nan, one for itself. Otherwise, it would refuse to eat. Perhaps in its eyes, the equally diminutive Chen Nan also required sustenance to grow strong. As Bei Bei matured and learned to hunt for itself, it often retrieved its catch from its pocket to present to Chen Nan. Throughout the years, whenever Bei Bei had a morsel to eat, Chen Nan would invariably have a share. Recalling these fond memories, seeing this long-lost companion again brought warmth to Chen Nan's eyes. He scooped up the sea otter from the kayak and indulged in a passionate embrace. Bei Bei, oh Bei Bei, where have you drifted all these years? I wonder if you remember your way home. The sea otter's fur, dense and soft, resembled a luxurious velvet blanket, and Chen Nan found himself unable to resist its charm as he stroked it. After being affectionately handled by Chen Nan, Bei Bei finally stirred awake. It rubbed its sleepy eyes, gradually opening them to reveal a pair of dark, glistening orbs that gazed at Chen Nan in bewilderment. Suddenly, those little eyes sparkled with recognition. Bei Bei sprang up, clutching Chen Nan's fingers, and began to chirp excitedly. Have you finally remembered me? Chen Nan smiled as he stroked the patch of fur missing from Bei Bei's head. Bei Bei nuzzled against the back of Chen Nan's hand affectionately, then lowered its head and began rummaging in the pocket nestled beneath its armpit, searching through it diligently. Sea otters possess a pouch akin to a pocket, where they store frequently used items, such as their favorite shells and sea urchins. However, after a prolonged search, Bei Bei found the pocket devoid of any provisions. It remained uncertain whether it had consumed them all or if the food had quietly escaped while Bei Bei slumbered. Bei Bei tilted its head, peering into the empty pouch with its dark little eyes filled with confusion. It seemed as though it was pondering. My scallops, my sea urchins, my octopus. Why are they all gone? They were snugly tucked away in my pocket not long ago. Chen Nan, fully aware of Bei Bei's intentions, gently caressed its fur with a tender smile, saying, "You need not search for food for me anymore. I have grown up." As he spoke, Chen Nan selected some of Bei Bei's favorite fish from the bucket, filling its pocket to the brim, much like an adult indulging a child with sweets, only stopping when it was thoroughly packed. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Upon noticing the bulging bag brimming with food, Bei Bei's shiny black eyes sparkled with excitement, and it let out a jubilant cry. As the smallest marine mammal, the sea otter is renowned for its voracious appetite. On average, it can consume up to 10,000 crabs annually, devour over 70 scallops, 20 abalones, and a serving of octopus sashimi in just 1 hour. Thus, a sea otter is either feasting or on its way to do so, or perhaps lounging on the ocean surface while indulging. To pass up food is an utter disgrace. Faced with such a bounty, Bei Bei unceremoniously seized a fish, biting down with a satisfying crunch, exemplifying what it truly means to have a zest for food. While munching, Beibei's agile and keen eyes darted towards the plastic bucket, its head leaning in as it simultaneously nibbled and grabbed more. As the saying goes, with provisions in hand, one's heart remains untroubled. Should there be leftovers, they could serve as a midnight snack. Goodness, today I have truly witnessed what it means to keep an eye on the pot while enjoying the meal. Haha, never underestimate any connoisseur of food. Indeed, watching Beibei's appetite is oddly appetizing. Chen Nan and Li Hang exchanged amused glances. With still a substantial amount of fish, shrimp, and ice left in the plastic bucket, Chen Nan beckoned Li Hang, and together they fed the remaining food to the delightful duo. With Beibei's presence, Chen Nan's makeshift zoo began to take on a semblance of authenticity. Now that Beibei had returned, he pondered where the other little companions might be. Gazing distantly at the sea, Chen Nan's eyes revealed a sense of nostalgia and longing. Just then, he noticed a splash at the far-off horizon. What could it be? Li Hang also caught sight of the commotion, but it was too distant to discern clearly. Chen Nan shook his head, squinting to get a better view. The surface of the sea returned to calmness, yet on the opposite side, a gray fin broke through the water. Like a razor-sharp blade, it surged from the depths toward the shallows with fierce intent. It was a shark, the very great white shark from the morning. Chen Nan's pupils contracted, and he exclaimed in alarm. What? The great white shark is back. Where is it? How did it come to the dock? His startled cry echoed like thunder, reverberating through the live stream. Recalling the imposing great white shark from earlier, a palpable tension gripped everyone's hearts. Li Hang's face turned pale, and his hand trembled, causing the fish and shrimp he was holding to tumble into the water. The dolphins were in danger. Chen Nan's face turned pale as he immediately recalled the precarious situation of the dolphins before him. He swiftly waved his hand to disperse them, exclaiming, "Jiao jiao yao yao. Hurry and lead your companions away from here. There is danger." However, the dolphins gathered around the kayak, eagerly consuming the fish and shrimp that had fallen into the sea, oblivious to Chen Nan's urgent calls. Despite his frantic attempts to push them away, his efforts proved futile. Instead, the dolphins mistook his actions for play and splashed about even more joyfully. What should we do? Gazing at the distant sea, where a shark fin cut through the water towards the dock, Li Hang trembled as he spoke. Chen Nan gritted his teeth, his complexion shifting between shades of green and white. The great white shark possesses an extraordinarily keen sense of smell, capable of detecting minute traces of blood. Research indicates that a great white shark can sense a single drop of blood in 100 liters of water and can even detect the scent of blood from 5 kilometers away. Perhaps it was the metallic tang of blood emanating from Chen Nan's feeding that had attracted the great white shark. Chapter 64. The Dancing Great White Shark? As the formidable great white shark approached, the dolphins surrounding the kayak sensed the ominous presence. With a flurry of splashes, the dolphins swiftly scattered, their calls becoming frantic and urgent. Initially, they congregated, leaping towards the left side of the dock, but soon retreated, only to dart towards the right side. Yet it proved futile. The surface of the sea resonated with their echolocation as the dolphins communicated and navigated their perilous environment. However, they found themselves trapped, for the menacing silhouette loomed ever closer in the shallow waters. Chen Nan watched anxiously as the dolphins fled, feeling utterly powerless. Humanity is indeed minuscule in the face of nature's might. Ultimately, with no escape route left, the dolphins hastily returned to the dock, scrambling behind the kayak where Chen Nan stood. Yet, this mere small vessel was insufficient to withstand the assault of the great white shark. What should we do, Ningguo? Is there still a chance to use hypnosis? Li Hang, aboard the kayak, gazed at the approaching great white shark, striving to maintain his composure. However, the imposing and fierce figure of the shark made it exceedingly difficult for him to remain calm, for it was not only his safety at stake, but also that of their dolphin companions. Even the nearby otter, Beibei, had abandoned the small fish in its grasp, clutching Chen Nan's thigh in trembling fear. The great white shark closed in on the kayak, and the two men could hear the tumultuous sound of the crashing waves. The dolphins' communication grew increasingly frantic. Chen Nan forced himself to regain his composure, scanning the environment around them. All was empty, save for their isolated kayak adrift in the vast sea. His gaze quickly landed on a bucket of fish and shrimp. Yes, food. Without hesitation, Chen Nan seized several large fish from the bucket and tossed them into the water. With a great splash, the shark surged from the depths, its cavernous jaws wide open, devouring the fish whole. With a mighty splash, the massive body crashed back into the water, sending a cascade of droplets into the air. Observing this, Li Hang wasted no time, grabbing a large fish and hurling into the sea as well. These were frozen fish caught by fishermen, and since they were deceased upon retrieval, they were quite affordable. The shark, being a scavenger by nature, found no distinction between frozen and fresh fish. One fish after another was tossed into the water, each swallowed by the great white shark. Thus, the mission to feed the dolphins transformed into an impromptu feeding frenzy for the great white shark. This scene, witnessed by viewers in the live stream, elicited both urgency and astonishment. Is Chen Nan planning to use food to divert the great white shark's attention? What does the great white shark come for? Isn't it just for a meal? Perhaps by satiating the great white shark, both Chen Nan and the dolphins would be safe. The live broadcast room erupted once more into fervent discussions among viewers. In truth, Chen Nan shared this sentiment. While dolphins indeed fall prey to great white sharks, typically a satiated shark refrains from aggressive pursuits and would not expend energy hunting such agile swimmers. With a splash, fish and shrimp cascaded onto the water surface, all inevitably consumed by the voracious shark, illustrating the terrifying speed of its reactions. Before long, the shark seemed to grasp a profound truth in this marine expanse. It would be showered with a bounty of delicacies. Consequently, the great white shark grew indolent, propelling only its head from the depths, mouth agape, awaiting the feast to descend into its cavernous maw. On the kayak, Chen Nan and Li Hang observed with twitching lips, yet were rendered powerless. It was indeed exasperating. The duo could only obediently toss the fish and shrimp into the shark's gaping jaws. In the blink of an eye, the provisions intended for the dolphins had all been devoured by the shark, which, like an abyssal maw, continued to consume without respite. Having ingested nearly an entire bucket of fish and shrimp, Chen Nan once again reached into the bucket, only to find it devoid of contents. Alarmed, he turned to the surface of the water. The great white shark, still seemingly unsatisfied, poked its head above the waves, and upon sensing the absence of food, it reluctantly smacked its lips, the sound of its teeth clashing echoing ominously. Gazing at that enormous mouth and its razor-sharp teeth, Chen Nan couldn't help but glance sideways at Li Hang, who stiffened slightly, retreating half a step, eyes wide with caution as he regarded Chen Nan. What? What are you planning? Chen Nan rolled his eyes, replying, You should be aware that such thoughts are perilous, bordering on criminality. In response to Li Hang's outcry, Chen Nan could not suppress another eye roll. What are you thinking? For the great white shark, you are mere junk food. It wouldn't even bat an eye at you. I was merely checking if there were any ice cubes left in your bucket. Ah, is that so? Li Hang exhaled in relief, hastily placing a hand over his chest. That's good, that's good. I knew Chen Nan isn't that kind of person. Chen Nan shot him another exasperated glance, only to find that the ice cubes in the bucket had also vanished. With a resigned sigh, Chen Nan turned his gaze towards the sea otter. Squeak, squeak. Under Chen Nan's scrutiny, the sea otter widened its small eyes, displaying an expression of shock. Then it released its grip and clung tightly to Chen Nan's leg, trembling. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The otter's demeanor resembled a plaintive accusation. Is it a distortion of humanity or a decline of morality? I'm not edible either. Chen Nan sighed in resignation. Well, even a meager fish in Beibei's pouch would hardly suffice to satisfy the great white shark. With no other options, he looked at the shark and shook the empty plastic bucket in an attempt to communicate. There is no food left here. Clack, clack, clack. The great white shark opened and closed its mouth, smacking its lips as if in anticipation. Chen Nan pointed towards the dock on the shore, saying, I need to make a quick trip to the land. There's food there. Please wait for me a moment, all right? I'll fetch some provisions. The shark, in response, snapped its jaws and continued to display its cavernous mouth, awaiting its meal. Sighing in resignation, Chen Nan remarked, it's futile to play music for fish. He turned to Li Hang and explained, I must go to the shore to retrieve some food, lest the great white shark suspect our intentions and think we are fleeing. You stay on the kayak. I shall return shortly. With that, Chen Nan grasped the plastic bucket and leaped into the water. The distance to the shore was short, and he would return swiftly. Behind him, Li Hang's voice echoed softly. Nangu, you aren't really planning to take the bucket and run, are you? You will come back, won't you? Upon reaching the wooden cabin, Chen Nan gathered a considerable amount of fresh fish. However, his refrigerator had limited capacity, containing only small fish, shrimp, and ice cubes. After filling the plastic bucket to the brim, he hurried back to the kayak. Upon glancing at the surface of the water, he saw the great white shark with its gaping maw still wide open. This creature was remarkably lazy, maintaining the same position for such a long time. As if sensing Chen Nan's return, the shark eagerly snapped its jaws. Chen Nan did not hesitate. He promptly tossed the fish into the ravenous mouth. After supplying some food, he also added a few ice cubes. To his surprise, the great white shark began to roll in the water after consuming the ice. Its massive body swayed gracefully, as though dancing. Occasionally, cheerful sounds emitted from its mouth. Sharks belong to the class of cartilaginous fish, although they do not require fresh water as acutely as dolphins or belugas. Like all living beings, they still have some need for it. Sharks possess organs capable of secreting fresh water. However, this process places a burden on those organs, making it more efficient to consume ice cubes directly for hydration. This, indeed, was the reason for the great white shark's current exuberance. Chapter 65, The Arrival of the Rescue Center. Did I hear incorrectly? The great white shark can actually produce sounds. Do-do-do, haha, that sound is so adorable. This is a great white shark. How has it suddenly appeared so adorably cute? With such a fierce exterior, yet such a delightful sound. Perhaps this is what they call the charm of contrast. As the great white shark continuously emitted a series of do sounds from its mouth on the screen, the audience in the live stream was filled with astonishment. Li Hang, whose phone was still connected to the live stream, noticed the viewer's confusion and glanced at Chen Nan, who was still feeding the shark beside him. He spoke up. Brother Nan is unable to explain, so allow me to clarify for everyone. Of course, great white sharks can make sounds. However, unlike whales, their vocalizations are not particularly powerful. Instead, they produce sounds through the vibrations of their muscles and the bubbles within their bodies. These sounds are typically used for communication and coordinating their hunting efforts. In fact, some sharks are known to communicate across species, collaborating with dolphins and other creatures during hunts. However, as solitary creatures, great white sharks rarely engage with other species, which is why humans have never truly captured the sounds of a great white shark. It's a pity we didn't bring a recording device. Otherwise, this sound would have offered immense value for research. Hearing the great white shark sound for the first time filled Li Hang with excitement. Though their fields of study differed, the pursuit of scientific knowledge united them all in their efforts to advance understanding of the world and protect the planet. Li Hang's knowledge was on par with Chen Nan's. Thus, he provided a thorough explanation in response to the audience's doubts. However, the viewers in the live stream were not convinced. Hey, it seems like Li Hang is trying to steal the spotlight. This kid is attempting to take over. Brother Nan, you should put him in his place. Isn't there a great white shark right next to him? I reckon tossing Li Hang into the sea to feed the shark would be a splendid idea. Yes, and it would give our shark a delightful meal. Great white shark, thank you, dear viewers, for your generous gifts. Seeing Li Hang's face visibly pale, the audience became even more amused. Brother Nan, Li Hang says he wants to brush the great white shark's teeth. What? This kid also claims he conduct a gastrointestinal examination on the great white shark? One individual shivered, hugging themselves in fear. Chen Nan, noticing this, couldn't help but ask Li Hang, are you cold? And Nan, Brother Nan, your fans in a live stream are simply monstrous. The abyss is empty and demons are in your live stream. Chen Nan looked at the screen in astonishment, finding the situation both laughable and exasperating. The viewers were merely teasing Li Hang, knowing he was timid, but they never expected he would genuinely be frightened. Chen Nan shook his head in resignation. This kid truly had little courage. taking advantage of the great white shark being well-fed and happily bubbling in the water. Chen Nan promptly directed the 6 dolphins behind him to leave from the other side. Squeak, squeak. The adorable dolphin raised its long snout, affectionately nudging Chen Nan's palm before swiftly departing the dock with its companions. Gazing at the few fleeting figures gradually fading from view, Chen Nan let out a sigh of relief and then, along with the sea otter Bei, boarded the small kayak to return. Upon arriving at the wooden cabin, Chen Nan cast his gaze towards the sea. The great white shark lingered in the distance, its dorsal fin occasionally breaking the surface, instilling a sense of trepidation. A wave of concern washed over Chen Nan. The great white shark, a solitary creature of the deep, would remain in this area as long as it could find sustenance. Given that this was a coastal region of an island, its presence could undoubtedly pose a threat to local fishermen, who might soon hesitate to venture out to sea. Yet, Chen Nan felt powerless to alter the situation or to drive away the formidable predator. Gigi, hearing Chen Nan's sigh, Bei tilted its head in confusion, its small, round eyes glistening. Clutching a half-eaten fish, it had been munching away without pause, the sound echoing softly. Noticing Chen Nan's gaze, Bei retrieved another fish from its pocket and eagerly offered it to him. Gigi, you eat it, I'm not hungry. Chen Nan replied earnestly, then lifted Bei and placed it into a plastic bucket, the two of them alongside Li Heng, making their way back home with the bucket in tow. For the time being, you must stay safe at home. This area of the sea is unsafe. We wouldn't want you to drift off and be swallowed whole by a shark. After settling Bei at home, it wasn't too long before Li Heng received a phone call, bursting with excitement as he rushed to find Chen Nan. Nangu, the Research Institute has learned of a wild island brown bear in need of rescue, and it has garnered significant attention. They've canceled other engagements and are on their way. Chen Nan paused, a look of surprise blooming on his face. That's wonderful. Do they have an estimated time of arrival? By tonight, at the latest. Good. The news that the rescue team would arrive that very evening filled Chen Nan with exhilaration. The gunshot wound to the brown bear mother had long been a thorn in his heart. The longer it took to provide care, the more suffering she endured and the greater the peril for her cubs. Finally, the opportunity for rescue was at hand, and it was impossible for Chen Nan to contain his excitement. Fortunately, a glance at the monitoring device reassured him that the brown bear family was currently safe, with no signs of wolves or other predators since last night. Aside from the brown bear mother venturing out once in the night, there had been no disturbances. Now, all that remained was to await the arrival of the rescue team, and he hoped for no unforeseen complications. With confirmation from the rescue center, Chen Nan and Li Heng chose to remain in the yard that afternoon, eagerly awaiting news. They intermittently checked on the Black Panther's condition and played with the sea otter Bei, making the time feel fulfilling. With the bullet extracted and the Black Panther's wound beginning to heal, Chen Nan decided to release it from its cage. Otherwise, its incessant howling would surely deafen him. However, the panther's movements were limited to the yard. As the hours passed, dusk approached, and at last, they received word of the team's arrival. Chen Nan and Li Heng had been waiting at the dock, their anticipation palpable. To avoid disturbing the personnel at the rescue center, Chen Nan thoughtfully closed the live broadcast in advance. As the ship docked, a group of individuals clad in white work attire swiftly disembarked. A young man stepped forward to introduce each member. This is our chief veterinarian, Professor Wong. This is the veterinary assistant. This is the laboratory technician. This is the imaging technician. And this is the anesthetist. What a surprise. It was none other than the renowned Professor Wong, an esteemed elder in the field. Li Heng stood beside Chen Nan, bubbling with excitement and whispering in delight. Chen Nan, equally astonished by the impressive array of professionals, marveled at the fact that such a substantial team had assembled to treat a single brown bear, with each member being an expert in their respective domains. Once the introductions were complete, Chen Nan and Li Heng hurriedly approached to express their greetings. Esteemed seniors, your journey must have been quite arduous. Chapter 66, Professional Rescue. The brown bear mother in peril, there's no need for formality. After all, we are here to serve the people, remarked a kindly middle-aged man. exuding warmth without a trace of arrogance. Come now, why all the pleasantries? The elder, referred to as Professor Wong, who appeared to be in his 50s with slightly graying hair, impatiently waved his hand. He stepped forward, his excitement palpable as he addressed Chen Nan, young brother. I have heard that you discovered the brown bear. Where is it now? Please, lead us there immediately. This is the first island-dwelling brown bear found in Donghai, and it may very well be the only one. If it were to perish, it would be a profound loss for the land and the natural world. Individuals like Professor Wong, who have devoted the better part of their lives to scientific research, embody an unparalleled dedication and passion for their work. Witnessing the professor's urgency, coupled with his age and the fatigue from travel, Chen Nan felt compelled to speak. Professor Wong, the brown bear is currently safe. You and the others have journeyed a long way. Perhaps we should rest for a moment at my humble abode before proceeding? Indeed, esteemed seniors, you have traveled quite a distance. It will be wise to rest first, Li Heng quickly concurred. Oh, there's no need for that, Professor Wong shook his head, dismissing the suggestion. We came all this way out of concern for the bear's safety. We cannot rest easy until we have seen it. Another middle-aged man chimed in with a smile. Young brothers, there's no need for formality. If Professor Wong insists on going, it means he is still fit enough for the journey. With the conversation reaching this point, Chen Nan felt it inappropriate to continue with pleasantries. The prospect of reaching the brown bear mother for rescue filled him with joy. Very well, the brown bear is located behind my house. I shall lead you there at once. With that, Chen Nan and Li Heng took up the equipment, guiding the group toward the back mountain. The party traveled in silence, illuminated by the warm glow of the setting sun, until they reached the vicinity of the brown bear mother's den. Being a professional team, Professor Wong and the others understood the necessity of not disturbing the bear unnecessarily. They found a secure spot, carefully concealed within the foliage and equipped with binoculars. They began to observe the brown bear mother from a distance. A young member of the team enthusiastically offered binoculars to Chen Nan and Li Heng as well. With the professional team present, Li Heng visibly gained confidence. He not only dared to observe the movements of the brown bear mother openly, but also engaged in hushed conversation with Chen Nan, brimming with excitement. Brother Nan, the brown bear mother is resting at home. Oh look, those 3 little brown bears are play fighting. Wow, the smallest one must be bear 3. It's so fierce. Even the older brothers can't overpower it. The brown bear mother has such a large belly. Her breathing seems labored. Amidst the chatter, Chen Nan could not help but roll his eyes. All right, let us not disturb the work of our esteemed seniors. Oh right, just then, a middle-aged man's voice emerged from the thicket nearby. Brown bear, female, currently nursing, approximately 5 meters in length, weighing around 300 kilograms. There is a noticeable wound with blood on the right hind leg, likely a gunshot wound from a hunting rifle. Professor Wong nodded thoughtfully and instructed, prepare 5 milliliters of the composite anesthetic. Moments later, the anesthesiologist reported, Professor, the anesthetic has been prepared. The anesthesiologist readied the tranquilizer gun for deployment. Meanwhile, Chen Nan and Li Heng observed from a distance, astonished by the team's operations. Although they had a modest understanding of zoology, they were utterly uninformed when it came to professional animal rescue. They watched as the anesthesiologist, holding the tranquilizer gun, gently pulled the trigger. In the next instant, the anesthetic was accurately injected into the body of the mother brown bear. A faint whimper echoed within the cave as the massive form of the bear shuddered, her sleepy eyes fluttering open, scanning her surroundings as if sensing a minor discomfort, akin to being bitten by a large mosquito. How silly the mother bear is, Li Heng chuckled, earning a disapproving glare from Chen Nan. The effects of the wild animal anesthetic typically do not manifest instantaneously. Rather, they require a brief period to take hold. However, this duration was not lengthy. Before long, the mother bear appeared slightly disoriented and soon collapsed onto the ground, motionless. Report. The target has been successfully anesthetized, came the announcement. Professor Wong exhaled in relief and gestured for the team to advance. Chen Nan watched from the side. Secretly impressed, truly commendable, the National Professional Rescue Team managed to carry out their task with such finesse and without disturbing anything. Of course, you must consider the caliber of the individuals involved, Li Hang replied, playfully nudging Chen Nan's shoulder. Come on, let us hurry and join the main group. Those cubs will soon need your reassurance. Chen Nan raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid of the mother bear? With the experts here, I wouldn't fear even a Siberian tiger, Li Hang declared, his hands clasped behind his head, exuding a sense of self-satisfaction. Chen Nan shook his head in exasperation and quickly followed suit. This was Chen Nan's first venture into the mother bear's cave. To his surprise, it was more spacious than he had anticipated, clean and cool, though the air was permeated with a pungent, metallic odor of blood. 3 bear cubs huddled around their mother, their curious yet frightened eyes peering at the humans. The mother bear's wounds showed no signs of infection, and her body was free from fractures. Having assessed her condition, the team prepared all necessary tools to commence treatment and proceed with surgery. However, as they approached the mother bear, the cubs suddenly reacted, baring their teeth and growling fiercely at the intruders. Aru! Their roars startled the mother bear, eliciting a slight response as her eyelids lifted weakly, and she let out a feeble growl at the approaching individuals. Anesthesiologist, administer an additional 0.2 milliliters of anesthetic to the mother bear. As for these cubs, leave them to me. I will ensure they do not disturb the professionals, Chen Nan quickly offered, stepping forward to gather the 3 cubs into a corner of the cave, soothingly murmuring, "Do not be afraid. Those gentlemen are here to help your mother." As he spoke, Chen Nan's gaze was drawn to a pair of half-open eyes fixed intently upon him. Chen Nan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and nodded. As the anesthesia began to dissipate, the mother brown bear finally fell into a peaceful slumber. Professor Wang's technique was both meticulous and swift. Before long, he successfully extracted the bullet from the mother bear's body. It was a slug from a double-barreled shotgun. Damn those poachers! Someone muttered a curse under their breath. Yet the operation continued undeterred. The cave was enveloped in silence. Even the bears remained still, nestled in Chen Nan's embrace, their worried eyes fixed on their mother. Anesthesia, sterilization, incision, tissue separation, bullet extraction, suturing, and applying medicine. Professor Wang remained silent throughout, diligently tending to the wound with great care. Only upon the conclusion of the surgery did he wipe the sweat from his brow and instruct his assistant to fetch an item, gently tapping it against the mother bear's ear. Chapter 67. The departure of the team, gentle mother brown bear. Seemingly aware of Chen Nan's concerns, Professor Wang took the initiative to explain, "This is a miniature monitoring device that allows us to ascertain the real-time location of the brown bears, thus preventing poaching. Additionally, it monitors the vital signs of the brown bears, enabling us to take action at a moment's notice should any issues arise." Chen Nan was taken aback, then expressed his admiration. "You truly have a thoughtful approach, Professor." Professor Wang waved his hand dismissively. "This is our duty. We are responsible for every injured animal. Moreover, this brown bear from Donghai Sholi Island is a remarkable mother nurturing 3 cubs. This discovery is particularly precious to us." A spark of wonder illuminated Professor Wang's eyes as he spoke of these creatures, momentarily eclipsing the fatigue etched upon his brow. Undoubtedly, he was a scholar worthy of respect. During their conversation, Chen Nan couldn't help but develop a profound respect for him. The nights on tropical islands tend to arrive later. As the final hues of twilight faded from the horizon, the sky transformed into a deep, tranquil blue, serene and peaceful. After tending to the injuries of the mother brown bear, the team did not linger, promptly gathering their equipment to depart from the mountains. "Be good, my bear friends. I shall return tomorrow," Chen Nan reassured the 3 little cubs before glancing at the still anesthetized mother bear and rising to leave. He harbored no worries for their safety, as the mother bear would soon awaken. "Hurry up, Chen Nan, Professor Wang and the others are leaving," Li Hang urged, frequently glancing apprehensively at the surrounding thickets. "What is the matter? Are you frightened now that the team has departed? Stop talking. The forest becomes unsafe once darkness falls." Unbeknownst to Chen Nan, after he left, a pair of eyes within the cave slowly opened. Those deep black pupils observed Chen Nan's retreating figure, revealing a hint of confusion and a barely perceptible tenderness. Once the group descended the mountain, Chen Nan eagerly extended an invitation. Professor Wang, everyone has worked hard. It's mealtime. Why not stay for dinner? Fearing a refusal from Professor Wang, he quickly added, everyone is tired from the journey. It wouldn't be too late to eat before departing. Observing the fatigue on the faces of the team, Professor Wang pondered for a moment before shaking his head with a smile. You must be Chen Nan. I remember you. If I have the opportunity to return here, I shall certainly join you for a meal. However, we must attend to other locations for treatment. Our schedule is too tight, so we shall have to pass this time. Professor Wang kindly patted Chen Nan's shoulder before leading the team onto the boat to depart. As they watched the boat sail away, Chen Nan and Li Hang returned to the courtyard. Having resolved the matter concerning the mother bear, Chen Nan felt a weight lift from his heart, allowing him to sleep soundly. The next day, at the break of dawn, as the first light crept into the sky, Chen Nan sprang up from his bed with a sit-up. Stretching languidly, Chen Nan stepped into the courtyard. The sun had yet to rise, and the entire village lay shrouded in a delicate mist, serene and dreamlike. Li Hang had been sent to another room to sleep last night, and at this hour, there was no sign of him. He was likely still entrenched in a dreamland battle against serpent demons. Even the trio of black panthers were nestled in the courtyard, dozing off, occasionally emitting soft sounds of slumber. In one corner of the courtyard's pond, the otter, Bei, sprawled out in a carefree slumber. Chen Nan, possessing no penchant for disturbing the peaceful dreams of others at such an early hour, gently closed the courtyard gate after gathering a plethora of nutritious food prepared the night before and set off towards the back mountain. A bear recovering from illness often requires ample nourishment to restore its strength. The mother bear was injured and unable to hunt, but that mattered not, for Chen Nan was adept at hunting. As he journeyed, he activated a live stream, and soon over 1,000 viewers flocked in. At this hour, most people were still asleep, and those who entered the live stream were predominantly night owls who had not yet succumbed to slumber. Oh, little Nan is up so early today, heading to school with a big backpack. It seems he's on his way to the back mountain. Could he be visiting the mother bear? Chen Nan briefly recounted the events of the previous evening. The mother bear was currently frail and in need of nourishment. It appears little Nan is off to visit family this early. A slight smile graced Chen Nan's lips. He had no qualms about the term family. The mother bear resided in the back mountain behind his courtyard, after all, making her his relative. However, this relative did possess a rather fiery temperament. The morning forest was exceptionally fresh, invigorating with each breath. Dewdrops sparkled like jewels on the leaves and branches, soon dampening Chen Nan's trousers. Progressing slowly through the moist woods, he soon caught sight of the dark cave in the distance. A grin spread across his face as he tightened his bulging backpack and quickened his pace. However, as he approached the cave, Chen Nan suddenly halted, perhaps sensing his presence. 4 heads emerged from the dark entrance of the cave. The 3 lower heads were small, making the upper round head appear disproportionately large. 4 pairs of dark eyes scrutinized him, ultimately locking onto Chen Nan in the forefront. Chen Nan paused, feeling a peculiar weakness in his legs under the gaze of the mother bear. Should he simply toss the food from beneath the tree? That seemed plausible. It was how he had done it before. Yet, Chen Nan noticed a marked change in the mother bear's demeanor. She did not roar at him from a distance, nor exude hostility. Her dark eyes seemed to harbor a hint of anticipation. Excitement surged within Chen Nan. He was convinced he had not misread the situation. The mother bear was indeed looking forward to his arrival. At last, his efforts had quelled the once volatile mother bear. His heart was a tumultuous battlefield, and the viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. Am I hallucinating due to staying up late? Why is the mother bear so gentle today? Is it possible that the mother bear is simply hungry, enticed by the food that Xiao Nan brought? I think that's it. Xiao Nan, stop showing off. The mother bear's amiable demeanor has turned you into a bashful creature. Mother bear, a mere human. I'll play with you as one would with a dog. In response to the audience's skepticism, Chen Nan remained unfazed and chuckled. It doesn't matter. At least the mother bear won't be shouting at me anymore, right? Boo-hoo. Upon seeing Chen Nan, the bear cubs in the cave scampered over, affectionately licking his hand. Soon, The mischievous little paws began to rummage through the backpack behind him. "You clever little ones. You know there are treats hidden in the bag, don't you?" Chen Nan smiled, then crouched down to retrieve the backpack, pulling out 3 baby bottles and some jerky. The remaining fresh meat, fish, and the specially purchased honey were reserved for the mother bear. Chapter 68. Achieving greatness. Chen Nan turned his head to see the mother bear unconsciously taking a few steps forward. Her eyes filled with longing as they fixated on his backpack. With a smile, Chen Nan tossed a piece of fresh meat her way. The mother bear let out a soft whimper, swiftly snatching up the meat and indulging in it with great delight. Just as Chen Nan was about to throw a few salmon from his bag, the mischievous bear 3 climbed over, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the yellow liquid nestled in the corner of the backpack. Whimpering, he made a move to grab the jar of honey. "Finish your milk first, then you can have the honey," Chen Nan said, reluctantly pushing Bear 3 aside. He had deliberately hidden that jar of honey at the very bottom of the bag, sealing it tightly, yet Bear 3 had managed to sniff it out. It was no wonder they said bears had a better sense of smell than dogs. As Chen Nan pondered this, he was suddenly jolted by the heavy, labored breathing and the unmistakable scent of a large predator right behind him. Instantly, a chill ran down his spine, and he stiffly turned around. There, less than half a meter away, was the round head of the mother bear. Her gaze was fixed intently on the backpack in front of Chen Nan, her breath washing over him, reeking of raw meat. What the? Chen Nan's eyes widened in shock. He hastily scrambled back a meter, finally feeling his heart resume its normal rhythm. The audience in the live stream shared in his shock, as the drone's camera pivoted to reveal the enormous bear head looming into view. "What the? That startled me awake this early in the morning. When did Mama Bear learn to move so stealthily? She walked without a sound. This is utterly unexpected. Great, now I've wet myself." Chen Nan's chest heaved as he tried to regain composure, swallowing hard. Meanwhile, the mother bear looked innocently confused, her dark eyes glancing at Chen Nan before reaching into his backpack. In no time, she pulled out the jar of yellow liquid. Apparently, the mother bear had been attracted by the scent of honey and was attempting to pilfer it. Chen Nan felt a wave of embarrassment. It seemed that every bear had an extraordinary sense of smell. He dared not make any sudden movements, maintaining a cautious distance of 1 to 2 meters from the mother bear. She examined the honey jar, then plopped down beside the backpack, licking the jar in her paws. It lacked flavor. The mother bear's round ears perked up, and she curiously scrutinized the jar. Seeing this, Chen Nan cautiously spoke up. "Ahem, perhaps I could." However, before he could finish, the mother bear began fiddling with the honey jar, and to everyone's astonishment, she managed to twist off the lid with her massive paw. A bear. Open a jar. The onlookers felt their minds reel in disbelief. I must be hallucinating from staying up too late. I can't believe I'm witnessing a bear opening a jar of honey this early in the morning. Come on, Chen Nan, just admit it. Is there a foot-picking giant hiding inside that bear skin? This reminds me of the peculiar dream I had last night, where my dog was driving me to work. Observing the mother brown bear skillfully twist open the jar lid and indulge in honey left Chen Nan chuckling in disbelief. It had previously been noted that bears possess remarkable mimicking abilities, particularly in imitating humans. I had opened honey in its presence once before, and to my astonishment, this great creature had learned from it. Chen Nan mused, secretly impressed by the mother bear's cleverness. The air was suffused with the sweet aroma of honey as the mother brown bear cradled the jar, burying her face within it and occasionally emitting a blissful sigh. This sight agitated several of her cubs, who clamored around her, their eyes yearning for the jar from which honey had nearly vanished. The plaintive cries of her young finally stirred the mother bear's scant maternal instincts. After a moment of hesitation, she picked up the cap that had been cast aside and, emulating Chen Nan's earlier actions, poured some honey into it for her cubs to lick. However, the mother bear was rather clumsy, spilling too much in the process, much to her chagrin. Watching her lick a generous portion from the cap before offering it to her little ones, the onlookers were astounded. Goodness, the mother brown bear even knows to pour honey into the cap. How clever. My baby hasn't learned to do that yet. I'm impressed. But what does the mother bear's hesitation signify? A touch of maternal love, albeit limited. The entire sequence of the mother bear's actions left the audience in stunned silence. And Chen Nan found it amusing. Observing the bear's indulgence, he felt a mischievous urge rising within him. Gazing at the chubby, round head and the plump ears that bobbed with each bite, he contemplated reaching out. Why not give it a try? With a sly grin, he cautiously approached. To his delight, the mother bear showed no signs of alarm. As he drew near, she continued to relish her honey, seemingly acquiescing to his presence. Elated, Chen Nan extended his hands, gently stroking the coarse fur on the mother bear's back. The bear's body quivered slightly under his touch, but quickly relaxed, offering no resistance. Observing her reaction, Chen Nan couldn't suppress his joy, repeatedly caressing her with tenderness. Though the texture of the mother bear's fur was not particularly pleasant, being rather coarse and rough compared to the softness of the cubs, Chen Nan found himself utterly captivated. Especially feeling the warmth and firmness beneath his palms, it was akin to a real-life teddy bear. With a blissful smile, he pressed closer against the mother bear. The audience in the live stream could hardly believe their eyes. Was this truly the Chen Nan they knew? He appeared utterly obsessed. Just as he was completely leaning against the mother bear, she finally turned her head towards him, having allowed his affectionate touches all this while. Gazing into those captivating eyes, Chen Nan stood transfixed. Yet, the mother brown bear merely cast a casual glance his way before disregarding him entirely. Chen Nan exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling utterly at ease. Perhaps the mother bear had already accepted him as one of her own. What a delightful notion. With a chuckle, Chen Nan eagerly retrieved a grooming brush from his bag and began to massage and groom the mother bear's fur in the manner he had learned from caring for giant pandas. Isn't that the very brush used for grooming pandas? He mused. Well, pandas are bears, and so are brown bears. They're all bears. He couldn't shake the feeling that little Nan had been scheming for quite some time. After all, how else could he so readily produce a grooming brush? In truth, Chen Nan had indeed plotted for quite a while. As he skillfully massaged and groomed the mother bear's fur, he felt as though he had returned to his days as a keeper. He genuinely enjoyed grooming them. Under his attentive ministrations, the mother bear gradually relaxed, eventually lying on her back to reveal her ample belly, a gesture that spoke volumes. Here too, by exposing her vulnerable belly, the mother bear signified her complete trust in Chen Nan. Elated, he approached eagerly, ready to massage the fur on her abdomen. Before long, the mother bear began to emit soft sounds, eventually succumbing to slumber. Goodness, she fell asleep just like that? Is it truly that comfortable? Wouldn't you feel at ease when a skilled beautician treats you to a full-body spa? After tending to the mother bear and her family, Chen Nan descended the mountain. He had ascended early in the morning, and breakfast had yet to grace his lips. However, upon reaching the entrance, the commotion of flapping wings and barking dogs echoed from a yard. Chapter 69. Li Hang, do not be perverse. Nango, where are you? Help me. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Woof, woof. My egg. Stop it, you must stop. Nango, save me. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Squeak, squeak, squeak. From afar, a cloud of dust rose in the yard, with chickens flying and dogs jumping about. Among the cacophony, Li Hang's wails were the loudest. Goodness, did a thief break into Xiaonan's home? What a commotion. I can hear it. Li Hang, the Black Panther trio, and even the voice of that worship bird. That little rascal. How can he not be considered a thief? Though the worship bird rarely returned, many spectators were left with a lasting impression of Chen Nan, a friend of striking individuality. The little rascal had returned. Chen Nan's face lit up with joy, but he soon furrowed his brows. Why was there such a ruckus upon the rascal's return? Chen Nan hurriedly quickened his pace and pushed open the yard gate. There, he beheld the worship bird, feathers ruffled, flapping its wings as it pecked at the retreating Li Hang, who was crying out in despair. Li Hang, with a mournful expression, alternated between clutching his rear and his groin, stumbling about the yard in a most pitiful manner. The source of the commotion, of course, was the Black Panther trio, who delighted in the chaos. The three dogs grinned widely, eyes gleaming with excitement as they observed the chase, occasionally joining in with enthusiastic howls. Yet, their trembling howls seemed to convey, "Little girl, entertain me." Even the otter, Bei Bei, by the water pool, had wide eyes and clasped its small hands. wearing a look of eager anticipation. Perhaps something struck Beibei's funny bone as it squeaked and splashed playfully in the water, thrilled by the spectacle. Chen Nan couldn't help but facepalm. So, it turned out, this was merely a quarrel, accompanied by an audience of onlookers. Indeed, the enjoyment of a spectacle knows no bounds. From the skies above to the waters below, and across the land, as long as there is commotion, all creatures are drawn to take a look. Some overly enthusiastic ones, not content with merely watching, even felt compelled to intervene. "Ah, Nannan, you have finally returned. You are my savior." As Chen Nan entered the yard, the fleeing Li Hang seemed to see the light, rolling and scrambling straight towards him. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The warship bird, with fiery eyes, seized the opportunity to peck at Li Hang's rear and then fluttered to perch upon the yard wall. With a disdainful glance at Li Hang, it turned its head away, still looking quite indignant. "Ouch, my backside." Li Hang lay on the ground, gritting his teeth, unwilling to rise as he rubbed his rear. Chen Nan quickly helped him to his feet, casting a glance at the irate warship bird perched on the wall, and inquired helplessly, "What on earth did you do to provoke it? Why is the little rascal so furious with you upon its return?" Li Hang trembled as he rose from the ground, rubbing his sore backside. Upon hearing Chen Nan's inquiry, a wave of embarrassment washed over his face. "Well, this morning I heard some cooing outside, so I came out to take a look. To my surprise, it was the magnificent frigate bird returning. I was just so excited. And then what did you do?" Chen Nan squinted, his eyes glinting with danger. Noticing the unusual expression on Chen Nan's face, Li Hang quickly waved his hands in protest. No, Brother Nan. You've misunderstood. I merely took a few photographs, and seeing that the frigate bird seemed quite friendly, I got curious and wanted to investigate whether it was male or female. I didn't expect to provoke it." As he spoke, Li Hang's gaze stealthily darted towards the frigate bird perched on the courtyard wall. It was only when the bird shot him a fierce glance that he returned to his senses. Chen Nan looked incredulous. "Is that all?" Yes. I really did nothing else." Chen Nan nodded, then burst into laughter. "You, my friend, are truly courting disaster. You're not even acquainted with the creature, and you decide to scrutinize its private parts. Wouldn't it peck at you? It's akin to you, having just met a girl for a few minutes, impatiently attempting to remove her trousers. Oh, wait, that's not right. It's a male, given that the frigate bird is male, which seems even more inappropriate." Chen Nan shuddered at the thought, while the audience in the live stream shared his sentiment. "Brother Nan, I was simply too excited." Li Hang lamented, his face contorted in distress. "What should I do now? The frigate bird is ignoring me." Chen Nan shrugged, conveying his inability to assist. "You brought this upon yourself. You'll have to be cautious and find a way to appease it. Come on, let us go prepare some sashimi." Chen Nan called out to the frigate bird. Instantly, its indignant eyes brightened, and it spread its magnificent wings, soaring over to him, affectionately nudging his palm. The two of them, along with the three dogs, made their way toward the kitchen. This scene was a poignant one for Li Hang, who couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness as he witnessed the intimacy between Chen Nan and the bird, contrasting sharply with his own predicament. Suddenly, he felt a pair of eyes upon him. Turning his head, he caught sight of the otter, Bei, with its sparkling eyes, eagerly watching the unfolding drama. In an attempt to remain unnoticed, Bei stealthily slipped into the water. Having busied himself with the morning chores on the mountain, Chen Nan was indeed famished. However, he had responsibilities, needing to feed the sheep and the mouths at home. After preparing food for the mischievous pup, Bei, and the Black Panther, Master Chen finally sat down to enjoy a well-deserved breakfast. As the warm food settled in his stomach, Chen Nan let out a satisfied sigh. Yet, glancing at Li Hang beside him, he felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. "Why aren't you eating breakfast? You're just staring at that mischievous pup while it eats." Li Hang held his bowl, untouched, his eyes fixated on the frigate bird perched at a distance, his gaze unwavering. It was as though he were an unwelcome voyeur, causing the frigate bird to become increasingly uncomfortable. Under the intense gaze of those fiery eyes, the booby, with its inky black eyes, fixated on the small fish and shrimp in the bowl, caught in a dilemma of whether to eat or abstain. It contemplated turning away to consume its meal, yet felt an unsettling apprehension about presenting its rear to that peculiar human. Thus, it opted to clutch the bowl and retreat to a safer distance. However, the allure of the fish and shrimp in the bowl seemed to have lost its appeal. Even the trio of panther-like swordsmen could perceive its predicament amidst their indulgence. They occasionally lifted their heads, tails wagging in excitement, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Chen Nan could no longer restrain himself and gave Li Hang a gentle kick, casting him a disapproving glance. Only then did Li Hang regain his focus, offering an awkward smile. "Nan, brother Nan, haha, your booby is truly magnificent. I notice it has a fondness for sardines. Perhaps after we finish our meal, we could venture into town to procure some sardines. Or if it has other preferences, I could acquire a variety." Chapter 70. The great white shark lingers reluctantly originally. Li Hang had the opportunity to approach the military bird for a close observation. However, due to his reckless offense earlier that day, the military bird now regarded him with trepidation. Thus, Li Hang had no choice but to cautiously appease and humbly serve it. Chen Nan pondered for a moment and remarked, "A trip to the town might be in order. Bei and the little rascal have returned, and a meager food supply at home is hardly sufficient for everyone." Li Hang gazed longingly at the military bird, forcing a foolish grin as he said, "Since you have a name, I shall follow Brother Nan's lead and call you Little Rascal. Little Rascal, have you had your fill? I still have a fish in my bowl." Seeing Li Hang's obsequious demeanor, Chen Nan couldn't help but roll his eyes, conjuring images of the sycophants surrounding the colonel in those wartime dramas. Bang, bang, bang. Just as everyone was enjoying breakfast, a hurried knock echoed from the courtyard gate. "Xiao Nan, are you home?" It was Uncle Mo's voice. "I'm here." Chen Nan quickly made his way to the yard, where he found Shui, Uncle Mo, and two other uncles and aunts, all appearing quite troubled. "What is the matter, Uncle Mo?" "Brother Nan, do you remember the great white shark we encountered while diving yesterday? It has claimed the shallow waters near your home and is swimming there without leaving." "I suis interjected. In Windmill Village, each household possesses its own stretch of shallow waters, akin to the land distribution of old. Chen Nan's family area is located by the stone house at the water's edge. However, since they do not raise fish, it has been converted by Chen Nan's father into a makeshift dock for rehabilitating injured animals. This morning, the villagers saw the shark's fin floating ominously in your shallow waters, which startled them greatly. Now, no one dares to venture out to sea, fearing the shark might follow them." Uncle Mo's face was marked with concern. Living off the land and sea, the villagers of Windmill Village rely on fishing for their livelihood. With a shark prowling nearby, it is only natural for them to be filled with dread, especially in the presence of such a majestic creature, one that cannot be fought or chased away. As the village head, Uncle Mo was particularly anxious about the situation. Chen Nan furrowed his brow and said, "I will go take a look. Li Hang, you stay here with the little rascal and the Black Panther." After giving a few instructions, Chen Nan, Shui, and Uncle Mo hurried out the door. Upon arriving at the shallow waters, they indeed spotted the majestic, dark fin of the great white shark gliding through the sea. A crowd of villagers had gathered along the shore, whispering and pointing at the shark, their faces etched with worry and fear. Chen Nan noticed that the great white shark was continuously circling around the area of his family's dock, perhaps deterred by the crowd on the shore. The shark remained at a distance, swimming in the deeper waters. Observing its figure, Chen Nan felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. He had previously contemplated this issue. If the great white shark found ample sustenance in these waters, it would not easily depart. Yet, faced with such a formidable predator of the deep, Chen Nan found himself at a loss for solutions. The personnel from a maritime administration have arrived. A voice of surprise rang out from the crowd, and everyone turned to see 4 or 5 individuals clad in work uniforms approaching. The middle-aged man at the forefront, holding binoculars, exclaimed, "Goodness gracious! That appears to be a great white shark." Uncle Mo promptly stepped forward to inquire, "Director Li, is there any way to deal with this shark? It has been lingering in the vicinity, making it impossible for the villagers to go out to sea." The middle-aged man shook his head, expressing his helplessness. "Perhaps an ordinary shark could be handled, but this is a great white shark, a nationally protected species. We cannot interfere. What should we do then?" Unkle Montag Zeit. And the villagers wore expressions of anxiety. Chen Nan appeared contemplative. Reluctantly, he had previously fed the great white shark, resulting in its unintended stay in these waters. In truth, he bore some responsibility for the situation. Faced with a protected species, we are left with no options, perhaps. We can only devise a means to lure it away. The middle-aged man hesitated, and as soon as he finished speaking, silence enveloped the group. Setting aside how to lure it, the notorious reputation of the great white shark alone instilled trepidation in everyone's hearts. Amidst the silence, Chen Nan's voice broke through. "I will go. I will lure the great white shark away. You reckless boy, are you courting death? That shark bites." Uncle Mo exclaimed, his eyes wide in admonition. Chen Nan smiled wryly. "Uncle Mo, I can handle it. I have dealt with this great white shark before, and I have a way to lure it away. However, I will need to borrow your fishing boat." Uncle Mo opened his mouth, still in disbelief. It was then that Shui stepped forward, saying, "Brother Nan, I will accompany you. I'll take the helm." Chen Nan nodded with a smile, and before anyone could react, the two had already departed from the shore. Chen Nan first visited the stone house to prepare 2 buckets of fish and shrimp along with ice, and then he and Shui boarded the fishing boat. With Shui at the helm and Chen Nan standing at the bow. With a clatter, the engine roared to life, and the fishing boat gradually drifted away from the coast. "Shui, head towards the great white shark," Chen Nan said, squinting his eyes as he gazed into the distance at a faint shadow. Shui nodded, steering the boat closer to the great white shark. As Chen Nan stood at the bow, the only sounds accompanying him were the whistling wind and the rumble of the engine. Sensing the commotion, the aimlessly wandering great white shark suddenly surged towards the fishing boat. With a splash, its massive gray-white form leapt from the water, casting a colossal shadow over Chen Nan that obscured all light. With a thud, its body plunged back into the depths, sending up a torrent of water that even propelled the fishing boat several meters. Ugh! Ugh! Chen Nan, standing at the bow, was drenched by the spray. "You little rascal! I bring you food, and you treat me to a soaking?" he grumbled, watching the great white shark circling the fishing boat. Splash! Drumming sounds filled the air. The great white shark swayed in the water, its dark, piercing eyes fixed upon Chen Nan, emitting a series of distinct sounds from its mouth. It appeared to recognize him. Chen Nan lifted the plastic bucket in his hand. Upon noticing this, the shark immediately thrust its head from the depths, opening its enormous maw in eager anticipation. Chen Nan tossed in 2 fish, but refrained from offering more. He called out to Shui. Shui, set the throttle to maximum and head into the deep sea. The farther the better. Shui nodded, and the fishing boat swiftly navigated towards the endless expanse of the ocean, leaving the bewildered shark with its mouth agape behind. Chen Nan waved the morsels of food in his hand, laughing. "Come here, you big glutton!" Splashing sounds echoed as he glanced back at the retreating figure. Suddenly, the great white shark plunged beneath the surface, surfacing with half a fin visible, fiercely pursuing the fishing boat. "Hurry, increase the power. The shark is gaining on us," Chen Nan urged as he rushed to Shui's side. Shui responded with a wry smile. "Brother Nan, can't you see I'm shaking with effort just to keep this boat steady?" Chapter 71. The resurrected, overbearing shark, President falls for me. The crowd on the shore gazed anxiously at the sea, where a fishing boat sped toward the open ocean, closely pursued by a ferocious great white shark. This scene appeared to the onlookers as a desperate escape from the jaws of death, stirring a wave of concern among them. If this adult great white shark truly turned aggressive, the small fishing vessel might not withstand its attack, should they plunge into the depths. Any attempt at rescue would be futile. Uncle Mo clenched his fists, his expression one of urgent distress. These reckless kids, aboard the fishing boat. Chen Nan and Shui stood in the control room, feeling the weight of tension as they observed the massive shadow trailing behind them. They had ventured into the deep sea, surrounded by an endless expanse of water that seemed to stretch into infinity. The sea here exhibited a profound and mysterious blue, leaving the fishing boat adrift and isolated, instilling a sense of vulnerability. Even more terrifying was the great white shark that shadowed them. The viewers in the live stream felt their hearts race at the sight. How exhilarating. It's like something out of a movie, The thrill of escaping a man-eating shark in the deep. In this moment, I feel like the protagonist, truly immersed in the experience. No, you're not the protagonist. At best, you're merely the first expendable character. Brother Nan, this great white shark is faster than our fishing boat. It feels as if we are the ones being chased. Ashue grimaced as he gripped the wheel. Indeed, Ashue was correct. The great white had long since matched their speed. Yet it suddenly slowed, maintaining a close distance, occasionally lunging forward, circling the vessel. At times, it would leap from the water, its dark eyes scanning, its mouth agape, seemingly teasing the two men. The sharp teeth clacked together, producing a disconcerting sound, reminiscent of a mischievous child at play. Chen Nan surveyed their surroundings. They had entered another stretch of ocean. Ashue, slow down a bit. Oh, okay. As the fishing boat gradually decelerated, the rushing wind lessened, no longer biting against their faces. The great white shark circled the vessel, its dark eyes darting, occasionally glancing up at Chen Nan, as if puzzled why the bipedal creatures had ceased their playful antics. Chen Nan lifted a plastic bucket and knocked it, a smile gracing his lips. Time to eat. With a brightening of its eyes, the great white shark emerged from the water, its mouth wide open. Ah, it was eagerly awaiting its feeding, amused by the shark's apparent understanding. Chen Nan couldn't help but chuckle, but this time, he chose not to indulge it. He first tossed some ice cubes into the shark's mouth. Then he threw 2 buckets of fresh fish far into the sea. You can feed yourself. I'm not playing with you anymore. Chen Nan clapped his hands, hastily calling for Ashue to steer the fishing boat away. Observing that the food did not obediently fall into the mouth of the great white shark, it expressed its displeasure by snapping its jaws and, with a flick of its tail, darted towards the food that lay in the opposite direction of the fishing vessel. Witnessing this, Chen Nan exclaimed with excitement, Ashue, quickly! While the great white shark hasn't followed us, shake it off. The howling wind swept through once more, and as he gazed at the diminishing silhouette of the great white shark, Chen Nan discreetly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a mix of gratitude and joy. Brother Nan, will the great white shark come after us again? Ashue shouted over the roar of the wind, as the noise on the fishing boat made it nearly impossible to hear without raising one's voice. Those 2 buckets of fish are more than enough for the great white shark. This species tends to lounge on the ocean floor or sleep once satiated. It shouldn't pursue us further, Chen Nan replied with a smile. However, scarcely had his words left his lips when he spotted a rapidly approaching figure on the surface of the sea. Chen Nan froze in place, his mouth twitching in disbelief. Oh no, it's coming back, Ashue cried, immediately flooring the accelerator. Yet, the speed of the fishing boat could not possibly match that of the ocean predator, the great white shark. Within mere moments, the distant shadow grew larger. With a tremendous splash, the great white shark leapt from the depths of the ocean, positioning itself directly in front of the fishing boat and sending waves crashing high into the air. Both Chen Nan and Ashue gasped in unison, drenched by the surging spray. Even the live-streaming camera was splattered with water, though fortunately, the equipment was waterproof. In the face of this sudden deluge, the viewers in the live stream found themselves inexplicably thrilled. Wow, this is refreshing. I feel like I've just plunged into the crystal-clear ocean. Ha ha. Looks like Brother Nan has caught the attention of the great white shark. Stay tuned for the grand series, Rebirth of the Dominant Great White Shark CEO Falling in Love with Me. Wiping the droplets from his face, Chen Nan gazed ahead in astonishment. The fishing boat had come to an abrupt halt due to the obstruction posed by the great white shark, which now pressed against the vessel, its deep black eyes revealing a hint of emotion as they fixated on Chen Nan. Was it angry? Even those watching the live stream could discern the displeasure reflected in those eyes. Oh dear, the great white shark CEO is upset. This could lead to serious consequences. It will take an enormous feast of fish and shrimp to placate it. Ha! No, it might just need a loving pat for Brother Nan. Chen Nan couldn't help but facepalm. He hadn't anticipated that the great white shark would catch up so swiftly. Had it devoured both buckets of fish in just 2 or 3 bites? Or perhaps it hadn't eaten at all. Regardless, under the intense gaze of those dark eyes, Chen Nan felt a twinge of guilt. He lifted the empty plastic bucket, gave it a pat, and sheepishly chuckled, "Big brother, there's no food left." To his surprise, The great white shark opened its massive jaws and smacked its lips, eagerly awaiting a meal. Could it have mistaken this for a call to feast? With no immediate response from Chen Nan, the impatient great white shark repeated the gesture, expressing its discontent. Chen Nan felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He had come to a realization. The great white shark, what a source of sustenance it has become. With just a couple of bites and a display of its formidable teeth, the bipedal creatures before it willingly offer nourishment. Chen Nan, feeling a sense of resignation, turned to Ashui behind him and inquired, "Ashui, is there still fish in the freezer of the fishing boat?" "Yes, there is. And ice too. I'll fetch some," Ashui replied. His curiosity piqued as he peeked at the shark's gaping maw, instantly startled. Upon hearing Chen Nan's call, he quickly responded, grabbing an empty bucket to retrieve the food from the freezer. Perhaps fearing that the great white shark might not be satiated and might consider them as its next meal. Ashui filled the bucket to the brim with fish and shrimp, enough to spill over. This display did not go unnoticed by the viewers in the live stream, who nodded in silent approval. "This fellow is quite earnest. Brother Nan, is this enough? If not, I can get more enough. This is the third bucket already. Even a pig wouldn't consume this much." Chen Nan waved his hand dismissively and proceeded to the bow of the boat with the fish. Observing the shark's wide-open mouth, which seemed unable to close without food, Chen Nan resignedly grasped the fish and began to feed it. Crunch, crunch. As Chen Nan watched the creature devour a couple of bites only to open its mouth wide again, he couldn't shake the illusion that he was feeding an infant. A well-behaved little one at that, dutifully enjoying its meal. Chapter 72. The collision of Orcus and great white sharks' 8-barrel of fish flesh was soon emptied. Only then did the great white shark, satisfied, smack its lips and sway its body, lingering near the fishing boat. Occasionally, it emitted a series of joyful sounds, seemingly in high spirits. "Brother Nan, shall we head back now?" Chen Nan inquired, gazing at the jubilant figure in the water. "For safety's sake, let us take a detour into the deep sea to see if we can lure it away," he replied. "Oh, certainly." Ashui proceeded to the stern and started the engine, steering the fishing boat towards another expanse of ocean. As the boat departed, the aimlessly wandering great white shark indeed followed suit. "Goodness, it's coming again," Ashui exclaimed, losing his composure. "Brother Nan, why is this great white shark still trailing us even after feasting?" Chen Nan sighed helplessly. "What else could it be? It perceives me as a long-term meal ticket. After all, hunting for itself is exhausting. By following me, it merely needs to open its mouth to find sustenance. Worst case, if it gets extremely hungry, it might even consider us as snacks." This great white shark had certainly plumped itself up through sheer ability. Chen Nan let out a deep sigh. Ashui's expression turned comical. I suddenly recalled that wolf that begs for food from humans. The internet-famous wolf from the land of Kekexili? Ha! That one, too, managed to transform itself from a skeletal figure into a rotund creature. The audience erupted in laughter. As Chen Nan and Ashui navigated the fishing boat through the deep sea, the great white shark seemed to have attached itself to them. Wherever Chen Nan went, it followed, determined to cling to them. Along the way, it even splashed water at them, seemingly concerned they might overheat, which thoroughly exhausted the two. After a prolonged period of this, Chen Nan found himself utterly at a loss and had no choice but to beckon Ashui to steer the boat back. "Brother Nan, what about the villagers if the great white shark follows us back?" Ashui questioned. "I currently have no solution. Let us return and discuss it further," Chen Nan sighed. Amidst the tedious return journey, a melodious call suddenly resonated from the distant sea, followed by several figures leaping from the water. However, they were too far away to discern what they were. Ashui exclaimed, "Brother Nan, what is that over there?" Chen Nan stood up, squinting his eyes, feeling that the sound was somewhat familiar. The viewers in the live stream also noticed the commotion. It seems to be several large creatures. Could they be dolphin calves? The sound doesn't seem to match. The melodious calls grew closer, seemingly approaching the fishing boat. Even Ashui couldn't resist moving to the bow to take a look. Suddenly, the tranquil sea erupted into waves as 4 or 5 black and white figures, each measuring 7 to 8 meters long, leaped out of the water. With a splash, Three jets of water shot up several meters high, forming vibrant rainbows under the dazzling sunlight. Wow, that familiar black and white pattern. It's an orca. Indeed, it's a pod of orcas. The live stream erupted into excitement. Chen Nan's eyes widened in astonishment. The pod of orcas surged from the distant sea, charging directly towards the fishing boat. Their objective seemingly focused on Chen Nan's position, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. The orca pod is charging in. Little Nan, retreat quickly. Orcas are formidable creatures of the ocean. While they typically do not initiate attacks on humans, certain circumstances can provoke aggression. Little Nan is in a precarious situation. Despite the audience's urgent calls, Chen Nan remained still, his hands cupped to his ears, listening intently. The cacophony of emotions revealed a hint of urgency, along with a sense of familiarity. It was the very family of orcas he had encountered upon arriving at the island. Chen Nan exclaimed in astonishment. He could not be mistaken, for he had once tended to barnacles on one of those orcas. The crowd was taken aback. What? Is that the orca Little Nan rode in the short video? Does this imply that this orca family is friendly? Goodness, have you forgotten that there's also a great white shark here? So, the orcas are heading towards the great white shark. By heavens, the war horn has sounded. It was only after reminders from online viewers that the audience grasped the situation. The live stream room erupted with excitement. Many viewers sharing the stream and beckoning friends and family to witness the unfolding drama. The presence of the orca pod also alerted the great white shark, whose dark eyes scanned the surface of the sea. Yet, rather than retreating in the face of its natural adversary, the great white shark surged forward, approaching Chen Nan's vessel, its tail thrashing and sending up a colossal spray of water. The entire boat was instantly enveloped in the deluge. Gasps erupted from the audience. What was the great white shark doing? That's its nemesis, the orca, or rather, a whole family of orcas. Isn't it afraid? How could it possibly fear? Do you truly believe the great white shark relies solely on its size to hunt? In the ocean, even a solitary shark can contend with a pod of whales without necessarily being at a disadvantage. Little Nan, run. The collision of these two species is no trifling matter. Chen Nan wiped the water from his face, utterly perplexed. Yet, he felt a surge of joy at the orca's arrival. He had no means to drive the great white shark away from these waters, but the orcas could. The presence of their natural enemy would compel the shark to vacate the area. As the orca pod swiftly approached, their 5 imposing black and white forms emerged into view. At that moment, the great white shark, having initially retreated, suddenly reversed course, charging towards the orca pod with alarming speed. With a splash, both colossal creatures leapt from the water, soaring at least 5 or 6 meters into the air, creating monstrous waves as they collided like cannonballs. Boom! At the center of the sea, a towering geyser erupted. Chen Nan's expression was one of sheer astonishment, as his vessel was thrust backwards several meters by the force of the waves. Yet the battle was far from over. After the two entities collided, they suddenly swam toward opposite expanses of the ocean, only to swiftly pivot and charge at each other once more, with even greater ferocity. In terms of size, the great white shark measures just over 5 meters, nearing 6, while the orca exceeds 6 meters, resembling a small car colliding with a freight truck. Yet surprisingly, the great white shark's relatively diminutive stature does not fall short by much. Nature has its reasons. After all, the orca is a marine mammal, whereas the great white shark belongs to the class of cartilaginous fishes. Thus, in the water, its explosive power and filtration capability are significantly inferior. With a resounding splash, the colossal creatures collided repeatedly, each impact more intense than the last. In contrast to the orca's robust teeth, the great white shark's unique serrated edges are akin to sharp daggers, capable of leaving scratches on their adversaries with the slightest contact. Though not fatal, such wounds would certainly invoke pain. Clearly, in a one-on-one confrontation, the great white shark exhibits greater strength and agility compared to an adult orca. However, one must not overlook that orcas are inherently social creatures. In the vast ocean, whenever a great white encounters a pod of orcas, it typically resorts to a hasty retreat. Yet, it remains a mystery whether this particular great white had suffered a blow to the head or was simply audacious, as it did not flee but instead charged forward valiantly. With a swift motion, the orca family encircled the great white, and in a moment of carelessness, one newly matured orca propelled the shark out of the water. Nonetheless, the shark's skin, with its excellent hydrophobic properties and thick layer of fat, rendered it resilient against such impacts, making it difficult for a cartilaginous creature to meet its demise. This fierce battle between the orca and the great white unfolded live for viewers, leaving the audience in a state of astonishment, speechless. Meanwhile, aside from the fans who were tagged into the stream, many others were drawn in by the breathtaking spectacle. In an instant, Chen Nan's live stream surged to an audience of over 500,000. Goodness, is that an orca? And a great white shark? Is this a movie or reality? Is this seriously a live broadcast? How intense is this? Princess Lanchi, I've been busy for a few days and missed the stream, and now it's turned into a marine battle. The scene was so overwhelming that many viewers found it hard to believe. Even Chen Nan and Ashui gaped in astonishment, their eyes widened in disbelief. Despite the high-definition clarity of a live stream, it could not compare to the visceral experience of being present at the scene. Nan, Brother Nan, I've never seen an orca and a great white shark fight before, Ashui stammered, his eyes glued to the screen. Foolish child, neither have I, Chen Nan sighed. But as he observed the great white being relentlessly overwhelmed yet showing no sign of retreat, a frown creased his brow. Chapter 73. The feast at sea. What could possibly compel the great white shark to linger? It is acutely aware that it stands no chance against the formidable pod of orcas. The clash upon the surface of the water remains fervently intense. Yet, the solitary great white, no matter how ferocious, cannot withstand the collective might of the orca group, destined only to be overwhelmed. During a recent collision, the great white clearly struggled, being violently hurled away by an adult orca measuring 7 meters in length. With a resounding impact, the great white's form traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily into the sea, sending up a towering spray of water. Amidst the splashes, Chen Nan caught sight of those deep, dark eyes fixed intently upon him, seemingly infused with an urgent emotion. With a series of low groans, the great white's massive body gradually sank beneath the waves. Confronted by those eyes, a tremor coursed through Chen Nan, and an astonishing thought flickered in his mind. Yet it felt utterly implausible. Suddenly, from within the orca pod, a smaller orca surged forth, charging directly towards Chen Nan's vessel. The smaller orca circled the fishing boat, its tail flukes thrashing. From the subtle nuances of its vocalizations, Chen Nan discerned a hint of urgency once more. Stunned, Chen Nan's mind began to connect the dots. But at that moment, the great white shark, having submerged, abruptly lunged towards the fishing boat. More precisely, it aimed for the smaller orca alongside the vessel. In a sudden, unforeseen encounter, the smaller orca was violently struck and sent flying by the great white. However, the great white was not faring well either, as the remaining orcas swiftly converged upon it, encircling it completely. The small fishing boat rocked violently as a colossal splash sent it drifting several meters away. Chen Nan and Ashui lost their footing and tumbled to the deck. Leaning against the boat's railing, Chen Nan's complexion paled slightly. While others might perceive this as merely a hostile encounter, he could hear the faint emotions woven into their sounds. Both the orcas and the great white were filled with anxiety, seemingly urging him to flee. The great white perceived the orcas as intruders, while the orcas believed the great white intended to harm them, prompting their protective charge. Their struggle was merely an instinct to safeguard themselves. Chen Nan transitioned from incredulity to astonishment. He found it unfathomable that such colossal beings of the ocean could possess such sensitivity, yet, more than that, he felt a profound sense of shame for his own base thoughts. Regardless of how the great white regarded him, at this moment, it genuinely considered him a significant figure. Otherwise, how could it possibly resist fleeing from a fierce swarm of orcas? He had just been fantasizing about the orca family driving away the great white. And now he felt a bitter mockery of his own despicable thoughts. Chen Nan suddenly sprang to his feet, leaning over the railing to gaze at the tumultuous sea. With a tremendous crash, the orcas and the great white collided once more, neither party willing to yield. It seemed that this was no longer a one-sided act of protection. Faced with the imminent threat of death, the orcas and great white sharks were already blinded by rage, fiercely determined to engage in a showdown. The ocean's surface had, unbeknownst to anyone, been stained red by the ferocious battles of these colossal beasts, a palpable scent of blood pervading the waters. Yet, perhaps the scene was too savage. Within a radius of several hundred meters, not a single fish or shrimp dared to approach. Nan, we must leave at once. If these creatures collide with us, our small fishing boat will be utterly defenseless. Why are you still dawdling, Nan? Hurry up. If we don't flee now, it will truly be too late. Is Nan stunned by fear? Let alone Nan. Even watching a live stream makes my scalp tingle. If such a massive creature were to collide with us, it would feel akin to being struck by a small car. Chen Nan did not glance at the live stream. He faced Shui and shook his head, resolute in his decision not to abandon the situation. After all, this turmoil had arisen due to his actions, and he could not simply turn a blind eye. At that moment, the orcas and great white sharks displayed a fierce intensity in their eyes, fully embodying the ferocity of the ocean's apex predators. The collisions grew increasingly violent, yet the solitary great white shark was clearly at a disadvantage. While a single orca might not overpower a great white shark, a pod of orcas could effortlessly regard the shark as prey. Chen Nan's mind raced, urgently seeking a means of escape. Suddenly, piercing sounds, familiar yet sharp, reached his ears. He paused, raising his gaze to the ocean's surface. In the distance, a pod of dolphins was rapidly approaching his location. The dolphins emitted sounds an astounding frequency of 150,000 Hz. This high-pitched ultrasound could travel through both air and water, reaching distances of over a kilometer in the latter medium. Even from afar, Chen Nan could discern the urgency in their calls. Initially drawn by the commotion, upon recognizing Chen Nan's peril, the dolphins rushed towards him without hesitation. The figures of the dolphins leaping in the distance were quickly captured by the live stream audience. Are those dolphins? Yes, it's Jiao Jiao and Yao Yao. Even the dolphins have come. Great white sharks, orcas, dolphins. My goodness, what a grand spectacle on the high seas. My scalp is tingling as he observed the distant silhouettes leaping toward him. Chen Nan felt a surge of anxiety. The dolphins, in the presence of orcas and great white sharks, were akin to infants facing a towering giant like Yao Ming. Their size was utterly incomparable. The arrival of the dolphins would not only fail to aid Chen Nan, but could also place them in grave danger. Stay back. It's too perilous. Chen Nan waved his hands frantically, shouting loudly. But with such distance between them, how could the dolphins hear his cries? 6 dolphins surged forward, leaping straight towards the fishing boat. In a moment of desperation, Chen Nan hastily raised the conch shell around his neck and blew into it. The sound echoed far and wide, but it was no longer the gentle 3 long and 2 short notes. It had transformed into a slightly urgent pattern of 1 long and 2 short notes. At the sound of the conch, the dolphins indeed halted their advance. The silhouettes of dolphins congregated, engaging in a fervent exchange that reverberated through the water. In the next moment, the dolphins abruptly split into 2 groups, veering away from the central battleground. Meanwhile, the oceanic conflict had escalated to a fever pitch. Continuous collisions had left both the great white shark and the orca marred with wounds. Notably, the great white bore several gashes along its back and belly, with blood seeping into the sea, gradually dissipating. The scent of blood instantly ignited the ferocity within both the orca and the great white shark. Both parties, with eyes clouded in crimson rage and expressions of savagery, relentlessly charged at each other. It seemed that the great white was on the brink of collapse. Chen Nan, perched anxiously on the railing, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. He understood that this was a misunderstanding, yet he found himself powerless to intervene. At that moment, Chen Nan resembled a solitary leaf adrift in an endless ocean, helplessly swaying with the tide, unable to muster any resistance against the tempest. Perhaps a mere whisper of wind could ensnare him in a whirlpool. Squeaking, the dolphins that had set off from either side executed a wide arc and ultimately arrived behind the fishing vessel. Observing the 6 dolphins gathered at the bow. Calling out with concern, Chen Nan stepped forward to reassure them. I am fine, I am fine. Suddenly, Chen Nan paused, as if struck by a profound realization. Perhaps the mother blue whale could put an end to all of this. As the largest creature in the ocean, the adult blue whale has virtually no natural enemies. If only the blue whale would arrive, it could halt this farce. However, blue whales typically dwell in the depths of the ocean and traverse the globe's seas. Even for Chen Nan, the instances he could summon a blue whale were exceedingly rare. No time to ponder. Without further hesitation, Chen Nan clenched his teeth and called out to the dolphins. Jiao jiao yao yao. Could you help me find the mother blue whale and summon her here? As he spoke, he animatedly gestured with his hands. Chapter 74. Whales from the depths of the ocean. Chen Nan was uncertain whether the dolphins could comprehend him, yet he found himself with no alternative. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The dolphins tilted their heads, utterly baffled by Chen Nan's intentions. Whether it was his voice or gestures, it was all too intricate for them to grasp. It is vast, one you have encountered before. Each time it appears, it brings numerous fish which you have consumed. Chen Nan's anxiety intensified as he illustrated his thoughts. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, one of the dolphins with bright eyes seemed to grasp Chen Nan's meaning and turned, splashing away alone. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Splash. The remaining 5 dolphins observed and subsequently dove into the depths. Brother Nan, what do you intend to do at this juncture? If you do not depart, I might just have to tie you up. Ashue approached, his face etched with tension and profound concern. Chen Nan stared blankly at the water surface. I do not know, but I have no other options left. Truly, there is no other way. Just as he finished speaking, a tremendous roar erupted from behind, causing the boat to sway several meters with a massive wave. Chen Nan's heart raced as he swiftly turned around. He beheld a great white shark being violently hurled into the air by an orca, blood cascading down from above. Thud! The great white shark crashed heavily into the water, slowly sinking, momentarily devoid of motion. The great white shark could not endure any longer. Chen Nan's face turned pale, and in a surge of urgency, he attempted to leap over the railing and plunge into the sea. Perhaps by positioning himself before the great white shark, the orcas would cease their assault. Brother Nan, are you out of your mind? Ashue quickly restrained him, exclaiming, This is sheer madness. Why would you jump into the water in this situation? As he spoke, Ashue grasped Chen Nan while reaching for the rope on the boat, seemingly intent on binding the frenzied Chen Nan. Chen Nan protested urgently. Ashue, it is difficult for me to explain, but that great white shark is certainly trying to protect me, bravely battling the orca pod. I do not know if you can understand, but I cannot simply abandon the great white shark here. It will die. It truly will die. Some astute viewers in the live stream quickly understood Chen Nan's words. In truth, at this stage, many could discern the general situation from the behavior of the orcas and the great white shark. Yet, they might find it hard to believe that animals could possess such intelligence. In nature, survival of the fittest is their mission, which we cannot impede. Brother Nan, do not linger here. Quickly steer the boat back to shore. Perhaps if Brother Nan departs, the orcas and the great white shark will cease their struggle. Chen Nan shook his head. The orca pod perceives the great white shark as a threat. They will not relent until they have thoroughly defeated it and feasted upon it. Only I can intervene. I cannot leave. Ashue is fast-flushed, his hands tightly gripping Chen Nan's waist, angrily rebuking, Get a grip. If you go down there, my father will kill me. I will never find peace in my heart. Upon hearing Ashue's words, Chen Nan felt a slight release in his struggles, yet he exhaled deeply. He could only hope that the dolphins would assist him in locating the blue whale mother. Just then, the departing pod of dolphins suddenly returned, their sounds filled with exuberance. Chen Nan's heart quivered, and his pupils widened in astonishment. Could it be? Nanga, why has the sea suddenly started to tremble? Ashue exclaimed. In the distant center of the ocean, ripples began to emerge, spreading outward, causing the water to quiver. Suddenly, amidst the collective astonishment of the onlookers, A deep and ancient call resonated from the profound depths of the sea. The sound was ethereal and melodious, hauntingly resonant and prolonged, imbued with an endless sorrow, akin to a lamentation, possessing an extraordinary penetrative power, as if a sharp cone had pierced the innermost sanctum of their hearts. Whale song. It's truly whale song. I'm in awe. This sound is beyond description, both shocking and filled with melancholy. The urge to weep. In an instant, Chen Nan's eyes brimmed with tears as he gazed excitedly toward the distant sea, far across the vast, boundless expanse of the azure ocean. More than several miles away, a colossal shadow, resembling a being capable of obscuring the sun, silently glided toward the surface of the water. The enormity of its form was astonishing, cleaving a wide path through the sea, with torrents of water surging tumultuously around it. With a rumble, the sea began to swell slightly, and the next moment, the vast, smooth back of the gargantuan creature surged forth from the water, resembling a mysterious and massive island. In a breath, a towering column of water erupted, transforming into a magnificent rainbow under the sunlight. As the colossal being slowly submerged, an immense deep blue tail broke through the surface, sending cascades of water in every direction. With a thunderous clap, the tail struck the ocean with the force of a mountain, splashing waves that soared dozens of meters high, creating a deafening roar akin to thunder. It was as if a colossal bomb had detonated in the sea, sending shockwaves that trembled the entire surface. It felt like a ferocious tsunami had suddenly struck, the immense force instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld it. The onlookers were left in a state of shock, gazing at the sight of the blue whale breaching the water, rendered speechless. The dual impact of sight and sound continuously stimulated their senses, washing over their minds. My scalp tingles. It strikes deep within the soul. The appearance of the blue whale indeed caused the great white shark and the orca to momentarily cease their battle, but this was merely a fleeting pause. The disadvantaged great white shark, breaking the silence first, resumed its fierce struggle. Both the great white shark and the orca are ferocious creatures, and when faced with the scent of blood, they inevitably lose a degree of rationality, especially in the throes of battle. Convincing them to halt is no simple task. Chen Nan hesitated not for a moment, breaking free from Ashue's grasp and plunging fiercely into the ocean. Nangu! Ashue on the fishing boat cried out in alarm, but Chen Nan paid him no heed, swimming determinately towards the battleground between the great white shark and the orca. Undoubtedly, the most bewildered of all was the blue whale, who suddenly intruded upon the fray. Its eyes, exceeding 30 centimeters in diameter and possessing extraordinary long-distance vision, effortlessly spotted Chen Nan swimming on the surface. Perhaps it did not comprehend the unfolding chaos, yet its body instinctively reacted. The immense tail fin struck the azure sea with the force of a colossal fan. Boom! The sound resonated like a meteor crashing, creating a towering curtain of water that even the villagers in Windmill Village, standing on the shore, could see clearly. It was a blue whale. As if a pot of orcus was not enough, an enormous blue whale had also appeared. The director of the Maritime Administration was visibly astonished, but quickly urged, "Village chief, you must call them back. Such small fishing boats are far too dangerous." Perhaps due to the distance, they had not seen that Chen Nan had already leaped into the sea. Otherwise, their composure would likely have faltered. Meanwhile, in the ocean, Chen Nan drew ever closer to the battleground between the great white shark and the orca, the briny and sanguine waters nearly causing his eyes to shut. Yet, he felt little fear. Instead, he surged against the tumultuous waves, determined to press forward. Before long, he reached the periphery of the chaotic scene, where massive creatures occasionally breached the surface or dove into the depths, entirely oblivious to Chen Nan's presence. At that moment, a smaller orca, having been flung aside by the great white shark, found itself perilously close to Chen Nan. The orca, already driven into a frenzy, instinctively regarded Chen Nan as an enemy, its powerful body resembling a taut bow, poised to unleash a formidable force. In the blink of an eye, it surged forth like a bolt from a crossbow, launching a lethal attack. Undoubtedly, facing a creature nearly 6 meters in length, Chen Nan's fragile physique would shatter upon impact. He was acutely aware of this peril and desperately sought to soothe the beast. However, the crashing waves made even uttering a sound a challenge. Yet this very struggle instilled in him a profound calmness. In an instant, he executed an evasive maneuver, having dealt with fish since childhood. He was not destined to be a mere victim at the ocean's bottom. Yet, neither Chen Nan nor the orca perceived the looming danger. Beneath them, a colossal and ominous shadow, akin to an island, ascended with unimaginable speed. The gravitational force it exerted stirred the surrounding waters, causing a subtle tremor throughout the sea for hundreds of meters. Chapter 75. The Blue Whale Mother to the Rescue. A deep, resonant sound, reminiscent of a dolphin, yet profoundly more robust, echoed from an unknown source. In the next moment, before the orca near Chen Nan could launch any offensive, it was suddenly hurled away by an unseen force erupting from the depths of the ocean. Splash! In the midst of the cascading water, Chen Nan watched in astonishment as the orca was sent flying, a flutter of unease gripping his heart. Yet the solid, gentle support beneath him instilled a sense of warmth within. It was the Blue Whale Mother. With a sigh of relief, Chen Nan felt the waters beneath him surge as the expansive, island-like back of the blue whale enveloped him. The very part that had propelled the orca away was none other than the whale's snout, which alone possessed a size comparable to that of an adult orca. The sudden turn of events left both the great white shark and the orca, who had been locked in a fierce struggle, utterly dumbfounded, halting their combat entirely. They turned to gaze at the colossal creature, their eyes betraying a mix of panic and a hint of fear. With a powerful call, the Blue Whale Mother arched her immense tail. The deep blue expanse of her tail rose high, stirring up torrents of water, embodying a terrifying force that seemed poised to obliterate everything in its path. Perhaps due to their long-standing relationship, Chen Nan could sense the fury embedded within her call. Having witnessed the orca's aggression towards him, the Blue Whale Mother now regarded both the orca and the great white shark as threats to her young. Her massive tail loomed, brimming with potential energy. In the heart of the fray, the orca and the great white shark gazed up at the ominous tail with trepidation. As marine creatures, they could more acutely perceive the wrath emanating from the blue whale than Chen Nan could. Faced with the overwhelming presence of the Leviathan, the scattered orca family quickly regrouped, their bodies swaying slightly in a blend of panic and urgency. Meanwhile, the great white shark's fierce, menacing gaze softened, turning clear as it regarded the shadow that obscured the sky, cautiously retreating with a flick of its tail. The world seemed to fall into a hushed silence, with only the sound of rushing water echoing from the immense tail above. Sensing the Blue Whale Mother's fury and her movements beneath him, Chen Nan hurriedly climbed forward, his hand gently caressing her smooth, warm head in a soothing gesture. "I'm fine, they are not enemies." Though humans and whales cannot communicate through words, Chen Nan had been nurtured by blue whale milk since childhood, their bond transcending the barriers of language. No matter what actions were taken by either party, they could feel each other's emotions deeply. The Blue Whale Mother emitted a melodious call, her ancient, wise eyes glimmering with tenderness as they met Chen Nan's gaze. With a resounding thud, the once menacing tail relaxed and descended, splashing water in all directions. Chen Nan sensed that both the orca and the great white shark were simultaneously exhaling in relief. Splash! After the gentle ripples of the water subsided, the sea once again returned to tranquility. The Blue Whale Mother, the family of orcas, the great white shark, the pod of dolphins, and a small fishing boat all floated serenely upon the surface. Scattered across the water were numerous belly-up fish and shrimp, their fate uncertain, perhaps rendered unconscious by some unseen force. Some still twitched and struggled, but soon their eyes rolled back and they succumbed. Having calmed the Blue Whale Mother, Chen Nan turned his gaze towards the sea. Countless pairs of eyes, large and small, were fixated upon him. He gently patted the Blue Whale Mother and spoke softly, "Pan Pan, wait for me a moment." With a splash, Chen Nan leapt once more into the ocean. He unceremoniously grasped several large fish and, cradling them in his arms, swam towards the great white shark. The shark regarded him with a hint of trepidation, glancing at the blue whale behind Chen Nan before circling around him. However, its once agile form now appeared heavy and weary, lacking its previous grace. Observing the once plump and smooth body of the great white shark, now marred with wounds, Chen Nan felt a surge of sorrow and guilt. Foolish child, how naive you are. I merely fed you a couple of meals. Was it necessary to risk your life for me? Does it hurt? He gently touched the shark's slightly rough and blood-streaked skin, his heart aching. Perhaps even he was unaware of the profound bond that had formed between him and the great white shark. The shark continued to circle around him, its dark eyes occasionally glancing about, innocent and indifferent, as if oblivious to its own pain. With tenderness in his eyes, Chen Nan raised the fish he had caught. Before he could utter a word, the shark's mouth gaped wide, eagerly awaiting its meal. Indeed, it seemed to be a voracious creature. Its joy in receiving food was palpable, and no wonder it would go to such lengths to defend its source of sustenance. This scene was captured by countless viewers in the live stream, stirring a wave of emotion among many. What a true glutton, willing to risk its life for the sake of its meals. So foolish, this child, sacrificing everything for food. Has it bumped its head? Unlike humans, all creatures in nature maintain a reverence for food, for they do not know when their next meal will come. Chen Nan chose not to engage in the discussions of the live stream. After observing the great white shark, he took a few more fish and approached the family of orcas. To the viewers, it appeared as though he was bringing gifts as a gesture of gratitude. Although it was all a misunderstanding, both the orcas and the great white shark had been injured for his sake, and he felt it was his duty to take responsibility. However, given the current circumstances, he could only offer some words of comfort, expressing his gratitude. As he arrived, he was immediately enveloped by the enthusiastic orca family. It was said that orcas viewed humans with the same affection one might have for a kitten. Moreover, this adorable kitten was their savior. Well, 5 orcas encircled Chen Nan, their eyes reflecting a profound concern and worry. Among them, one smaller orca displayed an even greater sense of remorse. The large fish that Chen Nan had brought were long forgotten, presumably discarded by the orcas. It seemed they were far more intrigued by Chen Nan himself than by food. As the 5 orcas affectionately nudged him with their bodies, Chen Nan chuckled, assuring them, "I am perfectly fine, and I thank you all for today." His palm gently caressed the heads of the orcas in a soothing manner, his gaze imbued with warmth. With a joyful chorus of splashes, the orcas erupted in exuberance, frolicking around Chen Nan before turning and disappearing into the depths of the ocean. Chapter 76, Pan. It has arrived. The orcas erupted with joyful leaps, frolicking around Chen Nan before turning to depart towards the depths of the ocean. In the distance, their melodious songs could still be heard. Meanwhile, the great white shark cast a lingering glance at the departing orcas before plunging into the depths, leaving the area. The crowd on the shore gasped in astonishment. Why did the orcas and the great white shark depart so suddenly? It seemed that the blue whale had driven them away. As the dust settled, everyone exhaled a long sigh of relief. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The dolphins, who had previously hidden behind the fishing boat, emerged in droves to gather around Chen Nan. The largest among them, Jiao Jiao, gently nudged Chen Nan upwards with her snout, guiding him to the side of the blue whale mother. "Little one, we owe you a great deal today." Chen Nan tenderly stroked the dolphins' heads. Indeed, it was thanks to the dolphins' assistance that the blue whale mother had appeared to save the day. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The dolphins grinned, joyfully shaking their heads before darting off towards the dazed fish and shrimp on the surface of the water. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. Earlier, they had been awestruck by the spectacle of marine life battling, but now, with the conflict resolved, the atmosphere in the live stream became lively once more. Goodness, the ultimate opportunists. I've never found the baby dolphins so mischievous before. This is what one calls surviving against all odds. With the orca family and the great white shark gone, the dazed fish and shrimp left on the surface became a bounty for the baby dolphins. Chen then approached the blue whale mother, resting his cheek against her skin, absorbing the energy that radiated from her, his eyes brimming with warmth. The skin of the blue whale was remarkably elastic, soft like a boiled egg and slippery like wet soap. Pan, thank you for coming to our rescue today. I never expected you would truly arrive. I have missed you so much. Moo moo. The blue whale mother's eyes shifted slightly, her voice imbued with deep emotion, radiating warmth and affection. In a moment of profound connection, Chen Nan opened his arms wide, embracing the broad, soft back of the whale, quietly experiencing the mutual longing and attachment they shared. Listening to the whale's song up close is ancient, ethereal, and possesses a wonderfully healing quality. I believe the bond between Chen Nan and the blue whale is even more heartwarming. It seems that Chen Nan has transformed in the presence of the blue whale mother. It's akin to a child reuniting with a long-lost mother. Observing the tender embrace between the young man and the whale, the crowd couldn't help but marvel. Despite their vast size difference, their closeness was a harmonious and moving sight. Rising from the embrace of the blue whale mother, Chen Nan caught sight of a comment and blinked, mischievously saying, "The blue whale is my mother. Didn't you all know?" Is the host actually a blue whale transformed into a human? Was it said that animals aren't allowed to attain enlightenment after the founding of the nation? Godmother, godmother. From a young age, Chen Nan had been nurtured on the milk of blue whales, with his godmother also serving as a maternal figure. The naivety of the new viewers entering the live stream elicited laughter from him. It seemed as though the earlier astonishing visuals had captivated a multitude of new spectators. The number of viewers in the live stream soared to over 1 million, setting a new record. Noticing a surge in new fans, Chen Nan felt inclined to provoke some playful banter and enliven the atmosphere. Rising from his position, he routinely began to examine the health of the blue whale. Considering the potential boredom of the over 1 million viewers, he decided to embark on an educational discourse. The blue whale, a member of the baleen whale family and genus, is the largest marine mammal ever recorded on Earth. An adult blue whale can reach lengths exceeding 30 meters and weigh between 150 to 180 tons. Remarkably, even a newborn blue whale measures around 7 meters in length and can gain over 100 kilograms in a single day. To put this into perspective, that is approximately the size of an adult orca. Aside from humans, no other creature in the ocean preys upon adult blue whales. Observing the whale's expansive back, reminiscent of a basketball court, viewers couldn't help but express their astonishment. Such grandeur cannot be contained within the screen. Goodness, a young blue whale can grow the equivalent of 2 of my size in a single day. Here's a humorous anecdote. A man, while diving, mistakenly believed he had swum to an island, only to find he was standing atop of blue whale's blowholes. And in the next moment, he was propelled 10 meters into the air by a jet of water. This brings to mind a song. It's like flying. Amused by the viewer's playful antics, Chen Nan chuckled quietly while continuing his educational commentary during the examination. Blue whales predominantly inhabit the convergence of warm and cold waters, subsisting on plankton, with krill being their primary diet. Pausing for a moment, he remarked with a hint of incredulity, "It is rather astonishing that the largest creature on the planet consumes some of the smallest organisms." This is due to the fact that, despite their immense size, blue whales possess surprisingly small throats, typically around 30 centimeters in diameter, rendering them unable to swallow anything larger. I've heard of a man who was accidentally ingested by a blue whale and thought he was doomed, only to be expelled because he was too large to consume. If their throat were proportionally larger, nothing could possibly restrain the blue whale. One must admit, nature is truly remarkable in establishing balances among living beings. The live stream was nearly engulfed by a torrent of comments, yet Chen Nan was entirely absorbed in his task of examining the whale's health. It is well known that blue whales are the largest marine mammals and dwell in the depths of the ocean. Aside from surfacing for air, their presence is rarely seen at the surface. Their swimming speed is not particularly swift, which renders them susceptible to parasitic infestations, particularly from the terrifying whale louse, often dubbed the killer of whales. The whale louse is a particularly troublesome species. They are unable to swim and thus rely on large marine creatures for transportation and dissemination. The skin of the blue whale is typically coated with oil, and if infested by whale lice, this protective layer can be compromised, leading to severe skin ailments. Consequently, each time Chen Nan encounters Pan, he meticulously conducts a thorough examination. Suddenly, after surfacing from the depths of the ocean, Chen Nan's eyes widen in astonishment, as if he has stumbled upon something extraordinary. This moment is captured live for all the viewers in the streaming room. Before the audience can inquire, Chen Nan plunges back into the sea with fervor. After a brief interval, he emerges, his eyes radiating sheer ecstasy, as though he has uncovered an immense treasure. This spectacle profoundly captivates the streaming audience. What has Xiao Nan discovered? Is it something wonderful? Xiao Nan's joy is unmistakable. He must have found something significant. Please share with us, so we may revel as well. Chen Nan, catching a glimpse of the control panel, notices the barrage of comments from viewers, and his delight becomes palpable, prompting him to break into a broad grin. Indeed, he has unearthed splendid news. During his recent dive to examine Pan Pan, he discovered that Pan Pan is expecting. Chapter 77. Is Chen Nan becoming a big brother? What's going on? Nonsense. What else could it be? Little Nan is about to become a big brother. The audience in the live stream was taken aback, their faces quickly lighting up with joy. The blue whale, due to its dwindling numbers, has been classified as an endangered species on the IUCN Red List and is a first-class protected animal in our country. The prospect of a new baby, especially with the added advantage of Chen Nan's godmother, Bull, made everyone brimming with excitement. Chen Nan nodded with a smile, unable to suppress the joy radiating from the corners of his mouth. Having spent many years with Pan Pan, he could easily detect even the slightest changes in the blue whale's body. Female blue whales typically give birth every 2 to 3 years, with a gestation period of about 12 months, and they usually deliver a single calf. During the recent examination of Pan Pan, he noticed some visible changes in her body, indicative of late-stage pregnancy. It wouldn't be long before we witnessed the arrival of the little blue whale calf. Wow, a 7-meter-long baby right from birth, how exciting. I seriously suspect the person above is being sarcastic. The thought of soon having a little brother or sister filled Chen Nan with immense joy. Being the only child at home, he had longed for siblings to accompany him throughout his childhood. With this in mind, he instinctively thought of finding food for the blue whale mother to nourish her for the arrival of the little one. However, he soon found himself scratching his head in embarrassment. The audience watched as Chen Nan alternated between uncontainable laughter and an awkward expression, piquing their curiosity. Little Nan seems to be overly excited. Could he be pondering whether the blue whale mother is carrying a brother or a sister? Chen Nan shook his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he confessed, I initially wanted to find some nutritional supplements for Pan Pan, but then I remembered. An adult blue whale consumes over 4 to 5 tons of food daily. Clearly, I cannot meet Pan Pan's dietary needs. This was rather awkward. Knowing that his mother was pregnant, yet being unable to assist in any way, he could only watch helplessly as she exhibited her enormous appetite. The audience was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Chen Nan scratched his head, ultimately patting the blue whale mother's back and assuring her it's all right. I will take good care of my little brother and sister in the future. The blue whale squinted her eyes slightly, her massive tail gently swaying behind her, and her calls were filled with joy and delight. Wait a minute, didn't little Nan say he was raised on whale milk? But a blue whale not in gestation won't have milk. So what about her calves? Upon reading this comment, Chen Nan's gleeful eyes suddenly dimmed. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, as I mentioned before, adult blue whales have no natural enemies in the ocean, except for humans. Although newborn blue whale calves are quite fragile and face numerous survival threats, they are protected by their mother. A mother whale is exceedingly attentive to her calf, often gently stroking it with her flippers or playing with it, and at times, she'll even lift the calf above the water with her head or carry on her back, until the young blue whale reaches approximately 7 months of age. It will remain with its mother before embarking on an independent life. Chen Nan paused momentarily, his tone tinged with melancholy as he remarked, in the early 20th century, the global population of blue whales was estimated to be around 300,000 to 400,000. However, due to extensive commercial whaling activities and marine environmental pollution, their numbers have plummeted dramatically. To date, the global population of blue whales is estimated to be between 10,000 and 25,000. Tragically, The calf of the blue whale mother was also captured during a commercial whaling expedition. At this point, Chen Nan's voice grew hoarse. At that time, the blue whale mother had sought refuge near Windmill Village, still in the nursing phase. Having lost her child, she concealed herself in the depths of the ocean, wailing in sorrow. Her father, following the sound, discovered her battered body, marked by the instruments of human hunting. Chen Nan fell silent, gently resting his hand upon the blue whale mother's back, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. As the listeners absorbed this poignant tale, they were collectively drawn into deep reflection. Some irate netizens vented their frustrations vociferously. Isn't this just the work of that neighboring cherry blossom nation, which even has a so-called whaling festival? Not only do they hunt whales, but they also capture dolphins and other marine creatures, driven by profit and a bloodthirsty craving for slaughter. For those with a strong constitution, I recommend watching the documentary The Cove. After viewing it, you will harbor a deep-seated hatred for them. I feel utterly helpless living on the same planet as the cherry blossom nation. Amidst the fervent discussions in the live stream, Chen Nan paid little heed. His hands rested on the blue whale mother's back, and he spoke softly, "Pan, this time I shall protect you and your child with utmost care." The blue whale seemed to comprehend, emitting a melodious call before expanding its blowhole, preparing for a deep dive. Go. Make sure to eat well. You must nourish yourself." Sensing Pan-Pan's hunger, Chen Nan affectionately patted her back. Soon, Pan released a cascade of tuna and squid from her mouth, a customary gift for Chen Nan. Perhaps the blue whale mother harbored the hope that Chen Nan would someday grow to her immense size. As the seawater gradually enveloped her body, watching the blue whale mother's silhouette vanish into the deep, Chen Nan turned and swam back to the fishing boat. There he beheld dolphins, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they gazed at the fish raining down from above, their mouths agape in delight. The fish and shrimp that had previously been stunned were scarcely consumed before a larger, fatter specimen arrived. It was akin to attending an all-you-can-eat crayfish buffet, only to have the restaurant surprise you with Australian lobsters and king crabs. This undoubtedly thrilled the dolphin calves. Oh, and to add to their joy, this buffet was entirely free, which made it even more blissful. Chen Nan hoisted a large fish aboard the boat. "Nanga, quickly dry off. You've been in the sea for quite a while." A shui, assisting Chen Nan onto the boat, immediately handed him a towel. Prolonged exposure to seawater can lead to various ailments, such as dehydration, hypothermia, skin damage, muscle cramps, joint pain, and even psychological issues. Chen Nan took the towel and wiped his face, unable to help but exclaim, "It truly is more comfortable to return to the ship." After many years of evolution, humanity has long since grown accustomed to life on land. "Shui, let us return. Uncle Mo and the others must be anxiously awaiting us." Chen Nan squinted at the surface of the sea, where orcas, great white sharks, and blue whales had successively departed, leaving only the joyful dolphins feasting. Even the sky was graced by flocks of seagulls, all partaking in the bounty of fish and shrimp floating on the water surface. "All right then," Shui replied, starting the engine, and the small fishing boat navigated away from the area. The sea returned to tranquility. Were it not for the countless stunned fish and shrimp drifting on the surface, who would ever suspect that a colossal battle among marine creatures had transpired here? Chapter 78. The Black Panther trio, will Brother Nan, the great white shark, and the orca ever return here? On their way back, Shui voiced a question that echoed the curiosity of everyone in the live stream. As for the orca, I cannot say, but I am certain that the great white shark will come, for its long-term benefactor, Brother Nan, is here. Sly smile. JPG, you are unaware, but when Brother Nan brought gifts to visit the orca and the great white shark, the expressions exchanged between them were laden with resentment. The great white shark lamented, "Those scoundrels ganged up on me, and you still brought them food, boo-hoo." The orca family remarked, "That shark bit my backside, and you want to comfort it. Surely love is fleeting, is it not?" As the audience reminisced about that previous fierce battle, their laughter filled the air. Chen Nan, however, widened his eyes in embarrassment. The original intention of their outing was to drive away the great white shark. Yet they failed to accomplish that, and instead attracted a whole family of even more perilous creatures. With a resigned sigh, Chen Nan remarked. Let us return first and discuss this with Uncle Mo and the others. Upon reaching the shore, Uncle Mo rushed over, immediately reprimanding the two. You reckless boys! How could you approach the great white shark, which is so dangerous? Are you seeking death? While he scolded them, his eyes betrayed his concern as he thoroughly checked them for injuries, his expression softening only after confirming they were unharmed. Chen Nan and Shui exchanged glances, both feeling guilty. They were fortunate to have kept their distance. Had Uncle Mo known that Chen Nan had even entered the water, he would have surely confined them at home for 10 to 15 days. With a conciliatory demeanor, Chen Nan reassured Uncle Mo, we are well aware of the risks and will be fine. Once Uncle Mo's demeanor relaxed a bit, Chen Nan briefly recounted the events concerning the orca and the great white shark to everyone. What? Uncle Mo, accompanied by personnel from the Maritime Management Bureau, widened his eyes, his face clouded with worry as he gazed toward the beach. Now we have a problem. Not only have we failed to deal with the dangerous great white shark, but we are also faced with a family of orcas, whose danger is evidently greater. In fact, when it comes to personal safety, orcas are generally much more docile than great white sharks, as incidents of orcas attacking humans are exceedingly rare. However, orcas have a peculiar penchant for colliding with rigid objects for a massage, and sometimes floating vessels become their targets. Observing the concerned expressions on everyone's faces, Chen Nan pondered for a moment before hesitantly stating, there is truly no need for excessive worry. I have had close encounters with those magnificent creatures. They are quite intelligent and pose no harm. Rather, they are friendly towards humans. Indeed, those orcas and great white sharks are quite amiable. They are good beings. Shui quickly interjected, earning a simultaneous eye roll from Chen Nan and Uncle Mo. After a brief pause, Chen Nan continued, moreover, in recent years, the number of villagers venturing out to fish has diminished, resulting in minimal impact among each other. My greater concern lies in the potential for them to intrude upon other villagers' fishing grounds. Uncle Mo pondered for a moment before giving a slight nod. You need not worry about that. Nowadays, fishing grounds are equipped with nets that not only prevent the invasion of large marine creatures, but also ensure that the farmed fish do not escape. Upon hearing this, Chen Nan felt a sense of relief wash over him. He waved his hand and smiled. Then there is truly nothing to be concerned about. The group gathered together to discuss a few related matters, and before they knew it, noon had arrived. Chen Nan politely declined the villagers' warm invitation to dine and returned home alone. However, just as he reached his doorstep, he was met with a cacophony of sounds from a yard, accompanied by Li Hang's anguished cries. Ah, Brother Nan, save me. Chen Nan instinctively rubbed his forehead, frustration evident on his face. Lately, his yard had been anything but peaceful. As he pushed open the gate, he found Li Hang pinned to the ground, being mercilessly rubbed by a frigate bird, while the Black Panther trio and the Otter Bebe looked on in amusement. Clearly, Li Hang had thoroughly provoked the bird. With fiery eyes, the mischievous lad's pants had been pecked to shreds. Brother Nan, woo! Li Hang, pinned down, looked up at Chen Nan with tear-filled eyes, utterly despondent. Chen Nan felt his vision darken and rushed over to intervene. After calming the furious frigate bird, he cast a disapproving glance at Li Hang. What have you done this time? I saw the frigate bird napping contentedly in the yard, and, not being able to resist, I thought I would take a closer look. Chen Nan rolled his eyes. I asked you to stay home and build rapport with that little rascal. Yet here you are, pulling feathers from a tiger's back all day. He added, all right, finish your meal, and then we must go out. If this continues, either that little rascal will be bald, or you will. I didn't do anything, Li Hang protested, eyeing the torn fabric of his pants with a look of grievance. After a simple lunch, Chen Nan went to rummage through the storage shed. It was midday, and the sun hung high in the sky, its scorching rays pouring down mercilessly, making the ground feel as though it were ablaze, rising in waves of heat. At this hour, even dogs yearned to venture outside. The trio of dogs had taken over Bebe's pool, lying in the water and blowing bubbles, much to Bebe's annoyance as it squeaked in the corner. Li Hang stood beneath the eaves, squinting at the sweltering weather, feeling a tinge of reluctance. Brother Nan, do we really need to go out? The sun is so blazing. I fear you won't be able to handle it. Shall we wait a bit longer? He continued. Moreover, The UV rays are so strong, and we haven't brought any sunscreen. We might get sunburned. Chen Nan pulled 2 sickles from his shed, dusting them off. Upon seeing Li Hang appearing at the door, he couldn't help but jest. Go on. I fear you'll just go and bother that little rascal again. Besides, what does a grown man need to be so pale for? I think you'll look more masculine with a bit of a tan. Li Hang pouted, muttering to himself, Brother Nan, you can't darken yourself, and then make me darker too. I see you're just jealous. Observing Chen Nan brandishing the sickle with an air of danger, Li Hang wisely fell silent. After retrieving the sickles, Chen Nan also found 2 backpacks in the shed. The viewers in the live stream were left in a state of confusion. As Xiao Nan donned both a sickle and a backpack, one couldn't help but wonder if he was heading up the mountain to gather pig grass. Laughter erupted as someone mused whether the Black Panthers had indulged in such lavish feasts that they had left Xiao Nan financially depleted, prompting him to seek a more frugal fare. Another chimed in, I see, the Black Panther trio equals pigs, in response to the audience's inquiries. Chen Nan merely winked and teased. A secret. With tools in hand, he placed a straw hat atop Li Hang's head, and together they set out, each bearing an empty backpack. Nangu, this appears to be the path to the mountain. Are we perhaps going to see Mama Grizzly? But we haven't brought any food. Li Hang Zima? Just follow along, Chen Nan replied, rolling his eyes at Li Hang's incessant chatter before continuing on his way. Wait for me, Nangu. The mountain air was surprisingly cool, shaded by towering trees, with gentle streams trickling nearby. The atmosphere was refreshing, making it a splendid retreat from the sweltering summer heat. However, the route Chen Nan was taking was not toward the cave of Mama Grizzly, but rather in the opposite direction. Before long, they arrived at a thicket overrun with weeds. Chen Nan set down his backpack and smiled, saying, We've arrived. Chapter 79. The treasure trove of plants. Li Hang stared at the overgrown wilderness before him, bewildered. The viewers in the live stream appeared equally perplexed. Isn't there just a bit more grass here? And it's a bit taller? It seems rather unremarkable, one commented. Could it be that Brother Nan really came here just to cut grass? Another mused. Chen Nan shrugged innocently. No mistake, I did come to cut grass. Really, Brother Nan? You don't even have pigs at home, do you? Except for you, that is. I think I eat less than you do. If you mention the Black Panthers, I might believe you. Uninterested in banter with Li Hang, Chen Nan withdrew his sickle and began to harvest a tall, robust plant with broad, serrated leaves. Immediately, some viewers recognized the plant. Isn't that Raimi that Brother Nan is cutting? One exclaimed. I used to see this plant everywhere as a child, growing in the mountains and along the edges of fields, sprawling in vast patches. Chen Nan placed a bundle of freshly cut Raimi into his basket, smiling as he nodded. Indeed, this is Raimi, a plant many are familiar with. Its leaves are also a medicinal herb, known for their heat-clearing, diuretic, and detoxifying properties, as well as for stopping bleeding and stabilizing pregnancy. Animals in the mountains, including domesticated dogs, seek this plant when bitten by venomous snakes or stung by bees. However, my objective today is not the leaves but the stalk. Grasping a Raimi stalk, Chen Nan stripped away the leaves and gently tore the smooth, resilient brownish-green bark from the stem. Beyond its medicinal value, Raimi is a significant natural textile material, suitable for making clothing, bedding, and industrial fabrics. The fiber I peeled away in my hands is long, strong, and possesses excellent moisture-wicking and breathability properties. I remember hearing elders say that Raimi can be made into clothing. We even tore some off to play with, but I never understood it. Only used it to braid hair, haha. I find clothing made from hemp particularly comfortable, breathable, and durable. It retains its shape no matter how many times it is washed, unlike today's delicate garments. Cotton and linen bedding sets are also delightful to sleep on. I once thought this was just an ordinary plant, but I had no idea that Raimi was such a treasure. The viewers were astonished. After all, Raimi is widely distributed across the country, and while many had seen it, few truly understood its value. Listening to Chen Nan's explanation, Li Hang suddenly leaned forward with a mischievous grin. Brother Nan, you aren't up here cutting Raimi just to make me some new pants because mine are torn, are you? Chen Nan shot him a glare. What are you dreaming about in the middle of the day? Then why are you up here cutting Raimi? To make fishing nets. Fishing nets. Both Li Hang and the viewers in the live stream were taken aback. Fishing. Fishing net stockings? Oh, things seem to be taking a turn. Can this rough path even be traversed? Li Hang exclaimed. If you need fishing nets, why not just buy some? Are you really planning to make them from raw materials yourself? Indeed, Chen Nan, with unwavering focus, deftly harvested rami, sisal, flax, and jute, raw materials for weaving. Li Hang and the audience in the live stream were taken aback. Viewers began to voice their criticisms. Extracting rami fibers alone is no simple task, let alone the many intricate processes involved. Some weaving tools are also necessary. Moreover, fishing nets made from natural fibers are evidently not as resilient and durable as those crafted from nylon or polyethylene. Isn't this effort a fruitless endeavor for Chen Nan? In response to the crowd's grievances, Chen Nan remained unfazed, calmly stating, "We on this island do not employ fishing nets made from nylon fibers." The audience was momentarily perplexed. Why? Chen Nan stuffed the rami leaves into a bamboo basket and wiped the sweat from his brow, explaining, "Nylon and polyethylene are indeed more durable and easier to handle than rami fibers. However, they're exceedingly difficult to degrade. Damaged fishing nets left in the ocean not only pollute the marine environment, but also pose a risk of ensnaring sea turtles, dolphins, and other marine creatures." Upon hearing Chen Nan's explanation, the audience began to comprehend. Some viewers felt embarrassed by their earlier rebuttals, while others nodded in admiration. Though Fengche village may be remote and underdeveloped, its commitment to environmental preservation is commendable. Li Hang sheepishly scratched his head, picked up a sickle, and imitated Chen Nan's vigorous harvesting of rami leaves. Observing Li Hang's earnest efforts, Chen Nan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Just remember not to bring home any wild grass. Those at home aren't herbivores. The midday sun was sweltering, and after a short while, both men were drenched in sweat. Li Hang removed his straw hat to fan himself, gazing at the vast expanse of rami plants, and began to grumble, "Nangu, since we can only use hemp ropes, why not just buy them?" Chen Nan rolled his eyes and replied with a hint of melancholy, "Because your Nangu is broke. The livestream funds haven't arrived yet, and I have little money to spare. What little provisions I had are all gone, fed to those little creatures." He continued, "Don't you think weaving your own hemp rope would be far more gratifying?" Li Hang's eyes widened. Gritting his teeth, he asked stubbornly, "Then what's the purpose of making fishing nets?" "To prepare for fish farming," Chen Nan replied. The crowd was again taken aback. What? Chen Nan is planning to become the king of the sea? What prompted this sudden interest in aquaculture? Oh dear, does Chen Nan mind adding a handsome merman to his collection? In the midst of the lively chatter, Chen Nan paid little attention to the barrage of comments. During breaks in his harvesting, he pondered deeply, not to mention the possibility of encountering great white sharks or orcas returning. He often had ample food to feed the dolphins. Furthermore, returning to his hometown would not permit him to live off his past endeavors alone, while the live stream could yield some income. He also needed to establish some means of sustenance to enrich his life. Lost in thought, the two bamboo baskets soon overflowed. They shouldered the baskets and headed home, where upon arrival, they eagerly gulped down refreshing well water. Ah, delightful! Chen Nan wiped the moisture from the corners of his mouth, his expression one of utter contentment. Ah, how marvelous! Despite the sweltering heat, the well water here is refreshingly cool. Li Hang gulped down the water, muttering, "Yet I still believe a bottle of ice-cold cola would be even more delightful." In such scorching weather, when one's body is drenched in sweat, one should not immediately drink icy water, nor should one bask in the air conditioning or fan. Chen Nan cast a sidelong glance at Li Hang and gently admonished, "You speak as if you have air conditioning." After a brief respite, Chen Nan poured all the rami into the courtyard and began to prepare for the necessary procedures. Is Chen Nan planning to make rope by hand? Such traditional craftsmanship is rarely practiced nowadays. I only recall that the process is extraordinarily intricate. Chapter 80. So you are this great white shark. Chen Nan settled onto a stool in the cool shade of the courtyard, glancing at the barrage of comments that explained. The process of making hemp rope is indeed quite intricate, encompassing material preparation, fiber sorting, twisting, ply making, weaving, finishing, and trimming. Among other steps, the processing of hemp fiber itself involves multiple stages, including harvesting, drying, retting, beating, cleaning, and combing. Just the thought of it makes my head ache. This endeavor is truly not for the impatient. I suspect the term trouble originated from such complexities. Chen Nan began stripping the leaves from Raimi to extract the hemp fibers, a slight smile playing on his lips. In the past, everyone in the village would raise fish, so each household learned the art of weaving fishing nets. As a child, I too follow my father in this craft. Weaving fishing nets is manageable. However, crafting hemp garments and fabrics is significantly more complicated. I never imagined that Chen Nan was such a skilled artisan. But sitting for an entire day without accomplishing much, doesn't Chen Nan think that's a waste of time? Chen Nan set aside the extracted fibers and, noticing the audience's inquiries, chuckled and shook his head. I do not consider this a waste of time. Rather, I find that handcrafting is an immensely meaningful pursuit. Long ago, our ancestors navigated these processes step by step. By following in their footsteps, one can become engrossed, quieting the inner turmoil. Quite intriguing. There is plenty of Raimi near my home. I'll go gather some and join Chen Nan in making hemp rope. Li Hang glanced at the military shipbird, observing that the mischievous lad was ignoring him, and reluctantly took a small stool to sit beside Chen Nan, joining him in extracting hemp. The afternoon sun had mellowed, casting a soft, gauzy glow over the courtyard. Chen Nan and Li Hang busily attended to their tasks, occasionally chatting with the live stream audience. In the languid afternoon, a few adorable pets in the yard also seemed too lethargic to move. The black panthers lounged beside Chen Nan, their tails swaying lazily as they dozed. The mischievous lad had fallen fast asleep in his nest, content after a good meal. Meanwhile, in the pool, the otter Bei floated serenely on the water, cradling a large fish as it dined. The sun gradually inclined, its rays illuminating their fluffy coats with a gentle golden halo. This tranquil passage of time encapsulates a certain serenity. Of course, if the man beside Chen Nan were to be replaced by a woman, the scene would be even more enchanting. After extracting the fibers, washing, and drying them, the sky had darkened. Exhausted, Li Hang assisted in hanging the final bundle of hemp fibers on a bamboo pole, collapsing onto a chair, too weary to move. What appeared to be simple tasks had indeed worn them out after an entire afternoon. Handcrafting is not only time-consuming, but also laborious. Take a moment to rest. Just don't fall asleep. I'll go prepare dinner. As Chen Nan gazed at the rows of dripping hemp fibers in the courtyard, he wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled. Although laborious, the work was immensely fulfilling. After enjoying dinner and freshening up, he greeted his audience in the live stream, and the two men collapsed into bed, utterly exhausted. The following day, the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, gently illuminating the room and rousing the man languidly sprawled on the bed. He promptly initiated the live stream, a routine that seemed instinctual by now. "Good morning, Brother Nan." As the live stream commenced, viewers trickled in, and soon thousands had gathered. Perhaps due to Chen Nan's previous experience working at the zoo, he had grown accustomed to the punctuality of his broadcasts, and many viewers had also developed the habit of tuning in at the scheduled time, finding even the scenery worth enjoying on less eventful days. "Good morning, everyone. I wonder how the hemp fibers have fared after a day and night of drying. Let me check." Chen Nan stretched and made his way to the courtyard to inspect the fibers. Rows of light-colored hemp fibers hung on bamboo poles, slightly bent and nearly dehydrated, glimmering with a golden hue under the sun, reminiscent of straw. Chen Nan pinched a strand, estimating that a little more sun exposure would render them ready for weaving. Casting a glance at the sun rising in the east, Chen Nan stepped out of the courtyard and headed towards the shallow beach by the coast. He needed to assess the scale of the fishing grounds and the quantity of nets to prepare. The morning sea was shrouded in a thin mist, adding an air of mysterious beauty to the ocean. As he approached the coastal stone house, the joyous sounds of dolphins reached his ears from behind the door before he even stepped inside. With a gentle smile, Chen Nan pushed the door open, revealing the dolphins playfully leaping across the surface of the water. Following them was the fin of a shark, closely pursuing the frolicking dolphins. Startled, Chen Nan's eyes widened, and his heart raced as he shouted to intervene. "Big fatty!" His urgent call jolted the groggy viewers of the live stream awake. They rubbed their eyes, and the next moment, their eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? The great white shark is back. Is that the main point? The real concern is that the great white shark is chasing the dolphins. Chen Nan, filled with anxiety, untied the kayak, ready to intervene. However, in the next instant, the audience witnessed a breathtaking scene unfolding on the misty sea. Upon hearing Chen Nan shout, both the great white shark and the dolphins turned to look back. The shark's iconic dorsal fin broke the surface first, its massive body gliding gracefully through the water. Subsequently, the dolphins swiftly gathered around the shark like a well-trained team. They leapt joyfully out of the water, their sleek forms tracing beautiful arcs in the air before landing lightly back into the sea, splashing countless shimmering droplets. The great white shark seemed to have been touched by the joy surrounding it, displaying none of its usual ferocity. Instead, it gently swayed its tail, its eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity and gentleness as it frolicked with the dolphins. Before long, the dolphins mischievously swam in front of the great white shark, only to suddenly change direction, prompting the shark to follow suit, as if engaged in a delightful game of chase. Chen Nan stood there, mouth agape, entranced by this astonishing scene, oblivious to the rope slipping from his hands. The viewers in the live stream were equally spellbound, lingering in awe for quite some time. Perhaps I am yet to fully awaken. Everything appears to shimmer and blur. With the mist hovering over the sea, this moment seems to belong to a dream. It turned out that the great white shark was not preparing to devour the dolphins. They were simply playing. Chen Nan blinked, a peculiar sensation welling up within him, followed by a wave of amusement. He realized he had been too quick to judge. Every time he witnessed the great white shark pursuing something, he instinctively assumed it would harm others. Perhaps the great white shark felt a sense of injustice as well. Gazing at the great white shark and the dolphins frolicking towards the dock, Chen Nan contemplated for a moment before lifting an empty bucket to fill it with ice and fish from the cooler, gliding his kayak onto the water. For reasons unknown, a profound happiness swelled within him. Chapter 81. Enjoy the dance of the big fish with a splash and a flurry of sounds. Chen Nan glided his kayak onto the surface of the sea, where playful dolphins and a great white shark gathered around him. Even the imposing shark mimicked the dolphins, lifting its head as if to seek affection from Chen Nan. "Hello there, my hefty friend. What brings you here so early?" Chen Nan chuckled, gently patting the shark's head while observing its injuries. Both the great white shark and the orca possess remarkable self-healing abilities. Research has shown that sharks can heal their wounds within weeks or even days. However, not all injuries are reparable. Severe wounds or specific types of damage may have long-lasting effects on their health. Although the clash between the great white shark and the orca had been fierce yesterday, Chen Nan had taken a quick glance and noted that both had only sustained superficial injuries. With their self-healing capabilities, there was no need for Chen Nan to worry. Glancing over now, he could see signs of healing on the shark's wounds. The shark, seemingly relishing Chen Nan's touch, rolled its dark eyes and gently swayed its tail in the water, creating ripples. What a docile shark! Does it give off the vibe of a dog wagging its tail? This fierce and majestic great white shark has been tamed by little Nan. No, it seems more accurate to say it's been subdued by food. Beasts never serve as slaves unless food and shelter are provided. How amusing! The viewers in the live stream were astonished by the shark's behavior. Chen Nan also noticed that the shark appeared increasingly affectionate towards him, which filled his heart with joy. With a gentle nudge of its head against Chen Nan's palm, the great white shark suddenly swayed its body, took 2 steps back, and opened its mouth wide. Wait, is it time for a meal already? So the great white shark considers the shallows its dining hall. Coming here early to wait for food? The audience burst into laughter. Chen Nan found it both amusing and somewhat helpless, yet he did not refuse. He selected 2 large fish from the barrel and tossed them into the water, laughingly scolding, "Given your injuries, I won't turn you away this time. But if you come for every meal, I won't be able to keep up. You'll eventually eat me out of house and home. As an adult and independent shark, you must learn to hunt for yourself, you know?" With a satisfying crunch, the great white shark bit into the fish, swallowing it down while smacking its lips. It was unclear whether it was responding to Chen Nan or simply waiting for more food. Chen Nan tossed a few more large fish into the water, while the remaining smaller fish and shrimp were beckoned to the dolphins. After finishing the fish, Chen Nan grabbed a handful of ice cubes and tossed them into the shark's mouth. The dolphins swallowed their fish and shrimp whole, but the great white shark, with its relatively smaller throat, would generally bite its food into smaller pieces before swallowing. Even with ice cubes, the great white shark instinctively took a couple bites. The ice crackles delightfully as it is bitten into, possessing a nutritional value several times that of fish and meat. As the ice melts in its mouth, the great white shark's dark eyes begin to whirl with a blend of cleverness and a certain naive clarity. Its plump body rolls backward, swirling gracefully in the water, its fins extending like elegant arms, bending and twisting, while its powerful tail swishes behind, creating a cascade of sparkling droplets. As a member of the class of cartilaginous fish, the great white shark may not have a significant need for fresh water, yet it does not imply an absence of desire for it. The direct acquisition of this sweet, palatable freshwater provides an intense sense of comfort to its organs, which explains the enthusiasm many marine creatures exhibit towards consuming ice in aquariums. The joyous dance of the great white shark instantaneously captivates a nearby pod of dolphins. Dolphins, renowned for their intelligence and remarkable learning abilities, excitedly approach the great white, mimicking its movements, extending their fins, and flicking their tails. At this moment, the great white shark resembles a dance instructor leading 6 eager pupils. The dolphins, in synchrony with the shark's rhythm, adeptly adjust their bodies and postures, gracefully presenting their performance to the audience and the ocean. Even the sound of splashing water resonates lightly and melodiously, as if providing accompaniment to these 6 dancers. On the kayak, Chen Nan, along with the viewers in the live stream, watches the spectacle with gentle admiration, refraining from uttering a word that might disrupt the performance. The aquatic display continues, and soon, a sizable school of fish is drawn in to witness the event. Before long, the fish join in the performance, dancing in harmony with the rhythm of the sharks and dolphins. However, in an instant, the great white shark opens its cavernous jaws, and several fish meet a grim fate. The school disperses in a frenzy, fleeing from the perilous zone. Chen Nan chuckles awkwardly, at a loss for words. The audience's eyes widen in surprise, followed by a chorus of laughter. That silly great white shark can't behave for long. It just reveals its true gluttonous nature. It seems like the great white has taken a liking to Brother Nan. This not-so-serious zoo may have just gained a new member. If it's part of the zoo, it surely needs a name. I agree. Even the baby dolphins and otters have names. Observing the lively comments in the live stream, Chen Nan finds no objection to the idea of naming. Watching the frolicking figures gradually fade from view, he muses, how about calling it Big Chub? After all, it has grown quite plump, and I have grown accustomed to referring to it in such a manner. Ha ha, Big Chub works. It is indeed quite hefty. What glutton isn't a bit overweight? The name Big Chub finds unanimous approval among the spectators, as it aptly reflects the great white shark's persona. Watching the great white and the dolphins depart, Chen Nan paddles the kayak around the shallows, familiarizing himself with the layout of the fishing grounds, before turning his back to the rising sun and returning to the shore. Upon returning home, Chen Nan was pleasantly surprised to find Li Hang had prepared breakfast. From the early hours, it was evident that if you were not feeding dolphins at the shallows, you were visiting the mother grizzly in the mountains. After spending a few days together, Li Hang had begun to grasp Chen Nan's habits. Chen Nan chuckled as he scooped a ladle of congee and paired it with a piece of salted duck egg made by the villagers, casually inquiring, "Where's that little rascal?" Li Hang grimaced, "The frigate bird has been absent since dawn. I wonder if it's avoiding me." "Take your time. Impatience won't serve you well. The temperament of the frigate bird is quite volatile and fierce. You ought to know that better than I do." Li Hang nodded earnestly, acknowledging, "You're right, Nan Ge. I was too eager to achieve results before." Staying with Chen Nan for a few days seemed to have gradually calmed the restlessness within Li Hang. Chen Nan smiled and suggested, "If you have no plans this morning, lend me a hand. We can weave some hemp rope more conveniently together." "Sure." Li Hang grinned, his interest piqued by the prospect of rope weaving. After breakfast, Chen Nan retrieved several wooden frames from a storeroom and placed them in the yard. Chapter 82. A knock at the door from the neighbors. What is this? Li Hang inquired, gazing curiously at the somewhat rudimentary wooden frame. These are tools for sorting and securing hemp fibers, Chen Nan explained, as he removed bundles of hemp fibers from the bamboo pole and neatly stacked them beside the wooden frame. He then took a small handful of hemp fibers and placed them on a toothed wooden frame, pulling them taut. This process, known as sorting hemp fibers or combing hemp, aims to organize the dried fibers, eliminating impurities and irregularities, thereby ensuring the fibers are as straight as possible. As Chen Nan combed the fibers, he elaborated further. Observing his technique, Li Hang also took a small handful of hemp fibers and pulled them on another toothed frame. Instantly, the twisted and chaotic fibers became straight and orderly. Hey, this is surprisingly stress-relieving. A blessing for those with obsessive tendencies. Li Hang et Golim, his eyes lighting up as he neatly set aside the sorted fibers and energetically picked up another small bundle to continue the work. Once all the hemp fibers were sorted, the next step was to secure them. Chen Nan selected a bunch of sorted fibers, aligned one end neatly together, and then used a clip to secure them to the frame. The subsequent stage involved weaving. Weaving is, in essence, quite simple. It resembles braiding hair, where the hemp fibers are divided into 3 strands and intertwined. However, it requires a particular technique, as maintaining appropriate tension throughout the process is crucial to ensure the rope is tight and uniform, avoiding any loose or uneven sections. This certainly tests one's patience. Of course, this method was traditionally employed by the elders, but over time, automatic weaving tools have been developed. After all, just the act of weaving can make one's hands sore, Chen Nan remarked. Fortunately, his household possessed a wooden frame designed for weaving hemp ropes, requiring only the fibers to be secured before turning the crank for automatic weaving. In the yard, the two were busily engaged, simultaneously explaining their process to the online audience. Time flew by unnoticed, even as the sun gradually ascended, casting its warm glow overhead. Eventually, it was time to finish up. Upon reaching the desired length of hemp rope, Chen Nan explained that one must tie a knot or use a thin string to secure the end of the woven fibers, preventing the rope from unraveling. As he spoke, he tied off the end of the hemp rope. Suddenly, a loud knocking echoed at the gate. The visitor seemed rather impatient, striking the door with such force that it startled both Chen Nan and Li Hang, as well as the viewers in the live stream. Turning to each other, Li Hang muttered, "Who is it? Such a heavy knock could break the door. Don't they feel any pain in their hand?" The trio of black panthers, dozing under the eaves, were abruptly awakened, rising with alert eyes directed toward the gate. "This is ridiculous. I was engrossed in my work when I was startled out of my wits. This person clearly lacks manners. Brother Nan, go teach them a lesson on how to knock properly. Perhaps they have urgent business. You go open the door while I finish securing the last few strands of rope," Chen Nan suggested, as he worked diligently on the final pieces of hemp rope in his hands. Li Hang nodded, rising to open the door while shouting, Coming, stop knocking." With a creak, the courtyard door swung open. "What the?" However, the next moment, Li Hang's terrified scream, laced with tremors, echoed through the air. Everyone was startled. Chen Nan instinctively dropped the hemp rope in his hands and hurried to his feet. Yet upon seeing the figures outside the courtyard, he froze, unable to suppress his exclamation. "What on earth? What did you come down from the mountain?" This isn't merely someone at the door. It is clearly a mother bear accompanied by her 3 cubs coming down to visit. Upon seeing the newcomers, the tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement. "Wow, how did the mother bear come down? By the way, little Nan hasn't been up the mountain for a day. Could it be that the mother bear is hungry and has come down with her cubs to beg for food? Has the mother bear's wound healed? Can she hunt for herself now? Why do I feel like the mother bear specifically came down to check if little Nan is still alive since he hasn't shown up for a day? Are you even being polite?" Seeing 4 bears, 1 large and 3 small, standing at the courtyard entrance, Chen Nan was equally astonished and rushed forward to greet them. The 3 tiny cubs leaped into Chen Nan's embrace, nuzzling and playfully shaking their heads. The mother bear cast a gentle glance at the trembling Li Hang nearby, slowly ambling over while panting, her eyes reflecting a hint of concern toward Chen Nan. "Haha, I'm fine." Sensing the mother bear's worry, Chen Nan gently stroked her fur to provide reassurance. As he did so, He seized the opportunity to glance at the wound on her right hind leg. The injury was covered with a layer of dark brown scab, already healed. Indeed, the self-healing capabilities of animals surpass those of humans, Chen Nan mused, with a soft whimper. The mother bear nudged against Chen Nan, exhibiting a somewhat endearing demeanor. The sight of a 2-meter-tall bear acting affectionately was undeniably amusing, yet also absurd in its own right. In the courtyard, Li Hang and the 3 dog companions gaped in astonishment. While Chen Nan was unafraid of the mother bear, it did not mean they shared his courage. Especially after having fought with the bear, the 3 dogs trembled at the sight of her massive form, their legs quaking. While Chen Nan reveled in his affectionate interaction with the bear, Li Hang and the 3 dogs silently retreated about 17 or 18 meters away. As for the otter, Bei, in the corner pool it floated on the water-esque surface, belly up, blissfully asleep. Chen Nan patted the mother bear's broad back with a smile, saying, "Since you're here, why not stay for lunch before you leave? I was just about to prepare a meal. Why does it feel like relatives have come to my house?" Is it really so vivid? Mother bear, leave? Who said I was leaving? Haha, there's food here every day at mealtime. The bear family seems intent on staying. Amid the lively banter of the viewers in the live stream, Chen Nan paid little heed. He neatly stowed away the woven hemp rope and headed to the kitchen to get busy. When relatives visit, one must prepare a grand feast. The mother bear observed Chen Nan entering the kitchen and felt compelled to follow suit. However, the doorway was scarcely wide enough, and despite her efforts, only her round, furry head managed to squeeze through, leaving her substantial body stranded outside. This predicament caused her considerable distress as she wriggled her fluffy backside, attempting to navigate the entrance. The younger bears, witnessing their mother's struggle, hurried over, energetically pushing against her frame, baring their teeth, and exerting every ounce of strength they possessed. The wooden kitchen door creaked under the combined force of the bear family's efforts. Chen Nan, having finished washing the rice, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a massive head at the threshold. "What in the world? How did you manage to follow me?" he exclaimed. With a desperate howl, the mother bear nudged forward, eager to make her way inside. Chapter 83. Mother, did you forget to wipe? Observing the door, trembling precariously due to the imposing presence of Mama Bear, Chen Nan couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. He hastily set aside the ceramic basin and approached, placing both hands against the large head of the bear and exerting a forceful push. While pushing, he admonished, "Do you even know how to cook? Why are you in the kitchen? Just stay in the yard and wait for the food like a good bear." Mama Bear, unable to fit through the door, was further pushed by Chen Nan, causing her soft ears to bend awkwardly against the door frame. In the next moment, her great head was thrust outside, and she lost her balance, landing with a thud on the ground. "Ow!" Mama Bear huffed in indignation. But little did she realize that her 3 cubs were inadvertently trapped beneath her. The moment was punctuated by the heart-wrenching cries of the 3 little bears, who were now beneath their mother. Mama Bear perked up her ears and clumsily turned her head to seek out the source of the commotion. Chen Nan was speechless, silently lamenting, "By the time you find your cubs, they might as well be cold food." Despite his inner monologue, Chen Nan rushed forward, giving Mama Bear a gentle shove on her ample backside. "Sister, could you please shift a bit?" As if sensing the commotion beneath her, Mama Bear lifted her foot, and the 3 squash cubs emerged, their heads popping out. Hey! The cubs, still dazed, panted like little puppies. As their eyes gradually cleared, they struggled to wriggle free from under Mama Bear and then scampered to the side, mouths agape. Ugh! Chen Nan grimaced at the sight of the retching cubs and turned to look at Mama Bear's innocent face, specifically her rear end, before shaking his head in disbelief. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Chen Nan parked the drone in the yard and quietly retreated to the kitchen, closing the door behind him. This left a group of amused viewers in the live stream bursting with laughter. "Little bear, Mom, did you forget to wipe after your morning business? It stinks." Ha! The suffocating love of Mama Bear. The bear's eyes are devoid of light. This is what it means to raise children the hard way. In the face of the audience's ridicule, the instigator, Mama Bear, appeared utterly unfazed. After all, aren't children meant to be played with? Looking at the closed door with a sense of disinterest, Mama Bear rose to her feet, her gaze wandering contemplatively around the yard. Her dark eyes darted to the left, where Li Hang, hiding behind a wooden frame, turned pale and scurried toward the kitchen, nervously calling out, "Nan, Brother Nan, I'll help you with the fire." Mama Bear huffed again, but was too indifferent to respond. Her eyes then shifted to the right. In a cramped corner, the trio of black panthers widened their eyes, their legs trembling as they huddled together in fear, tails tucked between them. Ow! Mama Bear let out a symbolic roar towards the three dogs, asserting her dominance and signaling that she was the true matriarch of the yard. Amidst the tension, the little black and white creatures, their fur standing on end, huddled closely against the Black Panther, who had recently fallen to a subordinate status, trembling even more. Observing the reaction of the three dogs, Mother Bear appeared quite pleased. Her deep-set eyes scanned the territory of the bipedal beings from left to right. Although the air was thick with unfamiliar scents, perhaps due to Chen Nan's presence, Mother Bear exhibited no hostility. On the contrary, she seemed to relax entirely within this courtyard, as if she had arrived at the home of a dear friend, at ease, unrestrained, and carefree. As Mother Bear surveyed the yard, her eyes suddenly brightened. She lumbered towards the corner where a pool awaited. Under normal circumstances, Chen Nan was accustomed to broadcasting live from dawn till dusk. Having retreated to the kitchen to attend to some tasks, he had deliberately set the drone loose in the yard, catering to the whims of viewers who enjoyed watching adorable pets frolic. Upon witnessing Mother Bear charge toward the pool, the audience erupted with sharp cries of alarm. "Oh no, Baby Otter is still asleep in the water. Surely Mother Bear won't have any ill intentions." Bears are omnivorous, typically feeding on berries, plants, fish, and small mammals. However, should a bear encounter an otter under favorable conditions, the possibility of predation cannot be dismissed. "Oh no, my baby otter, sobi. Calling for Brother Nan. Brother Nan, you must intervene where the otter's life is in jeopardy." As Mother Bear approached the pool, anxiety rippled through the viewers. Meanwhile, Baby Otter lay peacefully on the water's surface, eyes shut tight, exuding an air of tranquility as though lost in a delightful dream. Its little belly rose and fell with each breath, its fluffy body shimmering in the sunlight. Clutching half a salmon, blissfully unaware of the looming danger, the thought of what might transpire sent a chill through the audience. This is it. The otter's life hangs in the balance. Even the Black Panthers, who had been lurking in the shadows, could not help but inch forward, their bodies taut and eyes alert, bracing for the impending crisis. In the kitchen, Li Hang leaned against the window, observing the commotion in the yard with a hint of concern. "Brother Nan, aren't you going to stop Mother Bear? Aren't you worried she might harm the otter?" Chen Nan was indeed aware of the unfolding events in the yard, yet he continued to wash the ingredients without lifting his gaze. "You're just echoing the viewer's frenzy. Mother Bear's target is clearly not the otter." Back in the yard, Mother Bear's eyes sparkled with delight as she approached the edge of the pool, her movements slightly clumsy. A pool. The bipedal beings have a pool. Bears adore water. With a joyful exclamation, she lowered her head and brought her mouth close to the water's surface, gently sipping. However, the water seemed scalding. Before it could warm in her mouth, she immediately spat it out. Salty, exceedingly salty seawater. Even a bear finds it distasteful. The mother brown bear tilted her head, her eyes filled with a perplexed gaze directed toward the pool. She was bewildered as to why a body of seawater existed within the territory of the bipedal creatures, a phenomenon typically associated with coastal areas. Raising her head, the mother bear's attention was suddenly drawn to the otter gliding across the water surface. It seemed she had come to an understanding, yet it mattered little, for she was the sovereign of this yard, and everything within it belonged to her, including these unfamiliar scents, which she deemed her subordinates. Unfazed, the mother bear plunged her sturdy paws into the water, sending splashes cascading around her. A joyous howl erupted from her as she reveled in the delight of playing in the water. As her body entered the pool, her powerful forelimbs stirred the water, creating ripples that resonated with a series of silvery chimes. Chapter 84. A family of bandits. The audience in the live stream gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. "Ah, I was worrying for nothing. It turns out Mama Brown Bear just wanted to play in the water," Haha, brown bears are indeed sensitive to heat. Their thick fur helps them stay warm during the chilly autumn and winter months, but it hinders heat dissipation in the sweltering summer. Thus, in the summer, brown bears prefer to rest in shaded areas or immerse themselves in water to cool off. I was wondering why little Nan was so silent. However, it seems a tad impolite for Mama Brown Bear to monopolize Bebe's pool. No worries, Bebe isn't the sharpest, and when the Black Panthers were in the pool, Bebe didn't react either. The audience finally grasped the situation and engaged in a lively discussion. Mama Brown Bear, feeling that merely dipping her limbs in the water was insufficient, decisively sat down in the pool, submerging her entire body below the waterline, thus finding satisfaction. Thankfully, Chen Nan had excavated a pool large enough for Bebe's comfort. Measuring 5 to 6 meters in length and width, with a central depth ample enough for a refreshing dip, the pool was shallowly adorned, with half a canopy overhead to provide shade for Bebe. Bebe, being small, fit comfortably within, but Mama Brown Bear's size posed a challenge for the diminutive pool. As she reclined, water cascaded outwards, and the pool's level dropped nearly half a meter. Everyone watched as Bebe's body slowly sank. This little creature, who could eat and sleep, remained oblivious to the commotion around her. Mama Brown Bear lounged in the pool, splashing water over her head with her paws, blissfully humming in contentment. Observing this from a distance, the other bears, initially hesitant, approached with small, timid steps. At first, they merely tapped the surface of the water with their paws, watching the droplets leap, their curious eyes sparkling with wonder. Gradually, their confidence grew, and they plunged fully into the water, leaving only their furry heads visible, while their front paws splashed energetically. In the pool, 3 little brown bears joyfully played with the water. Before long, they were captivated by Bebe, who was floating on the surface. The curious cubs paddled over, intrigued by the similarly furry otter, their eyes wide with amazement at how such a large creature could float. However, they quickly shifted their attention to the salmon nestled in Bebe's embrace. Mischievous Bear 3 climbed on a Bebe's belly, grabbing the fish's tail in an attempt to pull it out for a snack. Yet, as Bear 3 tugged at the fish's tail, Bebe instinctively tightened her grip. Whimper, whimper. Bear 3's eyes filled with confusion as Bear 1 and Bear 2 rushed over to assist their sibling in retrieving the salmon. This time, Bebe clutched the fish even more tightly. Whimper, whimper. 3 pairs of curious, dark eyes gazed in wonder. In the next moment, they were met with a matching pair of equally dark eyes. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Bebe opened her sleepy, glistening eyes, bewildered as she stared at the 3 furry little heads before her. This delightful tableau truly melted the hearts of the live stream audience. So adorable. I can't take it anymore. The delightful encounter between adorable creatures unexpectedly revolved around a fish. How amusing it was to witness the audacious little one snatching food from Bebe's grasp. This tiny creature, even in slumber, exhibited a fierce protective instinct over its meal. Bebe's sentiment was clear. You may consume me, but my food is off limits. As Bebe gazed at the peculiar beings before her, her wide, sparkling eyes blinked in curiosity. The bears mirrored her actions, their eyes locking in a playful stare. With a slight tug on the fish's tail, Bear 3 raised a question. Bebe immediately clutched her prize tightly. Just then, Mama Brown Bear splashed a cascade of water, shattering the standoff. Turning in bewilderment, Bebe was met with a pair of authoritative eyes glaring back at her. To her surprise, she found herself face to face with such a formidable creature. With a swift motion, she performed a sit-up, her eyes widening in astonishment. Her little feet flailed in the water as she anxiously scanned the yard, seemingly in search of Chen Nan. A drone hovered overhead, capturing every moment, tracking any movement within the vicinity. The emotions flickering in Bebe's eyes were vividly broadcasted to the audience, much to their amusement. Bye-bye, Dad. Where's my dad? The spectators chuckled as the bears felt secure under the watchful gaze of their guardians, prompting Bebe to seek her own allies. I woke up to find my nest raided by bears. They didn't even spare the half-eaten food. How unfair. The audience couldn't help but laugh, likening Mama Brown Bear's family to a band of robbers. However, after a thorough search of the yard, Bebe found no trace of Chen Nan. The viewers empathized with the little one, but to their surprise, Bei, in her fruitless quest, simply lay her head on the water's surface, clutching the remaining half of the salmon, and began to devour it. It seemed she was utterly unconcerned about the family of brown bears dominating the pool. Is there something wrong with Bei's head? They pondered. Shouldn't she be whining to her brother Nan, seeking comfort and demanding a hefty share of food? The audience's imaginations ran wild, while Bei's mind remained blissfully vacant. Despite the presence of a gigantic creature and 3 smaller ones beside her, nothing could deter her from enjoying her meal. As long as no dangerous fangs posed a threat, she would continue indulging. Everything else was trivial. Only the delectable feast before her was real. Crunch, crunch. The succulent, fresh fish meat yielded under Bei's teeth like crispy chips, tempting the 3 little brown bears nearby. Children, after all, are easily enticed by food. The little bears, half submerged in water, rested their forelimbs upon Bei, their heads bobbing above the surface. 3 pairs of eager eyes fixated on her as she savored the fish, nearly drooling in anticipation. Yet, unlike Chen Nan, Bei had no intention of sharing her food with them. Her provisions were reserved solely for him. Thus, the bears watched enviously as Bei relished her meal. Did she feel shy being observed while eating? Not in Bei's world. Under the gaze of those yearning eyes, the food in my arms seemed to exude an even more tantalizing aroma. Ha ha! It appears that Bei has taken on a rather canine demeanor, as if deliberately teasing the bears. Oh dear, brown bear mother, you must intervene. Your little ones are about to drool into the pool. Haven't you noticed how comfortably brown bear mother is lounging in the water, snoring away? In the kitchen, amidst the clamor of the live broadcast in the yard, Chen Nan paid little heed. Let them play joyfully. Let them make merry. The animals are inherently lively and spirited. Take, for instance, the trio of black panthers. Chen Nan has always been quite indulgent with them. Typically, the appetite of the Black Panther trio is already substantial, but with the addition of the voracious brown bear mother, the quantity of food required for lunch today has visibly increased. Chen Nan feels as though he is on the verge of becoming a professional caretaker. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the gate once more. Chapter 85. Is a good bear? The sound of knocking outside the courtyard once again captured everyone's attention. Someone is knocking again. Today, this yard is quite lively, remarked one. Is a person? Are we certain? Another questioned, a hint of uncertainty in their voice. It's mealtime. Perhaps it's some pigs or sharks. Haha. The 2 individuals busy in the kitchen also heard the commotion. Chen Nan instinctively glanced at Li Hang, who was crouched by the fire. Li Hang shrugged, exasperated. Don't look at me, Nan, go. This yard doesn't play by the usual rules. This morning, it was a few bears knocking. Who knows what is coming this time? Li Hang had indeed been startled earlier. After all, who would expect that the ones knocking outside would be bears? In this day and age, bears have become quite the surprise. Yet for ordinary folks, this is not a delightful surprise, but rather a terrifying shock. Chen Nan chuckled. Is it really that exaggerated? However, his words faltered as he suddenly recalled the other companions who had once resided in the yard. It didn't seem entirely impossible. Shaking off his thoughts, Chen Nan smiled and said, You take charge of the cooking for now. Don't let the food burn. I'll go answer the door. He jogged to the courtyard, casually glancing at the brown bear family, soaking in the pool before he opened the door. Shui, what brings you here at this hour? Have you eaten? Shui lifted the 2 large bags he carried and pouted. You never come home for meals. So my mother sent me with some food, fresh vegetables just picked from the field, some eggs, and a chicken. Chen Nan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I've just been busy lately. However, he did not decline his aunt's kind gesture. Being overly polite could seem a bit distant. The bags are too heavy. Let me help you carry them inside. Also, these 2 chickens are freshly slaughtered. My mother wants you to have a hearty meal. Please thank your aunt for me. I'll visit soon. The 2 of them each carried a large bag into the courtyard. They were indeed heavy, likely containing not only vegetables but other items as well. As Shui stepped through the door, he immediately sensed something was off. The usually bold trio of panther brothers was huddled together, tails tucked in a corner. How peculiar. It was well known that the panthers ruled the village. Even the chickens, ducks, and pigs trembled upon seeing them. Even the wild monkeys in the mountains would flee at the sight of them. Why had the roles reversed today? However, the next moment, Ashue's eyes widened in fright, and the bags he was holding fell to the ground. Ashue gaped, his finger trembling as he pointed at the pool, unable to utter a word. A bear. It's a big brown bear. Nangu, there's a bear in your yard. Chen Nan quickly covered his mouth. Shuh. I know, it's sleeping. Don't wake it up. Ashue whimpered softly, nodding after a moment. Chen Nan released his hand and explained, It's a good bear. It won't harm me. Just like the orcas and great white sharks you've seen, understand? Ashue stared blankly at the massive figure in the pool, struggling to reconcile the tales of man-eating bears he had heard since childhood with the notion that it could be a benign creature. Uncertain whether it was Ashue's startled exclamation or the arrival of an unfamiliar presence, Mother Brown Bear slowly opened her eyes, blinked, and then turned her head to glance at the two individuals. With a deep yawn, she opened her mouth wide. However, to Ashue, it appeared as though she was revealing her gaping maw, intent on devouring him. With wide eyes, Ashue screamed and fled in haste, calling out, Father, Mother, Great-grandmother. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished, yet his cries echoed hauntingly through the courtyard. Mother Brown Bear, now awake, looked innocently at Chen Nan. Approaching the edge of the water pool, Chen Nan gently patted her large head, reassuring her, It's all right, just relax for a bit longer. We'll have dinner soon. Observing Mother Brown Bear's docile demeanor before Chen Nan, the audience began to murmur amongst themselves. Such a gentle bear, how could it possibly harm a human? Ashue is being foolish. Indeed, the ferocious image of bears has deeply entrenched itself in people's minds. I used to believe that bears were terrifying and would attack people, but I've come to realize that it's not entirely true. In fact, brown bears are quite gentle. They only become aggressive when they feel threatened, which is more of a natural instinct for self-preservation. Having calmed Mother Brown Bear, Chen Nan rose and gazed thoughtfully in the direction Ashue had departed. Perhaps he should find an opportunity to thoroughly explain the situation to Uncle Mo and the other villagers. Otherwise, the constant alarm would render the brown bear family unsafe. Resolutely, Chen Nan turned and headed to the kitchen to busy himself. Down the mountain, Ashue ran home at breakneck speed, barely pausing to catch his breath. Upon seeing his parents, he swallowed nervously and exclaimed with a trembling voice, A bear. There's a huge bear. What bear? Speak properly. Oncle Montauk snapped, glaring at him. No, father. I mean, in Nanji's yard, there's an enormous bear taking a bath. What? Uncle Mo and Annie gasped in shock, their faces pale with disbelief. Is it the same beast as before? I don't know. I just saw a really big bear. This is bad. Uncle Mo's expression darkened, and he crushed the cigarette but beneath his foot, instructing, I'll gather a few strong villagers to check it out. You two stay home and don't go anywhere. In an instant, the once peaceful fishing village was thrown into chaos. Are you serious, Ninga? You only fed Mother Brown Bear cornmeal buns? Wasn't she usually treated to fresh fish, tender meat, and sweet honey? Li Hang lifted the lid of the steaming pot, revealing a bounty of cornmeal buns, and felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. His eyes turned to Chen Nan with a complex expression. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly blurted out, Chen Nan, you're such a scoundrel. As Chen Nan continued to transfer the steaming buns into a bowl, he was taken aback by this remark, his hand trembling as he looked up in confusion. What are you talking about? How have I become a scoundrel? There! Li Hang's eyes glimmered with a hint of resentment as he silently lamented, Alas! Before winning her affection, he indulged her with sumptuous feasts, running back and forth as if compelled to serve her daily. Yet, after securing her heart, the meat vanished, the fish followed suit, and the honey was no longer in the picture. Moreover, he expected her to traverse great distances just to seek him out. And what did he offer in return? Cornmeal buns. Alas, my heart aches for that certain bear. Chen Nan felt a surge of bitterness within, his countenance darkening with each passing moment. His gaze turned towards Li Hang, and with a languid tone, he remarked, Oh? Who claims that Mother Brown Bear lacks meat to savor? Is it not a feast before us? TSK, though this meat lacks richness, consisting mostly of ribs, one cannot be certain if Mother Brown Bear would delight in such fare. Chapter 86. a misunderstanding as Chen Nan stealthily brandished a knife. Li Hang trembled and uncertainly inquired, Why? Why are you wielding a cleaver? Chen Nan, with a sinister smile, sharpened the blade with his fingers and remarked, Didn't you mention that the mother bear has no meat to eat? But here I am at noon. Where am I supposed to find it some meat? Since you were so concerned about it, why not make a sacrifice? Whoa, you can joke around, but don't jest about wielding a cleaver. Li Hang shuddered, retreating cautiously until he reached the kitchen door, gritting his teeth in dismay. Chen Nan, you are truly inhumane. Noticing the Yanspanikarratrat, Chen Nan skufa. Then effortlessly cleaved an old hen in two, muttering to himself, If you keep babbling nonsense, I might as well stop being human. In the courtyard, with the dangerous Chen Nan inside and the fierce mother bear outside, Li Hang found himself in a predicament, neither standing nor sitting comfortably. He ultimately resorted to a small stool, squeezing into a corner with the Black Panthers. The audience in the live stream couldn't help but tease. What is going on with Li Hang? He seems rather neurotic today. What else could it be? He must have annoyed brother Nan with his chatter. Forget it. The small pond over there seems far more entertaining. Ha! The bears are about to fill the pond with their drool. Oh my, the mother bear is making a move. In the pond, after leisurely splashing around for quite some time, the mother bear finally shifted her gaze to Bei, who was floating nearby, engrossed in devouring a fish. With her merciless claws, she snatched the fish from Bei's grasp in an instant. Bei, bewildered, looked up, hands clasped over his chest, gazing in shock at the enormous creature before him. The expression of disbelief etched on his face seemed to accuse the mother bear of her inappropriate behavior. The little brown bears erupted in joy, splashing through the water towards their mother, waving their paws in a frantic attempt to seize the fish. However, the mother bear's enormous mouth opened wide, and the fish, previously nibbled by Bei, disappeared into her maw. The bears were momentarily stunned. Plop! At that moment, the hearts of the three little bears quietly shattered. I can't stop laughing. I think the mother bear should stop being a bear and consider a career as a dog instead. The audience erupted in laughter. Just then, a cacophony of noise erupted from outside the courtyard. Quickly, Ashui said that the big bear is right in on Nan's yard. We mustn't let it escape this time. Nannan, where are you? Footsteps grew closer, and the courtyard door swung open to reveal a large group of individuals, armed and bearing unfriendly expressions as they charged in. Some were shouting, searching for Chen Nan amidst the yard. The sudden arrival of this group left everyone momentarily stunned. The trio of Black Panthers, having visited every household in the village, were already familiar with the scents. Instead of growling at the unexpected visitors, they stood up and wagged their tails. Li Hang awkwardly stood up, his face betraying his embarrassment. Bei, carefree and light-hearted, gazed with a hint of inquiry in her eyes at the ravenous mother bear, who seemed utterly indifferent to her presence. The mother bear emerged from the pool, her eyes fierce and baring her teeth as she howled at a group of people by the gate. At that moment, the mother bear stood tall, her entire body bristling with tension, a stark contrast to her earlier calm demeanor. You again, you beast. Time and again you invade Anan's yard. Today, I shall not let you escape. Uncle Mo raised his harpoon, his expression grim as he directed a steely gaze at the formidable bear. The robust villagers behind him, sensing the impending conflict, also brandished their tools, their faces betraying their hostility. The atmosphere crackled with tension, and many were momentarily taken aback. Hearing the commotion from the yard, Chen Nan, neglecting the charred meal, hurriedly grabbed a spatula and rushed outside. Upon witnessing the standoff, he shouted urgently, Uncle Mo, stand down. Uncle Mo hesitated, about to inquire about the situation, when he saw Chen Nan dart towards the bear, prompting him to shout in alarm, Anan, it's dangerous. However, as soon as his words left his mouth, he witnessed Chen Nan gently stroking the bear's back, soothing it with tender words. It's all right. They mean no harm. Relax. Just relax. The villagers were left in astonishment. The once ferocious and volatile bear not only refrained from attacking Chen Nan, but also permitted his touch, even showing signs of relaxation under his calming influence. The villagers exchanged bewildered glances. The mother bear, panting, seemed slightly more at ease. though her gaze remained menacingly fixed on Uncle Mo and the others. Sensing the bear's still taut body beneath his palm, Chen Nan continued to soothe it while signaling to Uncle Mo. Understanding the cue, Uncle Mo lowered his harpoon and turned to the villagers behind him, saying, "Everyone, put down your weapons. Let us step outside." As the villagers exited, the mother bear finally relaxed, turning to Chen Nan with a somewhat aggrieved whimper. It's okay. They won't hurt you, and they never will," Chen Nan reassured her, stroking her back gently. He then retrieved a few steamed buns from the kitchen and offered them to her before stepping outside. Beyond the courtyard wall, a throng of villagers awaited anxiously. Upon seeing Chen Nan emerge, they rushed over with questions. "Nannan, what on earth happened? Can that bear understand human speech? How is it that when you say a few words, it stops howling?" The villagers were utterly perplexed. Chen Nan sighed and explained, "Uncle, it doesn't understand human language. It's simply that it saved my life, and I healed its wounds. Animals possess a certain sensitivity. Through our encounters, it has come to realize I mean it no harm, which is why it is so affectionate towards me." After hearing Chen Nan's explanation, the villagers began to relax, but continued to voice their concerns, each chiming in earnestly. "But you can't keep a bear at home. That's far too dangerous. Such a fierce beast can be volatile and could harm someone. If it ever gets desperate, it might swallow you whole. Indeed, you may consider the bear a friend, but it might very well see you as a source of food." Observing the worry etched on the faces of the villagers, Chen Nan smiled and explained, "Uncle, it is not I who have brought the brown bear into my home. Rather, it has come to play of its own accord. Moreover, brown bears do not prey on humans. They only pose a threat to those who endanger them. Just look at the way the bear regards me. Does it seem likely to harm me?" Chen Nan gestured towards the courtyard, smiling as he spread his hands. "Nevertheless, Oncle Montauk," with a grave demeanor, earnestly advised, "it is still a wild creature. A moment's carelessness could lead to injury. You ought to drive it away and limit your interactions with it in the future." Chen Nan furrowed his brow, contemplating before responding, "Uncle Mo, I understand. If anything unusual occurs, I will undoubtedly flee at the first opportunity." Uncle Mo sighed, exclaiming helplessly, "Alas, you are truly just like your father. With such a large bear, if it were to go mad, do you really think you could escape?" Chapter 87. The unexpected appearance of the white snake. Chen Nan chuckled amiably, scratching his head. Such matters were difficult to explain to Uncle Mo and the others. Perhaps with time, they would naturally grow accustomed to it. With this thought in mind, Chen Nan earnestly addressed Uncle Mo. "Please inform the villagers that if they encounter the family of brown bears in the future, they should refrain from attacking or disturbing them. As long as you harbor no hostility, the bears will sense it and will not pose a threat to you." Seeing the seriousness on Chen Nan's face, Uncle Mo nodded in agreement. "All right, I understand. Since there is nothing more to discuss, let us return. Do visit us for a meal when you have the time." Chen Nan smiled and nodded in response. After the brief scare, the villagers collectively sighed in relief, descending the mountain in small groups to return home. Closing the courtyard door, Chen Nan made his way to the kitchen, where he found Li Hang setting the table with the prepared dishes. A large bowl of steamed buns, a platter of fish, several small side dishes, and a hearty pot of fragrant chicken soup simmered invitingly. It was an unremarkable yet comforting lunch. Given the presence of numerous pets today, Chen Nan had thoughtfully moved the dining table to the yard. The aroma of steaming food wafted through the air, instantly attracting the black panthers and the family of brown bears. Even Bei, the otter from the pond, climbed ashore, belly pressed against the ground, dragging itself towards the table. The mother bear relished her first taste of cooked food, exclaiming with delight over the buns and the oily chicken soup. This excitement prompted the black panthers and Bei to join in with their enthusiastic howls. What began as a pleasant lunch soon transformed into a cacophony of sounds. The commotion startled the villagers passing by, leaving them in a cold sweat and haunted by nightmares for several days thereafter. Chen Nan lifted a pair of chopsticks and playfully tapped each furry head beside him. "What's with all the ruckus? Let us eat in peace." Laughing aside, watching the black panthers and brown bears indulge in their greasy feast is quite amusing. "How did you know I devoured 3 large bowls of rice?" The mother bear seems to be enjoying herself immensely. Her excitement rivals that of meat. The taste of cooked food is indeed worlds apart from raw. If animals could start a fire, I imagine they would prefer not to consume bloody raw meat. Oh no, having tasted cooked food, the mother bear will likely linger in the yard even longer. The audience chuckled, teasing one another. The leisurely lunch concluded with contentment. Once sated, the black panthers and brown bears nestled in shaded spots to nap. Chen Nan fetched a stool and settled in the yard, taking out some hemp rope to prepare for weaving a fishing net. The process of crafting a fishing net was straightforward. One merely needed to determine the desired mesh size and then repeatedly weave and knot the edges securely. Beyond creating fishing nets, hemp rope was remarkably versatile. With nimble fingers, Chen Nan skillfully fashioned loops and knots, cheerfully declaring, "Not only can it be woven into rugs, hangings, and storage baskets, but it can also be fashioned into decorative items such as hemp bracelets and necklaces, along with tools for pets." For instance, crafting a ball from hemp rope, filled with cotton, would surely delight pets as they chase or nibble at it, ensuring both safety and health. Previously, I fashioned a dream catcher from hemp rope adorned with feathers, which turned out quite stunning. Once, the exposed water pipes in my home were an eyesore, so I wrapped them in hemp rope, transforming them into a cat climbing frame that my feline adores. It also adds a touch of elegance to the decor. I even suspended a glass bottle bound with hemp rope to cultivate plants. Hemp rope is a commonly utilized tool in everyday life, and upon mentioning this topic, the audience eagerly began to share its various applications. Meanwhile, the energetic bears, refusing to take their afternoon nap, mistook Chen Nan's words as an invitation, gathering around curiously. With their inquisitive eyes fixed on the swaying rope before them, they could not resist the urge to reach out and grab it. Just as the freshly woven fishing net was about to be disrupted, Chen Nan hurriedly scooped up the bears, exclaiming in exasperation, "What on earth are you doing here instead of napping with your mother? Go play somewhere else." Yet, the bears remained fascinated by the hemp rope, unwilling to leave. In a moment of resignation, Chen Nan swiftly crafted a hemp rope ball and tossed it away. The ball seemed to possess an irresistible allure, instantly attracting several little brown bears to chase after it. It appeared that this fascination extended beyond pets, captivating animals in general. With the bears now occupied, Chen Nan's productivity soared. Before long, he had crafted a preliminary version of the fishing net. Seated beside him, Li Heng mimicked his actions and soon fashioned a fishing net of his own, albeit not as exquisite as Chen Nan's. Nevertheless, Li Heng was quite pleased, admiring his creation while sighing, "Brother Nan, ever since I arrived here, I may not have grasped the intricacies of the warblers, but I have thoroughly studied manual crafts. Perhaps I should abandon my research on migratory birds and instead pursue a career as an artisan." Before Chen Nan could respond, the audience erupted in laughter. At that moment, an elderly gentleman in front of the screen began to grumble, "Professor Zhang, let me see what my most outstanding students are up to." After viewing their endeavors, Professor Zhang was left speechless. "After all my hard work teaching you, you've chosen to make fishing nets on an island?" As the afternoon sun quietly retreated, the sky suddenly darkened. Li Heng glanced upward, muttering, "The weather here is peculiar. It was bright and sunny at noon, and now it seems like it's about to rain. The weather on the island is indeed unpredictable." Chen Nan also gazed at the sky, then abruptly set down his fishing net and clapped his hands with a smile. "Let us go. Now that it's not sunny, let us head up the mountain." "What's up the mountain?" Chen Nan retrieved a bamboo basket and a sickle from the warehouse, explaining, "We're going to harvest Rami to establish a fishing ground. One fishing net is hardly sufficient. I'll need at least 7 or 8 more nets, which will take at least a week to complete." "Huh? I'm not going," Li Heng lamented, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his arms, which were swollen and covered in countless tiny dots. "You didn't mention last time that Rami has tiny spines, Brother Nan." Chen Nan scratched his head. "I thought you were aware. How about this? You stay at home and rest well. I will go alone." With that, Chen Nan had already shouldered his basket and pushed open the gate, setting off towards the mountain. However, it wasn't long before Li Heng, carrying a bamboo basket, followed him with a woeful expression. "I think I should accompany you. Being pricked by Rami is still more tolerable than facing a mother bear alone." Chen Nan couldn't help but chuckle in resignation. At the familiar patch of grass from the day before, they set down the bamboo basket and picked up their sickles to begin their work. Yet not long after, a terrified scream pierced the air. "Ah, there's a snake." Startled, Chen Nan looked up to see Li Hang, having thrown down his sickle, rushing towards him in a panic. "Futing, Nanyan, there's a snake in the grass." Chen Nan hurried over to take a look, and indeed, there lay a snake coiled within the thicket. Moreover, it was a king cobra. Chen Nan widened his eyes in astonishment. Not for any other reason, but this particular king cobra was unlike the usual ones. This snake was white. Chapter 88. The treasure among serpents unlike the ordinary king cobra. The magnificent creature before us boasts a body as pure and white as freshly fallen snow. Its scales shimmer with a subtle pink hue, resembling meticulously carved gemstones. The faintly red eyes, akin to two rubies embedded in its pristine visage, exude an air of depth and mystery. Amidst its otherworldly appearance, there lies a hint of sanctity. It is in fact an exceedingly rare albino snake. A sense of wonder washed over Chen Nan as he grasped the extraordinary nature of this creature. Initially, he thought he had been imagining things. With newfound courage, Li Hang stepped forward, hiding behind Chen Nan, gazing at the white serpent in the grass with astonishment. The snake, with its slender body coiled amidst the foliage, raised its distinctive oval-shaped front half, its crimson gaze fixed upon the two, its head slightly retreating, seemingly filled with trepidation. It was likely startled by the sudden presence of humans. Chen Nan quickly sensed the fear emanating from the creature and gently pulled Li Hang back, whispering, "Be quiet. Let us not frighten the little one." Meanwhile, the live stream erupted in excitement at the sight of the white snake. "Wow, is that really an albino king cobra? We call it the over-the-mountain wind. Its venom is exceedingly potent, capable of delivering a fatal blow with a single bite. Truly the king of toxins." Li Hang's luck is unparalleled. This creature is worth its weight in gold. The king cobra is a nationally protected species, and an exceedingly rare albino at that. Who would dare sell it? They'd end up behind bars for life. Not just the king cobra. Many snakes are protected species. Amidst the commotion in the live stream, Chen Nan had no time to dwell on it. He urged Li Hang to retreat swiftly, not out of fear of the venomous snake, but to prevent startling the delicate creature. Once they had distanced themselves to a safe range and noticed the white snake's head gradually relaxing, they finally halted. Gazing at the barrage of comments in the live stream, Chen Nan spoke gently. "Indeed, this is the albino king cobra. Yet, what many do not realize is that this little one is one of the totems of our windmill island. In fact, on numerous islands, the white snake is revered as a deity." The audience watched in awe as Chen Nan exhibited no fear of the venomous king, instead displaying a demeanor of warmth and gentleness. I've heard that in some regions, the white snake is worshipped as a divine being, believed to possess spiritual significance. I've heard that in northeast China, there are 5 great immortals: Hu, Huang, Bai Lu, and He, with the Lu immortal originally being snake. No, that's the northeast's 3 great immortals: potato, chili, and eggplant, collectively known as the Earth's 3 delicacies. Isn't the Banyangzi from the legend of the white snake also originally a white snake? Could there be a connection? Noticing this comment, Chen Nan pondered and shook his head. There should be no connection. The origin of the legend of the white snake likely stems from the Song Dynasty's records of the 3 pagodas of West Lake, evolving from there. However, the totem revered in our village can be traced back to the spring and autumn period of the U-state. I'm not entirely certain, but when we encounter serpents on our island, we typically do not harm them, nor do we fear them, especially with rare species such as the white snake. We even offer them reverence. The current era sees a stringent crackdown by the state on the feudal superstitions of yore. Even the slightest hint of certain vocabulary can lead to accusations of promoting such beliefs. In response to Chen Nan's lengthy discourse, individuals in the live stream quickly interjected with warnings, while many others vehemently criticized him. Chen Nan, taken aback, remained unfazed and instead chuckled as he clarified. This is not superstition at all, akin to the 5 immortals revered in northeast China or the Mazu worshipped by coastal communities. It merely reflects the diverse customs across regions. He gazed towards the white snake, nestled in the cool shade of the grass, with a gentle smile. He bore no fear of the white snake, as the island harbored a tradition of venerating such creatures. In fact, upon sighting the snake, excitement surged within him, akin to the thrill of encountering a long-admired celebrity unexpectedly. Suppressing his exhilaration, he took tentative steps forward. The white snake, which had been fixated on the two of them, was startled and withdrew its head into the underbrush, yet did not flee in terror. Through the gaps in the foliage, one could barely discern its pale red eyes, still observing Chen Nan with a hint of curiosity. "Brother Nan, what are you doing?" Li Hang exclaimed, promptly restraining Chen Nan with concern. "This is a king cobra. If it bites, we're done for. I'm frightened. Let us make a run for it while the white snake is still calm." It is only natural for one to fear venomous snakes, especially the king cobra, known for its high mortality rate in China. Moreover, it is said that the venom of the albino king cobra is even more potent than that of its ordinary counterpart. Chen Nan gently patted Li Hang's arm to reassure him. There is no need for excessive worry. Wild snakes typically do not attack humans. In most cases, snakes prefer to avoid human contact, as we represent a potential threat to them. While humans instinctively fear snakes, it is often overlooked that snakes harbor their own fears of us. In my childhood, I frequently spotted green pit vipers near the bamboo groves in my neighborhood, but they would scurry away at the mere sight of people. In rural areas, adults taught us to strike the ground with sticks while walking in the wild, claiming it would scare the snakes away. Chen Nan glanced at the live stream, nodding with a smile. As long as humans do not provoke snakes and maintain a respectful distance, the risk of an attack is relatively low. Moreover, in the case of albino snakes, what is the difference with albinos? The audience was suddenly puzzled, prompting an array of inquiries. Chen Nan squinted at the overcast sky, which obscured much of the light, while a refreshing breeze began to blow. Albino snakes, much like humans with albinism, result from genetic mutations that inhibit the production of melanin within their bodies. Due to the absence of pigment deposition within their bodies, they possess an almost negligible resistance to ultraviolet rays. It is no wonder that the white snake remains hidden within the underbrush, fearful of the light. It seems that only in the shade or during rainy weather can one catch a glimpse of their presence. However, is it true that the albino cobra merely needs to avoid sunlight? Not quite. Chen Nan shook his head, explaining that snakes are cold-blooded creatures. Lacking the ability to generate warmth, they rely on the sun to invigorate their bodies. Consequently, cold-blooded animals have a habitual practice of basking in the sun during the early morning. At this moment, a sudden exclamation erupted from the live broadcast. "Goodness, no wonder I see those spicy strips every morning while fishing." Chapter 89. The price of beauty bestowed by heaven upon unexpectedly encountering the golden comet. Chen Nan was momentarily taken aback, a silent laughter escaping him. He continued to elucidate. The snake requires sunlight. However, this albino king cobra is unable to bask in it. Thus, every venture into the sun is fraught with peril as it seeks to absorb its warmth. Moreover, due to the lack of typical camouflage, the albino snake struggles to conceal itself amidst the greenery, rendering it vulnerable to predators, which further complicates its survival amidst myriad challenges. This scarcity of albino snakes is, therefore, understandable. Chen Nan gazed at the white serpent, which was similarly observing him, a wave of compassion flooding his eyes. The albino snake is so pitiable. It fears sunlight, yet desperately requires it. This seems a cruel jest from the heavens. Initially, I found the white snake intimidating, but the more I look, the more it reveals its elegance, akin to a meticulously crafted work of art. Indeed, it is beautiful, graceful, and noble. Even one who fears snakes might find themselves enamored by it. Perhaps this is the price of beauty bestowed upon it by the heavens. Suddenly, I can understand Su Xian. Listening to Chen Nan's insights, many viewers found themselves filled with compassion for this exquisite yet unfortunate creature. The proud wolf has gifted the host a carnival. X3 the proud wolf. This is a token for the albino king cobra. Could you, dear Chen Nan, procure some food to feed it? I cannot bear the thought of it suffering from the cold and hunger. 7-Second Fish has gifted the host a castle. In an instant, the live stream was inundated with numerous viewers bestowing gifts, all clamoring to provide sustenance for the white serpent. Typically, the mention of snakes evokes fear and a desire for distance. Yet in foreign lands, reptiles, particularly snakes, are cherished by many, with reptile enthusiasts often outnumbering those who keep cats and dogs. Especially for those captivated by the striking beauty of the albino snake, they hold an almost irresistible allure. Not very clever. Can I send an electric heater, dear Chen Nan? This way, the white snake won't have to risk its life to bask in the sun. Chen Nan was a loss for words at the viewers' generous donations and their offers to send items. Please, no more gifts. You all know this is a king cobra, possessing potent venom. I cannot guarantee my safety in approaching it. Yet, the audience remained undeterred, their generosity unwavering. With a resigned sigh, Chen Nan finally remarked, "Since I am here tending to the hemp, if circumstances permit, I shall bring some food to see it." With Chen Nan's assurance, the viewers quieted down. Chen Nan shook his head in exasperation, casting a glance at the albino king cobra, which remained hidden in the shade, observing discreetly. He nudged Li Hang. "Why are you still standing there? Continue harvesting the hemp." However, Li Hang clutched his shirt tightly, a look of fear etched on his face. "Nan go, let us return. This dense grass conceals who knows how many venomous snakes." Chen Nan shot him a sidelong glance. "Have you forgotten the species of this white snake? It is a king cobra, the sovereign of serpents, feeding on other snakes. Under normal circumstances, the appearance of a king cobra would render the surrounding kilometer devoid of other serpents. You should consider yourself fortunate to encounter an albino king cobra." With a faint sigh, Chen Nan resumed harvesting Rami. Li Hang, feeling somewhat reassured, picked up the discarded sickle, but still retreated to a distance from the white snake. As the heat dissipated, a refreshing breeze swept through, making the labor considerably more pleasant. Chen Nan bent down to cut the Rami's roots, but his peripheral vision caught sight of the white snake. Its pale red eyes seemingly fixated upon him, its gaze tranquil yet inscrutable. Chen Nan scratched his head, perplexed, and continued his task. Suddenly, he lunged forward. The abrupt movement startled both Li Hang in the distance and the audience in the live stream. "What are you doing, Inga?" Li Hang exclaimed, rushing over. "Don't scare us. There's still a king cobra around. What's going on with Xiao Inga?" "It's just that the presence of a venomous snake nearby tends to induce a certain trepidation," came the murmurs. Chen Nan stood up, brushing off the dirt and chuckling sheepishly. "It's nothing. I just spotted a plump field mouse, but alas, I couldn't catch it. Field mice belong to a family of hamsters, and compared to other rodents, they possess a sturdier physique. Typically, they excavate burrows underground, subsisting on seeds, roots, and fruits, and serve as sustenance for many carnivorous animals." "Ah, so it was a field mouse. Those pesky creatures often invade crops, pilfering from the fruits of our labor," one remarked. "When we were kids, we used to catch field mice to eat. They were quite delicious. They can be found in the mountains, too. I hear the mountain field mice are even tastier." Another added. The group breathed a collective sigh of relief, engaging in nostalgic banter. Childhood memories are often steeped in joy. Field mice are a common species with a robust reproductive capacity, and those who had gardens in their youth surely encountered and even tasted them. The flavor is quite agreeable. Suddenly, amidst their chatter, a series of squeaks echoed from ahead. They turned to see the field mouse that had burrowed into a hole, now emerging from another burrow. Its bright, ebony eyes surveyed the surroundings with vigilance, while its pointed snout sniffed the air, searching for the scent of food. Chen Nan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just as he was about to pounce, a white shadow darted past him with greater speed. A sharp squeak rang out as the field mouse let out a cry. Chen Nan halted abruptly, his gaze fixed ahead. The white snake had ensnared the field mouse, its pristine body coiling tightly around the small creature, constricting with increasing intensity. The field mouse writhed in a desperate struggle, but soon its legs went limp, succumbing to its fate. The white snake, having dispatched its prey, turned its piercing gaze upon Chen Nan, showing no immediate intent to feast. At that moment, Chen Nan stood merely 2 meters from the white snake, its pale red eyes locking onto him, causing beads of sweat to form on his back. Had he reacted a moment sooner, he might have found himself embracing not the field mouse, but the cold, serpentine body of the white snake. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Li Heng and the others in the live broadcast room were instantly drenched in cold sweat. Behind him, Li Heng gently rubbed Chen Nan's shoulder, silently retreating several meters. That scared me. Little Nan almost lunged forward. The king cobra is far too perilous. It would be wise for Little Nan to return early. I wonder what the white snake's persistent gaze upon Little Nan signifies. Typically, if a snake is not excessively hungry or perceives potential threats in its surroundings, it will often wait a while before feeding. Realizing that he might be delaying the creature's meal, Chen Nan stood up and cautiously stepped back a few meters. He glanced at the Rami in the bamboo basket, which was nearly full. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Nan patted Li Heng's shoulder and said, "We've harvested enough Rami. Let's return." Taken aback by Chen Nan's actions, Li Heng hesitated, pointing towards the white snake in the grass. "What? Do you wish to take it home and cuddle with it, as if it were Madam White?" "Chen Nan nuget Li Heng. Let's go next time. Bring some food along. I just wonder if we will ever encounter it again." Chapter 90, unbeknownst to him, it had effortlessly made its way back. A mere hour had elapsed since their excursion to the mountains. Upon Chen Nan and his companions returned to the courtyard, they were greeted by the sight of their beloved pets sprawled out, peacefully dozing in the yard. The largest among them, a black panther, alongside a mother brown bear, was even snoring softly. "Look at you all, so leisurely, well-fed, and now deep in slumber. No wonder you all appear to have gained a bit of weight lately." Chen Nan chuckled, playfully scolding them. He set down the bamboo basket, emptied the Rami, and moved a stool into the courtyard to continue crafting more fiber. What Chen Nan was unaware of was the stir that had erupted beyond his secluded abode. Out in the world, someone had compiled a short video showcasing Chen Nan's venture into the shallows, where great white sharks, orcas, dolphins, and even a blue whale made their appearances. This video was swiftly uploaded across various popular platforms, causing an immediate sensation. The video bore an eye-catching title, "Incredible. A feast at sea. Great white sharks, orcas, dolphins, and blue whales appear, all because of that man." The astonishing visuals within the short video profoundly captivated audiences, leaving them in awe. With the assistance of some enthusiastic promoters, the video gained immense popularity, skyrocketing to the trending lists. An ever-growing number of viewers became acquainted with Chen Nan, inundating the comment section with inquiries. In a marine research facility, a group of elderly gentlemen, bespectacled and graying, gathered together, engrossed in watching the short video. This young man is quite intriguing. Not only does he engage with dolphins and blue whales, but he also coexists harmoniously with orcas and great white sharks. It seems these creatures collided for his sake. How fascinating. There must have been some extraordinary events prior to this, they mused. The bond this blue whale shares with the lad is profound. We must investigate where this Chen Nan is broadcasting. Such an intriguing live stream should not be missed as the video reached the height of its popularity. Its creator pinned Chen Nan's live stream, instantly drawing a multitude of online viewers. Back in the courtyard, Chen Nan was twisting the Rami fibers in his hands when he glanced up at the sky. The entire world had succumbed to a somber hue. The once azure sky had been shrouded in gray, as if concealed beneath a veil of gloom. It appeared as though rain were imminent, yet it remained stubbornly withheld. The coastline below was rendered indistinct in the dreary light, stripped of its vibrant colors and contours. Thinking of the little ones in the ocean, Chen Nan abruptly stood and addressed Li Heng. "Ah Heng, you stay here. I'm going to check on Jiao Jiao and the big fella at the shallows." "Didn't you just go this morning? Must you go again?" Li Heng looked up, somewhat bewildered. Chen Nan offered no further explanation, simply rising to push open the courtyard gate and heading down toward the beach. He was preoccupied with thoughts of the big fellow. With rain likely to fall tonight, visibility in the water would diminish, complicating hunting for both the great white sharks and the dolphins. While he held no concern for the dolphins, the great white, still nursing its wounds, worried him. He truly fretted over its potential hunger. Upon arriving at the shallows, a distant sight caught the eye, an ashen sea surface adorned with a large, bloated belly. The dolphins had seemingly vanished, frolicking elsewhere, while the great white shark lay lazily, unwilling to budge. Chen Nan, both amused and exasperated, gathered a plastic bucket, filling it with the last remnants of fish, shrimp, and ice from the freezer, before gliding his kayak into the open sea. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, an unexpected influx of accounts, each adorned with various insignias, surged into the stream. These accounts were either verified official ones or belonged to affluent viewers boasting over 1 million in contributions. The chat instantly erupted with a flurry of special effects. As these effects cascaded, a multitude of viewers flocked into the stream, causing the initial 70,000 online spectators to swell to over 300,000 in an instant. And this number continued to rise at an alarming rate. The audience's gaze was almost instantly captivated by the great white shark displayed prominently on the screen, eliciting a chorus of astonished exclamations. Wow, what a massive fish. I can't believe it's actually at sea. I thought it was just an AI-generated short video. Is that great fish dead? Its belly is upturned. Indeed, this great fish has overeaten. The host is about to haul it back to make soup. Winks the sudden surge of activity in the live stream momentarily stunned the original loyal followers. However, it wasn't long before they began to engage the newcomers with playful banter. You old rascal, that's clearly a great white shark. I saw it flip over. Looks just like that great white shark from the video. At that moment, Chen Nan was oblivious to the commotion in the live stream. He maneuvered his kayak into deeper waters, cheerfully calling out, "Big fella." The leisurely great white shark, upon hearing the familiar voice, promptly flipped over, wiggling its plump body as it swam eagerly towards the kayak. With a cheerful demeanor, the great white shark circled the kayak before raising its head and gently resting it against the vessel, seeking affection from Chen Nan. "You rascal, just lounging here in the cafeteria waiting for a handout, aren't you?" Chen Nan affectionately patted its head, then scooped up a handful of ice from a bucket. The seemingly ordinary act of feeding astonished the new viewers in the live stream. Wait, is the host actually prying open the mouth of a great white shark with his bare hands? He's a werewolf. To tame such a ferocious great white shark is truly remarkable. Starting off strong with a heavyweight show, well-deserved. Sister Bauer just rewarded the host with 1,000 miles of Kuanping. Dragon Outyin just tipped the host with the Supreme Guardian. The variety of never-before-seen explosive gift effects ignited a fervor in the live stream. The room experienced slight lag due to the influx of dazzling gifts and newcomers. The cacophony of explosive sound effects caught Chen Nan's attention. After giving the big fellow a gentle pat on the head, he seized a moment to glance at the live stream, his eyes widening in astonishment. The online audience exceeded 1 million, with new followers numbering in the tens of thousands. Not to mention the incessant stream of gifts. Chen Nan stared in astonishment for a while before coming to a realization. It seemed that, much like the last time, someone had been quietly orchestrating events behind the scenes. Steeling himself, Chen Nan beamed brightly at the live stream. "Hello everyone, my name is Chen Nan, Marine Research Institute. As the apex predator of the ocean, the great white shark possesses a fierce wildness and an independent instinct for survival. Who would have thought that someone could actually tame a wild great white shark? Marine Research Institute. This is not only exceedingly rare within our country, but it is also remarkably uncommon on international platforms. Marine Research Institute. I wonder if the young host could share how he managed to tame it?" The Marine Research Institute's series of golden comments not only conveyed their excitement, but also inadvertently elevated Chen Nan's stature. This left him momentarily speechless. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and sheepishly replied, "I don't really know. I just fed it a couple of meals, and it started following me." Chapter 91. Reveling with the orcas, the ocean was alive with excitement. "Haha, I can't believe this senior thought that this shark was actually a colossal glutton," exclaimed one viewer. "Great white shark, who? The apex predator of the ocean? Me?" It mused. "I wonder why this ice crunch, crunch, crunch tastes so delectable." Chen Nan felt a twinge of embarrassment. When had he become so formidable? He quickly crouched down and picked up a fish to feed the great white shark, feigning busyness. Just then, figures emerged from the distant, dark waters, gradually becoming clearer. "Wow, orcas! It's the orca family from the video." The live stream erupted in excitement. The orca family had arrived. Chen Nan straightened up, his face lighting up with joy. However, the great white shark displayed a fierce reaction. It immediately twisted in the water, baring its formidable teeth and glaring menacingly at the approaching orcas. Upon encountering its adversary, the great white was on high alert, especially since these were the very orcas that had recently given it a thrashing. The great white shark wore a wary expression, yet the orcas did not seem to regard it as an enemy. The playful figures danced through the water, exuding an aura of joy and freedom, as if they were the true sovereigns of the sea. "Don't worry, they won't harm you," Chen Nan shouted, eager to soothe the great white shark. Orcas are remarkably intelligent creatures. After their previous interactions, they understood that the great white meant no harm. However, the great white shark was still not at ease. Having been inexplicably attacked by the orca family, it felt a sense of imbalance. Even though the orcas bore no hostility this time, the great white remained on guard, baring its teeth, rendering Chen Nan's attempts at reassurance ineffective. Chen Nan felt a surge of anxiety. The great white's injuries had yet to heal completely. Another skirmish would mean he would have to care for it for the rest of its life. The orca pod, undeterred by the great white shark's display of aggression, continued to approach the shallow waters with remarkable speed. Their black and white bodies flickered in and out of view beneath the waves, each surfacing with an exhilarating essence of freedom. With every leap, they created a resounding splash, akin to thunder, resonating deep within the hearts of the onlookers. What a breathtaking sight! As the orca pod drew near, they suddenly halted, gathering together and directing their gaze towards the great white shark before the kayak, engaging in animated communication. What were the orcas doing? The audience wondered, looking perplexed. Chen Nan felt equally astonished. Marine biologists claimed to have deciphered the orcas language, noting its complexity. However, Chen Nan had never studied whale speak. Moreover, the orcas displayed little emotional fluctuation, leaving him unable to discern their intentions. Surely, they couldn't be criticizing him. "Don't worry, big fella." Feeling the tension and restlessness in his body as the orcas approached, Chen Nan's face was etched with concern. Suddenly, the pod of orcas splashed the water again, preparing to swim towards him. In an unexpected turn, a great white shark shot forth like an arrow from the depths of the sea. Chen Nan's heart raced in alarm, yet he was astonished a moment later. The great white did not charge at the orcas. Instead, as the pod approached, it glided past them, swiftly vanishing into the deep sea. Once in the depths, the shark turned back, casting a distant glance at the orcas in front of the kayak, its intentions inscrutable. With a flick of its tail, the grayish-white figure sank into the ocean floor, disappearing quickly. The sudden change took everyone by surprise. The great white's abrupt departure left the crowd astonished. Even the orcas seemed bewildered, tilting their heads to watch the shark's retreating silhouette, utterly perplexed. As the spectators regained their composure, amusement erupted among them, their theatrical instincts taking over. "Orcas! Hey handsome, what are you doing?" "Great white shark! Outmatched, I'm making my exit." "Great white shark! I knew it. It's always about numbers. Just wait until I summon my relatives to deal with you." Chen Nan exhaled in relief. While he did not expect harmony between such natural adversaries as orcas and great whites, he certainly preferred their encounters to avoid conflict. That the shark chose to depart, knowing it was no match for the pod, was the best possible outcome. Otherwise, if a confrontation ensued, he would find himself helplessly shouting from the kayak, "Stop! Please! No more fighting!" Suddenly, it felt as if the rain intensified. The great white's departure was soon overshadowed as the crowd's attention shifted to the 5 orcas before them. Remarkably, this was the first time the orca pod had actively sought out Chen Nan, filling him with excitement. "What brings you here?" Chen Nan exclaimed with a beaming smile, extending his hand. Almost immediately, one massive orca's head broke the surface, gently resting against him, allowing Chen Nan to caress its smooth, warm skin. Other orcas gathered around, their black and white heads popping up in unison, tails joyfully slapping the water, creating playful splashes. The small kayak rocked with the rhythm of the waves. Overwhelmed by the orcas' enthusiasm, Chen Nan's smile widened impossibly, with one hand stroking one slick head and the corners of his mouth lifting in delight. He became the envy of the live stream audience. "Ah, how adorable! Beast, let go of those orcas. Let me in. I've noticed that none of these black and white creatures are anything but charming." "Black and white orca. Thank you. It's the first time someone has called me cute. Chen Nan scooped a handful of ice from a bucket, smiling as he said. Orcas are marine mammals with a high demand for fresh water. With that, he tossed the ice into the sea. The orcas adeptly opened their mouths to catch the ice, swallowing it down and emitting a series of joyful sounds, seemingly expressing their gratitude. Suddenly, one orca swam gracefully towards the kayak, its massive head surfacing as it gently lifted its chin. "You want me to sit on you?" Chen Nan exclaimed in astonishment. He recognized this orca as the one he had previously rescued. Woo-woo. The orca's head and tail bobbed up and down, as if nodding in agreement. Chen Nan blinked. Without hesitation, he grinned widely and plopped himself onto the broad, powerful back. "Then, let us truly savor this aquatic adventure." Ah! Chen Nan laughed heartily. Just as his laughter faded, the orca surged forward with incredible strength, gliding across the water as if riding a speedboat, carrying Chen Nan swiftly over the ocean surface. Woo-woo! Behind him, several other orcas quickly joined in, their immense and agile bodies carving elegant arcs through the air, accompanied by great splashes of water, as they swam alongside Chen Nan, safeguarding him on this exhilarating journey. The spectators were moved to tears. Chapter 92. So handsome, I want to marry, oh wow. Chen Nan clung tightly to the broad back of the orca, her hands grasping its smooth skin as the ocean surged beneath her, splashing countless white waves. The sea breeze howled against her face, bringing with it a briny taste. The rippling waters reflected the dark silhouettes of the orcapod. Alongside Chen Nan's excited, yet slightly nervous expression, whoosh, riding the orca across the surface of the sea, feeling the wind rush past her ears. Chen Nan was overwhelmed by a single sensation, exhilaration. Wherever the orca pod ventured, all marine creatures trembled in its wake. Manta rays, sea turtles, nurse sharks, and gray dolphins. Along with countless fish, these denizens of the deep fled in panic at the arrival of the orcas. The leading orca spouted a towering column of water. As if to announce the arrival of royalty, all marine life parted before it. They were the true sovereigns of these waters, conquering the ocean with unparalleled unity and strength. On the back of the orca, Chen Nan truly grasped the essence of being the dominator of the sea. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming sense of regality. Ha ha ha! Chen Nan clutched the smooth skin beneath her and could not contain her laughter. The orca pod seemed to be influenced by her joy, responding with deep, resonant calls.